Chapter 1. Awakening. A throbbing pain reverberated through Raynor's head as a jumble of chaotic and inexplicable memories surged forth. With a start, Raynor opened his eyes, beads of sweat trickling down his furrowed brow, his temples pulsating. After a few minutes, the memories coalesced. "This is my past lives' memories," Raynor exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and elation flooding his senses. The enhancement of knowledge and values might just be the key to extricating himself from his current predicament. At that moment, two resplendent golden characters materialized in his mind. Teleportation. My golden finger? Raynor was beside himself with joy after all. How could an ordinary person like him not be exhilarated? Through the torment of spring and summer's relentless mosquitoes and the harshness of autumn and winter's biting cold, his life had been one of utter misery, begging and being kicked aside, scavenging only to be chased by feral cats and dogs. But now, with the promise of a golden finger, hope finally glimmered on the horizon. Yet, where would this teleportation lead him? Suppressing the impulse to click, he surveyed his surroundings. As anticipated, he found himself in the dilapidated lair of beggars, nestled within a crumbling abode. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely outside. Although autumn had arrived, the temperature remained unseasonably high, with swarms of mosquitoes buzzing around, their incessant droning grating on his nerves. Inside the room lay 5 or 6 individuals, and he was merely one among them. Gradually, the events leading up to this moment came rushing back to him. A skirmish for territory had erupted between his group of beggars and another, culminating in him being struck on the back of the head, leading to his collapse. Fortuitously, what seemed like a misfortune had awakened his past lives' memories. What do I do now? Raynor pondered inwardly. At 13 years of age, malnourished since childhood, he was small and weak, unable to find work, lacking the capital to start a business, and far too old to be adopted. Moreover, the world was in turmoil, caught in the throes of a dynastic shift, with rampant warfare and countless refugees. Foreign powers had seized the opportunity to establish concessions. Most individuals struggled to survive, let alone have the means to adopt a child. It's tough. Raynor sighed softly. The technological level of this world resembled that of the Republic of China era. Everything that should exist was already present. Explosives, soap, distilled spirits, glass, sugar, and bikinis. None of these offered him any advantage. To amass wealth, it seemed the only avenue lay in innovative business strategies, festive events, membership discounts, buy one get one free, shopping lotteries, and so forth, methods that had become cliché in his previous life, yet had yet to be introduced here, thus holding great potential. But why would anyone entrust the management of such operations to a mere child? If he were to voice his ideas, he would likely just be paving the way for others to benefit, receiving nothing more than a couple of buns in return, for these business strategies lack technical substance and could be replicated easily by anyone. To become a sought-after talent, he needed to possess skills that others could not replicate. In his past life, he had been a programmer at a mobile game company. In this life, such skills were of no use whatsoever. As for other talents, driving might hold some utility, as vehicles existed here. Yet, the question remained, why would anyone hire a mere child as a driver? Writing songs? They wouldn't fetch much unless he owned a record label. Moreover, there was the risk of being exploited as a mere tool. A backgroundless street urchin could be captured at any moment. What could he possibly do about it? Writing novels? He lacked the capability. Crafting a novel of hundreds of thousands of words was no small feat, even if he remembered the plot. The divergence in writing style would render the result vastly different. He was not one of those transmigrators endowed with superintelligence, capable of recalling thousands of novels and billions of words at will. It's truly difficult, Raynor lamented. It seems my only hope for initial success lies with my golden finger. I wonder where it will teleport me? Having made up his mind, Raynor unsteadily rose to his feet. His stomach grumbled with hunger, having collapsed last night. He had not eaten for half a day, and low blood sugar threatened to make him faint. "Arno, you're awake," spoke one of the figures lying on a pile of hay. This person, 15 years old and nicknamed Big Mouth, his true name unknown, was the oldest and strongest of their group, naturally assuming the role of leader. With a simple, honest appearance and a dark complexion, he fought recklessly, reigning as the king of children in this neighborhood. At present, his face bore the marks of a recent scuffle, bruised and battered, a sight both pitiable and familiar among the others. Big Mouth, did we lose the fight? Raynor inquired. No, we won, Big Mouth replied, a pained grin stretching across his face. Though they suffered even more. The garbage bins behind the Peace Restaurant are still ours. Raynor's expression remained impassive, and he struggled to find a way to express his frustration. Big Mouth, perhaps forgetting, did not mention that the cause of their skirmish had been the management rights of 3 garbage bins. Yet tragically, those bins constituted the primary source of sustenance for the 25 children. They adhered to a moral code, refraining from theft or deceit, as such actions could lead to dire consequences. Their main occupation was begging, with scavenging as a secondary pursuit, and the most dangerous of all was snatching food from the mouths of cats and dogs. A brawl of such magnitude was exceedingly rare. However, when faced with aggression, they had no choice but to retaliate. Otherwise, with winter approaching, some would surely perish from starvation. 2 children remained outside, having heard the commotion, and entered the room. They were mere 7 or 8 years old, gaunt and frail, 2 dirty little girls. One of them cheerfully exclaimed, Big Mouth, Arno, you're awake. They'll go get you something to eat. Raynor responded softly, following her outside. Beyond the door lay an open space, encircled by haphazardly arranged wooden materials that formed a makeshift yard. Surrounding them were impoverished dwellings, some collapsed and abandoned. This area was the garbage dumping ground on the outskirts of the eastern city, set ablaze once a year. Due to the unbearable stench, only the most destitute would reside here, making it the slum within a slum. Yet paradoxically, it provided a refuge for these homeless children. Raynor reflected on the world's background, a convergence of East and West, an extraordinary conflict that was both reminiscent of and starkly different from his past life, with a vast expanse that was at least 10 times larger than Earth. In the seas, monstrous beasts roamed freely, and the weather was capricious and unpredictable, leaving approximately 70% of the territory unexplored. An extraordinary world, indeed. Thus, my pursuit shall be the extraordinary. Raynor silently resolved to set his sights high. The extraordinary not only signified immense power, but also an extension of life and elevation of status. In this world, extraordinary beings were held in the highest esteem. Aligning oneself with any nation or faction would guarantee generous treatment. Arno, eat, called out Lynn Sheener, one of the little girls, as she brought over a wooden plate containing a hodgepodge of potatoes with bite marks, fragments of chicken bones, and worm-eaten vegetables, clearly remnants of someone else's meal. Beside her, another girl named Xiao Hong swallowed hard, holding another plate as she approached Big Mouth. Raynor accepted the plate, sitting at the door with a look of disdain. Yet he had no choice but to eat. Had it not been for last night's bloody battle, he wouldn't have been afforded such a meal today. The current fare was undeniably a step up. Typically, they subsisted on benign insects, thin gruel made from leftover rice, and decaying vegetables scavenged from the market. Using his hands to eat, he felt his hunger slightly abate. He then made his way to the adjacent wood shed, where he found a rusted hatchet, and in the kitchen, he procured a fruit knife. Clutching both blades, he ventured to a discreet corner behind the house, and with a focused thought, he vanished from sight. It was not that he wished to be unprepared, but as a vagabond, he lacked access to armor or firearms. Possessing 2 knives for self-defense was already a significant advantage. Chapter 2, Garp. Boom! Raynor plummeted from the sky, utterly unclothed, crashing into the ocean and sending up a magnificent splash of water. Fortunately, the height was only 7 or 8 meters, within survivable limits, and he emerged unscathed. What on earth? Raynor kicked vigorously with his limbs, surfacing from the water in a state of utter bewilderment, his mind clouded and fatigued, fighting off the urge to succumb to sleep. As he gazed around in confusion, he found himself surrounded by an endless horizon where sea and sky melded seamlessly, gentle waves lapping at his chin. The sun hung high overhead, casting shimmering reflections on the water surface. System activated. At that moment, a neutral mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Consequently, a page of character attributes materialized. Strength, 0.5. Physique, 0.6. Agility, 0.7. Mentality, 2.5. Fan value 1. A stream of information inexplicably flooded his consciousness. Teleportation consumed mental energy, fluctuating according to one's strength. In this instance, he had expended 2 points of mental energy, making an immediate return impossible due to insufficient mental reserves. The 4-dimensional attributes represented his current capabilities. The average adult male would score around 1 apart from his exceptional mental capacity. His other 3 attributes were woefully inadequate. The upper limit for these attributes was set at 100 points, modeled after the world's strongest beings. For instance, if someone possessed a strength of 100 points, achieving that level would equate him to that individual. Similarly, a physique of 100 points would render one as robust as the strongest. The last attribute, fan value, could be utilized to enhance attributes or skills. Below 10 points, increasing an attribute required only 1 fan value from 10 to 20 points. It required 10 fan values from 20 to 30 points. It escalated to 100 fan values, and so forth. Without hesitation, Raynor allocated 1 point of fan value to his mentality. Otherwise, he feared he would faint at any moment. A refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, invigorating him instantly. Damn, my current mental energy is insufficient to return. Am I to perish in this vast ocean? Where on earth have I been teleported to? With my stamina, I can last at most half an hour before sinking. He felt his smooth, bare body, his face darkening with dismay. During the process of teleportation, he found himself unable to bring anything along, not even a single pair of underwear. Should he encounter any perilous creatures, he would be left to await his demise. What a disastrous situation, Raynor lamented quietly. With no alternatives available, having arrived in this place, he resolved to find a way to survive. He pondered silently, gently moving his limbs to remain stationary, striving to conserve his strength. In the vastness of the ocean, aimlessly flailing about without a sense of direction would be tantamount to courting death. At last, a spark of inspiration struck him. He reclined upon the water's surface, utilizing his body as buoyancy to float. Fortunately, the sea was relatively calm at that moment. Otherwise, executing such a maneuver would have proven impossible. After lying still for a while, his eyelids grew heavier, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Eventually, the sound of distant laughter roused him from his sleep. Raynor turned his gaze and beheld a sailing ship bravely navigating the waves. Elated, Raynor waved his arms and shouted, "Over here! Help, please!" The vessel appeared to have noticed him as it altered its course and approached. That emblem on the sail looks somewhat familiar, Raynor mused, a sense of curiosity bubbling within him as the ship drew nearer. As the ship approached, an elderly man at the bow left him utterly astonished. This visage, this audacious demeanor of wearing a dog-shaped hat while munching on a donut and picking his nose, though not identical, is unmistakably the same. Vice Admiral Garp, even if you return to ash, I would recognize you. Raynor was overwhelmed with disbelief. He had somehow been transported into the world of One Piece. Could it possibly be related to the game he had played in his previous life? At that time, the company had launched a mobile game themed around One Piece, and as a programmer involved in its development, he had been engrossed in playing while walking home, only to be struck by a lightning bolt that sent him crashing to the ground. In truth, more than 20,000 individuals worldwide are struck by lightning each year. It is not an uncommon occurrence, and he was merely one of the unfortunate ones. His thoughts raced as the ship neared. A rope ladder lowered into the water. Raynor climbed aboard, clutching his precious bird. Before him stood the imposing figure of Garp, who lowered his head to speak. Raynor was perplexed, inwardly cursing. This wretched system does not provide translation. The system's voice abruptly chimed in, language loading complete. Though somewhat pleased, Raynor couldn't help but grumble. "You must have just remembered that." "Hey kid, are you in any trouble?" Garp inquired. Once the language was loaded, Raynor recalled Garp's initial question about his identity and presence in the sea. Thus, he replied, "My name is Raynor. I am an orphan, and I intended to travel on a passenger ship to enlist in the military, but we were ambushed by pirates, and I ended up stripped and thrown into the ocean. Oh, Garp bit into his donut. So, you wish to join the Navy? Indeed, Raynor affirmed with a nod. Observing Raynor's gaunt frame, Garp fell silent for a moment, placing a hand atop the boy's head. Kid, being in the Navy is no child's play. Are you prepared for the possibility of death? I am willing to face any danger. Is that truly how you feel? Yes. What is your creed? To eradicate all pirates and transform the world into one of peace and prosperity. Ha ha ha. Kid, that's a commendable belief reminiscent of Aquinas' ideals. I hope you remain steadfast in your resolve. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, I shall unwaveringly uphold my justice. Kid, do you know who I am? Vice Admiral Garp is the legendary hero of the Navy. I have admired you since childhood. My reverence for you is as boundless as the tumultuous sea, relentless and profound, akin to the collapse of the Red Line, catastrophic and unstoppable. Ha ha ha. Kid, your flattery is earth-shattering and quite amusing. The collapse of the Red Line? That is hardly a good omen. Garp chuckled heartily, ruffling Raynor's hair. Then how about the collapse of Mariewa? Raynor ventured to ask. The nearby officer, Bogart, furrowed his brow. Kid, what are you insinuating? Mind your words. He glanced around anxiously, wary of any spies planted by the world government. As a naval hero, Garp inevitably had government spies in his vicinity. It was an unspoken understanding. Kid, I hereby grant you permission from this day forth. You shall be a naval intern at the G3 base, Garp declared. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp, Raynor replied, one hand covering his bird while the other saluted. Bogart, find some clothes for Raynor, Garp instructed before strolling away, still munching on his donut. Follow me, Raynor. Before long, Raynor donned an oversized military uniform that felt quite awkward, forcing him to roll up the cuffs and pant legs. He was subsequently led to the mess hall, where he indulged in a feast of meat and fish. Prior to this moment, he had never imagined he could consume such a bounty without limits. He also learned that the current year was the 1515th year of the Sea Circle calendar, just 5 years prior to Luffy's departure. Chapter 3. Enlistment. What a perfect start. Raynor was thoroughly satisfied with his circumstances. Biting into a roast the size of a human head, he contemplated how to garner fan value. While reputation could be cultivated through fame and esteem, merely being admired, respected, cherished, trusted, or even hated could yield some measure of recognition. However, fans were an entirely different matter. They required a positive perception despite the fact that some streamers in his previous life had amassed hundreds of thousands, even millions of followers. Many merely found their shows entertaining and followed them without true allegiance. Additionally, there were those who tuned in to witness the spectacle of failure, eager to see how one might embarrass themselves, such as a female streamer perpetually failing at blind dates. As it develops further, it becomes a matter of detractors who oppose you at every turn, tarnishing your reputation and character. One must take it slow. I refuse to believe that even a former beggar from the beautiful country lacks followers. In essence, it is all about visibility and the admiration one commands through exceptional talent. Indeed, it boils down to this. One must stir the pot. Ultimately, Reno concluded with this trio of words. Only by creating a stir can one flaunt their prowess, reveal their brilliance, and leave a lasting impression that commands respect. However, all of this must rest on a foundation of genuine strength. Since the path of entertainment is unattainable, one must pursue the route of martial virtue. Thus, the urgent task at hand is to cultivate physical prowess to a significant degree, followed by mastering the 6 forms of the Navy, embracing a commanding presence, and consuming the devil fruit, among other endeavors. With a well-planned future, Reno indulged until satiated and then leisurely returned to his quarters. The G3 base, situated in the first half of the Grand Line, is also known as Paradise. The latter half, however, necessitates traversing the Red Line, referred to as the New World. In the first half, the area is predominantly under the watchful eye of the Navy, where pirates are relentlessly pursued, leading to a chaotic scene, hence the moniker Paradise, attributed to their overall weakness. Conversely, in the latter half, the influence of the world government and the Navy is minimal. The seas are largely dominated by the 4 emperors, and many ambitious pirates vie for supremacy, repeatedly challenging the 4 emperor status, resulting in a tumultuous battleground, thus earning the name New World. This signifies a realm that escapes the grasp of the world government. When Garp finds himself at leisure, he patrols the seas, ranging from 3 to 5 days, or even extending to 10 days or half a month, treating it as mere recreation. Pirates who cross his path consider themselves exceedingly unfortunate, which is why those with reliable sources of information avoid the vicinity of the G3 base. As usual, this time he encountered no reckless newcomers among the pirates. After 3 days, Garp returned in disappointment, having only come across a sea king, which, upon meeting his fierce gaze, fled in terror, leaving in a hasty retreat. After indulging in sumptuous feasts for 3 days, Renault noticeably appeared more robust. Kebi, who was originally quite frail, had matured significantly after a year of rigorous training in the Navy, illustrating the abundant nutrition provided by the Navy's provisions. The G3 base, situated on a large island that hosts a town, sees many sailors spending their wages in the local establishments. This occasion was no exception, as the sailors were granted a day off to revel in their leisure. "Where is your hometown, Renault?" inquired Claude, a fellow sailor in his 20s, holding the rank of private first class and responsible for Renault's registration and daily schedule. "My hometown lies in the East China Sea. It has been destroyed for many years. Allegedly taken away by the Golden Lion." Renault fabricated a tale. "I see. My apologies," Claude responded. "Not at all. I have been a wanderer since childhood, so I harbor no sentimental ties to any place," Renault replied. Encountering the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, was indeed a formidable reality. He was the only prisoner to have escaped from Impel Down, subsequently vanishing for many years, occasionally reappearing in the news as he whisked islands away. However, had he encountered Vice Admiral Garp, he would have certainly learned the true might of Garp's iron fist, a formidable force known for relentlessly pursuing the pirate king, Roger. "You are quite the fan of Vice Admiral Garp," Renault remarked, a hint of envy evident in his tone. With Garp's illustrious reputation, one could only imagine the multitude of admirers he must possess. Renault pondered when he might attain such a level of acclaim himself. His own fan base was limited to one, most likely Lin Sheener. 3 years prior, he had rescued her from a frigid wilderness, and she had since joined his wandering troop, harboring an enduring affection and gratitude towards him. If one were to speak of fans, she would undoubtedly be the sole representative. Now that the wandering troop had stabilized, Renault's presence was of little consequence. Thus, although his spirit had been rejuvenated, he could still employ his abilities for transportation. However, he had no intentions of returning in the near future. He first needed to master the cultivation methods and even the Navy's 6 styles before he could reclaim territory and teach his companions the art of training. Otherwise, even if he imparted the techniques, they would only falter due to malnutrition. The adage "wealth and knowledge, strength in arms" was indeed a profound truth, not to be taken lightly. The G3 Navy base spans 200,000 square meters and accommodates 20,000 sailors, safeguarding the maritime domains of several neighboring nations. With comprehensive infrastructure and ample amenities, conditions were exceedingly favorable. Each sailor enjoyed private quarters, and the minimum salary for trainees was 200,000 berries, equivalent to 10,000 huaxia coins from a previous life. Renault filled out the form, marveling inwardly. Were it not for his lingering concerns, he would have had no desire to return. On one hand lay the life of a vagrant, enduring hunger for 3 days out of 8, while on the other, a feast of sumptuous delicacies awaited, complete with provisions, accommodations, and guaranteed placements, accompanied by a promising future and a generous salary. Truly, without comparison, one could not discern the pain of choice. Having completed the form, he received a fitting military uniform, bedding, toothbrush, and other necessities before being escorted to his dormitory within the barracks. This is military regulation. Remember it well, as you will be tested in 3 months. Failure to pass will result in dismissal, Claude stated. Understood, Brother Claude, Renault replied, accepting the new recruit manual and bidding farewell to Claude. Surveying his dormitory, Renault felt a sense of satisfaction. Measuring around 10 square meters, it boasted a double bed, a wardrobe, a storage box, and an electric kettle. The door was adorned with a training schedule. Wake up at 5 in the morning, 1 hour for meals, followed by cultural classes until 7, 4 hours of morning training. Lunch at 11, and free time until 1. Afternoon training commenced at 1 and continued until 5, followed by an hour for dinner, then cultural classes from 6 to 8, with free time until 10, when lights out was mandatory. What a thoroughly organized schedule, Renault mused, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment in his daily life. Compared to his former existence, where he could sleep as long as he wished, The difference was like night and day. He understood that he must successfully navigate the 3-month observation period, as long as he harbored no detrimental habits, moral failings, or questionable origins, and passed the military regulations assessment. He would officially join the Navy as a private. With hundreds of military regulations to memorize, learning 3 or 4 a day seemed entirely manageable, and Renault felt no urgency. By now it was midday, nearing 10 o'clock, and approaching mealtime. Renault resolved to explore the base and familiarize himself with his surroundings. Exiting his dormitory, he found himself confronted by a vast training ground, designated as Area 7, where thousands of individuals were engaged in combat training. Renault glanced around for a moment before departing. Time was too limited to explore thoroughly, so he could only meander nearby. At approximately 11 o'clock, he arrived punctually at the cafeteria number 7. The establishment offered a buffet-style dining experience, allowing patrons to indulge freely, and Renault found himself with an insatiable appetite. Amidst the diverse array of diners, there were many individuals of peculiar stature, such as towering giants reaching heights of 5 or 6 meters, members of the long-armed clan with 3-segmented limbs, the leggy tribe whose appendages resembled leeches, the serpent-necked clan with exceptionally elongated necks, and even a panda-like being among them. Renault could only eat for 10 minutes before reaching his limit, while others consumed food equivalent to their body weight and continued to eat. Truly a remarkable sight. In the world of One Piece, the physical constitution of its inhabitants is extraordinary. Many can digest while eating, absorbing nutrients to strengthen their bodies. I wonder if I have been assimilated. I do not aspire to the level of an emperor in 3 years. I would be content with achieving a school-level status, which is rather comparable to the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Renault pondered. Chapter 4. Returned 3 months later, on the 7th playground. A dense crowd of over 1,000 stood, Renault among them. In the front, Instructor Balk held a list and announced, "Charles, Blue, Martin, step forward." Soon, the 3 emerged from the ranks. "You have failed the assessment. Pack your belongings and leave," Balk stated bluntly. The 3 offered no rebuttal. Their heads bowed in defeat as they were led away by the messenger. Renault was at a loss for words. These 3 fellows were exceedingly indolent, seemingly present merely to indulge in food and drink. There exist 100 military regulations, many of which are coherent, such as the prohibition against harming civilians, the theft of civilian property, and the unwarranted assault on civilians, among others. These 3 examples are but a fraction. There are numerous such stipulations, making it quite simple to draw inferences and commit them to memory. Yet, astonishingly, these 3 individuals have spent 3 months and still fail to retain them, which can only imply that they have no genuine desire to serve in the military, but rather find themselves here temporarily, as if on a vacation. Congratulations, you won. 275 individuals have qualified, and as of today, you will officially become honorable members of the Navy. The applause resonated like thunder throughout the venue. Balk raised his hand to silence the clapping and continued. "Next, we shall proceed to the assignment of positions. This world, to be frank, is one where the strong prevail. Provided you possess the capability, our Navy will consider exceptional recruitment. Ultimately, whether you attain the rank of private or ensign depends solely on your own abilities. Among you, some have served as pirate hunters, some as mercenaries, and others hail from illustrious martial arts families. Thus, to confine you to the rank of private would indeed be a disservice. Therefore, our Navy will offer you a fair and just platform. If you seek a position of authority, it is for you to contend for it." After surveying the crowd, he added, "However, remember, this opportunity is singular. Once your rank is established, it will not be altered, and thereafter, advancement can only be achieved through military merit. Do you understand?" "Yes." The new recruits responded in unison. "Excellent. Then let the competition commence. Follow me, step forward." The new recruits formed 2 lines as usual and began a light jog under the guidance of their instructor. "Renault, where do you think the instructor is taking us?" Jones inquired. Jones and he were among the less fortunate in this batch of new recruits, and through a shared sense of camaraderie among the weak, they had forged a friendship. Renault replied, "The direction leads to the swordsmanship training hall." "Is it possible to use weapons?" Jones exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, after all, many have grown up practicing with swords. One cannot simply abandon the most formidable means of combat to engage in hand-to-hand struggle. It appears we have run out of options. Renault, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, "What gives you the audacity to believe that you have a chance of promotion?" Jones, scratching his head, replied, "Nielsen and Tyron seem even weaker. But one can never tell when it comes to weaponry. Do you really believe we, the underdogs, can endure until the very end? Perhaps luck might favor us and grant us a few buys. It's best to wash up and sleep. Reynolds rolled his eyes, too lazy to elaborate further. After 3 months of rigorous training, Reynolds' once frail physique had developed muscle, and his height had increased from approximately 1.4 meters to 1.5 meters. Yet he still felt like a weakling. Indeed, he lamented internally, I lack the protagonist template. My progress is painfully slow. The only option left was to rely on fan points, as there was no opportunity within the military camp. He could only return to the main world to seek a solution. At that moment, the new recruits, led by the instructor, rushed into the swordsmanship training hall. Inside, 13 arenas had been meticulously prepared. Each arena hosted a figure, with placards indicating ranks: Private 3rd Class, Private 2nd Class, Private 1st Class, Corporal, Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, Warrant Officer, 2nd Lieutenant, 1st Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, and Colonel. Inexperienced recruits, pay attention, Instructor Bark declared. These are your challengers. If you succeed in a challenge, you will be awarded the corresponding rank. You have 10 minutes. If the match ends in a draw, you will also progress. Many recruits were elated. They believed they had a fighting chance. Some eagerly ascended the platforms, only to be met with harsh reality, questioning their very existence as they faced defeat, most losing 9 out of 10 battles, primarily at the ranks of private and corporal. Only 3 dared to challenge the officers. 2 were vanquished, while 1 emerged victorious. The victor, Antonio, had consistently been the top recruit during training, and his performance did not disappoint. 2 hours later, nearly half of the recruits had been defeated, and the challengers had changed several times. At this juncture, Bark announced, this ranking battle will continue for 10 days. If you are dissatisfied, you may challenge at any time until you concede. The next 10 days were free for personal activities, after which the recruits would become genuine sailors. Assigned tasks and ranks. Furthermore, those confident in their marksmanship could report to the mechanical department for further competitions to elevate their military status. Upon hearing this, Reynolds' eyes sparkled with excitement. The 10-day grace period meant he could return. Jones, I need to find a place to seclude myself for intense training. If anyone seeks me out, please handle it for me, Reynolds stated. During this time, he had forged friendships and formed a loser's alliance, knowing that people would likely come looking for him. Have you lost your mind? Instead of seizing the moment to enjoy the city, you wish to isolate yourself for training? Do you really think you can become a general in 10 days? Jones exclaimed in astonishment. Becoming a general is far-fetched. Perhaps I can aim for a lieutenant, Reynolds replied. Now I understand, Jones said, enlightenment dawning upon him. You intend to fantasize for 10 days. Get lost, Reynolds retorted. After Renault finished speaking, he exited the training hall and returned to his dormitory. He glanced at his attributes: strength, 1.6, physique, 1.7, agility, 1.9, spirit, 5.6, fan value, 0. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of his past life's memories that his spirit had surged remarkably. However, the other 3 attributes were also progressing steadily, each exceeding the standard of a typical adult male. Renault speculates that the issue lies within the dietary provisions. Each meal seems to evoke a warm sensation, particularly when indulging in certain marine delicacies, which prove to be exceedingly beneficial. However, such marine treasures are rare and elusive. Even Admiral Garp can scarcely procure a few throughout the year. It is hardly feasible to venture into the doldrums solely for the sake of sustenance. With a mere thought, Reno activated the teleportation button within his mind. In an instant, he vanished from his original location, leaving behind a set of garments that fell to the ground. He could take nothing with him but himself. Back in the original world, in an unassuming corner behind a house, the bare-skinned Reno reappeared as if conjured from thin air. Remarkably, the clothes and his dual blades remained on the ground. Reno found himself in a peculiar situation. Though the location was somewhat concealed, his companions should have no difficulty locating him. Clad in tattered garments that were decidedly one size too small, he emerged from his hiding place. The outside world had already succumbed to winter, with biting winds that raised the hairs on his arms and caused him to huddle his body. Fortunately, his physique had been fortified, allowing him to endure the chill. As he approached the dilapidated house ahead, he noticed 2 children, around 7 or 8 years of age, basking in the sunlight while playfully picking lies from each other's heads. Yet, he did not recognize them. Who are you? Reno sensed something amiss. Who are you? One of them inquired. This is the territory of our Great Eagle Gang. Do not think of encroaching upon it. Our leader will return shortly. The remaining members were largely the weaker ones, and the two children, observing Reno's robust appearance with his flushed complexion and well-defined muscles, spoke hesitantly. Chapter 5, Stirring Trouble the Great Eagle Gang? Weren't you all typically active around the outskirts of the horse market? What brings you to this place? Reno questioned. The team composed of the city's street urchins has expanded. We have absorbed the former Fong gang, and our leader has declared the intent to broaden our reach. One of the children replied. Reno suddenly comprehended that it was indeed a matter concerning the squint-eyed individual. The leader of the Fongtooth gang was none other than the squint-eyed man himself. What of the Brotherhood that once resided here? Reno inquired once more. They were driven away 3 months ago and are now rumored to be in the Blackwater district. Reno turned and walked away. He could not bear to bully two children. His next course of action was clear. He would first seek out the members of the Brotherhood of Loyalty. The Blackwater district was a realm of filth and disorder, where the ground was saturated with dirty water and human waste ran rampant. Only the most destitute would reside here. Even homeless children deemed it unworthy due to the lack of resources. A dilapidated house, riddled with drafts, was haphazardly covered with tattered newspapers and rotten wood, serving as a makeshift refuge. The crew, including Big Mouth, was absent, having ventured out to beg or scavenge. Two girls remained behind, hiding within the confines of the house, mending frayed cloths. Reno was well acquainted with this place, having previously discussed with Big Mouth the possibility of returning here if he ever found himself without a home, thus making it easy for him to locate. Sheener, Xiao Hong, I have returned, Reno called to the two. With a sob, Lin Sheener rushed forward, exclaiming, Brother Arnold, we thought you were dead. Do not worry, I am alive. I merely went to learn a trade, Reno reassured her, gently patting her head, inadvertently dislodging a louse which he flicked away. Xiao Hong approached as well, embracing Reno, laughing and crying simultaneously. Within the Brotherhood of Loyalty, Reno held an elder brother status, consistently caring for his younger siblings, earning their deep affection. Ah, Brother Arno, you have grown so much, Lin Sheener remarked in astonishment. And you are so strong. She pressed her finger against Reno's muscular chest. I have merely entered a phase of development. You two will experience a sudden growth spurt in due time. Really? The two girls exclaimed in delight, eagerly expressing their desire to grow up quickly so they could seek employment. Reno sighed softly, pondering the plight of adults struggling to find employment, let alone young women like themselves. She then inquired about the situation at that time. It turned out that 3 months prior, he had been dispatched at noon, only to return that evening with individuals affiliated with Dapeng Deceased territory. Due to the overwhelming numbers, Dezue offered no resistance and retreated with his entire group. Meanwhile, Reno was perceived as begging on the streets, and her absence went unnoticed as others assumed she would come forward once she grasped the situation. However, after 2 days passed without any news of her, concern began to mount, prompting a frantic search that ultimately yielded nothing. Such disappearances of children are not uncommon in Donglan City. Some are abducted, others are murdered and buried. Some fall ill and are abandoned by their companions, while others flee to different cities to escape exploitation and humiliation. Reno's prolonged absence led many to believe he had met with misfortune. After a few days of melancholy, he resumed his life of scavenging and begging. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. There had been previous instances of missing individuals within the fraternity. Similar rumors often circulated among other groups, rendering the situation commonplace. Brother Arno, are you hungry? Allow me to fetch you something to eat, Lin Sheener offered. No, I'm not hungry, Reno replied affectionately. Though a sense of worry lingered in his heart, his appetite had notably increased, making it challenging to satiate his hunger. He glanced at his mental attributes, 5, 6, 2. 6. With a score of 3 points, this recent teleportation had elevated his power, consequently amplifying his mental demands. Fortunately, his mental capacity had also grown. After the teleportation, he felt merely fatigued, unlike the previous occasion when he nearly fainted. By evening, he anticipated his mental state would recover to above 3 points, allowing for further teleportation. However, it was impossible for his mental state to diminish to 0. Thus, a baseline of approximately 3. 5 was essential, necessitating a brief slumber. The objective of his return was to instigate some events, accumulate fan value, and ensure his safety through teleportation, thus enabling him to act with confidence. Resolving this, Reno sought refuge in a haystack for a brief rest. I'll take a nap. Wake me when Big Mouth and the others return, he instructed. The two women acquiesced and busied themselves nearby, mending winter garments. In a drowsy haze, he was roused by the sound of conversation and, upon sitting up, confirmed that Big Mouth and the others had indeed returned. Checking his mental state, he noted it at 4:2, which was sufficient. Night had fallen, marking the opportune moment for action. Revitalized by a surge of spirit, Reno stepped outside to join the crowd, inevitably feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. "Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us reclaim our territory," Reno proclaimed loudly. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Big Mouth was the first to break the stillness. "Arno, though you've grown taller and stronger, you still pale in comparison to the members of the Great Pung Gang. Their leader, Luo Jin, is only 17, stands at 6 feet tall, has a martial arts background, and is quite formidable. Rest assured, I am even more capable. I have had the fortune of receiving guidance from a master over the past 3 months. My training has not been in vain," Reno replied confidently. "You truly have a master aiding you?" The children exclaimed joyfully, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They often gathered outside the tea house to listen to tales of renowned masters and their disciples, eagerly fantasizing about adventures involving miraculous encounters. Now, with a living example before them, their imaginations ran wild. "Fear not. Everything my master has taught me will be shared with you," Reno assured them. "Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you, Brother Arno. From now on, you shall be our master." The crowd erupted in cheers. Arno, your master won't object, will he? I've heard some unique techniques cannot be disclosed." Big Mouth expressed his concern. "No need to worry. My master is quite open-minded. I've already asked him about this, and he said I could do as I please." As soon as he finished speaking, the excitement reignited. "I propose that henceforth, Arno shall be the leader of our brotherhood. What say you?" Big Mouth exclaimed, equally enthusiastic. "Agreed. Absolutely. No objections." The unanimous approval for the change of leadership came swiftly. To them, Reno had always been one of their guiding figures. The distinction was negligible. Under Reno's command, the group devoured all their remaining rations and armed themselves with sticks and other weapons, following him back to their original dwelling. As night fell, the homeless children gradually returned. Squinting Eye, known for his slight cross-eyed appearance, was busy tallying the day's earnings, coins, food, fruits, and even spoiled vegetables before distributing them one by one. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the outer gate was violently kicked open. Squinting Eye rushed out and recognized the intruders, immediately identifying Big Mouth. "Big Mouth, are you trying to get yourselves killed?" he shouted in fury. Squinting Eye, "Kneel and beg for mercy within 3 seconds, or I will take matters into my own hands," Reno stated coolly. "Who the hell are you?" "I am Reno. Don't you remember? 3 months ago, you struck me on the head with a stick. So it's you, little beggar. You've grown bold enough to seek trouble. Do you realize I am now the hall leader of the Great Ping Gang? This territory is under my control. Do you wish to wage war against the Great Ping Gang?" Squinting Eye threatened, his bravado masking his fear. "Incorrect answer," Reno retorted, delivering a swift kick to Squinting Eye's shoulder. Squinting Eye was sent flying 5 meters, crashing to the ground with the sound of cracking bones, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Terrified, nearby neighbors extinguished their candles, fearing for their safety. Chapter 6. A surge in power. Reno cast a cold glance at the remaining onlookers, who were visibly shaken, clutching their weapons in trepidation, unwilling to act. "Do you have any objections to joining me?" he inquired. "No, we wish to join." One of them quickly surrendered, dropping his stick. "We agree. We are willing." Renault approached the squint-eyed man and inquired, "What about you?" The squint-eyed man, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, stammered, I can also." "Indeed, are you willing?" Although the squint-eyed man was known for his bravery and fierce demeanor, he had never committed any heinous acts. His territorial disputes were merely for the benefit of his subordinates, which could be forgiven. I am willing, but it seems my hand is broken. So I can no longer fight," he replied hastily. Renault crouched down, grasped his arm, and with a sharp crack, reattached it. The man with the slanted eyes let out a half-hearted scream that abruptly ceased. It seems I am. Well, it was merely reattached. Someone, bring him a splint. For tonight, we shall manage this way, and tomorrow we will visit the clinic for a cast. For the next 3 months. Do not move this right hand, and it shall heal perfectly. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Renault, the man with the slanted eyes said, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. He had anticipated becoming disabled, yet now, a glimmer of hope emerged from despair. How could he not feel joy? As for the fact that he had been struck by the other party, it was no longer a concern. The differing positions of both sides rendered any grievance moot. At this moment, some small urchins specializing in tending to injuries promptly set to work with the splint. within the naval base, aside from astronomy and geography, and literacy and mathematics, Renault had also acquired some rudimentary medical knowledge. He was not suited to be a doctor, as he could not identify illnesses. However, when it came to treating external injuries, he was a consistent top scorer in examinations, making the task second nature. Today was merely an application of what he had learned. If he failed, it would not be his fault, but rather the misfortune of the slanted-eyed man. Monkey, gather the valuables and distribute the food immediately. Consume it all. Renault commanded. Yes. Monkey promptly led a few of his subordinates into the room to collect useful items. Monkey, whose real name was Ho Chang, was also one of the cadres of the Brotherhood of Loyalty, responsible for financial matters. His sharp features and diminutive stature earned him this nickname. He hailed from a scholarly family but, for reasons unknown, had found himself on the streets. Possessing literacy and numeracy skills, he was highly respected within the Brotherhood, having never erred in the distribution of food, thus earning the trust of others. 10 minutes later, the slanted-eyed man's arm was securely splinted, and the food had been entirely consumed. Renault ordered a departure to the base of the Great Rock Gang. What? The slanted-eyed man exclaimed in surprise. Chief Renault. The Great Rock Gang is the largest faction in the outer city, with hundreds of members and 7 formidable kings. They are incredibly powerful. It is laughable that they dare call themselves kings with such a trivial ability to fight. Big Mouth interjected. Children's play should not be discussed. Arnaud alone could topple them all. Indeed, Brother Arnaud is the strongest. He has apprenticed under a master of great renown. The members of the Great Rock Gang cannot compare. Even if they truly cannot win, Brother Arnaud can summon his master to sweep them all away. The crowd buzzed with conversation. And the slanted-eyed man finally understood the stark transformation in Renault. It was due to his apprenticeship, which filled him with envy. Well, if that is the case, I shall lead the way. Chief Renault, please follow me. The slanted-eyed man resolved to take the plunge. After all, there was no point in resisting. If they emerged victorious, it would benefit him as well. He had once been a leader himself and should be able to secure a position of prominence. With that, the slanted-eyed man took the lead, followed by Renault and the others. Though night had fallen, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians, and most shops had yet to close. The main thoroughfare was illuminated by streetlights, with various donkey carts, horse-drawn carriages, bicycles, rickshaws, and pedestrians weaving through the crowd. Occasionally, a car would meander by, drawing the attention of onlookers. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant, bustling with life. As they walked, Renault's spirits soared, and his fan value increased by 11 points. With over 40 individuals, gaining 11 points was a remarkably high conversion rate of 1/4. If this continued, his strength would undoubtedly soar. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated his points in a ratio of 3, 3, 3, 2, completing the distribution. His attributes transformed to strength, 4, 6, physique, 4, 7, agility, 4, 9, spirit, 6, 2, 7, 6, fan value, 0. A warm current coursed through his body, accompanied by a series of pops and crackles. Nothing much, just stretching my limbs. Renault casually remarked in response to the odd looks from his companions, which garnered him a few more adoring glances and added 2 more points to his fan value, which he eagerly allocated to strength. After laboring for 3 months, enjoying good food and diligent training, rising early and toiling late, he found it amusing that a simple kick could yield such results. In that moment, Renault nearly lost his composure, realizing that without comparison, one could not appreciate the struggles of the past. No, this is all my own effort. The system is also a part of my strength. Cultivating to enhance power is no different from allocating points. It all relies on my own capabilities. With this understanding, Renault's heart was enlightened and his spirit invigorated. With over 40 individuals navigating in the dark, they arrived at a large house. Renault seized the initiative, forcefully kicking open a door. The occupants within erupted forth, accompanied by individuals from nearby dwellings who were drawn by the commotion. A throng of over 100 encircled them. With a sidelong glance, Luo Jin, the leader of the Dapeng gang, inquired with a dark expression, "What is happening?" Luo Jin, rugged in appearance with fierce eyes and a muscular build, was a rarity among the vagrants. "I am the leader of the Brotherhood of Loyalty," Renault stepped forward. "Now, I have come to incorporate your Dapeng gang. Do you have any objections? You wish to incorporate us?" "Ha." Luo Jin laughed heartily, his followers echoing his derision. "Has this fellow lost his mind? I recognize him. Renault of the Brotherhood of Loyalty. I thought he had perished after not seeing him for several months." but he seems to have survived, albeit a bit more robust. Just because he has gained a little height, he believes himself invincible. How utterly amusing. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, shaking the ground and interrupting the laughter as if it had been abruptly silenced. A collective gasp followed, as everyone stared in disbelief at the ground beneath them. Fixating on the colossal foot that had made its presence known, Renault gently retracted the foot he had just thrust forward, leaving behind a gaping pit half a meter deep and 1 meter wide, its edges radiating out like a spider's web. Luo Jin, I have heard you have also trained. How many of my strikes do you think you could withstand? Renault inquired nonchalantly. With his hands clasped behind him and legs slightly apart, he stood tall like a mountain. His gaze calm and unperturbed, exuding an air of mastery. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo Jin's forehead. I cannot withstand it. Have you entered the realm? I am consolidating the Great Peng Gang. Do you have any objections? Renault responded, sidestepping the question and continuing his discourse. No, I accept. Luo Jin readily conceded defeat. He then proclaimed loudly, I, Luo Jin, the former leader of the Great Peng Gang, hereby dissolve the gang and merge it into the Brotherhood of Loyalty, paying respects to Master Renault. Respect to Master Renault. The surrounding subordinates echoed in unison, bowing in deference as they witnessed their leader's submission. There's no need for such formalities. Now, everyone, follow me to the Carefree Gang, Renault instructed. Yes. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, making their way towards the second largest group of vagrants in the outer city. Moments later, they formed a long line and, under Renault's leadership, marched forward with purpose. Renault had resided in Donglin City for several years, well aware of the locations of various gang strongholds. Thus, he needed no guidance to navigate directly to his destination. Along the way, he observed an increase of 36 fan points, which he promptly allocated. His attributes transformed to strength 10, stamina 10, agility 10, spirit 10, fan points 17. Upon reaching a total of 10 in all 4 attributes, he encountered a minor bottleneck. To elevate his stats from 11 to 20, he required 10 fan points for each increment. As for the decimal points, they vanished entirely, not extinguished, but rather concealed. Any shortfall below 1 was no longer displayed. After considerable deliberation, Renault decided to enhance his stamina by a single point. Buzz. It felt as if a switch had been activated within his body, radiating heat akin to Luffy entering Gear 2nd. Subsequently, his bones trembled and cracked, startling those nearby into retreat. It's nothing. I merely practiced the tiger-leopard thunder sound, Renault remarked nonchalantly. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The term sounded grandiose, and the eyes of his subordinates sparkled with admiration. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall impart this knowledge to you all, Renault promised, eliciting a chorus of cheers and excitement. Chapter 7. Opening a supermarket. Luo Jin, enlighten me about what it means to enter a realm, Renault inquired as they walked. Luo Jin lagged half a step behind, puzzled. Did your master not explain this to you? Less chatter. I wish to hear your perspective. Yes. Sensing Renault's displeasure, Luo Jin spoke earnestly. Entering a realm signifies reaching the pinnacle of human cultivation and subsequently breaking through, achieving a state where one's body becomes as resilient as steel. Impervious to blades and spears, commonly referred to as a transcendent or steel realm. Since there exists a steel realm, are there other realms as well? Indeed. But I am not well versed in them. For a martial artist to reach the steel realm is a monumental challenge. Beyond that, discussions are rare. Are there many who have entered a realm in Donglin City? Renault queried. There are none in the outer city, but numerous in the inner city. For Donglin City is the largest and most prosperous foreign trade center in our great Qian kingdom, attracting many powerful individuals to settle here. You seem quite informed. Have you mingled in the inner city? I was once a disciple of the Mingxin martial arts school in the inner city. Unfortunately, the school was attacked, and my master and senior brothers were killed. I was young enough to evade the disaster, and that was about 7 or 8 years ago. I see. With your skills, securing a job should not pose a challenge. Why then lead a team of vagrants? Luo Jin's gaze softened. Without them, I would have perished from hunger long ago. Now that I possess the means, it is only right to ensure their survival. Well said. I commend your spirit, Renault replied, patting his shoulder. How much of the martial arts taught at your school do you remember? As an orphan taken in by my master, I understood the value of what I received. I diligently studied, and I recall nearly everything my master taught me. Excellent. Teach the others when we return, to lay a solid foundation. Yes, it is my honor, Luo Jin. I have heard that Lin Yi, the leader of the Carefree Gang, is also skilled in martial arts. Are you familiar with him? Lin Yi's origins are shrouded in mystery. Yet his martial prowess rivals my own. We have fought several times, and each encounter has ended in a draw. Each time a draw? Indeed. As there exists no enmity between us, continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction, devoid of any benefit. Understood. As they engaged in casual conversation, the group arrived at the Carefree Gang stronghold. The gate stood wide open, revealing a vast courtyard illuminated by torches, where 50 to 60 vagrants practiced their punches. A youth of around 16 or 17 darted about the area, occasionally offering guidance. This was Lin Yi, whom Renault had encountered before, characterized by his striking features, upright posture, and refined demeanor, truly a dashing young man. What a pity he doesn't take the easy route, Renault mused silently. Noticing the influx of visitors, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Luojin, are you preparing for a fight? My Great Ping Gang has disbanded and merged into the Brotherhood. This is Renault, the leader of the Brotherhood, Luojin introduced. Renault took a few steps forward and said, Lin Yi, I am preparing to unite all the homeless children in Donglan City, ensuring they have food in their bellies, warmth in their clothing, and a place to call home. I now extend an invitation for you to join me. Do you have any objections? Lin Yi scrutinized Renault, noting his short stature and unremarkable appearance, yet his muscles were well-defined, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fierce beast, certainly not an ordinary individual. Moreover, the proud and arrogant Luojin was willing to submit to him, indicating that this man was far from simple. Rather than hastily declining, Lin Yi inquired, in your endeavor to unify the homeless children of Donglan City, do you possess any means of support? Renault cast a glance at the various stone locks beside him. How much do these stone locks weigh? He inquired. The largest weighs 300 pounds, rendering it unusable for anyone, while the smallest is 10 pounds. Although uncertain of Renault's intentions, Lin Yi nonetheless provided his response. With a swift kick, Renault sent a 300-pound stone lock soaring 6 meters into the air. In an instant, he leaped into the sky and executed a sweeping kick. Boom! The stone lock shattered mid-air, raining fragments down. As he lightly touched the ground, Renault mused that while some had missed his earlier display of prowess, surely everyone had witnessed the spectacle of the exploding stones. The scene fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into cheers and exclamations of admiration. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. It seems you have entered the realm. Why engage in such trivial matters? Oh, do you consider unifying the vagabonds a trivial pursuit? Renault suppressed his urge to observe his rising popularity and replied, with your abilities, any faction would treat you as an esteemed guest, granting you all the luxuries. Why then do you choose to linger among the vagabonds? And what of you, Lin Yi? Why do you train them? As far as I know, you do not engage in deceitful practices. Begging and scavenging do not necessitate martial training. Mastering martial arts is no simple feat. It requires substantial sustenance. Thus, I have limited the number of trainees. My actions are indeed driven by a purpose. What purpose? Lin Yi paused for a moment, then responded, I am the scion of a martial arts family, now shattered and bereaved. I seek vengeance. Do you really believe you can achieve your aims through them? Every beginning is fraught with difficulties. Spare me the platitudes. I shall assist you. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will impart extraordinary skills. Lin Yi's demeanor shifted, astonished. Is that true? I am not one of those stubborn traditionalists who hoard knowledge. To my brothers and sisters, I shall offer all that I possess. Of course, whether you learn or not depends entirely on your own capabilities. As Rainer's voice resonated, Lin Yi bowed respectfully, addressing him as the leader of the Rainer gang. The members of the Carefree Gang followed suit, mimicking his gesture of respect. Haha, splendid. From now on, you shall follow me. Our next target is the Brotherhood of Loyalty, Rainer proclaimed with a hearty laugh. The term loyalty is quite commonplace, with numerous affiliations such as the Brotherhood of Loyalty, the Alliance of Loyalty, and the Pavilion of Loyalty, among others. In any case, no one seems to take issue with names being duplicated. For instance, there are at least 3 organizations named the Brotherhood of Loyalty, not including those within the inner city. Typically, when introducing such groups, one must specify the name of the district, as in, the Brotherhood of Loyalty from this particular district. Reynolds felt somewhat displeased and after a moment's contemplation remarked, from today onward, our guild shall be renamed. The previous name was too commonplace, not befitting our aspirations, or rather, it lacked the requisite prestige. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Heavenly Society, Heavenly Society, Heavenly Society, Heavenly Society. A chorus of excitement erupted. and the younger members raised their arms in enthusiastic agreement. Such a grand name was indeed unparalleled, making it unique in Donglan City. Lin Yi interjected, "Leader, is this name not a bit too ostentatious?" "Not at all. That is precisely the point," Reynolds replied, dismissing any further debate on the matter. Lin Yi then inquired, "Does the leader intend to first unify the teams of vagrants in the outer city?" "Precisely. Is there a problem with that?" Reynolds responded, "Does the leader have a plan for their sustenance?" Lin Yi asked, "I intend to open a supermarket." "What is a supermarket?" "A basic market, abbreviated as supermarket. Typically, individuals must visit various locations to purchase seafood, meat, stationery, and daily necessities. This can be rather chaotic and time-consuming. A supermarket consolidates all these items into one location, allowing one to procure everything in a single visit, significantly saving time." Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. "This idea holds great potential, but how will we procure the goods?" "We will negotiate with suppliers one by one. As you mentioned, the initial stages are always challenging. Once we establish a reputation, merchants will naturally seek us out." "I have a question," Ho Chung interjected. "What basis do suppliers have for providing us with goods?" "Typically, business is conducted with familiar partners, without capital. How can we persuade them? Shall we request credit?" "You have misunderstood my intention," Reynolds clarified. "When I speak of procurement, I do not mean to buy low and sell high for our own operation. Rather, we are providing a platform for others to list their products for sale in our establishment, from which we will take a percentage of the profits." "But why would they choose to sell their goods through us?" Ho Ching pressed on. "Because it offers convenience and speed. There is no need for a storefront or additional manpower, thus saving significantly on labor and rental costs. This is particularly advantageous for private workshops, as it alleviates various expenditures. The prerequisite is that we must establish a strong reputation and build trust before entering into safety agreements, among other considerations." Reno meticulously articulated the regulations of several supermarkets, and the audience nodded in agreement. Lin Yi remarked, "What a brilliant idea, though it seems easily replicable." "Indeed, I am aware of that. Hence, we must secure a prime location, the larger the better. As the saying goes, a step ahead is a step ahead, making it difficult for later entrants to surpass us," replied Reno. Luo Jin interjected, "Having discussed so much, shouldn't we first find a venue?" "Yes, and we are short on funds," Ho Cheng added. "After years of experience, do you have any recommendations?" Reno inquired. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then responded, "In the inner city, to the south, lies an abandoned vegetable market. It was deserted 20 years ago due to urban expansion, and currently, it is under the control of a gang, serving as the headquarters for rickshaws. If we were to seize that location, it would undoubtedly be advantageous." "What gang?" Dezue asked. "The Morning Glow Society," Lin Yi replied. Luo Jin gasped. "Have you lost your mind? Targeting the Morning Glow Society? They are a subsidiary of the Qinglong Gang, a legitimate gang that operates on a different level than us drifters." "And the Qinglong Gang, who are they?" Reno queried. "They used to be a small group living outside the city, but upon attempting to enter the city, they were continually repelled by other teams. The Qinglong Gang is one of the 3 major gangs in Donglan City, reigning as the underground king, primarily engaged in rickshaw operations, dock labor, and transportation," Luo Jin explained. "Are they powerful?" Reno asked. "Their numbers exceed 10,000, and their leader has been in the area for 2 or 3 decades. They openly possess at least 3 formidable Steel Realm warriors," Luo Jin elaborated. "I see. I have underestimated these gangs. Let us proceed with the original plan for the first step," Reno decided. "First step? In the western part of the outer city, there exists a notorious gang, the largest in the outer city. We should eliminate them to garner funds." "Boss, you intend to annihilate the Brotherhood?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Boss, do you not realize that the Brotherhood is a subordinate organization of the Bliss Gang? And the Bliss Gang, who are they?" "Similarly, they are one of the 3 major gangs in the inner city," Luo Jin exclaimed, feeling exasperated by the apparent lack of knowledge as they sought confrontation. "All right. Since you mentioned 2, let us discuss the last one. The 3 major gangs in the inner city are the Qinglong Gang, the Bliss Gang, and the Flying Tiger Gang, each possessing formidable strength and operating beyond the law, instilling fear in all." After hearing Luo Jin's account, Reno furrowed his brow and pondered before stating, "Which of them is the weakest?" "In terms of weakness, it should be the Bliss Gang. Currently, it is known that only their leader is a Steel Realm warrior, while the Flying Tiger Gang is the strongest, boasting at least 5 Steel Realm warriors. Only 1 Steel Realm warrior has not been eliminated?" Because the leader of the Bliss gang is exceptionally powerful, having reached the Steel Realm 50 years ago, they are likely at their peak. In terms of strength, they rank among the top 5 in Donglan City. I have made my decision. We shall eliminate the Brotherhood. It is imperative to disrupt the existing order. And the Bliss gang shall be our first target. Lenny suggested, why not issue a challenge, allowing our leader to duel with the Bliss gang's leader to gauge their strength? If one is to act with trepidation, how can they achieve great things? Without the courage to forge ahead, how can one cultivate the ambition to dominate the world? There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up, Reno asserted. In truth, he contemplated the notion of the Conqueror's Haki, believing that only with extraordinary ambition, unwavering conviction, and a fearless disposition could one awaken such power. To take down a mere Brotherhood, while proceeding with caution, would evidently hinder the cultivation of such ambition. He was uncertain if he possessed the potential for Conqueror's Haki, but he was determined to strive in that direction. Very well, Luo Jin exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Reno's confidence. As long as our boss can defeat the leader of the Bliss gang, we can take their place. Let us set forth and unify all the drifter teams in the outer city. At Reno's command, a long procession of 200 individuals marched majestically through the streets. As they traversed, Reno glanced at his fan value. 62. Quite commendable. He had nearly converted half. In the subsequent days, Reno ostentatiously showcased his prowess, captivating various teams. These teams varied in size, some comprising dozens, while others were merely a handful, averaging around 20 members each. After 3 days of effort, Reno unified the street urchins of the outer city, amassing over 1,000 followers, with a fan value exceeding 300. On the 4th day, after breakfast, Reno led this throng of spectators towards the western outskirts. Given the youth and frailty of the street children, it was unreasonable to expect them to engage in fierce combat. Their role was merely to cheer from the sidelines. The Brotherhood's outpost was originally a large carriage depot, now usurped and transformed into their headquarters. They seemed to have caught wind of Reno's approach, gathering in anticipation at their doorstep, numbering at least 2,000, each towering and armed with blades and firearms. This time, Reno was prepared to take lives, with no intention of subjugation. The Brotherhood was notorious for their heinous deeds, coercing individuals into prostitution, human trafficking, oppressing the innocent, running gambling dens, and extorting exorbitant interest rates. Their actions had shattered countless families, leading to ruin and despair. To confront such a gang, Reno felt no moral qualms. The leader of this faction was none other than the Brotherhood's chief, the evil wolf Chen Lu. As the street children observed the unfolding scene, trepidation gripped their hearts. They dared not advance, choosing instead to watch from a distance. In a normal world, such an encounter would be futile, but this was an extraordinary realm where one could indeed face thousands in battle. The true essence of combat lay not merely in commanding troops, but in the capacity for an individual to stand against a multitude. Thus, the crux of this impending conflict rested upon the leader. Chen Lu, towering at least 9 meters, emanated an intimidating presence. As he beheld Reno approaching alone, his expression turned grave. Reno, I have heard tales of your extraordinary abilities. Why must you oppose the Brotherhood when you could choose other paths? Do you not realize that we are subordinates of the blissful sect? Today, I shall either slay you or meet my own demise at your hands. Reno replied with indifference. Surveying his attributes, strength, 20, constitution, 20, agility, 20, spirit, 20, fan value, 54. Reno exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Should he triumph in this confrontation, he would likely ascend beyond the 3rd stage, specifically reaching 2130. This stage demands a mere 100 points of fan value per attribute, with a maximum threshold of 4,000 points. A formidable journey lies ahead, necessitating that he broadens his recognition. With a population of 5 million in the city, and the outer city accounting for 1/5 of that number. Even if he could garner just 1% of the populace as his fans, his prowess would undoubtedly soar. The deliberate release of information was crafted to attract a larger audience to witness his prowess in vanquishing rivals. Indeed, the area outside the carriage shop was already thronged with people, layered 3 deep, with spectators filling both the upper and lower levels. Following this righteous battle against evil, he would surely attain fame and accumulate a substantial fan base. As Reno drew nearer, Chen Lu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Brandishing a handgun at Reno, the previous day, a group of vagrant informants, who served their Brotherhood, had relayed to him that Reno had transcended to the extraordinary. Shrouded in enigma, and was supported by an even more mysterious master. Their next target was his Brotherhood. Aware of this intelligence, he acted swiftly. After confirming the details with others, he promptly reported it to the Bliss gang. Outsiders may remain oblivious, but he was acutely aware that the Bliss gang was not solely reliant on their leader to reach the Steel Realm. At least 3 individuals had achieved such a status. Renault, I have informed the leader, who will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid demise, I suggest you withdraw or join our Bliss gang, where you shall attain a high position, Chen declared. Chapter 9, Negotiation Engage. As Renault continued to approach unperturbed, Chen made a decisive choice and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, bullets whizzing through the atmosphere. Reynolds' figure flickered as he evaded most of the bullets, materializing before Chen and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his heart. With his strength, a direct hit would surely shatter the heart and claim a life. As for the bullets that struck him, while they caused some discomfort, they were insufficient to breach his defenses. Chen had reached the pinnacle of mortal form but had yet to transcend. With attributes below 10 points, he was unable to withstand such a formidable blow. However, at that very moment, a figure glided in from the side like a wraith, thrusting a sword toward Reynolds' temple. Renault was taken aback, his head instinctively tilting back to evade the attack as he retreated 2 steps. His opponent, relentless, surged forward with a flurry of strikes, each aimed at a vital point. Lord Shangwan, you have arrived. Please take his life, Chen exclaimed with delight. He had just traversed the brink of death, and his complexion still bore traces of pallor. Renault deftly evaded several attacks, engaging in combat with the martial arts he had learned at the naval base. After exchanging a few blows, he seized the opportunity to create some distance and discern the identity of his opponent, an elderly man with a mane of white hair, clad in a long robe, wielding a sharp sword, his gaze as piercing as the blade itself. Young man, it seems you possess some skill. You now face 2 choices: join the blissful sect as a hall master, or perish at my hands this very moment. You are the leader of the blissful sect? I am Gu Qing, the right protector of the blissful sect. My counterpart on the left has long been in seclusion, seldom making appearances. Consequently, few in the outside world are aware of our existence, emboldening even the most foolish of clowns to oppose our sect. Renault pondered the hidden strength of the blissful sect, quietly assessing his adversary's attributes. The elder's speed was slightly slower than his own, yet his strength surpassed it. The state of his physique and mental fortitude remained unknown. It appeared he had underestimated the Steel Realm. Initially believing the attributes to range between 10 to 20 points, he now suspected the upper limit might reach 30 points. Why have you fallen silent, young man? Chen inquired loudly. Renault, indifferent to Chen turned his gaze towards Shangwan Qing. Are you also in the Steel Realm, senior? I am in the late stage of the Steel Realm. It would be effortless for me to slay you, who is merely at the mid-stage. Shangwan Qing replied. You cannot kill me today. If I truly wish to flee, you would be unable to catch me. If I cannot kill you, then I shall eliminate them all. Shangwan Qing declared, pointing his sword towards the group of beggars in the distance. Renault gazed towards a group of police officers on the periphery. Officers. You must have witnessed this. In broad daylight, this old man attempted to harm a child. Will you not intervene? A dozen officers, armed with rifles and pistols, responded to his plea. One remarked, in these tumultuous times, the law permits extraordinary measures. The world remains unsettled, and the gangsters' mutual slaughter is beyond our jurisdiction. Another added, indeed, unless the innocent are indiscriminately slain, involving the common populace. Implicitly, they categorized these beggars as part of the gang. We, the common folk, are oppressed by the gangs. Yet we see no action from you. A fearless spectator shouted. Yes, they are in cahoots, a den of thieves and rogues. To expect justice from them is akin to anticipating divine intervention. In this world, black can turn white, and white can become black. The lines between good and evil are indistinct. Last time, the Brotherhood abducted my daughter, and the police astonishingly advised me to let it go. Where is the justice in that? My poor daughter is merely 13, lost to who knows where. Woe is me, who is unaware that the Brotherhood operates casinos and brothels. Your daughter's fate is dire. Once, their shenanigans led to the ruin of the Lee family. Just the other day, they publicly executed a child for the theft of a bond. How ghastly. The atmosphere quickly transformed into a cacophony of accusations as the crowd, emboldened by their numbers, vented their long-suppressed grievances. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air, silencing the uproar. Enough. If you have grievances, take them to court. Keep babbling, and I shall sweep you away. The leader barked. Who doesn't know that the courts collude with the gangs for illicit gains? The fearless spectator continued to shout. Who dares to step forward? The police chief thundered, simultaneously regretting his decision to step into the fray. Typically, he would keep his distance during gang confrontations, waiting until the dust settled to intervene. His curiosity about the extraordinary battle between the superhumans had drawn him into the fray, and now he felt the heat of the flames. Enough, interrupted Shang Wanqing, halting the hostile exchange between the police and the citizens. Renault, have you made your decision? I stand against evil with unwavering resolve. The extreme Bliss gang has wrought havoc, inciting public ire. To conspire with them is as unlikely as the sun rising from the west, Renault declared with conviction. Well said. We support you, young man. Eliminate this old man. Annihilate the Brotherhood. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Renault's popularity visibly surged, swiftly surpassing 100 points. Renault swiftly focused on Agile. Agile surged to 21 points, a warm current coursing through him, instilling a sensation of lightness akin to that of a swan in flight. Old man, it's the second round. Shang Wanqing replied with a chilling smile. I hope you won T-Flee. The two collided in an instant, engaging in a fierce confrontation, where the brilliance of swords and the shadows of fists echoed with resounding strikes, exchanging hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye. Renault covertly insulted, lacking in dominance. Indeed suffered losses against weapons. Fortunately, the opponent's speed had already failed to keep pace with him, making defeat a challenging endeavor. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, both sides retreated with a single clash, creating distance between them. Young man, it seems I have underestimated you. You too have entered the latter stages. Shang Wanqing was shaken. Such strength at this age was truly astonishing. I have warned you that you cannot kill me. If you do, the ordinary members of the world will suffer. And do not blame me for unleashing a massacre upon the blissful gang when I enter the city, Renault declared. Under normal circumstances, factions adhered to conventions, refraining from overpowering the ordinary. Otherwise, such precedents would only lead to mutual destruction. Young man, you attack the industries of my blissful gang without reason and expect us to concede? Shang Wanqing retorted. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Once my power has reached a certain level, I am entitled to corresponding status, and I have set my sights on the Brotherhood's industries. Impossible, Chen Lu interjected. On what grounds do you claim them? On the grounds that I am extraordinary. Renault replied confidently. Lord Shangwan, please advocate for me. Shang Wanqing's gaze flickered as he asked. Renault, I have heard you have a master. Indeed, my master will return in a few days. And then it will be but a mere gesture to annihilate your blissful gang. Renault boasted with an air of arrogance. What is your master's name? My master has long since retired from the world, indifferent to worldly matters. In earlier years, however, he did have a nickname, Iron Fist. Iron Fist? Shang Wanqing frowned. A name he had never heard before, indicating a figure of great antiquity. If your master is so formidable, why would he be interested in such a trivial gang industry? It seems rather beneath his stature. My master certainly looks down upon it. This is my intention. Surely, I cannot be reduced to begging in my current position? Very well. Since that is the case, the Brotherhood's industries shall be your welcome gift. From this day forth, our two gangs shall form an alliance, advancing and retreating together. Nonsense. My heavenly society was founded on principles of justice. How could we conspire with your filthy factions? Renault replied without hesitation, showing no mercy. His words indeed drew applause from the onlookers, causing his popularity to surge. Shang Wanqing's face turned ashen. Was Renault lacking in emotional intelligence, or was he being deliberately provocative? This was utterly humiliating. He spoke in a low voice. Is it your intention to oppose my blissful gang to the end? It is my intention that your blissful gang withdraw from the outer city, henceforth maintaining a distance, as I have indicated, Renault stated. Currently lacking in strength, he needed to develop cautiously, realizing he must take a step back. Renault pondered, once my strength increases, I will sweep through all the gangs in Donglan City. Chapter 10. Preparation for transmission. Very well, it is settled. This insignificant industry shall be gifted to your heavenly society. Chen Lu, bring your men and follow me into the city, Shang Wanqing decisively declared. But enough. There are no buts. Yes. Chen Lu reluctantly agreed. Monkey, take your men to seize the industry. Do not let them siphon anything away. Aside from daily necessities, not a single coin should be allowed to leave, Renault commanded. Understood. Boss. Ho Cheng's excitement was palpable as he led his men into the Brotherhood's headquarters. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, Dezue, Luo Jin, and Xiaoyan each led their own teams to take over peripheral industries, such as brothels, gambling houses, dance halls, smokehouses, and tea houses. As the audience dispersed, the Heavenly Society and the Brotherhood began their handover, exchanging fierce glances. Renault, should your esteemed master return, please visit the blissful gang as our honored guest. We shall welcome you with open arms, Shang Wanqing offered. I shall convey the message. Whether we go or not shall be decided by my master, Renault replied nonchalantly. Shang Wanqing clasped his hands in salute. Farewell. With that, he turned and strode away, his garments billowing, exuding the demeanor of a master. Renault watched as Shang Wanqing departed, contemplating how to increase his fan value. Indeed, the fan value of adults proved to be quite challenging. Glancing at the meager 54 points, he sighed inwardly. With at least a few thousand viewers, how could it be so low? It seems the focus should shift to the younger audience. On the 10th day, within the inner city of Donglin, at the headquarters of the Gile Gang, a resplendent hall was filled with high-ranking members of the gang engaged in animated discussions, their goblets clinking together. Lu Zhixiong, the leader of the Gile Gang, sat regally at the head of the table. His imposing figure resembled a mountain. Robust and powerful like a bear, though over 80 years old, he appeared as vigorous as a man in his 40s. His tiger-like eyes and lion-like nose exuding an intimidating aura. To his left sat Hu Jiaying, the left protector, around 30 years of age, with cunning eyes and a long, narrow face, emanating an air of seductive mischief. To his right, Shang Wanqing, the right protector, stroked his beard and sipped wine, embodying the demeanor of a wise elder. Below them, various hall masters and managers flanked the sides. Mao Chen, as the master of the information hall, have you uncovered anything about Renault? Lu Zhixiong's voice resonated like a thunderous bell. Although he spoke softly, the sound reverberated throughout the hall. Mao Chen replied, this individual is far from ordinary. Born an orphan, he wandered for many years, settling in Donglin City 5 years ago as a beggar. Just 3 months prior, he was still an inconspicuous street urchin, having engaged in numerous brawls without revealing any special talents. However, he suddenly vanished 3 months ago, reappearing as an extraordinary figure, having reached the late steel realm. Therefore, my subordinates believe he must have a mysterious master. Quite right, Shang Wanqing remarked. It took me decades of rigorous practice to attain this level. Yet Renault achieved it in mere 3 months. Without extraordinary means, it is simply impossible. Hu Jiaying added, it defies logic. Wu Zhenbang, the leader of the giant whale gang, was once hailed as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, reaching the pinnacle of humanity at the age of 10 and breaking through at 11, which is rare. However, even with heavenly-level techniques, to leap from an ordinary beggar to the late steel realm in 3 months is bewildering. Yet, not entirely impossible, Lu Zhixiong mused. In our great Qin nation, we enter realms through gradual progression, using breakthrough pills to surpass boundaries. However, in foreign lands, it is said that ordinary mortals can drink so-called magical potions and instantly become extraordinary. Are you suggesting that this Renault has inherited foreign extraordinary techniques? Hu Jiaying inquired. Most likely, Lu Zhixiong concluded. If that is the case, his mysterious master must be a foreigner. Speaking of this, Shang Wanqing recalled, when I fought Renault, I did not sense his true energy. Initially, I thought he followed the path of physical refinement, but now it appears more akin to foreign techniques, as it is well known that they do not cultivate true energy. That makes sense, Lu Zhixiong nodded. Regardless, Mao Chen, keep a close watch on the situation and investigate who Renault's master is and what level they are at. Remember to gather information discreetly without alarming them. Yes, gang leader. I will exercise caution regarding this matter. I would prefer to remain uninformed than act rashly. Excellent. What has Renault been up to these past few days? Has he made any attempts to expand? Lu Zhixiong continued his inquiries. Not at all. Since taking over the Brotherhood's assets, he is focused on doing good deeds. Doing good deeds? Shang Wanqing expressed confusion. He first waived all protection fees for businesses, which caused panic, compelling him to symbolically charge a mere 10% of the previous fees. He then established a relief station, distributing food daily to assist the homeless, and even created a school, hiring several teachers to educate the street children. It seems he intends to care for over 1,000 homeless children, and many more have come from the inner city to join the Brotherhood. There are now over 2,000 homeless individuals, Mao Chen reported, his expression revealing a hint of disbelief. The room fell silent. Mao Chen continued, he has also implemented numerous reforms. Oh, what kind of reforms? Lu Zhixiong asked, intrigued. The brothel has been transformed into a bar, the madams into waitresses, with clients now chosen by the waitresses themselves. The gambling den has ceased its usury practices, and the smokehouse has banned marijuana, allowing only cigarettes. The tea house has turned into a restaurant, and they are currently constructing a large shed, although I am uncertain of its purpose. A bar. A novel industry seemingly exclusive to foreign lands. This confirms that Renault has indeed inherited foreign martial arts, Hu Jiang commented. What a naive young lad, Lu Zhixiong chuckled lightly. He is merely playing house like a child. As long as he doesn't bring us trouble, we need not concern ourselves. If kindness can take root. Those who unite the world are indeed sages, Shang Wanqing remarked. This young boy will inevitably come to regret it. With his master supporting him, he can indulge freely. Lu Zhixiong changed the subject. Now, let us discuss the recent price increase of divine powder by the Figard Empire and how we should respond. I invite everyone to share their thoughts. Meanwhile, at the former Brotherhood headquarters, Renault gazed at his attributes with great delight. Strength, 30 physique, 30 agility, 30 spirit, 30 fan value, 3250. I have certainly not squandered the vast majority of my wealth for nothing, performing so many good deeds. An increase in attributes at the 3140 stage requires a staggering 1,000 fan values, and the maximum value is 40,000. Truly a daunting figure. Renault was troubled. In recent days, he had been ostentatiously showcasing his good deeds, exhausting the wealth amassed by the Brotherhood. Yet, despite his efforts, the fan value had scarcely reached 10,000. A rather disheartening predicament. The thought of gradually accumulating to 100,000 or even a million nearly made him nauseous. Unless he could attain the status of a global superstar, relying solely on incremental fan value would not suffice to rapidly enhance his strength. It became clear that relentless training was imperative. Nevertheless, he had at least saved considerable time during the initial phase. At once, he elevated his power, physique, and agility to 31, resulting in a significant surge in strength. With a flurry of thoughts, he proceeded to the Grand Hall. There, over 100 high-ranking members awaited his arrival. Leader, Chief, Big Brother. Various titles poured forth as Renault acknowledged them with a simple hum. I have summoned you to inform you that my master has returned and will take me to continue my seclusion for training. I may be absent for a while. You must hold your ground. Do not expand, but also do not allow yourselves to be bullied. I have imparted the basics of combat to you. Practice diligently. Once your strength is sufficient, I shall teach you more advanced techniques. Chapter 11, Elite Training Camp. In a daze, Renault found himself back in the world of One Piece. Within his dormitory, he dressed quickly and ventured out, first heading to the cafeteria for a hearty meal to satisfy his cravings from the past few days, ensuring he didn't become overly famished. Subsequently, he made his way directly to the swordsmanship training hall to partake in the final assignment battle. The time in both worlds aligned, as it was noon in the main world, it was also noon in the One Piece realm. According to their 10-day agreement, challenges could be made before 8 o'clock in the evening. Renault approached the swordsmanship hall at a leisurely pace, unhurried. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and tumultuous, filled with boisterous voices and resounding shouts. Apart from the new recruits, numerous seasoned veterans had gathered during their midday break to observe, offering incessant commentary and guidance. Renault roughly estimated that there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 people, all densely packed together. Excellent. It was indeed the moment to flaunt. Renault mused as he steadily approached the arena, simultaneously observing the battles on stage and comparing strengths. Just a few days ago, he had been dazzled by the spectacle. Now, however, he could discern things more clearly. The officers were unchallenged, while the lieutenant officers were likely at the 3,140 level. By reverse calculation, he deduced the personal strengths within the world of One Piece. At 91,100 points, one would surely belong to the elite few at the pinnacle, categorized as Emperor level and Admiral level. At 8,190 points, one would be at the Vice Emperor level, Potential Admiral level, Calamity level, and 7 Warlords level. At 7,180 points, one would rank among the elite Marine Generals. And at the 4 Emperor's Cadre level, at 6,170 points, one would be a Standard Marine General, equivalent to the level of New World pirates. At 5,160 points, one would be a Marine Rear Admiral, equating to over 100 million in pirate strength. At 4,150 points, one would be a Marine Officer, ranging between 50 million to 100 million in pirate strength. At 3,140 points, one would be a Marine Lieutenant, surpassing 10 million in pirate strength. At 2,130 points, one would be a Marine non-commissioned officer, equivalent to several million in pirate strength. At 1,120 points, one would be a Marine elite soldier, comparable to a pirate henchman. At 110 points, one would be a Marine recruit, akin to a pirate lackey. This should be the general hierarchy. So I suppose I am merely at the threshold of the lieutenant level? Renault furrowed his brow in quiet discontent, questioning his own perceived weakness. Yet, he realized that attributes do not encompass everything. The power of the fruit and one's performance in the moment can wield significant influence. He then approached the warrant officer's arena, surmising that the officer, while superior, could not be much stronger than himself. Furthermore, this warrant officer exhibited a certain arrogance, remaining on the stage despite 3 consecutive battles. Thus, Renault felt no remorse in seizing the opportunity. Renault leaped onto the stage, much to the delight of the onlookers who erupted in excitement. "Oh, look! A little sprout has emerged." One exclaimed. "What is this little sprout thinking? Is it feeling bold? I wager he won't withstand 3 moves." Another chimed in. "Nonsense. Howard is the strongest among the lieutenants. I bet the little sprout won't endure even a single strike. Isn't that Renault? Has he lost his mind?" Below, Renault's friend Jones gazed on in astonishment. After hiding for 10 days, he finally shows up. Where does this mysterious confidence come from? Someone beside him remarked. On the stage, Howard crossed his arms, addressing the newcomer. "New recruit, do you wish to visit the hospital?" "Not at all," came the reply. "Then get off the stage." Renault refrained from idle chatter. With a swift motion, he launched a powerful punch towards Howard's face. Howard hastily retreated, attempting to block the blow. Yet, with each passing moment, his defensive posture faltered, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Renault, in a commanding display, unleashed a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest. The 2 competitors engaged in a fierce exchange, one defending while the other launched relentless attacks, creating a cacophony of sound. The audience fell into a hushed silence, eyes wide with astonishment. Such a scenario, where one contender swiftly gains the upper hand over the defender, is exceedingly rare and undeniably spectacular. Howard, retreating around the ring, felt a surge of frustration. Caught off guard, he found himself under pressure, unable to counter as his opponent matched his speed. Bang! At last, he managed to create some distance. Rubbing his chest where he had been struck, Howard remarked, "Newcomer, you are quite formidable. But you are still a century away from defeating me. Is that so? Then let the second round commence." Renault sprang forward, resuming his assault. The clash between the 2 intensified, with neither gaining a clear advantage. Below, Instructor Balk observed in astonishment. Renault, who had previously adhered to conventional methods without notable distinction, exhibited remarkable prowess today, leaving all in awe. Ding! The bell rang, and the referee announced, "Time's up, proceed." "Ha! Thank you for your guidance, senior," Renault replied with a grin. From this day forth, he was elevated to the rank of officer, albeit the lowest tier. "You have earned this," Howard conceded, speechless. For his opponent's ability to hold his ground warranted the rank of warrant officer. After descending from the ring, Jones approached, incredulous. "Renault, have you taken something?" "Indeed. What sort of substance would that be?" "Pray tell." Another friend, Tyron, chimed in. "You cannot possibly be concealing your true strength," the final friend, Nelson, assessed. "You were utterly exhausted during the weighted runs. It cannot be an act." "True. There was a time I even fainted from fatigue. And just 2 months ago, I suffered from heat stroke due to my poor constitution. Last month, during the sparring match, I was knocked down and left lying on the ground." The trio eagerly recounted Renault's misadventures, striving to substantiate their claim that he had not been hiding his true capabilities. "Enough!" exclaimed Renault. Just as he was about to say something, Instructor Bark approached. After scrutinizing Renault, Bark remarked, "Your aura has changed. Have you truly achieved such progress in just 10 days? As an instructor, Bark had long awakened the observation Haki, allowing him to sense the general strength of others. "Indeed, I seem to have awakened some latent bloodline," Renault replied. "Ah, I understand," Bark acknowledged. In this world, with its myriad races, it was not uncommon for individuals to awaken unique bloodlines upon reaching adulthood. "What sort of bloodline is it?" he inquired. "I'm not entirely certain. I can only feel an overall enhancement in strength, speed, physique, and mental acuity," Renault responded. "Remarkable," Bark said in astonishment. "At this rate, you might be able to catch up with this year's elite training camp at the Navy headquarters." "Elite training camp?" Renault feigned ignorance. "Indeed, it is an annual program for elite training. Graduates are guaranteed a minimum rank of lieutenant, with former Admiral Zephyr serving as the instructor. Participants can learn the 6 styles of the Navy and the secret techniques of Haki," Bark elaborated. "How does one gain admission?" Renault inquired eagerly. "It operates on a recommendation system. Candidates must be exceptional members of the Navy and under 26, as the peak of human physiological development is theorized to occur at 25. While one can still improve after this age, the rate of advancement slows considerably. Conversely, individuals who are too young may risk injury that impedes their growth. Thus, the optimal training period is considered to be between the ages of 12 and 25. Can I receive a recommendation? Renault asked hurriedly. The thought of studying under Admiral Zephyr and attaining unparalleled power was too enticing to overlook. Bark continued. Our Navy comprises not only the headquarters, but also 15 major bases, designated from G1 to G15, which govern the Grand Line. Additionally, there is a base for each admiral located in the 4 seas, each overseeing hundreds of numbered branches, amounting to over 1,000 bases in total. However, only the major and admiral bases possess recommendation slots, totaling 19 bases with 5 slots each, theoretically allowing 95 individuals to enter the elite training camp each year, though in practice, the number is less than half. Why is that? Jones interjected. That seems like a significant discrepancy. Because we seek the Sea Army de la Sea Army, the prodigies among prodigies, Bark stated. What qualifies as a prodigy? Jones pressed on. Exceptional fruit abilities, rapid training speeds, and physical prowess far exceeding the norm are all criteria for recommendations. If there are too many candidates, a competition will be held. I see. Do you happen to know how many candidates have been recommended thus far? Renault asked. Currently, there are 3. As for you, I will submit a request shortly to outline your situation. We shall see if it is approved. You will receive news by tomorrow. Thank you, instructor. You are my pupil. Your admission into the elite class reflects well on me as well. Strive diligently, and if you have the capacity, aim for even higher ranks. This is a unique opportunity for promotion that does not consider military achievements. Once missed, it will not come again. Indeed, that is my intention as well. Renault nodded and approached the lieutenant's arena. He had estimated the strength of the warrant officer, gauging it to be around 32 or 33 in terms of physical prowess. Agility comparable to his own, while the mental acuity remained uncertain. From this, he deduced that others' attributes varied from his own. They did not improve uniformly, but rather experienced individual breakthroughs that subsequently enhanced other qualities. In a life-and-death struggle, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet in the context of a competitive bout, where he only needed to endure for 10 minutes, the feasibility of success remained quite high. The lieutenant, sporting a bushy beard and appearing to be in his 30s, wore a kind expression and smiled as he inquired, "You are Renault, correct?" "Quite impressive. Thank you. I look forward to your guidance," Renault replied. "I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Be cautious." With that, the two clashed instantly, engaging in a fierce exchange, as the arena reverberated with the sounds of powerful strikes and the rush of wind. Renault found himself in a precarious position, gritting his teeth and pushing his fundamental combat skills to their utmost limits. The Navy's foundational martial arts should not be underestimated. They have been honed over 8 centuries, shaped by generations of sagacious minds, culminating in the comprehensive combat techniques we see today, which encompass both physical training and lethal combat. In the realm of martial arts, they are undoubtedly of divine prowess, rivaling legendary techniques such as the 18 dragon subduing palms and the 6 yang palms of Tian Shan. The derivative Navy 6 forms are of profound mastery, their acquisition reliant solely on innate talent. Even some officers of the rank of captain may only master a few of these forms. Lieutenant Big Beard did not employ the Navy 6 forms, but instead relied on sheer physicality to overpower Renault, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. When it comes to the intricacies of martial arts, the lieutenant, at just over 30, was undoubtedly superior. Within 2 minutes, Renault was struck in the abdomen and sent flying several meters, nearly toppling off the arena. "Renault, concede," the lieutenant urged. "I merely took a single punch." "It is but a trivial matter," Renault replied, rubbing his abdomen. "May I inquire your name, esteemed senior?" "Carter." "May I ask your age and if you are married?" Realizing Renault was lingering at a distance, seemingly attempting to stall for time, Carter responded with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, you've seen through me." Renault, unperturbed, merely smiled. Carter's eyes twitched slightly. "I shall not allow you to bypass this easily." Once more, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. Renault had no thoughts of retreating or evading. He intended to endure for a full 10 minutes with the most resolute demeanor, leaving no room for dissent. With a stroke of fortune, he might even garner a few admirers. However, such aspirations seemed rather fanciful, for despite the intense confrontation with Howard that had just transpired, his fan base had not increased. It was unlikely to change this time around. The Navy, seasoned and discerning, recognized that unless he ascended to the royal tier, garnering followers purely through prowess would prove exceedingly arduous. 5 minutes later, Renault's hands began to tingle. After 8 minutes, his body was marred, having endured over 30 punches and 20 kicks, leaving him a patchwork of bruises. Renault, I shall not hold back any longer. Will you not concede? Carter's gaze was piercing. Is Elder Carter truly going to be serious? I am quite eager to see, Renault replied, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. As you wish. Let us proceed. Whoosh. Carter's form was like lightning, appearing instantaneously before Renault. Renault was taken aback, for it was the Navy's sixth style. He hurriedly defended himself, treading carefully, as he could only manage to discern the movements due to the advantage of resting while waiting. After the recent skirmish, he had gauged Carter's attributes. Carter possessed a physical strength approximately 20% superior to his own, while their speeds were comparable, which explained the prolonged engagement. However, now that Carter had resorted to the Soru technique, the situation had become increasingly dire. Renault gritted his teeth, repeatedly knocked down, yet resolutely rising again. Just 2 more minutes. His indomitable spirit temporarily dulled the agony he felt. Ding. At last, the bell rang. Time's up. You've passed, declared the referee. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Senior Carter. Renault swayed precariously. Carter sighed. You reckless young man. It's merely a first-level challenge. Yet, this level demands a significant amount of military merit. I endure a few injuries to save considerable time. Why not take advantage of it? Indeed, Carter nodded in agreement. At 35, I had only attained this rank. Truly. The youth are formidable. You flatter me. As Renault stepped down, he was immediately supported by his friends, including Jones, as they made their way to the medical room, leaving the audience to murmur in admiration and awe. The following day, Renault's injuries had largely healed, and he arrived at the playground, awaiting his allocation and commendation. The instructor stood upon a raised platform, perusing a notebook while engaging in hushed discourse with the adjutant beside him. Below, over 1,000 individuals gradually formed into a queue. Renault entered the arena, and soon everyone had assembled. Bark held a microphone and announced, the new recruit training concludes today. After 10 days of rigorous competition, those who have demonstrated capability will receive promotions. Do not be disheartened if you find yourself lacking. A slow start does not signify perpetual weakness. Take, for instance, the top recruit of this session, Antonio. He joined the Hunter Corps at the tender age of 15 and has battled pirates for 5 years, honing his skills through life and death experiences. Most of you are merely ordinary recruits. It is entirely normal for your progress over a mere 3 months to be minimal. Consider Amos, who hails from the Royal Guard. Even he had to begin somewhere. The instructor certainly has a knack for lengthy speeches, Jones complained. Why do all the higher-ups enjoy such verbose addresses? Tyrone echoed his sentiments, equally exasperated. I've never seen the instructor so loquacious during regular training, Nelson pondered. Perhaps it is an urge to show off, Reynolds quipped. After what felt like an eternity, Bark finally concluded. Without further ado, we shall commence the awarding of ranks. Antonio. Step forward. The 20-year-old Antonio, with 3 prominent scars marring his face and flesh protruding grotesquely, appeared formidable and fierce, his gaze cold and detached as he approached. Antonio. Based on your performance in the arena, I hereby promote you to the rank of Major. An assistant presented him with insignia and uniforms. Thank you, Instructor, Antonio replied. You may take your leave now. Next, Amos. The ceremony continued, and soon it was Reynolds' turn. Next, Reynolds. Renault's eyes sparkled with joy as he swiftly ascended the stage. Renault, I never imagined that someone as petite as you would achieve such remarkable success. Neither did I, he responded. Your application to the elite training camp has been submitted. Admiral Garp mentioned that there are 3 months until the next session begins. If you do not make any progress during this time, you will need to train for an additional 2 years. Therefore, your entry into the elite training camp at the Navy headquarters depends solely on your own efforts. I understand. Renault replied, accepting his garments. I will strive diligently. For the next 3 months, you will train independently, and no duties will be assigned to you. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me. Yes. Thank you, Instructor. Renault was elated. He could now resume his plan to increase his follower count. Chapter 13. Planning following the awarding of honors. The assignment of duties commenced, with the instructor calling out names one by one. Jones was assigned to G3 Base, Branch 56, serving as a logistics officer. Nelson was placed at G3 Base, Branch 25, as a patrolman. Tyron was assigned to G3 Base, Branch 45, as a gunner. The G3 large base exerted control over a vast maritime area, serving as a central hub from which various branches were deployed to collectively undertake the responsibilities of patrolling the waters and eradicating piracy. Renault lingered and spent the evening in a bar, indulging in copious amounts of drink with 3 companions until the early hours of the morning, bidding a reluctant farewell. For the subsequent 2 months, Renault did not promptly return to the primary realm. Instead, he devoted himself to mastering the Navy's 6th style under the guidance of his instructor. On this particular day, in the training grounds, Renault perspired profusely as he relentlessly pounded the ground with his feet, weaving back and forth until he reached the limits of his endurance. Renault gasped for breath, gazing at his unchanging attributes with a sense of despondency. Indeed, he was not a genius. After 2 months of arduous training, his attributes had seen no improvement. Perhaps there had been a fractional increase, but it remained undetected. The 6 methods of cultivation were now firmly etched in his mind, and it was time to venture into the main world to accumulate fan value. Resolute in his decision, he returned to his dormitory, placed a piece of candy in his mouth, and, with a mere thought, transitioned into another realm. In the main world, within the chamber of the Heavenly Association, Renault, utterly unclothed, erupted into hearty laughter. The candy was merely a small experiment, a test to ascertain whether the objects within his body would similarly be retained. The result was delightful. The candy remained intact in his mouth. This indicated that once something entered his body, it could traverse between the 2 worlds. The inspiration stemmed from the notion that after being well fed and hydrated, one could still feel satiated upon entering another realm. Renault's mind whirled with thoughts, envisioning the possibility of discovering devil fruits akin to the Dordor fruit, pocket fruit, or box fruit, and subsequently merging them with objects to create spatial artifacts, which he could then consume and transport back. However, these aspirations felt distant. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Upon reviewing his fan points, he noticed a staggering increase of over 3,000 points, only to realize that fan points could not be transferred across realms. He must personally return to this world to utilize them. Additionally, he observed that his mental expenditure was minimal, having only consumed 14 points, indicating that he could traverse back and forth twice in quick succession, thus ensuring his safety. For the time being, he deemed the fan points unnecessary, as accumulating a sufficient quantity to reach 41 points would be more advantageous. Or he might choose to reserve them for potential future uses. Dressing himself, he pushed the door open to greet the sunlit day, reveling in the splendid weather. The Brotherhood complex, now the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, resembled a citadel, comprised of multiple interconnected courtyards, vast in scale, and capable of accommodating thousands. The Renault room is situated at the center, with the hall beyond it, leading to an expansive training ground. At this moment, the sun is high in the sky, and several hundred individuals in the training field are executing their movements in perfect synchronization, shouting and striking with vigorous force, their resonant voices echoing in all directions. The leader, Luo Jin, stands alongside Lenny. Upon seeing Renault emerge, the two express their joy. "Master, when did you return?" Lenny inquires. "Greetings, Master." The group of disciples immediately offers their respects. Renault nods and advises, "Everyone, practice diligently. Do not become complacent." "Yes," they respond in unison. Renault beckoned, summoning Lin Yi and Luo Jin back to the hall. The 3 took their seats, and a maidservant served tea. "Now, let us discuss any difficulties you have encountered over the past month." "Indeed, there are many," Lenny replied. Renault was taken aback. "Many issues?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. "Pray elaborate." "First and foremost, the matter of taxation. The tax authorities have visited numerous times, yet an agreement remains elusive. The representatives appear to be growing increasingly impatient. What seems to be the obstacle? They insist on adhering to the previous tax rates. What is the issue with the former rates?" "A substantial one. Previously, the taxes submitted by the Brotherhood amounted to 70% of total profits." Renault is astounded. Has the Brotherhood gone mad? This is precisely why they operate with impunity in the outer city, unchecked and unrestrained. The collusion between insiders and outsiders creates a seamless web of corruption, leaving ordinary citizens with no avenue for redress, forced to endure in silence. From my investigation alone, I am aware of more than 300 families whose lives have been shattered by their actions, all within a mere 3 years since the Brotherhood's establishment. Renault sighed, reflecting on the Brotherhood's nefarious deeds he had only glimpsed a few times, supplemented by rumors that painted a grim picture. He had anticipated malevolence. Yet the reality was far graver than he had imagined. So, Chief, what is your plan? We are engaged in legitimate business, reporting according to the standard tax rates. However, the other party refuses to comply, insisting on maintaining the status quo and even sending individuals to oversee the accounts. How audacious, Renault pondered. Bewildered, do they not know I am an extraordinary being? Yet, they were from the tax bureau, backed by the city lord, Xiong Kaishan, whose might was unfathomable, reportedly having surpassed the realm of dominance. The realm of dominance? Renault mused, as it was his first encounter with such a term. Is it not the stage following the Steel Realm? Surely the chief is aware of it, Lin queried. My path diverges, Renault nonchalantly replied, shifting the topic. So, are we being openly deceived by Xiong Kaishan? Perhaps it is not his direct intention. The city lord has countless obligations, leaving little time for trivial matters. It may not even reflect the wishes of the tax headquarters, but rather stem from the external tax bureau's dissatisfaction. Previously, they were akin to partners. But now they possess nothing, reduced to mere tax collectors, which is a stark contrast they may struggle to accept. Acceptance is essential. We shall prolong this matter and see who ultimately prevails. We will report our profits to the headquarters as per standard protocol, disregarding the external bureau, Renault declared with conviction. Now, regarding the new members of the Brotherhood, is there a cap on their numbers? Lenny questioned. Why do you ask? Are there many seeking entry? Indeed. An overwhelming influx. In the past month alone, nearly 3,000 vagrants in Donglan City have sought to join us, alongside the children of common folk. Employing various tactics to gain admission, feigning misfortune, bribing registrars, leveraging familial connections, and masquerading as vagrants, among many other stratagems. Lin expressed his frustration. Even if we only accepted vagrants, 3,000 is still a considerable number, with limited capacity for labor. We would merely be sustaining them while managing their livelihood, which could lead to our downfall. Lin Yi's concerns were valid. At that moment, Ho Cheng, responsible for financial management, entered with a dozen assistants, followed by senior members like Dezue and Xie Yin, along with hundreds of aides. Many senior members possessed limited skills, unable to even read. Thus Renault suggested recruiting more personnel to form teams centered around them for assistance. Once seated, Ho Cheng presented a ledger. Chief, our assets have dwindled significantly. Upon taking over, we had 300 gold pieces in cash, but now only 20 remain. Such a meager sum? The entire Brotherhood possesses merely 300 gold? Renault exclaimed in astonishment. He had previously been preoccupied with appearances, neglecting financial matters, only to discover the dire situation. The currency of the Dichian nation was now connected to international standards, primarily consisting of gold, silver, and copper coins, referred to as golden dragons, silver eagles, and copper deers. Paper currency had been issued but fell into disrepute due to rampant inflation, leading to its abandonment. Consequently, a gold standard was adopted. Presently, one copper coin equated to what was once a single unit, with 300 copper equating to 1 silver and 36 silver to 1 gold. Thus 1 gold was valued at 10,800 yuan. Most of the Brotherhood's wealth resides in the banks. What we have access to is merely a fraction of liquid assets, Ho Cheng explained. Moreover, unregistered silver notes are scarce. Most transactions require a ticket and password for withdrawal. We cannot expect them to hand over the ticket and divulge the password, as they are not benevolent benefactors. Are we nearing bankruptcy then? Renault inquired. Indeed, at this rate, we can only sustain ourselves for 10 more days. What do you propose? Liquidate unnecessary properties, casinos, bars, real estate, and halt construction on schools and market stalls, Ho Cheng suggested. Absolutely not. The school and market stalls are part of my vision. We cannot cease operations or we will have no income. In terms of revenue, we could convert all properties into restaurants. That is unnecessary. I have another idea. Xie Yin, you are in charge of intelligence gathering. Have we compiled information on the external cities gangs over the past month? Xie Yin, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied eagerly. Yes. We have identified 54 gang organizations, with the smallest comprising only a few dozen individuals occupying a single street, while the largest commands over 1,000, controlling entire districts. Notably, none of them possess extraordinary beings. Excellent. Prepare for the unification of the external city, Renault asserted, rising with determination. The assembly responded with fervent agreement. Chapter 14. Brotherhood Rules and Regulations. As for recruitment, we shall accept all vagrants. For adults, we will select those capable of combat or possessing skills. while those with dubious pasts will be left to their own devices. Chief, this approach may be flawed, Luo Jin interjected. Why is that? Those involved in gangs are rarely virtuous. If we exclude those with questionable pasts as you suggest, once we unify the external gangs, we will inevitably encounter many idle personnel. If we do not recruit them, chaos will ensue in the external city, and the authorities will come seeking us. Renault pondered for a moment. That is indeed a question. How many do you think there are? At least several thousand. It should be above 5,000, specifically. So many. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. This is a conservative estimate. Luo Jin remarked. After all, there are 54 members of the gang here. Renault tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, lost in quiet contemplation. The crowd waited patiently. Even if they had their own thoughts, they would refrain from speaking until Renault had reached a decision. In that case, let us formalize matters by establishing a system of contributions and regulations for the group, Renault declared. Leader, what precisely do you mean by a system of contributions? And what regulations will be set forth? Lin Yi inquired on behalf of the assembly. First, let us discuss the regulations. There will initially be 10 prohibitions, with the possibility of adding more as deemed necessary, Renault replied. Lin Yi, make a note of this. Understood. Lin Yi promptly produced paper and pen. Renault, with an air of nonchalance, declared, the first decree, those who betray the Brotherhood and abandon loyalty shall face merciless retribution. The second decree, those who impart techniques without permission shall meet with no mercy. The third decree, those who waver in their loyalty, colluding with outsiders to harm the interests of the Brotherhood, shall be ruthlessly punished. The fourth decree, those who engage in malevolent acts in secrecy shall be dealt with severely upon verification. The fifth decree, those who commit acts of debauchery, plundering and deceit shall be judged according to the severity of their actions, potentially facing death, maiming, or expulsion from the Brotherhood. The sixth decree, brothers who harm one another and indulge in malicious insults shall be subject to death, maiming, or expulsion from the Brotherhood. The seventh decree, those who oppress the virtuous, bully the weak, show ingratitude, or scorn their superiors shall face dire consequences, including expulsion from the Brotherhood. The eighth decree, those who enrich themselves at the expense of the public and embezzle funds shall face severe penalties, including expulsion from the Brotherhood. The ninth decree, those who disregard orders and act in defiance shall be expelled from the Brotherhood. The 10th decree, those who exploit their position to deceive others, causing significant harm to the Brotherhood, shall face demotion. Renault spoke each word with unwavering conviction, rendering the audience utterly silent. This was due to the fact that many among them had, to varying degrees, previously transgressed the established regulations. Renault surveyed the room and declared, today, the 10 commandments of the guild have been established. Regardless of who it may be, any transgressions will not be tolerated. As for past matters, they shall be left in the past. Is that clear to everyone? We understand. The crowd responded in unison. Lin Yi, have you prepared the document? It is ready. Guild leader. Excellent. Tomorrow, enlarge the text to the size of a human head and affix a copy in prominent locations at the headquarters, north, south, east, and west. Understood. After outlining the guild's regulations, Renault proceeded to discuss the contribution system. He explained, the contribution system is akin to internal currency. Noticing the puzzled expressions among the members, he elaborated, contributions can be exchanged for skills, promotions, the procurement of materials from the guild, and for seeking assistance, among other things. In the future, salaries will be paid directly in contribution points. What if someone wishes to use money? Lin Yi inquired. Renault pondered for a moment. In terms of value, a small contribution could be exchanged for a silver eagle, but the silver eagle requires a doubling of contribution points for redemption. Furthermore, with everyone present, let us discuss the matter of salaries. Since we aim for formalization, ambiguity must be eliminated. Monkey, as the overseer of finances, how has everyone's income been calculated during my absence? The upper echelon profits from management of the shops, while the lower tier receives salaries. Henceforth, all will be based on contribution levels. All cash will be deposited into the central treasury, and those wishing to convert it into money may do so independently. Monkey, you will also oversee the treasury. Understood. Ho Ching responded affirmatively. These regulations can be discussed in detail at another time. Now, Luo Jin, present, deliver the final ultimatum to all gangs in the Confucius bloc. Submit or perish. Our first step towards unifying the world lies in consolidating the entire Confucius bloc. Yes, boss. Luo Jin's eyes gleamed with determination. I assure you the task will be accomplished. By noon tomorrow, I expect their response. Understood. Does anyone have any further questions? Big Mouth timidly raised his hand. Boss, I have one. Renault found himself at a loss, confronted with an overwhelming number of issues. The plight of homeless individuals regarding housing is dire. There is an alarming shortage, and many are forced to sleep on the ground. With the harsh winter upon us, the risk of illness is significantly heightened. This matter is not urgent. We shall await the unification of the district to facilitate the redistribution of housing. Furthermore, 3 orphanages within the city wish to merge with us. In that case, we shall also take on the teachers, but from that point forward, they will be considered part of our organization, and the adoption services will cease. Additionally, a coalition of workers from various establishments, including restaurant servers, chefs, bar staff, and casino dealers, numbering over 50, has united to demand a salary increase. Reno furrowed his brow. Are our salaries really that low? They have increased by 10 after we took over, which is above the average. However, most of these individuals are family members of the original Brotherhood, and there is reason to suspect they are stirring trouble. Damn, do they really need to bring such trivial matters to me? Reno replied with irritation. Finding a 3-legged toad is a challenge, while 2-legged individuals are abundant. Identify the ringleader, break their legs, and expel the rest. Indeed, Big Mouth. Why bring up such trivialities here? What use is your position in the Human Resources Department? The ever-disagreeable Squint remarked. Currently, the country is rife with warlords and refugees everywhere. If it weren't for Xiong Kaishan establishing checkpoints in the preceding cities to accommodate the displaced, Donglin City would have been overrun with people long ago. Understood. Big Mouth raised his hands in surrender. Then I shall handle this matter. And stop. Reno interrupted. If it's a trivial issue, do not mention it again. I need to focus my energy on martial training. You can make decisions on mundane matters yourselves. Yes, these minor issues can be resolved through discussion. Squint asserted. The boss only needs to suppress them with force. Agreed. Luo Jin nodded. Only martial prowess is the foundation of our gang. At that moment, Lin Yi closed his notebook. I too have a question. Renault was left speechless. What is the issue? The matter of imparting martial arts, who is eligible to learn, and whether contributions are necessary. This is indeed an intriguing question. My perspective is that one must be at least 12 years of age, have been a member of the Tiangong Society for no less than a year, and possess a clean record to be eligible for teaching. Is it free of charge? Certainly. As I have previously stated, we do not engage in the practice of hoarding knowledge. However, they must vow not to disseminate this information, as the rules clearly stipulate that those who do so will face dire consequences, a fact they must keep firmly in mind. What about those who are already practicing outside? How many are there? Over 300 individuals, all meticulously selected, brave and tenacious, aged between 13 and 18. Excellent. These individuals will be nurtured as core disciples. Understood. Then let us conclude today's matters. Everyone, return to your tasks. Dezue, seek out a few strong individuals to train with me. Yes. Chapter 15. Tian Li in the training ground. 5 robust men wielding wooden sticks as thick as their wrists relentlessly struck Renault, the sound of impact echoing through the air. Reynolds stood bare-chested, his muscles subtly swelling and contracting with each strike of the stick, the rhythm repeating incessantly. Sweat poured down his body, saturating him. The seemingly simplest of the Navy 6 techniques, known as iron block, proved to be excruciatingly challenging. Reynolds sighed inwardly. Among the Navy 6 techniques, the easiest to master were iron block and finger thrust, while the remaining 4 relied heavily on leg work, allowing for a gradual and systematic progression. Yet, now even iron block felt insurmountable, leaving Reynolds' confidence somewhat shaken. The essence of fan value remained paramount, with my innate talent. Transcending to the 4150 stage of the 4 dimensions seemed as daunting as scaling a mountain. Alternatively, perhaps I could seek out martial arts manuals from this world, which might complement my efforts and provide a significant boost. Contemplating this, he glanced at Lin Yi, who was watching the spectacle. Lin Yi, can your martial prowess reach the extraordinary? Not at present, Lin Yi replied. The techniques available in the market are merely of the mundane level, capable of reaching only the pinnacle of human potential. Recently, Renault became aware that in the primary world of martial arts, there exists a hierarchy classified into 5 tiers: celestial, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and mundane. He inquired further. I have heard of a breakthrough elixir. Does it not allow one to transcend the limits of the human form upon reaching its pinnacle? Lin Yi elucidated. The breakthrough elixir merely serves as an auxiliary, generating a force to surmount barriers. It also necessitates the operation of extraordinary techniques along the meridian pathways, Otherwise, reckless attempts will result in catastrophic failure. Thus, to achieve the extraordinary, one must possess extraordinary techniques? Renault pressed. Indeed, Lin E affirmed. Are there any extraordinary individuals in the outer city? The police chief, the tax chief, and certain officers from the military camp beyond the city, Lin E replied. Stop. Renault interjected. What I mean is, are there any we can control? For instance, members of the underworld? Those extraordinary individuals affiliated with the underworld have all migrated to the inner city and seldom linger in the outer city. Then, is there a way to acquire extraordinary techniques? Linny contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Firstly, one can resort to financial means. Some scions of prestigious families may be willing to sell their knowledge, but it typically costs over 1,000 gold dragons, which is exorbitantly priced. Secondly, one can seek apprenticeship in a sect, treating it as home, and after being observed by the masters, may eventually become a core disciple eligible to learn formidable martial arts. However, this path is fraught with difficulties. For at least the first few years, one should not harbor such hopes, as the old curmudgeons are notoriously stingy. I once toiled for 3 years in the Qiang sect and only learned a basic fist technique. His tone carried a hint of resentment as he continued. The third option is to resort to theft, eliminating other extraordinary individuals and seizing their manuals. The fourth is to join a significant faction, earning recognition through merit. Much like our own situation, due to the presence of extraordinary techniques, countless individuals are vying for inclusion. Do we possess extraordinary techniques? Renault asked with a wry smile. Essentially, our combat skills are merely techniques. Strength is contingent upon physical prowess, and the same applies to the 6 styles. In the world of One Piece, the human constitution is unique. Those with exceptional talents can easily transcend into the extraordinary, while those less endowed may remain at their peak indefinitely. Take, for instance, certain old Navy officers who, in their 40s or 50s, scarcely master the 6 styles. This illustrates the disparity in innate talent. The strongest among them is undoubtedly Luffy, who ascended to royalty in 3 years, with other members of the protagonist group equally gifted. Of course, they possess the aura of protagonists, but that is a separate matter. A quintessential genius would be Kobe, who, from a mere sprout, comes close to the strength of the 7 warlords after 3 years of arduous training. In the primary world, such individuals are rare as a comet, yet in the realm of One Piece, they abound, which explains the incessant emergence of formidable pirates. This is determined by genetic factors and is unchangeable. Renault is now pondering whether his genes have been altered by the system. It seems that they have, yet also, perhaps, they have not. If we assert that they have not, in a mere 3 months, without any enhancements, he has transformed from a malnourished, frail figure to one of robust health, a truly remarkable evolution. Conversely, if we claim that they have, it has been 2 months and he has yet to grasp the fundamentals of the 6 techniques. Thus, the current state of affairs is that, in the main world, he is an unparalleled genius, while in the world of One Piece, he is but a mediocre individual. Nevertheless, it is said that every journey finds its course. In contemplating all this serves little purpose. His focus should remain on accumulating fan value. Linny, do you possess any true energy? Renault inquired once more. I only know a family inheritance of body tempering techniques. I am not versed in internal martial arts, Chief. Do you require references for other internal practices? Renault responded casually. Is there anyone nearby who knows internal martial arts? One person certainly does. Who? The leader of the Justice Gang, Tian Li. Tell me more about this Tian Li, Renault said as he continued his training while engaging in idle conversation. He is an exceedingly mysterious figure. No one has ever seen his true visage. Each time he appears, he dons a mask and wraps himself in a large cloak. Yet, all who oppose the Justice Gang have vanished without a trace. Why remain so elusive? Perhaps it is due to the many lives he has taken. It is rumored that Tian Li consumes human flesh. Eats people, Renault exclaimed, taken aback. Is that true? Such is the word on the street. In the 3 years since the Justice Gang's establishment, at least 1,000 individuals have disappeared within its realm. Moreover, the stench of blood emanating from the gang's headquarters can be detected from a street away. Hence the speculation that the missing individuals have been captured and devoured by Tian Li. With so many missing, did the police not intervene? Those who have vanished are all members of the underworld. The laws of Donglin City do not interfere in gang conflicts. Tian Li resides outside the city. Indeed, just a street away, in the Peace District, which is colloquially referred to as Hell Street. His reputation is formidable. I cannot permit any force in the outer city to overshadow me. Lin Yi was at a loss for words, and he continued. I am convinced he practices internal martial arts. For his renowned technique is called burning industry palm, which causes the blood to boil and the internal organs to cook from within, a truly tyrannical art. Understood. I shall pay him a visit this evening. I look forward to hearing good news from the chief. Meanwhile, Luo Jin swaggered into a small gang known as the Flying Eagle Gang, accompanied by over 100 men. The leader of the Flying Eagle Gang, Hu Dapeng, upon hearing of the arrival of the Tianxia Association, hurriedly stepped out to greet them. The man, in his 30s, with a lean face and tall stature, clasped his fists and said, It is an honor for our humble gang to welcome you, Hall Master Luo. Information about the Tianxia Association had already spread throughout the outer city. No one was unaware, lest they tread upon iron plates. The leader of the Tianxia Association is named Renault, a child of beggary, taken under the wing of a mysterious figure and now soaring to great heights. The association is divided into 5 halls. The Battle Hall, managed by Luo Jin, who hails from a martial arts background and is quite formidable. The Personnel Hall, responsible for recruitment and job placements, led by Renault's childhood friend, Dezue. The Finance Hall, overseeing the association's finances, helmed by Ho Cheng, another childhood companion of Renault. The Information Hall, tasked with gathering intelligence in Donglin City, led by Xia Yin. And lastly, the Internal Affairs Hall, which handles a variety of matters, with Lin Yi as its head in the chief's absence. This information is transparent and public. Without further ado, I am here to deliver an ultimatum: submit or perish. Luo Jin declared coolly. Hu Dapeng was taken aback, remaining silent, aware that he could not resist. In Donglin City, the underworld's enterprises operate without human rights and are not protected by law. Whoever seizes them claims ownership, and taxes are never delayed. Government authorities do not intervene. Even if one initially acquires a legitimate business through proper channels, once it falls into the hands of a gang, the contract becomes void. Therefore, it is not surprising that ownership of underworld enterprises changes hands with such frequency over the years. Being able to join the Tianxia Association is a privilege for us in the Flying Eagle Gang, Hu Dapeng eventually conceded. Excellent, a wise choice, Luo Jin replied, pleased that the first gang had willingly submitted, saving him considerable effort. Seeing Hu Dapeng's downcast expression, he added, do not feel as though you have lost out. Joining the Tianxia Association comes with numerous benefits, such as extraordinary martial arts techniques. Contributing sufficiently grants you access to learn them. Wealth is merely a transient matter. It is the pursuit of the extraordinary that truly enriches life. Once you attain the extraordinary, your lifespan could increase by 50 years, and your social standing will elevate tremendously. Is that not more precious than mere riches? Hu Dapeng's expression brightened, as he felt a renewed sense of hope. What contributions are required to learn these extraordinary techniques? I do not know, as currently, the leader has not imparted any techniques. Perhaps our merits are still lacking. The contribution system has only just been established. However, the association is already teaching a formidable technique without any prerequisites. As long as one has been a member for over a year and abides by the rules, one can learn it. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Hall Master. How should I arrange for my over 100 subordinates? Those willing to join the Tianxia Association will receive a base salary of 18 silver eagles per month, with additional compensation for tasks completed. As for you, you will enter the management tier under the Flying Eagle Gang. What enterprises does the Flying Eagle Gang possess? A tea house, a gambling den, a smoking house, and a night scent processing plant. For enterprises in total, Hu Dapeng replied honestly. The night scent processing plant? Luo Jin's expression turned peculiar. Hu Dapeng responded awkwardly, it is not mine. A businessman previously borrowed high-interest loans and used it as collateral. Does the night scent processing plant turn a profit? Luo Jin inquired with curiosity. It does reasonably well. We send people daily to collect night scent, turning it into fertilizer, and the sales are quite good, not inferior to the smoking house. Who would have thought night scent could be profitable? Luo Jin remarked with astonishment. According to the association's regulations, you in the management tier will hold a 10% share of the original enterprises as your salary, but you will only have dividend rights, calculated based on pure profits. For example, if the earnings for a month amount to 10 gold dragons, you would receive 1 gold dragon. Do you understand? I understand. Very well. This document contains the newly printed association regulations. Memorize it well, as the consequences of violations are severe. Luo Jin handed over a piece of paper. Distribute it so that everyone can see. Understood. Later, go to Dezue to register. He will send someone to take charge of your enterprises and reassign personnel. Good. After giving his instructions, Luo Jin eagerly led his band of sturdy men toward the next gang. Exhausted, Renault waved his hand, dismissing the burly men. These robust individuals were once members of the Brotherhood, but with their families residing outside the city and the Brotherhood unable to accommodate many within the urban confines, they severed ties and joined the Universal Society. Following a thorough investigation, the Universal Society admitted some with lesser transgressions as enforcers, recognizing that, given the predominantly youthful composition of their ranks, they required the strength of adults for skirmishes. Ultimately, nearly 1,000 members departed from the Brotherhood. Yet only 200 passed the character assessment to be accepted into the Universal Society, while the remaining 800 were cast out, discarded like worthless refuse. Renault took a refreshing hot shower and enjoyed a delightful lunch before embarking on a leisurely stroll. The headquarters, once bustling with robust men, now echoed with the laughter and chatter of children joyfully running about. A group of youngsters recognized Renault and eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Hello, Brother Renault. Greetings to you all. Have you been well fed lately? Is it chilly at night when you sleep?" Renault inquired. "It's not cold at all. We have blankets to keep us warm. And we enjoy 3 hearty meals each day. Brother Renault, can we stay here forever?" A young boy, about 10 years old, responded. "Of course. You are all members of my esteemed association. As your leader, I promise to provide you with abundant feasts. A future filled with sumptuous meals is not a mere dream. Provided you cultivate your talents. You must not be idle in your studies. Do you understand?" "Yes, Brother Renault, but could we possibly have a lighter workload? For classes a day are quite challenging," the boy replied. "In my day, I endured 7 classes daily. Do you wish to become unworthy individuals?" "No. We aspire to be valuable members and the backbone of our association. Indeed, the backbone must be competent. That is commendable," Renault said, patting the boy's head with satisfaction. The child stuck out his tongue and admitted, "That's what Brother Lenny said. I'm not quite sure what it means. It signifies being the pillar of strength. Strive diligently," Renault encouraged before gracefully turning his attention elsewhere. Today he aimed to enhance his fan value, having been away for 2 months, and was greeted by numerous new faces. It was imperative for others to recognize his presence and to garner admiration and affection. He soon realized that fan value could not be accumulated repeatedly from the same individual, which shifted his experience from a casual mode to a challenging one. And he feared that a hellish mode might follow. The thought alone was disheartening. Of course, it might also take some time before he could refresh it again. An uncertainty that lingered. After half an hour of wandering, he had amassed several hundred fan values and then visited the ongoing construction of a school and the already completed supermarket. The project supervisor assured him that everything would be finished within 10 days, with only the shelves and electrical work remaining. Renault offered his compliments and departed from the headquarters, making his way towards the streets. The Confucius district, a sizable area in the outer city, comprises 5 streets in total, with the Tianxia Association currently occupying 3.5 of them. Reynolds strolled leisurely along the muddy path, perhaps due to the recent rain. The ground was somewhat slippery beneath his feet, soiling the soles of his shoes, which was quite displeasing. He resolutely decided to have stones laid down upon his return. "Reynolds, you have returned," greeted a middle-aged woman. "Indeed," Reynolds replied, unfamiliar with her, and nodded. "Have you encountered any difficulties recently?" Since the establishment of the Tianxia Society's governance in this area, life had stabilized. There were no longer protection fees. "Reynolds is truly a benevolent leader," they remarked. "Yes, indeed. Reynolds is a great person," they echoed. "Reynolds, here are some meat buns I made myself. Do indulge," one offered. "Reynolds, these are my family's pancakes. They are delightful. Please have a taste," another chimed in. "Reynolds, I have just purchased some oranges," yet another proclaimed. "Reynolds, does the Tianxia Society still need more hands? I am literate," someone else inquired. Reynolds, Renault, immensely popular, responded with a smile. Jokingly, he noted that such adoration from fans necessitated humility, and he must avoid any semblance of arrogance, navigating the situation with greater caution than a star from a bygone era, lest he lose followers. As he traversed 2 streets, he garnered hundreds of fans, poised to turn onto the next avenue. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen figures clad in black emerged with remarkable speed from the shadows, brandishing submachine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire upon him. The echoing sound of gunfire reverberated continuously. Chapter 17. The Raven. This cadre of assailants appeared abruptly, encircling him in a fan-like formation. Caught unawares, Renault realized that no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the bullets, and an unsettling chill coursed through him. The notion of extraordinary beings possessing impenetrable bodies, impervious to blades and spears, a relic of ancient lore, did not apply to modern firearms. Sustaining a few shots might not be fatal, but a hail of bullets from numerous submachine guns would surely leave even the most formidable of beings grievously wounded. In the face of imminent peril, Renault's adrenaline surged, and he shouted, "Iron block." The bullets struck him with a muted thud, resonating as if they had collided with a soft metal. His freshly donned attire was instantly riddled with holes. After the relentless storm of bullets ceased, the assailants made no pause, turning to depart. "Leave them to me," he thought, secretly elated at having transformed into an iron block, yet he had no intention of letting these culprits escape. Just as he took a few steps forward, a shadowy figure approached like a specter, gleaming blades in hand, two razor-sharp daggers glinting ominously. Renault's gaze was icy as he extended his hand, seizing the individual's right wrist. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a dagger spiraling away, immediately directing the barrel of his weapon towards the person's chest. This individual, with golden hair and azure eyes, was indeed a foreigner. With his right wrist ensnared and unable to flee, he was compelled to use his left hand, now devoid of the dagger, to defend himself. A sharp jab struck his arm, instantly creating a gaping wound, and his arm bone shattered on impact. The foreigner let out a piercing scream, uttering a few frantic phrases in his native tongue as he attempted to block the assault. After 5 precise thrusts, his arm fell limp, rendered useless. The 6th jab aimed at his forehead. Should it connect, his demise would be inevitable. At that moment, a colossal crow, resembling a horse in size with a wingspan of several meters, swooped down from the heavens, its obsidian beak plunging like a spear. Renault did not relinquish his grip on the individual, holding on tightly. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his energy through his fingers using the finger gun technique. He raised his hand and thrust forward, bellowing, "Finger gun." Boom. The collision of his fingertip and the opposing force unleashed a gust of wind. In that moment, the person in his grasp seized the opportunity and delivered a knee strike aimed at Renault's solar plexus. A resounding thud echoed as the strike landed. The foreigner's knee went numb, his expression one of disbelief, astonished that something could be so unyieldingly hard. Renault retaliated with a precise knee strike, hitting the target squarely. The foreigner's eyes bulged in shock, followed by a heart-wrenching scream as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. Faintly, Renault seemed to hear the sound of cracking eggs. With merely around 20 points of attributes, he dared to engage me in close combat. A foolish choice leading to his demise. Renault chuckled coldly, lifting his gaze towards the crow that had soared back into the sky after the strike. "You are formidable." The intelligence was erroneous. On a nearby rooftop, an unfamiliar figure emerged, with flaxen hair and brown eyes, appearing to be around 40 years of age, also a foreigner. This individual was surrounded by hundreds of crows, gliding silently in the air, creating an eerie tableau. "Who are you?" Renault inquired. "The Blood Hand Adventurers Guild, led by me, Hand. The individual beneath you is our vice captain, Pop. What is your reason for trying to kill me?" There is an ancient saying in the kingdom of Qian, accepting money to eliminate disasters for others. We merely accepted a commission from our employer. So you are assassins. Who is your employer? We adhere to professional ethics and cannot divulge that information. The intelligence was erroneous today. We wish to cancel the order. Would you be so kind as to spare Pop? And what do you propose? Renault replied icily. What would you like? Certainly, compensation for losses. Losses? Hant looked perplexed at the unscathed Renault. I can offer 10 garments as compensation. Are you mocking me? I am not referring to clothing. I am talking about compensation for mental distress. You nearly scared me to death, leaving me with psychological trauma. Hant's lips twitched. I could transfer the employer's commission to you, totaling 1,000 golden dragons. Are you serious? My life is worth only 1,000 golden dragons? Who dares to insult me? Hant was left speechless. After all, 1,000 golden dragons was a sum that an ordinary person would struggle to earn in a lifetime. What do you mean, then? At the very least, 10,000 golden dragons. Otherwise, I shall crush your vice captain beneath my foot. Renault placed his foot upon Pop's head as he spoke. Your offer lacks sincerity. It is impossible for us to sell ourselves for even 10,000 golden dragons. I see that you are the ones lacking sincerity. You came to kill me and, upon failure, expect to leave unscathed without offering a dime. Are you not being overly naive? Hant gritted his teeth. At most, we can add 300 golden dragons. That is our limit. Otherwise, feel free to kill Pop. The Bloodhand Adventurers Guild will undoubtedly pursue vengeance against you. At that moment, a few daring onlookers craned their necks, eager to gather gossip and news. For the sake of his fan base, Renault was unwilling to compromise, remaining silent as he stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a deep crater, and propelled himself like an arrow towards the rooftop. Dark Crow Assault. Hans ceased his words, gesturing as all the crows surged towards Renault. Renault struck with a powerful punch, and with a resounding thud, a crow collided with his fist, only to explode into oblivion. Subsequently, the crows behind it surged forward in succession, each one detonating in a cacophony of destruction. Damn, is it an energy entity? A block of iron. The explosive force of hundreds of crows rivaled that of high-grade explosives, sending Renault crashing to the ground. Despite the iron block he wielded, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a testament to his grievous internal injuries. Very well, I shall see how many crows you possess. Renault seethed with anger, preparing to ascend to the rooftop, when he beheld Hanty, standing atop a shadowy crow, soaring into the sky and alighting upon the back of a colossal crow. Lord Renault, you cannot fly. It is utterly impossible for you to kill me, Hanty proclaimed from his lofty perch, his gaze filled with arrogance. Pop has fallen. I shall only negotiate with you, provided you do not overstep your bounds. Renault, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and delivered a fierce kick towards the sky. Storm kick. Yet, nothing transpired. Storm kick. Storm kick. Storm kick. Hans' expression was peculiar. Are you jesting, my lord? Renault's fury erupted. Landslide. With a swift motion, a vacuum shockwave enveloped the surroundings, coalescing into a radiant sphere. In the next instant, a crescent wave of light emerged, slicing through the air as it ascended towards the heavens, its speed rivaling that of a bullet. Caught unawares, Hans was unable to mount a defense in time. The colossal raven's right wing was struck, sending black feathers spiraling in disarray and creating a gaping hole. With the wind escaping its wing, the creature lost its balance, cawing wildly as it descended awkwardly towards an open expanse. Renault approached the giant raven without a trace of hesitation. Do you truly desire a fight to the death? He inquired. The dark raven surged forward. Hans could not bear to watch the giant raven fall, and immediately retaliated. What else do you possess apart from crows? Renault's form flickered, hinting at the nascent emergence of paper drawing. Just moments away from life and death, he seemed to have achieved a breakthrough. Reaching the threshold of the Navy 6 styles, aside from the most challenging moonwalk, he had a sense of the other 5 styles. Shadow arrow. Whoosh. A black energy arrow shot forth from Hans' forehead, striking Renault's left shoulder. Renault felt a slight tingling in his left shoulder, only to return to normal shortly thereafter. Is that all? Renault scoffed. Hunter widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. This is Shadow Arrow, a form of mental assault. Those struck by it immediately experience dizziness, while the mentally weaker suffer excruciating headaches, losing their ability to act. How could you possibly be unaffected? The truth is singular. My mental fortitude surpasses yours. Renault deftly evaded another swarm of energy crows and approached the giant crow without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 18. Spatial Artifacts. Although the giant crow had lost a wing, its combat prowess remained largely intact. As Renault drew near, it arched its head back to evade the punch, its massive beak opened wide to unleash a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that rattled the surrounding structures. Renault's head was momentarily buzzing, rendering him deaf. By all means, if you possess sonic abilities, you must be eliminated. If such a technique were unleashed at the headquarters of the Tianxia Association, Renault could hardly fathom the casualties, with his own attributes temporarily incapacitating him. How could ordinary people withstand such an onslaught without succumbing? He unleashed a punch, deftly intercepting the massive beak that swung toward him. To his surprise, this colossal crow exhibited martial prowess, its strength and physique rivaling his own, though it lacked in speed. Of course, this was in terms of ground speed. In the air, Renault would be at a distinct disadvantage. He followed up with a kick, sweeping across the crow's body, sending it tumbling several times, emitting mournful cries, momentarily immobilized. The kick, infused with the Gale Foot technique, was sufficient to inflict severe injury upon the colossal crow. Hanty arrived belatedly, his eyes twitching with concern. Cease. What do you intend to achieve? 10,000 gold dragons, unnegotiable, Renault replied. That is impossible. Let us renegotiate. Reveal the identity of your employer. Hanty glanced at the giant crow, caught in a dilemma. If it were Pop lying there, he would never relent, for speaking would tarnish his reputation, ensuring no one would seek his services again. Yet, The creature before him was his lifelong companion, nurtured over 3 decades. In times of exploration, combat, and companionship, it had become indispensable. If it were to perish here, his power would diminish by at least half, and all his previous investments would be in vain. As Hanny wrestled with his thoughts, on the distant city wall, Lu Zhixiang, the leader of the Giles gang, along with the left guardian Hu Jiang and the right guardian Sheng Wanqing, stood in a line, binoculars in hand, observing the skirmish. You aim to draw out his master. Yet he has surprised us, Hu Jiang remarked. No, this is a shock, Lu Zhixiang countered. His current strength is on par with mine. His growth is extraordinary. I did not anticipate such sophisticated foreign martial arts. That kick could rank among the pinnacle of martial disciplines, Sheng Wanqing added. I am more impressed by his formidable body refinement technique that renders bullets inconsequential, Lu Zhixiang stated. Do you think there is a chance of exchanging martial arts with him? Unlikely, Hu Jiang replied. This lad harbors a deep-seated animosity towards evil. The deeds of our Giles gang are intolerable to him, making cooperation impossible. Indeed, the enmity is palpable. Conflict is inevitable. What are your thoughts? Lu Zhixiang inquired. Summon the Supreme Elder to extinguish this threat in its infancy, Hu Yingjie coldly suggested. Let us not forget. He has an unseen master, Sheng Wanqing reminded. This is quite troublesome, Lu Zhixiang frowned. Such a person is elusive. Let us attempt contact first. Tomorrow. We shall extend an invitation for a banquet and gauge his attitude. Understood, Hu Jiang responded. Meanwhile, in the distance, Renault called out, Have you made your decision? A man named Chen Lu. Hanny finally revealed the identity of his employer. The Brotherhood leader Chen Lu? Impossible. He lacks the audacity. This is clearly a commission from the Giles gang, Renault asserted. I cannot confirm if it is the Giles gang, but the one seeking us is indeed Chen Lu. Very well, let us discuss compensation. What? Compensation is necessary? Or else? Do you expect to clear matters with just a name? I could have guessed this. But I wanted to confirm. 1,300 gold dragons, that is all we possess. Along with this bird, which I have taken a liking to. Renault gestured towards the colossal crow. Impossible. Abu Don would never part with it. Abu Don? What a ridiculous name. Fine, I will compromise. Teach me how to control the crow. Controlling the crow is the extraordinary ability of the class Raven Tamer. It requires consuming a potion to awaken and cannot be imparted. Then give me a vial of that potion. You truly have no understanding of our Western professions. The value of the potion surpasses your nation's boundary-breaking pills. How could I possibly possess any surplus? So, you are unwilling to offer anything? 1,300 gold dragons. In addition to the gold, I require another form of satisfactory compensation. Otherwise, I shall first slay the giant bird, and then deal with the one lying on the ground. As for you, whether you live or die is inconsequential. Your survival depends on your own capabilities. Do not assume that mere flight renders you invincible. Hanny sighed. Taking on this task, in your nation's terms, has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Enough with the pleasantries. What can you offer as compensation? A manual of martial arts. Oh, what level? I do not know. You cannot possibly expect me to accept a worthless manual as a substitute. This is a manual for inner cultivation. Renault's interest was piqued. Where did it come from? It was obtained from an ancient tomb. 2 decades ago, in the boundless seas, there existed a place known as Demon Island, where treasures shone brightly. Countless individuals ventured to the island to uncover its mysteries. Our Blood Hand Adventure group entered in full force, yet in the end, only Pop and I survived. The secret tome was retrieved from within an ancient tomb there. Have you tried deciphering it? No, we cannot comprehend the script. How foolish. Could you not seek someone to translate it? It is an archaic script, long lost to time. No one can recognize it. We have spent 20 years traversing numerous countries to no avail. Very well, although it seems somewhat trivial, I am intrigued. Hand it over to me. As soon as Renault's voice faded, Hunter brushed his fingers against the ring on his left hand, and miraculously, a towering golden tome, measuring 1 meter in height, appeared in his grasp. Renault's eyes sparkled with determination. I've made my decision. I want that ring. This is impossible. It is a spatial artifact, exceedingly precious. Hant resolutely declined. Give me the ring. I require nothing else. Absolutely not. Do not force my hand into violence. Renault's gaze turned sinister as he glanced at the giant crow. Hant's eyelid twitched in response. Very well, you may take Pops. Does that wretch possess one as well? Splendid. In a flash, Renault darted to the unconscious Pop's side and swiftly liberated a ring from his grasp. Turning back, he inquired, how does one utilize it? First, you must erase the personal imprint upon it, then perform a blood oath to claim it as your own. And how does one erase it? Utilize mental energy. or the true chi of your Qian nation? You do it for me. I fear you may have tricks up your sleeve. Renault tossed the ring to Hant, concealing his inability to wield true chi. Your caution is excessive, my lord. Hant replied with resignation, accepting the ring, erasing the imprint, and returning it to Renault. Renault wiped the fresh bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, it felt as though his spirit connected with another realm, perceiving a cubic meter of space. Within this space, various miscellaneous items were cast aside at his will, leaving only the valuable coins behind. A measly 15 gold dragons, Renault muttered in disdain. Then turned to demand, hand over the manual. Chapter 19. Recruitment. Hant was taken aback. Are you not a man of your word? Nonsense. We pride ourselves on our integrity. Renault retorted, the spatial ring is his compensation, and it has nothing to do with you. He then kicked the pop lying on the ground. Hant's expression darkened, and ultimately, he gritted his teeth and conceded, tossing the golden tome in Renault's direction. Renault caught the book and casually flipped through it, confirming that it was inscribed with unfamiliar characters. The entire tome was gilded in gold on the pages and silver in the text, measuring a full fist in thickness and weighing no less than 50 or 60 pounds. System, translate this for me, Renault called out in his mind. Hey, don't play dead. You're proficient in the language of the One Piece world, aren't you? Surely you can handle other languages as well? Does the host wish to spend 1 million fan points to learn the language of deities and demons? What? 1 million? You might as well go and steal it. Isn't the One Piece script supposed to be free? The system surprisingly offered an explanation. Renault, filled with exasperation, nonchalantly tucked the secret manual into his ring and turned to Hant, inquiring, where are the gold dragons? Hant, trembling with indignation, replied, one cannot be so shameless. Do not make baseless accusations. We agreed upon 300 gold dragons. Do you intend to renege on our agreement? Renault, with unwavering conviction, responded assertively. Hant took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he transferred the gold dragons to Renault. From this day forth, we are square. Should there be a next time? Let us see how fortunate you truly are, Renault declared before turning on his heel and departing. This incident did not perturb him. He continued his leisurely stroll, indulging in his journey to amass followers. His attire was somewhat eccentric, with a substantial portion of the front left bare while the back remained intact. Yet he paid it no heed. Taking a moment to review his attributes, he noted, strength, 31, physique, 32, agility, 31, spirit, 35. Navy 6th style, iron block, initial insights, 1, 210, 000, Navy 6th style, finger gun, initial insights, 310, 000, Navy 6th style, gale foot, initial insights, 110, 000, fan value, 4, 355. Reynolds' heart trembled, his face alight with joy. The 6th Navy technique could indeed be enhanced. It was wise of him to accumulate fan points. However, the cost was exorbitant, starting at a staggering 10,000. Could one even survive such demands? He had toiled tirelessly to amass his current total, which fell short of 10,000 points, rendering the prospect daunting. Fortunately, having faced a tremendous peril recently, his latent potential had been awakened, resulting in a remarkable surge in his attributes, an increase of 6 points, allowing him to save 6,000 fan points. This unexpected windfall lifted his spirits considerably. Although the improvement was predominantly mental, it was certainly better than nothing. Thus, he mused that cultivating his skills held great promise. Perhaps he truly was a genius, albeit of the type that thrived in life and death situations, constantly flirting with danger and growing stronger as a result. Looking at it this way, wasn't he the archetype of a protagonist? Yet, he seemed devoid of a hero's aura. It would be prudent to avoid reckless gambits and steadily accumulate fan points instead. This significant enhancement to his mental faculties, could it be tied to his 2 lifetimes of experience? However, what was the utility of mental strength, aside from teleportation? Was it possibly linked to a form of dominance? Reynolds speculated quietly. After enjoying an afternoon tea to organize his attributes and calm his nerves, he accepted complimentary refreshments from the proprietor, who appeared on the verge of kneeling in servitude, before continuing his leisurely stroll through the streets. This outing felt different. He found himself darting left and right as if experiencing a nervous fit, causing passers-by to retreat in alarm. In truth, he was engrossed in studying paper drawing and shaving techniques, both of which could yield enhancements once mastered, and such opportunities were to be seized without delay. During his patrol of familiar territory, news of his defiance against assassination attempts, ignoring bullets and vanquishing his assailants, had spread like wildfire. On his way home, he was met with a peculiar reception from the crowd, their gazes strange as he waved back in his open-chest attire, akin to a triumphant general returning to headquarters. His subordinates quickly gathered around to inquire about the events, and Reynolds elaborated in detail, emphasizing his own brilliance and valor, hoping these tales would amplify his renown and garner him more fan points. "Boss, I heard you unleashed a sword aura with a single kick. Is that true?" Luo Jin asked, his expression brimming with excitement. Reynolds did not respond. Instead, he glanced around and discovered a stone lock with a broken handle ahead. He gestured with both hands, signaling the crowd to step aside. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blue slash that soared across several meters, striking the stone lock directly. Boom! The stone lock shattered into countless fragments, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. This technique, known as the Gale Kick, was one of the Supreme Six techniques. Reynolds had chosen to rename it, as mentioning the Navy seemed out of place. Well, the Supreme Six techniques. Just the name sounds formidable. My goodness. The leader is incredibly powerful. So this is the strength of the extraordinary. Seeing the eager expressions in the crowd, Reynolds leisurely remarked, "In a few days, I will establish the Tianxia Society's Scripture Pavilion. At that time, as long as you contribute points, you will be able to learn the Supreme Six techniques." "Boss, since it's called Six Techniques, are there 5 more?" Luo Jin inquired. "Indeed, but I want to demonstrate them all. By the way, you went to clear out the gangs today, right? Did you encounter any resistance?" "There were 2 gangs that attempted to resist. I led the team to beat them into submission. And their leader had his leg broken and was tossed into the garbage dump. The remaining underlings were taken in for minor offenses. Additionally, 3 other gangs stated they would consider their options and would give me a response tomorrow." "Excellent. Continue as planned. Tomorrow, sweep through the nearby districts until we have cleared all 5 outer city districts." "Yes, boss," Luo Jin replied enthusiastically. "Monkey, allocate contribution points to those involved in this operation. They should not toil without reward. As for the specific amounts, discuss it with your underlings. After all, you've recruited over a dozen finance students. It's time to put their skills to use." "Understood. Leave it to me," Ho Ching nodded. As the meal hour approached, Reynolds finished his meal and proceeded to the training ground to instruct the group in combat skills. The most talented among them was Luo Jin, who demonstrated impressive prowess, clearly having advanced significantly in a short span of 2 months, truly a prodigy. Following him was Lin Yi, a person of noble lineage, who also exhibited remarkable progress due to his solid foundation. The rest, De Zue, Xie Yan, Ho Cheng, and the leaders of other street urchin teams, were rather mediocre, lacking exceptional aptitude. After about an hour of instruction, Reynolds set out toward the Ping and district with the objective of confronting the Justice Gang. The Justice Gang was a small faction controlling a single street. They owned only a dance hall, with their primary income derived from protection fees. Their numbers were modest, about 50 to 60 individuals, as the leader's combat skills deterred any would-be challengers. From a distance, Reynolds caught the scent of blood, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Approaching their headquarters, a traditional courtyard, he was recognized by the guards, whose faces displayed astonishment as they hurriedly ran inside. Renault strode forward unceasingly, directly entering the courtyard, where he unexpectedly encountered a masked figure. "I am Renault, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Might you be Tianli?" Renault inquired, clasping his fist in greeting. "Indeed. That is I," Tianli replied, his voice gravelly as he returned the gesture. "What brings you here, Leader Renault?" "I have resolved to unify all the factions outside Donglan City. It has come to my attention that you are formidable and, like myself, harbor a deep-seated disdain for evil. I have come personally to seek your allegiance. Surely, you would not refuse me this courtesy?" Renault stated. Chapter 20, Blood Forging the Overlord's Body. Defeat me if you can. Tianli declared, assuming a combat stance, ready for the challenge. "As you wish, let us begin." In a swift motion, Renault materialized before Tianli, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the air. Tianli, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own, meeting Renault's blow with equal force. Renault stood motionless as Tianli retreated 7 significant steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions that shattered the stone slabs beneath him, scattering pebbles in every direction. "Impossible." Disbelief flickered in Tianli's eyes. "Do we continue to fight?" Renault replied, "I did not anticipate your extraordinary capabilities, yet in terms of speed and strength, you fall far short of me. Even if your techniques are exquisite, the likelihood of your victory remains exceedingly slim. As the saying goes, sheer strength can shatter myriad techniques." When physical prowess diverges to a considerable extent, techniques become nearly irrelevant. My strength and physique have already reached the pinnacle of the steel realm. Unless you are at the dominance realm? At this, Tianli was taken aback, asking, "How old are you?" "I just celebrated my 14th birthday. Is there a problem?" 14. At the dominance realm? How can this be possible? Tianli murmured, his mind awash with disbelief. Indeed, Reno replied, hands clasped behind him, tilting his head slightly. I am the rare prodigy destined to dominate for an era. Though it may seem boastful, his strength was undeniable. After a moment of silence, Tianli cupped his fist and bowed. Perhaps following a prodigy like you is a commendable choice. I accept the wager. I have met the leader. Haha. Excellent. No need for formalities. From today onward, you shall be the hall master of my world association. By the way, I have a question. Given your formidable strength, why do you not enter the city? Remaining outside the city is conducive to training. Training? Do you mean feasting on the flesh of others? The rumor in the outside world suggested so, but my subordinates do not consume flesh. They merely extract essence for cultivation. Using blood for cultivation? Reno was slightly taken aback. Is this not a dark art? What constitutes righteous or wicked? Tianli replied with righteous fervor. There is no absolute good or evil. Righteousness and wickedness reside within the heart. Even if I practice unconventional methods, if I use them to vanquish demons and punish the wicked, who can truly label me as malevolent? I stand corrected. Your words resonate profoundly, and I realize my perspective has been narrow. The leader need not feel remorse, after all. This is merely the viewpoint of the world. Have those who were bled to death perished? The so-called essence is the heart's core. Extracting the heart naturally leads to death. Each case has been thoroughly investigated by my subordinates. Their deaths were warranted. Very well. Henceforth, you shall manage the laws within the association. Those sentenced to death will be handed over to you for execution. Are you willing? I am grateful for this opportunity. I will not hesitate to face death. No need to be so serious. I am quite easygoing. Etiquette must not be discarded. Tianli insisted. Very well, as you wish. Is it possible for you to reveal your true visage? Reno inquired, speculating that the other had been disfigured. Without a word, Tianli removed his mask, causing Reno to stagger back 3 steps. Before him stood Tianli, eyes as bright as stars, with elegant brows and a chiseled nose, his face sculpted with precision, exuding an aura of grandeur, handsome from every angle. Observing this resemblance to a youthful Takashi Kaneshiro, Reno remarked, with such striking looks, why conceal your face? Are you afraid of unwelcome advances from women? To inform the leader, I possess formidable enemies. Discovery would surely lead to my demise. What enemies? Tianli donned his mask once more and turned to his subordinates. You may withdraw. These subordinates, having stood behind Tianli without glimpsing his true face, were filled with curiosity yet obliged to follow orders. Subsequently, Reno was invited into the parlor, where they sat across from each other as Tianli recounted his tale. He revealed that he was once a disciple of a grand sect known as the Seven Absolutes sect, and a core disciple at that, being one of the candidates for the sect leader. One day, the sect discovered a celestial-level technique within an ancient ruin. When news leaked, they were besieged by 7 rival sects, leading to the sect's annihilation and the disciple's scattered escape. Just before his departure, the severely injured sect leader entrusted him with the celestial technique, sacrificing himself to provide cover. Thus, Tianli had lived in hiding, arriving in Donglan City, where he cautiously practiced the celestial technique. In other words, your name is not Tianli? Indeed, my true name is Nangong Xiangyang. What is the nature of this technique? Would you be so kind as to share it with me? Certainly, but this technique is of a dark nature and exceedingly arduous to cultivate. I must pursue vengeance and thus have no choice but to practice it. If the leader considers it, I implore you to think carefully. Understood. We shall see after I view it. Tianli. No, Nangong Xiangyang. Returned to the inner chamber and, after a few minutes, brought forth a volume of jade script. The jade script consisted of 36 jade pages, heavily weathered and ancient. What script is this? It is the ancient cave script. Cave script? I have heard that in ancient times, during a great calamity, humanity sought refuge in caves, which eventually gave rise to the cave civilization, Nangong Xiangyang explained. Oh, do you understand these characters? I found a literary master in Donglan City, and after 3 years of study with him, I managed to translate them to a rudimentary extent. Are you not concerned that the master might disclose this information? The master is nearly 90 years old, childless and devoted to a simple life, residing within the Justice Guild, wishing to spend his remaining years there. So you were providing for his retirement? Indeed. Well done. Reno praised, saying, I also possess an ancient tome. Said to be written in the divine demon script. I will let him examine it. No problem. Nangong Xiangyang accepted the golden tome, curiously appraising it before setting it aside. Regarding Reno's spatial artifact, he chose to overlook it. After all, he hailed from a large sect and was well acquainted with such matters. Although he had not been assigned one due to his lack of strength, the higher-ups frequently utilized them, so he was no stranger to the concept. I cannot comprehend this cave script. Do you have a translated version? Reno inquired. Of course, Nangong Xiangyang replied, presenting a translated volume. Reno gazed for a while, feeling a profound embarrassment as he realized that a significant portion of the text was utterly unfamiliar to him. It then dawned on him that he had never received formal education and had only learned a few commonly used characters from other street children. System. I wish to learn the script of the Great Qian. Would the host like to spend 1,000 fan points to acquire the characters of the Qian Kingdom? Fortunately, the Great Qian script was not costly. He promptly replied yes. As soon as he uttered the words, a flood of characters inundated his mind, and he instantly comprehended the entirety of the Qian script. Yet, he discovered that he still could not grasp the meaning, as it contained terminology related to martial arts, meridians, and acupoints, which left him utterly perplexed. Master Nangong, I have not learned the basics and am unfamiliar with the concepts of meridians and acupoints. What should I do? Master, in your situation, if you were to recklessly attempt cultivation, it would be easy to fall into madness. Nangong Xiangyang replied with a grave expression. Reynolds, feeling somewhat vexed, scratched his head and said, How about this? When you have the time, please teach me to recognize acupoints and meridians. Understanding his subordinate's hesitation, he added, I have a question, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it. What's inappropriate about it? Speak your mind. There are no rigid rules here, he encouraged. Thus, his subordinate proceeded to inquire, since the leader has already attained the pinnacle of mastery, why does he not recognize the meridians and acupoints? Could it be, as the outside world claims, that the leader practices foreign martial arts? Reynolds unabashedly acknowledged, You are correct. My training does not involve the Grand Qian martial arts. That nation solely focuses on physical cultivation, neglecting the refinement of true energy. Such was the revelation. Nangong Xiangyang, intrigued, responded, If that is the case, perhaps this blood refinement titan technique may serve as a complementary reference, allowing us to draw connections. Are you suggesting that this celestial-level secret manual also pertains to physical cultivation? This technique encompasses both internal and external training. It is neither purely physical nor solely internal. The two aspects are mutually reinforcing. A robust physique leads to vigorous energy, and vice versa. Is the enhancement through human blood rapid? Are there any drawbacks? It surpasses certain elixirs in efficacy. In ancient times, the technique employed the blood of magical beasts for optimal results. Nowadays, such creatures have nearly vanished from land, making it exceedingly difficult to procure their essence. Thus, my subordinate resorted to this alternative of using human blood. As for the drawbacks, it may induce bouts of agitation and affect rationality, yet with unwavering willpower. One can suppress such tendencies. Reynolds smiled, recalling the Sea Kings from the world of One Piece. Each time Garp vanquished a Sea King, he consumed only the flesh, wasting the blood, a true squandering of resources. Perhaps now he could experiment with its effects. Chapter 21. The supermarket grand opening. Subsequently, Reynolds returned to headquarters with Nangong Xiangyang, delegating the mundane matters of territory acquisition to the personnel team. He then summoned all senior members for introductions. Master Nangong, starting tomorrow, you shall commence the establishment of the punishment hall. Additionally, I wish to create a scripture repository, which I entrust to your supervision. You may decide its location. Understood. I shall comply. Leader, there is an individual outside with an invitation, reported a gatekeeper. Bring him in. Before long, an unremarkable young man entered, appearing somewhat anxious under the scrutinizing gazes of the high-ranking officials. I am a messenger from the Bliss Guild, sent by the leader to deliver an invitation. What is the purpose of this gathering? Reynolds inquired casually from his central position, his stature nearing 6 feet, his muscular frame radiating authority. The leader requests your presence at a banquet in the city tomorrow evening at 6, to be held at the Bliss Guild headquarters. A banquet? I have no time for such frivolities, Reynolds flatly rejected. He needed to devote his time to mastering martial arts terminology, understanding meridians and acupoints, and practicing the Navy's 6 styles alongside the blood refinement titan technique. Attending a banquet was simply out of the question. Moreover, one could surmise that the Bliss Guild's banquet would hardly be a pleasant affair. With assassins dispatched by day and invitations extended by night, it was clear they were acting out of fear, seeking reconciliation. It was highly probable that they aimed to offer an apology, yet being ensconced within their den of thieves. Failure to reach an agreement could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, he had already resolved to obliterate the Bliss Guild. Once he unified the outer city, they would be next on his list, providing ample justification for conflict. After all, he had no quarrels with other guilds for the time being. Initiating hostilities recklessly could invite a coalition of underground forces against him. The Bliss Guild, however, had already attempted assassination. Retaliation was justified. "Reynolds, we harbor no ill intentions." The messenger stammered. "Return and inform Lu Zhixiong that I am aware of his assassination attempt against me, and I have duly noted this matter." The messenger was taken aback. "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed. Do you think hosting a banquet and offering apologies can erase such transgressions? Convey that response and be gone." "Yes." The messenger dared not utter another word and hastily departed. "What? Lu Zhixiong orchestrated the assassination?" "Boss, this cannot go unpunished," Luo Jin exclaimed. "I am aware. Therefore, you must enhance your capabilities. Otherwise, you will only hinder progress. I cannot be the sole combatant against an entire guild. Currently, only Master Nangong can offer assistance. You all have much to improve upon. This matter is not urgent. Let us first unify the outer city. Once we have consolidated our strength, we shall re-enter the city." The group felt a wave of shame, vowing to dedicate themselves to their training. Yet, they were still at the stage of basic literacy, familiarizing themselves with meridians and acupoints, only managing to practice combat techniques, which felt unattainable. In the ensuing 20 days, the Bliss Guild remained inactive, yet the number of unfamiliar faces around increased significantly. The Heavenly Society methodically encroached upon the territories of outer city guilds, gradually unifying the region. During this period, there were instances of joint resistance. Nangong Xianyang swiftly quelled them with ruthlessness. Some even offered high prices for extraordinary fighters, only to be captured by Reynolds and handed over to Nangong Xianyang for training. The police observed with indifference, taking no action, silently cleansing the area. The tax bureau persistently demanded payments, yet Lin Yi presented the tax documents from the headquarters, leaving them speechless. Technically, the tax should have been collected by the outer city's branch, yet they had added an additional 10% to report to the headquarters, which had no grounds for refusal. Though both branches performed the same function, they were not subordinate to one another, each with their own calculations and interests. After the tax bureau conceded, the police began to frequently seek out faults, severely affecting various industries. One night, Nangong Xianyang engaged in a friendly martial arts exchange with the chief of the outer city police, Chunjun, fostering a mutual admiration that blossomed into friendship. Since then, the police had not investigated the industries under the Heavenly Society's name. Today marks the grand opening of the supermarket. Renault and Chunjun attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. While he Baishur, the director of the Outer City Tax Bureau, though invited, did not make an appearance. In the most bustling area of Confucius Street, a 10-meter-tall, 2,000-square-meter pavilion loomed prominently. The previous residential structures had long been demolished, with compensation that brought smiles to the faces of the former inhabitants. A red satin ribbon was stretched across the entrance, with Renault and Police Chief Chunjun positioned at the center, flanked by other senior officials. Surrounding them was a throng of curious spectators, along with business partners collaborating with the supermarket, all eager to witness this novel partnership and not wishing to miss the grand opening festivities. As Renault and Chunjun snipped the ribbon, it fell into 3 segments, and the sound of firecrackers instantly erupted along the street. An MC, microphone in hand, announced, "Today marks the grand opening of Tianxia Supermarket, with all merchandise available at a 10% discount. We warmly welcome our neighbors and friends to come in and make their selections." The audience surged forward, eager to enter. Please form an orderly queue and refrain from pushing. Baskets and carts are provided at the entrance for your convenience. There is only one entrance, but 5 exits. Please ensure you check out before leaving. Do not haggle with the sales staff. Our prices are clearly marked and non-negotiable. And ma'am, please keep an eye on your child and prevent any running to avoid accidents. You are the one who should be watching. Your entire family is a bunch of old ladies. I am only 28. Yes, my apologies, dear sister. Please enter one at a time and avoid crowding. The MC was in a state of disarray. The attendants responsible for maintaining order were sweating profusely, as an estimated 3,000 to 4,000 people had gathered today. such as the power of the press. Although the Tianxia supermarket merely occupied a single page in the local newspaper, it had still stirred considerable enthusiasm among the public. Many, even if not purchasing, were keen to explore this upgraded version of a convenience store. Congratulations, Boss Lei. Truly, the guests are flocking in, Chen Zhen remarked from the loft across the way. Likewise, Director Chen, do not forget that you hold a 20% stake in the supermarket. Indeed. Haha. Congratulations to us both. Chen Zhen laughed heartily. Renault did not speak. He almost forgot that he held shares in the supermarket. It was that evening when Nangong Xianyang had sent him a beating along with a piece of paper for his signature. At that moment, with a bruised face, he signed without a second thought, merely hoping that the other party would refrain from further violence. In retrospect, it was indeed a tremendous gain. Business was flourishing, with a profit margin of 20%, instantly granting him financial freedom. All he needed to do was maintain order and prevent any interference from the underworld, making it a rather easy and pleasant endeavor. Instantly, a broad smile appeared on his round face, akin to that of a Maitreya Buddha. Director Chen, I have heard that you possess a unique esoteric technique known as the Great Food Technique, which allows one to transform food into true energy for cultivation? Renault inquired. Indeed, I possess only mediocre talent. It is solely through this extraordinary art that I have advanced to the steel realm. It is my closely guarded secret, Chen Zhen promptly interjected. Ren nodded. I see. Then do pass it on to me in secrecy. I shall not speak of it. Ah, Leader Lei, I too possess a secret art, known as the Gale Step. Would Director Chen be interested in learning it? Chen Zhen's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Is that the extraordinary skill that unleashes sword chi with one's feet? Indeed, I have heard it is one of the 6 supremacies of the TNH Society. Am I correct? Yes, the 6 supremacies is a celestial-level martial art, each technique worthy of a lifetime of dedicated practice. Here's the deal. If Director Chen can master the Gale Step, I shall gradually unveil the remaining 5 techniques to you, one by one, until you have learned them all. What do you say? Is that true? We can formalize it in writing. Agreed. I would also appreciate your evaluation of my grand food technique. Renault gazed at Chen Zhen's elephantine legs and smiled faintly. Transforming those legs into muscular ones to achieve the elusive Gale Kick would be an arduous endeavor. After all, the essence of the Gale Kick lies in generating immense leg strength to create shockwaves in the air, propelling them outward. However, the elephantine legs, laden with excess flesh and slow in movement, rendered the likelihood of success nearly non-existent. Subsequently, the two entered the private room, sharing secrets with jovial laughter. Chapter 22. Mundane Matters within the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, a stately new building, embodying a classical charm, stood prominently in the central area. 3 stories high and spanning 200 square meters, a golden plaque adorned the entrance, inscribed with 3 resplendent characters, Sanjing Scripture Repository. The first 2 floors were dedicated to the collection of martial arts texts, housing both ordinary and extraordinary martial disciplines. The 3rd floor served as the residence of the leader, Renault, designed to maintain order. The building was repurposed from an existing structure, completed in a mere 20 days. Observing the emptiness of the Sanjing, Renault found himself troubled by the daunting task of sourcing martial arts manuals. Ultimately, through collective brainstorming, 3 methods emerged. The first was contributions from members. Renault offered his Navy combat techniques, the 6 styles, the Great Food Technique, along with Lin Yi's ancestral martial arts, Luo Jin's teachings from his martial arts school, and the hidden skills of other prominent figures. Notably, Nangong Xiangyang alone contributed 12 unique techniques, a testament to his lineage. Naturally, contributions were quantified into contribution points, which could be used for expenditures within the society. Without rules, chaos ensues. Thus, even Renault, as the leader, was required to provide contribution points for any withdrawal, fostering trust among the members, a proposition he himself endorsed. However, as an elder, he possessed the privilege of credit, allowing him to learn techniques before payment. Consequently, the senior members eagerly selected their preferred arts, their faces alight with joy. The second method involved purchasing manuals from the plethora of martial arts schools within the city, where payment could secure access, albeit with varying prices. Ordinary martial arts were not hidden from the Tianxia Society, one of the 4 major factions in Donglan City. The third approach focused on recruiting martial artists into the society. In exchange for contribution points, they would willingly offer their martial arts, gradually amassing a substantial collection over time, emphasizing a steady, incremental accumulation. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Sanjing, In Renault's bedroom, he practiced his meditation to attain utmost emptiness, to maintain profound stillness. The divine energy naturally returns to its roots, converging at the Baihui point and gathering in the Dantian. Breathing steadily, returning to the primordial sea, he chanted softly, gradually losing himself in a state of meditation. After half an hour, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. A fleeting spark of clarity illuminated his mind before he retreated into introspection. A warm energy surged within him, invigorating his limbs and bones, providing exquisite comfort. At last, he had successfully initiated the blood refinement body technique, though he wondered if he could enhance it further. Pondering this, Renault examined his attributes: strength, 31 constitution, 32 agility, 31 spirit, 35 Navy 6 styles, iron block, initial understanding 410. 000, Navy 6 styles, finger gun, initial understanding 310, 000, Navy 6 styles, gale kick, initial understanding 610. 000, Navy 6 styles, paper drawing, initial understanding 910, 000, Navy 6 styles, shave, initial understanding 810, 000, blood refinement body technique. First level 11. 000, fan value 653. Indeed, it had been recorded, albeit with a slightly different description, seemingly categorized by the level of the manuals. Nevertheless, it posed no detriment. During this period, aside from daytime studies on meridians and acupoints, and inspecting territories to display his prowess and accumulate fan points, he dedicated his nights to cultivation. Through relentless practice, he had mastered all but the most challenging technique, the moon step of the Navy 6 styles. Once he adapted to the flow of his inner energy, he commenced training in the Great Food Technique. This technique was undoubtedly a divine skill for him, observing the world of one piece. A common trait among the strong was their remarkable ability to consume vast quantities of food. Transforming abundant sustenance into energy for enhancing one's strength was fundamental, and he was on the verge of acquiring such an ability. Chen Zhen's corpulence stemmed from his surplus energy, unable to be metabolized by potent techniques, which accumulated and turned into fat. In contrast, with the Navy 6 styles, which required considerable stamina, he could effectively digest the energy from his food. The Great Food Technique was straightforward, unlike the blood refinement body technique, which comprised 9 levels. Renault mastered it in just 5 days, progressing from initial understanding to proficiency, costing only 1,000 fan points. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to level up. Although consuming food could enhance proficiency, time was of the essence. Accumulating energy for training swiftly held greater significance. At present, he could consume a meal equivalent to 10 portions. With 5 days remaining until the elite training camp assessment, Renault resolved to return early to organize matters concerning the Tianxia Society. Descending to the ground floor, he was greeted by Lin Shiner, the second-floor master, who chirped, "Brother Arno, I can't solve this problem. Could you help me, please?" The Cangjing Gu was of utmost importance, necessitating the oversight of trusted individuals. In terms of trustworthiness, Lin Shiner, being his first fan, was undoubtedly the most reliable choice. Thus, the 10-year-old Lin Shiner became the master of the second floor. Possessing her own room and working an hour shift every morning, noon, and evening, all while managing her school obligations, Reynolds glanced back in the past. It was a mathematical conundrum. After patiently elucidating the problem, he descended to the lower levels. The first floor was presided over by Lin Yi, who worked an 8-hour shift daily. As the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, he functioned as Reynolds' secretary, managing a plethora of tasks each day. Fortunately, he had an entire team to assist him, making the workload bearable. This team comprised intellectuals, many hailing from impoverished backgrounds, willing to bow for a meager salary. Naturally, the primary reason for their dedication was the excellent reputation of the Tianxia Society. Currently, it stood as the dominant force outside Donglin City, simultaneously undertaking patrol, public safety, and criminal matters, thereby winning the hearts of the populace. As for the police station, it was largely redundant, with most citizens opting to report directly to the criminal hall of the Tianxia Society, leading to a frenzied recruitment drive by Nangang Xiangyang. The cause of this shift was the previous police force's profound disappointment, resulting in a complete loss of public trust. Envy brewed among some, leading them to report to the lord of the city, alleging that the Tianxia Society harbored insurrectionist intentions. However, That informant was swiftly dismissed and soon after severely beaten by Luo Jin, who now lay incapacitated in bed. Regarding the Tianxia Society, Xiong Kaishan adopted a stance of avoidance unless absolutely necessary. He cared little for the trifles of the outer city. Originally, the outer city had been constructed by wandering refugees, gradually expanding into a settlement. Chaos ensued, prompting Xiong Kaishan to assign some disfavored officials to manage the area, where taxes were siphoned off, leaving a negligible amount for the lord of the city. In such a scenario, to confront a gang with two visible steel figures while also backed by an ancient monster would be courting trouble. As long as it did not disrupt the economy and public order of Donglan City, he was indifferent to gang conflicts. Recently, he had been embroiled in overt and covert struggles with foreign entities, leaving him no time to manage other affairs. Moreover, the actions of the Tianxia Society indirectly aided in stabilizing Donglan City, which he found rather agreeable. Leader, there are 7 death row inmates requiring your signature, along with 12 promotions, 97 martial artists to be appointed, candidates for school principal, teacher benefits, and 3 new guild regulations. Stop. Just sign for me, Reynolds replied, not even glancing up. These matters can be settled independently. If someone cannot make a decision, let the 6 halls deliberate. Additionally, my master wishes to take me into seclusion for cultivation. I will not be returning for a while. Inform all the hall leaders that externally, I am in seclusion on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Repository. How long will this last? Lin Yi secretly admired Reynolds' master, who was as elusive as a dragon, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Hard to say. In any case, I will return once within 10 days. Any decisions that cannot be made should be postponed until my return. Lin Yi sighed in relief. As long as you return within 10 days, there is no issue. Is there anything urgent to address? There is one pressing matter. After the unification of the guild, our membership has swelled to nearly 10,000, and with members living scattered, management has become challenging. Some outsiders are exploiting our banner for personal gain, tarnishing the guild's reputation. Damn it. They want to ruin my hard-earned reputation. Give this a serious response. Those who exploit us should have their hands severed or be presented to Hall Master Nangong for training, Reynolds fumed. Although Lin Yi was uncertain about the term losing fans, he grasped the general sentiment and nodded in agreement. Furthermore, all members of the Tianxia Society should don a uniform, and an announcement should be issued. Any impersonators will be dealt with ruthlessly. Understood. As for the clothing style, what do you envision, leader? Let it be as stylish as possible. The management should have cloaks with Tianxia emblazoned on the back, Reynolds instructed. Got it. Regarding the issue of dispersed personnel, we should strive to acquire or exchange properties surrounding the headquarters and transform them into a fortified town. Will this not provoke the lord of the city? Lin Yi inquired cautiously. Not at all. We are not inciting rebellion. We merely seek to establish a base for self-defense. To speak bluntly, with the current chaos outside, should a warlord attack, we could even assist him. You are correct, leader. This rationale should suffice, Lin Yi concurred. Chapter 23, Assessment in a Training Ground at the G3 base of the Pirate King world. Reynolds sweated profusely, his legs feeling numb. The principle of the moonwalk technique involves forcefully stepping on the air when it is unsuspecting, generating a counterforce to achieve levitation. Once mastered, one could even use air as a staircase for elevation or aerial maneuvers, moving with ease. What kind of absurd theory was conceived by a fool for this to even work? Reynolds silently scoffed. 5 days had passed since his return, yet he still failed to master the moonwalk. Tomorrow marked the assessment day, and lacking one of the 6 Navy techniques left him feeling quite uneasy. You won't succeed with that mindset. A figure approached from afar, his scarred face strikingly fearsome. It was the first new recruit, Antonio. Hey, you weren't transferred out? Reynolds inquired, puzzled. Typically, new recruits do not remain at G3 headquarters. They are assigned to branches for training, Antonio replied. Ah, so you also signed up for the elite training camp. How about a spar? Reynolds suggested eagerly. Perfect timing. Tomorrow's assessment will likely involve a match, Antonio agreed readily. Without further ado, the two launched into combat. Their attributes were vastly different, one a lieutenant and the other a major, leading to an overwhelming advantage for Antonio from the outset. Renault exerted every effort, barely enduring for 3 minutes before conceding defeat. The so-called sparring is meant for opponents of comparable strength. What they experienced was more akin to a one-sided thrashing, one being lifted while the other dealt the blows. You just mentioned that the moonwalk shouldn't be practiced this way. Do you have a better method? Renault inquired. Watch. In the next moment, Antonio began to demonstrate while explaining the technique. Although the instructor had provided some training methods, the details were lacking. Antonio, also a novice, comprehended the difficulties involved and succinctly guided Renault through the process. Already on the verge of a breakthrough, Renault suddenly grasped the essence, pushed off the ground, soared about a meter into the air, hovered for a second, and then landed. Success! Renault exclaimed joyfully. Antonio, thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Antonio flashed a grin. No need for thanks. I hope you pass the assessment tomorrow and join the elite training camp. I have great confidence in you. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. The next day, just as dawn began to break, Renault arrived at a training facility, the venue for the assessment. 5 individuals sat in a line ahead, with Vice Admiral Kapu in the center, casually munching on rice crackers, appearing entirely indifferent. Flanking him were his aides, Bogart and Instructor Balk, along with 2 examiners and a secretary from headquarters, Marin Vondo. The nameplates on the table bore their names. The examiner was named Richard, and the secretary was Jane. 7 individuals were to undergo the assessment, all prodigies among prodigies, yet only 5 spots were available, implying that 2 would face elimination. Perhaps even more. Let us begin, Richard announced. First round, Devil Fruit abilities. Do any of you possess such powers? I have consumed the ancient Zoan type, Great King Centipede. One soldier responded. He was the only one to answer. A rather impressive fruit. Would you mind demonstrating your abilities? I would be delighted. Balk, go and test him. Understood. Balk rose and made his way to the center of the arena. The soldier promptly transformed into a centipede hybrid, towering 5 meters tall, with 6 additional limbs and a carapace that exuded terror. I specialize in the 8-sword style, the soldier declared. Soon, 8 katana were presented to him. Once prepared, Balk initiated the assault. Shave. 8-sword style, Gale Slash. Balk's hands enveloped in Haki, he braced against the onslaught, which came like a tempest. 5 minutes later, the soldier, panting heavily, was sent flying by a single punch. The assessment concluded. The secretary summarized, physically weak, breathless, and with mediocre swordsmanship. Only the basics of the 6 forms mastered. Your overall strength is at the level of a junior officer. Rating, D. Did I pass? The soldier asked anxiously. Perhaps practice for another year or 2. In return for the next assessment. The implication was clear. He had been eliminated. Dejected, the soldier retreated to a corner. Renault felt overwhelmed, struggling to come to terms with the formidable centipede man. In the second round, he was tasked with assessing their speed. You all have records of your previous strengths. Now, please share if you have improved, and to what extent, Richard inquired once more. After a brief silence, Antonio was the first to respond. Since the post-assignment battle, I have mastered the 6 styles of the Navy. I believe I can now surpass a lieutenant colonel. 3 months to master the 6 styles? Quite impressive, the secretary remarked, glancing at the records. Pirate hunter origin, age 21, officer level, proficient in martial arts, exceptionally skilled, rating B. At that moment, another soldier chimed in. I have also made progress. I have learned the paper drawing technique from the 6 styles. The secretary reviewed the records, enlisted for 3 years, mastered iron body and shave in the first year, finger gun and gale in the second, and paper drawing in the third. Your overall strength is at the ensign level. Is there truly no one left to recommend you at G3 base? Rating D. Renault was pleasantly surprised to learn that it took the soldier 3 years to master the 5 styles. However, upon reflection, mastering the 6th style is indeed a formidable challenge. Many seasoned sailors with over a decade of experience still only grasp a few of them. In comparison, this soldier could be considered a prodigy. Balk felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it was he who had recommended the soldier. Adhering to the principle that every additional candidate represents an extra opportunity, he had suggested anyone with a modicum of talent. After all, if they succeeded, his own credentials would shine brighter, having trained students from an elite academy, a notable achievement. The more successful candidates he had, the closer he would be to a promotion and a raise. The soldier's morale had plummeted, akin to being ensnared by Perona's negative spirit. 3 years had passed, yet he had not succeeded. The atmosphere grew quiet once more, and Renault spoke up. I mastered the Navy's 6th style after the war. The clerk immediately became intrigued, perusing the records. Only 14 years old, and in just 3 months, he progressed from an ordinary child to a 2nd lieutenant, mastering all 6 styles in an additional 3 months. He looked up and asked, Are you certain you have mastered all 6 styles? Yes, I am certain. Renault affirmed with a nod. Would you kindly demonstrate, Balk? Of course, Balk replied. Renault and Bark arrived at the venue and instantly engaged in combat. Slash. Iron block. Bang. Reno was gripped by excruciating abdominal pain, inwardly cursing. Indeed, even a piece of iron would not learn, although it was a preliminary skill of Haki. It bore no comparison to true Haki. In battle, anyone who used it was a fool. After taking a hit, Reno retaliated with a finger pistol, dodged with paper drawing, then distanced himself with shave before executing a gale kick, ultimately soaring into the sky with moonwalk. He demonstrated it all, and the battle concluded. In this confrontation, Reno concealed his true energy, wary of being discerned by Garp, thus his strength was underestimated. Nonetheless, the secretary was already full of admiration, truly a genius. Achieving such prowess in merely 6 months, a born fighter. He received a commendable rating of A. Chapter 24, Cultivation. The final challenge is to articulate your understanding of justice. This segment is extra credit and does not factor into the assessment. Richard stated, I believe justice should be absolute, akin to Admiral Akainu's stance. Pirates are pirates, and they deserve to be eradicated. A soldier countered, I disagree. Many pirates are merely commoners driven to desperation by the heavens. Their crimes do not warrant death. Justice should be adaptable. Another soldier rebutted, I align with the principles of Vice Admiral Garp. A third soldier slyly remarked, everything should be people-centric, even if there are sacrifices. As long as there is peace in the world, that is sufficient. The crowd scoffed at this notion. Garp laughed heartily. Indeed, my sense of justice is the finest. Hey, that is not what I meant. The crowd was left in confusion. Antonio declared, my sense of justice is extermination, to eradicate all pirates without exception. Only then will the world know peace. Your sense of justice is even more radical than Admiral Akainu's. The secretary, Jane, commented. However, your experiences have understandably fostered a sense of hatred. The crowd was unaware of Antonio's past and did not inquire. As the last remaining individual, Reno stated, my sense of justice is order. If people adhere to the law and conduct themselves with integrity, avoiding crime, the world will be peaceful and stable. What is your view on the celestial dragons, Reno? Garp inquired. Those present understood that if the celestial dragons did not exist, Reno's vision might be attainable. However, it was precisely the existence of those who transcended the law that plunged the world into chaos, oppression, and a bloody era of slaughter. The great pirate era had long since commenced. It was merely Roger who precipitated its full eruption. This was the madness born of extreme oppression, a rebellion against the world's aristocracy. Renault paused momentarily. If one cannot justify their statements, they are mere empty words. And what should be a merit may instead become a demerit. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I believe that all law enforcers should adhere to a singular principle and execute it resolutely. The celestial dragons shall be held accountable for their crimes just as commoners are. Upon uttering this profound assertion, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The audacity to enforce the law upon the exalted celestial dragons, the aristocracy who have reigned for 8 centuries, is truly remarkable. Garp's eyes seemed to ignite with a bright flame as he exclaimed, well said, young man. If the celestial dragons abided by the law, the world would see a drastic reduction in crime and piracy. However, Bogart interjected, how do you propose to address the issue of the celestial gold? It is widely acknowledged as the source of chaos. Since it is so well known, why does the Navy not overthrow the world government and establish a new order? Renault countered. Many admirals have contemplated the overthrow of the world government over the past 8 centuries, yet they ultimately abandoned the idea, for enough is enough. Richard interrupted. This is a discussion of ideals, not a debate on rebellion. Bogart shrugged. You see, this is one of the reasons. Our Navy is not governed solely by the whims of one admiral. Renault pondered and realized the truth. In the original narrative, Admiral Kazara had a murky relationship with the world government, leading to suspicions of him being an undercover agent. If Kazara's loyalty was merely in question, then Green Bull was undoubtedly a puppet placed within the Navy by the Celestial Dragons. The Navy's elite forces, unable to unite as a cohesive entity, were further hampered by stringent military budgets that restricted salary disbursement. The notion of powering their efforts through mere passion was utterly impractical. Most naval recruits enlisted to provide for their families, not out of a grand sense of justice. Their motivations were far from noble. With mouths to feed, they were unlikely to risk their lives for ideals that seemed distant. A rather compelling interpretation of justice, indeed. Kapu, munching on a rice cracker, remarked, Renault, you've passed. And that scarred-faced man has as well. As for the others, they should return whence they came. With the decisive authority he wielded, Kapu's words effectively concluded the matter. Richard had little choice but to acquiesce, nodding absently before departing. Renault, your words were rather impulsive, Bark observed. You may attract the attention of the world government. It matters not. I firmly believe my sense of justice is correct, Renault replied. You've got potential, kid. Prepare yourself. You'll accompany me to headquarters tomorrow, Kapu instructed. Understood. As the group exited the training facility, Renault bid farewell to Antonio, scar-faced man. See you tomorrow. Antonio, feeling the weight of his new moniker, walked away in silence, aware that this nickname might follow him for a lifetime, especially since it was bestowed by Rear Admiral Kapu. The echoes of scar-faced man resonated in his mind, leaving him in a state of dismay. Renault arrived at the cafeteria, indulging in a lavish feast, his digestive system in full motion as gastric juices flowed abundantly, facilitating the rapid digestion of his meal. He consumed an astonishing quantity, equivalent to that of 10 individuals, before patting his belly in satisfaction and departing. Venturing into the kitchen, he inquired about the availability of Sea Kings. Upon glancing at Renault's insignia, the cook suppressed the urge to curse and replied, Sir, if you wish to dine, please step outside. This is not a restaurant. I require the heart's blood of a Sea King. I wonder if you have any. Though perplexed as to why Renault sought only the blood from the heart, the cook, aware of the hierarchy's weight, endeavored to accommodate the request, leading Renault into a storeroom. Fortune smiles upon you, sir. Yesterday, Major General Il dispatched a Sea King, and it has yet to be processed. Renault gazed upon the colossal sea creature within the warehouse, measuring over 300 meters, akin to a manatee, and classified as a creature of ordinary size. The truly gigantic sea beings extend to several thousand meters. Thus, 300 meters is merely a diminutive figure. Its head bore several enormous depressions, a clear testament to having succumbed to a forceful blow, showcasing the prowess of Major Il. I require all of its cardiac blood. Please assist in packaging it, he commanded. The cook, bewildered, replied, Sir, even if we are only taking the blood from the heart, it would amount to at least 10 tons. Do you wish to take it all? Indeed, all of it, and have it delivered to my quarters, Renault affirmed. The cook, left with no choice, complied and summoned additional hands to assist. How do you typically process the blood of sea creatures? Renault inquired further. We have a designated facility for the decomposition of sea creatures, where the blood is channeled directly into the ocean, came the response. What a waste, Renault lamented, joining in the effort to collect the blood. An hour later, dozens of wooden barrels filled Renault's dormitory to the brim. Fortunately, after his promotion, he had been assigned a larger room, which could barely accommodate the influx. He lifted a barrel of blood and poured it into a prepared tub. As I settled into a kneeling position, a pungent scent of blood assailed my senses. I immediately activated the blood refining body technique. In an instant, a cool energy surged through my pores, continuously flowing, circulating through my meridians, and transforming into true energy. A substantial portion of it also washed over my physique, augmenting the strength of my bones, organs, and muscles. In that moment, it felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing my body, with pain permeating every inch. Renault gritted his teeth, enduring both pain and pleasure. The sensation of his evident strength surging was simply exquisite. Nangong Shanyang could hardly comprehend this. After all, how many could possess such hard essence? A few applications would surely exhaust it. Even among the beastly creatures, few could boast a size akin to this. Conversely, Rain's situation was different. In the world of One Piece, Sea Kings were abundant, and with determination, one could easily locate them. On one hand, a few strokes would suffice, while on the other, he immersed himself, causing his cultivation speed to resemble the stark contrast between walking and flying. In less than an hour, his blood energy was depleted. He opened the drain at the bottom of the tub, letting the discarded blood flow away, before pouring in another barrel of fresh blood to continue his cultivation. During this process, the blood would coagulate several times, only to be softened by his body heat. Thus, he practiced until evening, feeling his meridians swell, and his muscles, bones, and internal organs all hinted at imminent collapse, prompting him to finally cease his training. Each day, there was a fixed duration for cultivation. One could not train relentlessly from dawn till dusk, as the body required time to adapt and recuperate. Hence, those with exceptional talent could train for several additional hours, while those with lesser aptitude could scarcely endure 1 or 2 hours. This is what is referred to as martial aptitude. Renault practiced diligently from around 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening, dedicating a full half-day to his training, a testament to his extraordinary talent. This signifies that his cultivation speed is tenfold that of an ordinary individual. While others need 10 years, he requires merely 1, and while others toil for a century, he accomplishes it in just 10 years. This consideration also encompasses recovery time and the challenges of breakthroughs. Magnifying the disparity, a clear illustration of the adage that the strong grow stronger while the weak become weaker. Chapter 25, The Human Cannon. After enjoying dinner, Renault made his way to an uninhabited training ground and accessed his attributes panel. Strength, 32 physique, 32 agility, 31 spirit, 35 naval 6 forms, iron block, initial understanding, 2461000, naval 6 forms, finger gun, initial understanding, 1451000, naval 6 forms, gale foot, initial understanding, 1641000, naval 6 forms, paper drawing, initial understanding, 1191000, naval 6 forms, shave, initial understanding, 1281000, blood refinement, dominant body, second level, 165410000, great eating technique, proficient, 1451000, fan value, 6102. After a night of rigorous training, Renault's techniques ascended a level, with both strength and physique seeing slight enhancements. He also saved 2,000 fan points, clearly indicating the immense value of the celestial level techniques in the primary world. Renault felt a sense of relief as he finally freed himself from the predicament of relying solely on fan points. The heavenly tier martial arts were indeed as illustrious as their reputation suggested, and it was no wonder they precipitated a battle for extermination. After 2 hours of practice with the 6 styles, he acclimated to his enhanced strength and then returned to his room, focusing his thoughts to return to the main world. Upon descending to the second floor, he found Lynn Sheener diligently working on her assignments. "I'm back, Sheener. Have you memorized all the meridians and acupoints?" "Yes, I have memorized them all." "Excellent. Now I shall impart a martial art to you. As the master of the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion, possessing some martial prowess is essential." "All right, what will you teach me, Brother Arno?" "The blood refinement dominance technique." "The blood refinement dominance technique. ISNT, it's supposed to require 36,000 contribution points to learn?" "Indeed, 36,000 contribution points equate to 1,000 golden dragons. The threshold is exceedingly high, and many may never accumulate enough in their lifetime. After all, this is a heavenly tier technique, not something to be taught lightly, lest it invite calamity. I will teach you in secret, and you will learn discreetly. Do not disclose it to others. One day, when your mastery is complete, you shall surprise them." Renault coaxed playfully. "Really? I'm so happy. I don't need contribution points. I am the leader. I have the final say. This is a privilege granted to you." "Thank you, Brother Arno. Now sit properly. I will teach you the first level." "Okay." After 2 hours of instruction, which brought the clock close to 11 in the evening, Renault finally returned to his room. Focusing his thoughts once more, he traversed back to the world of One Piece. The mental exertion cost him 15 points each time, and after 2 such journeys, he felt utterly fatigued and collapsed into slumber. Around 5 in the morning, Renault awoke. He descended to find some aides and instructed them to transfer the blood of the Sea Kings onto Garp's ship while he went to have breakfast. By around 7, everything was in order, and the warship slowly set sail. This time, Garp was not merely escorting them to the elite training camp. He was also returning to headquarters to report. In truth, escorting them was merely incidental. The report was the primary purpose. It was likely that Garp would be reassigned to headquarters for command. Upon seeing a multitude of wooden barrels in the room, Antonio's expression darkened. The warship had limited space, and they had been allocated a shared room, but at that moment, aside from the beds, there was hardly any space to stand. Upon opening a barrel, a wave of bloodiness pervaded the room, and finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, he bellowed, "Renault, what in the world are you doing? What are these things?" Renault hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to impart the secret of the blood refinement body technique to Antonio. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. In the world of One Piece, true strength is derived from the sanctification of the flesh. Without genuine energy or a comprehensive understanding of the meridians and acupoints, sharing such a technique would undoubtedly lead to his capture by the world government for dissection and study, a risk far too great. Furthermore, it could alter the balance of the world, the consequences of which remain uncertain. Rather than take such a perilous step, it would be wiser to allow Antonio to cultivate his power independently. Perhaps, when he becomes invincible, he could then consider taking on disciples. With that in mind, he stated, "This is for my own training. Rest assured, I will complete it within 10 days. Training with blood? Indeed, I possess a unique constitution," Reynolds affirmed. "You must be the reincarnation of a vampire," Antonio quipped, exasperated, resigning himself to endure for the next 10 days. The G3 base is approximately a month's journey from the Marine headquarters at Marineford. During this time, Reynolds devoted himself entirely to his training, practicing the Marine 6 styles and the blood refinement body technique in an endless loop. Occasionally, he sparred with Antonio, whose strength was rapidly evolving, changing day by day. After 10 days, having exhausted his blood supply, Reynolds' physical attributes broke through the critical threshold of 41 points. In their subsequent sparring session, he matched Antonio's strength, leaving Antonio in a state of disbelief. "What on earth is your constitution?" Antonio exclaimed, on the verge of losing his composure. He considered himself a genius, yet found himself utterly outclassed. This development drew the attention of Admiral Garp, who summoned him to the captain's quarters. Inside, several individuals stood, including Vice Admiral Bogart and other high-ranking officers, all regarding Reynolds with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Admiral Garp, ever the same, munched on a donut and inquired, "Reynolds, I've heard you can absorb blood to enhance your strength?" "Indeed. I can draw energy from the blood within a heart, but it must be fresh. Otherwise, the energy dissipates rapidly and becomes ineffective. For instance, with the Sea King. The efficacy had already diminished to half by the 5th day, and by the 10th, only a tenth of the original potency remained. I estimate it will be entirely useless within half a month. Is it limited to Sea Kings? Any high-energy blood can suffice, including that of humans. Yet I uphold a sense of justice and would never engage in such acts." "Ah, I understand. If the opportunity arises, I shall procure one for you." "Thank you." "Admiral Garp, have you ever consumed a devil fruit?" Garp pondered, suspecting it might be a manifestation of such powers. "Not at all. Would you like me to take a swim in the sea? Perhaps 2 laps?" "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, Renaud plunged into the sea, joyfully swimming for much of the day, treating it as a form of physical exercise. He swam from morning until noon, only returning for a meal. Garp speculated that this may be hereditary. Perhaps one of Renaud's ancestors had consumed a devil fruit, passing down a portion of its abilities. Upon returning to headquarters, Renaud's profile was once again updated, elevating him from the rank of genius to that of a prodigy, placing him on par with the 3 admirals. However, while the 3 admirals primarily relied on the powers of their devil fruits, Renaud's prowess stemmed entirely from his own abilities, suggesting that his innate talent was superior. Half a month into their voyage, on this particular day, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Pirates! Pirates sighted!" Garp, filled with enthusiasm, made his way to the bow of the ship and gestured for soldiers to bring forth a crate of cannonballs. "Ha! I have longed for this moment," he exclaimed, taking a cannonball in his hand, weighing it as he assumed a throwing stance, before hurling it with great force. The cannonball flew as if shot from a cannon, soaring over 1,000 meters before detonating in the waters beside the pirate ship, sending up a spray of seawater. "A miss. Let's try again." With hands that moved like shadows, he continued to throw, transforming single cannon shots into a barrage. The pirate ship attempted to turn, but to no avail. Within a minute, it was struck by a barrage of cannon fire, taking on water and beginning to sink. Renaud gazed in astonishment. While the anime had not fully conveyed the sensation, the reality was truly astonishing. It was nothing short of a humanoid, mobile, portable, super cannon. Chapter 26. A leap forward. "Admiral Garp, may I scavenge some spoils?" Renaud inquired. Although most of the small pirates were impoverished, there were occasions when fortune smiled upon them, bestowing the coveted devil fruits. After all, it would not take much time to investigate. Discovering some gold or silver treasures would also be advantageous, as there are countless opportunities for expenditure in this vast world. "Go ahead," Garp replied dismissively, waving his hand. Renaud immediately initiated a moonwalk towards the pirate ship, with Antonio closely following behind. "Scarface, are you also in search of treasure?" "I intend to slay the pirates. Those pirates are doomed to perish in the depths of the sea, with no one to rescue them on the Grand Line. Why bother? I relish the challenge." "Very well, that is a compelling reason. Do as you wish." 1,000 meters is but a fleeting moment for them. Soon, they arrived above the pirate vessel, which was already half submerged, with the pirates scattering in all directions. Otherwise, as the ship sank, it would create a whirlpool, pulling them down into the abyss. Antonio unleashed a merciless barrage with his finger guns, dispatching one foe after another. His expression a mask of savage coldness. This man, too, was a pitiable soul. During this time, Renault had learned from Bogart that Antonio's past was steeped in tragedy. His parents had been slaughtered by pirates during his childhood, forcing him to roam the seas in search of solace. 2 years prior, his wife had also fallen victim to pirates, just as he was contemplating a life of seclusion to care for her during her pregnancy. Ultimately, it resulted in the loss of both mother and child. As a bounty hunter, he had been besieged by pirates, sustaining 3 deep gashes to his face, and was cast into the ocean, miraculously escaping death. His hatred for pirates ran as deep as the ocean itself. Renault boarded the ship, making a beeline for the captain's quarters. After rummaging through the belongings, he discovered only a few 100,000 Bailey, stained with blood, clearly the spoils of plunder. How unfortunate. Renault participated in the massacre. The pirates numbered no more than 30 or 40, yet within a minute, they were dispatched by 2 individuals. Subsequently, Renault returned with a bag of berries. "Admiral Garp, this is all I have," he said, handing the money pouch to Garp's assistant. "You 2 little rascals are quite spirited." "Allow me to teach you Haki," Garp proclaimed. "Really?" The 2 exclaimed with delight. "Haha, prepare yourselves, here I come." With that, he unleashed his iron fist of love, leaving the 2 questioning their existence. 10 minutes later, Renault and his companion, battered and bruised, exchanged silent glances, tears streaming down their faces. This was not the imparting of Haki. It was clearly a case of Garp's pent-up frustration. However, amidst the chaos, there were indeed concepts of Haki being taught. "So, my little friends, is this too much for you?" Garp asked, hands on his hips. "Admiral Garp, I believe your teachings are rather profound. We need time to digest it." Renault replied. Antonio nodded in agreement. "Ah, so it seems I am indeed too formidable. We shall continue this tomorrow," Garp concluded. Once Garp departed, the 2 sighed in relief, grateful to escape further punishment. In terms of strength, Garp utterly outclassed Zifa, yet when it came to teaching, Zifa was leagues ahead. Certainly, Garp's instruction, though harsh, was impactful, as it had provided the 2 with a foundational understanding of Haki. It was not that Garp was entirely ineffective. Rather, his methods lacked finesse. After all, he had disciples of his own, with Kazan and Kobe among them, indicating a degree of teaching ability, albeit with few who could truly grasp his lessons. In the ensuing 10 days, the pair endured daily beatings, their faces swollen and bruised, limping as they walked. Fortunately, their exceptional physiques allowed them to bounce back each day, revitalized. During this period, they encountered pirates twice, who were swiftly obliterated by Garp. Without a strong force to intercept the cannonballs, the small-time pirates could only lament their misfortune upon facing Garp. Today, Garp was thoroughly enjoying his bout, when suddenly, the surface of the sea erupted, revealing a colossal sea king, over 1,000 meters in length, emerging from the depths. Renault's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Admiral Garp, please strike it down. I desire its heart's blood," he exclaimed, laughter echoing through the air. "Behold, my young comrades, this is the iron fist of an old man who traverses the vast seas." Admiral Garp, with a hearty laugh, soared above the head of the Sea King, his fist crackling with dark purple lightning. In an instant, he delivered a powerful blow. Before contact was made, the Sea King's head imploded, only to explode like a watermelon the moment after, leaving nothing but a void where its head once resided. The sea erupted beneath them, resembling the aftermath of a deep-sea explosion, creating a massive crater spanning over 100 meters. By my word, this is the pinnacle of power capable of shattering an island with a single punch. It is utterly beyond human limits. Antonio could only marvel at the display. Indeed, he likely did not even utilize 1% of his strength, Renault concurred. Although the soldiers aboard the ship were accustomed to such spectacles, they remained in awe. Shortly thereafter, the Sea King was retrieved for a feast, its heart's blood extracted and delivered to Renault's quarters. In light of Antonio's fervent protests, Bogart arranged for him to be moved to another room. Renault was filled with joy in a solitary setting. He could conduct an experiment to determine whether his position would change upon teleportation while aboard a ship. Without hesitation, he closed the door and instantly transported himself to the primary realm. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, he returned and discovered he remained in the same spot, without having fallen into the sea. This led him to conclude that teleportation primarily relies on being grounded. In the subsequent 10 days, Renault engaged in a rigorous training cycle, alternating between being struck and honing his skills. His physique visibly improved at an astonishing rate. The nutrient-rich marine life, combined with the great feeding technique, allowed his body to fully absorb the energies within. Moreover, daily bouts of sparring served as a form of exercise, and his experience with iron block had surpassed 5,000 points, propelling his progress as if he were riding a rocket. Additionally, his blood refinement body technique advanced rapidly, supported by a copious amount of vital blood, akin to a rocket's ascent. The essence of two Sea Kings was not squandered. As Reno checked his attributes, he noted strength, 43 physique, 45 agility, 42 spirit, 48 iron block of the Navy's 6 styles, initial understanding 560510000, spear of the Navy's 6 styles. Initial understanding for 620100000, storm kick of the Navy's 6 styles. Initial understanding for 211100000, paper drawing of the Navy's 6 styles. Initial understanding for 550100000, shave of the Navy's 6 styles. Initial understanding for 965100000, moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles. Initial understanding 3956100000, blood refinement body technique, triple 9882510 million, great feeding technique, entry level 3654100000, fan value 14650. During this period, he would occasionally return to collect fan value. Due to the people's favorable policies, the organization was beloved and thus his fan value increased swiftly. However, no amount of speed could rival the rate at which his strength was growing. At the 4150 stage, each attribute point required 10,000 fan value, while the 5160 stage demanded an alarming 100,000 for a single point. Consequently, he had nearly abandoned the notion of using fan value to enhance attributes. Instead, fan value was primarily utilized for skill upgrades, such as advancing one of the Navy's 6 styles or the blood refinement body technique to the next level. Nevertheless, he opted to wait, considering the increasing difficulty of advancement at higher realms. An additional crucial reason was to conserve fan value for Haki. His ability could be directly enhanced upon entry, rendering fan value indispensable. As for the blood refinement body technique, it could ascend solely with vital blood, making the expenditure of fan value on this technique somewhat unwise. At that moment, a commotion from the outside world caught Reno's attention. The gate of justice had arrived. Chapter 27, Martial Arts Tournament. The Marine Headquarters, Marie Ford, is situated at the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabaody Archipelago, Red Line, and the Holy Land Mariewa. The islands below are crescent-shaped, with various buildings constructed according to the terrain of the mountains. Upon docking, no one came to greet them. Bogart led Reno and Antonio to the elite training camp. With 3 days remaining until the new training session commenced, he advised them to familiarize themselves with the headquarters. You may also explore the nearby town, but be cautious not to cause trouble. The residents are mostly families of Marines, and they won't tolerate any mischief. The two complied. Shortly thereafter, they registered and were assigned rooms. Hey, Scarface, care to explore the town? Reno inquired, having just set down his luggage and encountering Antonio. Antonio's expression darkened. Do not call me Scarface. All right, Scar-faced man, Reno replied playfully. My former friends called me Ade. Oh, so you do have a name. Antonio's face grew even darker, as if suggesting that having a name was a crime. I'll explore the training camp. You can go to the town by yourself. And with that, Antonio turned and departed. Reno traversed through various checkpoints and entered the town beyond, which was unexpectedly vibrant. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and shops lined either side. Children scampered playfully, couples whispered sweet nothings, while vehicles flowed incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. Reno's visit this time is not merely for leisure. He intends to procure formidable weaponry to safeguard the headquarters of the Tianxia Society. The primary realm has only recently embarked upon the electric age, where firearms predominantly consist of rifles, possessing limited firepower. In contrast, the world of One Piece boasts an array of advanced technology, including robots, clones, Gatling guns, and laser weaponry, often surpassing that of his previous life. Naturally, due to the technological embargo imposed by the world government, certain regions still rely on flintlock firearms, which is a separate matter altogether. After wandering for quite some time, Reno finally stumbled upon a private arms shop named Strong Weapons, spanning an impressive 500 square meters. The store boasted a dazzling array of armaments, ranging from Gatling guns to swords. Upon noticing Reno, who was clad in the uniform of a second lieutenant, A charming saleswoman greeted him warmly. "Good day, sir. Is this your first visit?" "Indeed. I am looking to purchase heavy weaponry. Might I inquire about your requirements, sir? Are you in need of equipment for naval or land combat?" "For land defense. In that case, I would recommend our store's Thunderbird cannon, which has an impressive range of 2,800 meters and delivers immense power, capable of firing explosive shells, solid projectiles, and pellets." Renault yearned for it, yet could not carry it. His prop ring measured merely 1 square meter, insufficient to accommodate a cannon. "Do you have any firearms?" he inquired, primarily for close-quarters defense. "For close-quarters defense, particularly from atop the battlements, I would recommend our formidable land combat machine gun," the sales attendant suggested, gesturing towards a wall where a striking Gatling gun was displayed, reminiscent of the one belonging to Plague Queen, featuring 9 bullet holes and 4 supports. "May I test it?" he asked. "Certainly, please follow me, sir," came the response. The two proceeded to the backyard, where a designated shooting range awaited. Soon, a machine gun, measuring 1.5 meters in length, was wheeled over, equipped with the option for wheels or a stand beneath it. Although Renault's spatial ring measures merely 1 meter in width and height, it possesses the remarkable ability to stretch and transform at will. This machine gun, when disassembled, can be awkwardly accommodated within. Once the target is set, Renault raises the machine gun and unleashes a barrage of fire. The sound of gunfire echoes as sparks fly. Within moments, the target, situated 100 meters away, is obliterated into countless fragments. "Impressive. I would like 10 of these," Renault declares. The sales assistant beams with delight, for this sale promises a substantial commission. With a sweet smile, she replies, "Very well. Each one is 10 million belly, totaling 1 billion belly. And I will include 10,000 rounds of ammunition at no extra charge." 1 billion. Renault gasps in astonishment. "Is there no discount?" "Sir, this model of machine gun retails for 20 million belly elsewhere, and acquiring one is quite a challenge." "Very well, please prepare them for me. I shall return with the funds." "No problem. We eagerly await your return." Renault hastened back to his dormitory, teleporting to his room, and after descending the stairs, he found Lenny. Before he could utter a word, Lenny spoke first. "Boss, you're back. Something big has happened." "What kind of big event? Is a warlord attacking us?" Renault inquired with concern. "Not quite. There's been trouble at the docks. A kingdom called Dongyingguo wishes to seize the 10th dock. After negotiations, they proposed a martial arts tournament, stipulating that if no one can defeat the defending warrior within a month, the dock will belong to Dongyingguo." "So what?" 9 docks have already been taken," Renault replied. "This time is different. Out of the 12 docks, 9 are in foreign hands. 1 is controlled by a foreign merchant association, and only 2 remain, one by the local merchant association and the other by the city lord. However, the local merchant association has been bribed, and the foreign merchant association is undoubtedly sympathetic to foreign interests. If we lose control of the dock held by the city lord, the foreigners will impose a concession on the docks. We, the people of Qian, will then be forced to cater to their whims, with the politics, military, and economy of the port no longer under the control of Donglan City. It would be akin to becoming a nation within a nation. We would have to pay fees to enter and taxes to reside, and in times of war, should they blockade the port, we would be left to perish." Lenny elaborated passionately. "This situation is indeed quite grave. In our plans, the land next to the seafood market at the port was an ideal location for a supermarket. Paying taxes to foreigners is an unfathomable thought. How many days has the tournament been ongoing?" "It has been 7 days. The newspapers have been buzzing with excitement, and the citizens of Donglan City are seething with anger, eager for someone to defeat that warrior. I never expected that Xiong Kaishan would gain such public favor." The public sentiment has little to do with Xiong Kaishan. He merely offered a bounty of 1,000 gold dragons. "Look for yourself." Lin Yi handed over a newspaper. The newspaper featured a full-page image depicting an empty lot where a middle-aged man with a moon-shaped hairstyle stood, dual blades at his waist, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. Behind him, a banner proclaimed, "Qiangua's foot chicken, an easy target." Foot chicken is a derogatory term implying weakness, akin to calling someone a sick man of East Asia in a previous era. No wonder the public is in an uproar. Has no one managed to defeat him yet? Over 30 have tried, all perished. This man, Nakagawa Keifu, shows no mercy, Lin Yi replied. What is his strength? At least at the peak of the dominance realm. No one has withstood even 10 of his strikes. He is reputed to be the strongest in Dongying's dominance realm, and his reputation is well-deserved. What are our extraordinary individuals doing? They've allowed this to happen right under their noses. Reno lamented. They're all busy vying for supremacy. The fate of a dock in distant Donglan City hardly seems worth their time to engage in battle. At this moment, a thought struck Reno, his eyes lighting up. So, this is a matter of great public interest and focus? Precisely. Now even the local gossipers have set aside their trivial discussions, speculating on who in Donglan City might defeat Nakagawa Keifu. It seems I should take advantage of this attention to gain followers. Let us allow the situation to develop a bit further. For now, let us discuss the procurement of weapons. Chapter 28. ZFA. The shift in conversation felt somewhat abrupt, and Lin Yi seemed confused by the mention of gaining followers and letting the situation unfold. He casually asked, "Are we really going to procure weapons?" "Indeed. I have identified a powerful weapon that I intend to use for the defense of our headquarters, and we need." Renault quietly assessed the value of gold in both worlds, estimating that a pound of gold was worth around 3 million berry. Since there are 16 ounces in a pound and 1 gold dragon equals 1 ounce, dividing 3 million by 16 yields 187,500. Thus, he concluded that 1 gold dragon equates to 187,500 berry, which is akin to the Japanese yen in his previous life, and further dividing by 20 gives 9,375 xia yuan. In contrast, the currency of the main world sees 1 gold dragon valued at 10,800 xia yuan. Astonished, he exclaimed, "How has it depreciated?" Linny, puzzled by his leader's cryptic musings, wondered if he had suffered a mental lapse from his training. Regardless, he requested 550 gold dragons to purchase weapons, amounting to approximately 130 million berry, keeping the excess for personal use. "Leader, you exchanged 300 gold dragons last time. This time you can directly redeem 550, Linny said. "Record this. Even the leader cannot be exempt from contribution deductions." "Understood. Tomorrow at this time, gather all management for a trial of our new weapons," Renault instructed before returning to the building. "All right." Linny complied. After a brief lesson with Lin Shiner, Renault returned to the barracks of the Pirate King world. Arriving at a weapons store, he was greeted with excitement by the sales assistant, who had been eagerly awaiting his return. "Sir, the 10 machine guns are ready. Please deliver the goods to my residence. Here is the gold. It comes from a certain nation. Weigh it yourselves," he replied. The transaction concluded smoothly, and as the delivery personnel brought the goods to his door, Renault made his way to the dining hall. With the supply of Sea King blood having been exhausted, he needed to place an order at the military cafeteria. Upon explaining the situation to the head chef, who was taken aback, he received an affirmative response. After practicing the 6 styles, the night passed without incident. The following day, he spotted a man in the cafeteria, a rugged figure with a tall stature, short purple hair, sunglasses, and a mechanical arm crafted from sea prism stone. It was none other than former Admiral Zephyr, now an instructor at the elite training camp. "What a pity," Renault murmured. "If things had not gone awry, I might have altered your fate." Zephyr was a tragic figure, having traversed from one extreme to another, ultimately fading into obscurity. His talent could be described as mediocre at best, yet he exemplified the notion of late bloomers, achieving greatness later in life. He enlisted at 18, learned the 6 styles by 28, and became an admiral by 38, proving that ordinary individuals could ascend to the pinnacle through diligent practice. In his youth, he was overly naive, adhering to a no-kill policy, sending captured pirates directly to prison. This decision bore bitter fruit. Vengeful escaped pirates, unable to defeat him, seized the opportunity to murder his wife and son when his son was merely 3 years old. It was shocking that pirates could infiltrate the heavily guarded Marine headquarters, evading both the family compound's security and the patrols outside to harm his family, a thought that chills the spine. Disheartened, Zephyr resolved to resign and retire. But after persuasion from his comrades and superiors, he became an instructor at the elite training camp. There, in silence, he dedicated himself to nurturing talent for the Navy. And over the course of 30 years, many well-known figures in the Navy were his students, including Admirals Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, as well as Rear Admirals like Momonosuke and Tosaka, among others. Later, a traumatic event deepened his hatred for pirates. During a training exercise at sea, he encountered the formidable Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Weevil possessed strength near that of an admiral, and under normal circumstances, Zephyr would have subdued him. But he suffered an asthma attack that severely diminished his capabilities. Ultimately, all his students were killed, leaving only Ein and Binz, while he lost his right arm. This incident deeply traumatized him, leading to a drastic change in temperament. From that moment on, he killed any pirate he encountered. Tragically, as he sought revenge on Weevil, he learned that the latter had become a warlord of the sea. The one who delighted in slaughtering innocents and disregarding life now stood as an ally of the world government, a reality Zephyr could not accept. Disillusioned, he renounced the Navy and established a new marine faction. Due to his extensive connections, many followed him, including the surviving Ein and Bins, who became his right-hand men. He then embarked on a mission to eradicate pirates, driven by a rumor of 3 large volcanoes in the New World that, if detonated, would obliterate the entire region. Thus, he wreaked havoc indiscriminately, disregarding civilian lives. Ultimately, after destroying 2 volcanoes and poised to explode the third, he had a change of heart. Realizing the rumor was false, he no longer wished to lead his students to their demise. Alone, he accepted his fate and perished at the hands of Kizaru and numerous high-ranking Navy officers. Akiji, who had exited the Navy after failing to become Fleet Admiral, recognized his mentor's resolve and raised an ice wall to block the support for the new faction, allowing Ein, Bins, and the many subordinates to survive. In the later stages, though driven to madness, Zephyr retained remnants of his former compassion. Luffy confronted him thrice. The first time, he could have easily crushed Luffy but spared him upon learning of his lineage. The second encounter resulted in a lesson for Luffy, leaving him injured. During their final battle, both were exhausted, yet Zephyr still held back, choosing not to eliminate Luffy nor ignite the explosive rock to fulfill his goal, instead opting for death. His life had lost its purpose. Death became the ultimate redemption and refuge. Reflecting on Zephyr's life evokes a mix of pity and lamentation, a tale worthy of both song and tears. His youthful dedication led to a shattered family, and 3 decades of diligent mentorship were rendered futile by the world's schemes. Had Renault been in his shoes, he feared he too might succumb to darkness. Yet, instead of erupting volcanoes, he would target Mariewa. Zephyr's heart was still not hardened enough. "You've been staring at me for a while. Do you need something?" Zephyr boisterously inquired, sitting across from Renault and indulging in his meal. Renault replied, "I was contemplating whether, should the day come when I aim to overthrow the world government and topple the celestial dragons, I could enlist your aid." Taken aback, Zephyr had not anticipated such audacious words from the young man. "You speak boldly, young one. You dare to suggest that the celestial dragons should face justice as any common citizen would," he remarked, impressed. "If you ever possess the means to achieve this, I might consider it." Zephyr had long harbored discontent towards the world government, complying with his own sentiments. However, he still held hope for the Navy, refraining from outright rebellion. Chapter 29, Awaiting Your Participation, Renault stated, "Young one, overthrowing the world government is no mere whim. Throughout history, countless individuals have aspired to do so. Yet all have ultimately failed. Power is the prerequisite. Become strong first, and then we shall speak. I will train you rigorously." For the new cohort of students, Zifa is already well acquainted with their capabilities and characteristics, as one-on-one instruction is essential. If it were merely a matter of generic training, there would be no need to summon Zifa. The Navy is replete with seasoned instructors. This distinction is what sets the elite training camp apart, as each student emerges as a cornerstone of the Navy. "Of course, please do not hold back," replied Renault. "In the future, speak more softly. Such opinions need not be broadcasted widely." "Understood. I am merely overwhelmed in the presence of someone I have admired since childhood," he responded. "Hey kid, flattery will get you nowhere. Now, tell me about your progress regarding your domineering presence," Renault inquired. "I feel as though I am just one step away from mastery," came the reply. "Excellent. Later, at the training grounds, I shall teach you the essence of dominance." Yes, this could be considered a preliminary special training, especially since the camp does not officially commence for another 2 days. However, Zifa is somewhat impatient. It has been many years since he encountered such an extraordinary student. The last time was over 20 years ago, during the youth of the 3 admirals. Perhaps this time he might cultivate another admiral. Reno returned to the dormitory, hastily placing a Gatling gun into the prop's ring before swiftly teleporting to the main world. Beneath the library, numerous high-ranking members of the Tianxia Association were already in attendance. Upon seeing Reno emerge, they eagerly approached to greet him. "Everyone, time is of the essence. Is the target prepared?" "Yes," Lenny replied. "Let us proceed." A group of 30 to 40 individuals made their way to the shooting range. Before them stood a series of targets, varying in size and height, positioned 100 meters away. Upon a mere touch of the ring by Renault, Gatling materialized, swiftly assembling itself on site. In no time, a magnificent machine gun emerged, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. With a grand array of exaggerated ammunition meticulously positioned and aimed at the target, a single press of the trigger unleashed a cacophony of sound. The bullets erupted like a tempest, shattering everything in their path. Renault swept the area, reducing the targets to mere fragments. How astonishing! The mouth of Dezue gaped in disbelief. Does such a firearm truly exist in this world? What then can be said of the extraordinary? Negong Xiangyang murmured. Boss, grant me one, Luojin said, his eyes alight with excitement. This is meant for defense. It is a secret weapon and should remain concealed unless absolutely necessary, Renault replied. There are a total of 10 pieces. You may discuss among yourselves where to place them. I will bring one back each day. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Reno hastily returned to the world of pirates, feeling somewhat fatigued, yet resolutely made his way to the training camp. Zephyr was already awaiting his arrival and furrowed his brow upon seeing Reno. What have you been doing? Your mental energy appears to be severely depleted. I was experimenting with the Conqueror's Haki, Reno replied. Conqueror's Haki. Youngster, your ambition truly knows no bounds. That ability is not something one can awaken casually. It emerges from the ranks of millions. It is not merely a saying. Then, how does one awaken the Conqueror's Haki? Reno inquired earnestly. It requires a formidable spirit, an unwavering determination, a relentless pursuit of one's goals, and a fearless disregard for life and death. Combined with 10 years of persistent effort, when one's spirit accumulates to a certain degree, the opportunity to awaken arises, Zephyr explained. But I have heard that very few in the Navy have awakened it. Only Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku. Does this imply that others are somewhat confused about justice? Zephyr remained silent for a moment before responding. You are correct. Even I, including myself, do not possess a pure understanding of justice. Under the Dragon People's command, the Navy has committed numerous injustices, proclaiming it to be for the sake of justice, yet failing to convince our own hearts. Thus, awakening the Conqueror's Haki becomes exceedingly difficult. I understand. I will ensure that I uphold my sense of justice to the end, never yielding, Reno declared firmly. Youngster, that is still a distant goal. First, focus on mastering the armament Haki, Zephyr instructed. Yes, in the following 20 days, Reno diligently trained. Among the 42 participants, only Antonio displayed some strength. The others could not withstand Reno for even a minute. On the 5th day, a sea king measuring 2,000 meters was dragged ashore by Garp, its blood energy being 10 times that of the second and over 100 times that of the first. Reynold was elated, immersing himself in his training. And within merely half a month, he achieved a remarkable breakthrough to the 6th level of blood refinement tyrant body. Fortunately, the experience points accumulated were not in multiples of 10, but rather doubled. The 4th level required 100, 000, the 5th 200, 000, and the 6th 400, 000. The blood refinement tyrant body consists of 9 levels, with the 1st level akin to the mortal realm, the 2nd and 3rd levels representing the steel realm, the 4th and 5th levels corresponding to the tyrant realm, and the 6th and 7th levels, which Reynold had learned from the main world, termed the celestial realm. While the 8th and 9th levels remained a mystery, the secret manual only detailed the cultivation methods without naming the realms. Reynold had deduced their titles based on the manual's descriptions. However, he had yet to grasp the essence of dominance, a challenge that was evidently daunting. Today marked the 27th day of the martial arts competition in Donglan City, with merely 3 days remaining before the ownership of the dock would change hands. Xiong Kaishan was growing anxious, continuously raising the bounty, which had now reached an astronomical sum of 50,000 gold dragons. The matter had become a sensational topic, spreading throughout the entire Bo state, attracting numerous extraordinary beings, either for the bounty or in pursuit of honor, all converging to face their fate. Yet, no formidable opponents had emerged, as reaching such heights could not be measured by mere wealth, rendering it unworthy to risk their lives against others of the same level. Consequently, Nakagawa Keifu remained unparalleled in the arena, with no challengers. At noon, the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun blazing fiercely. The horizon melded with the sea, a deep azure mirroring the sky as sunlight danced upon the waves. A few white clouds lazily drifted by when suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry shattered the tranquility, startling several seagulls into frantic flight, the harsh voice seeming to utter curses. The Donglan City port, paved with greenstones, sprawled as vast as 10 football fields. Featuring 12 docks, each 10 zhang wide and 300 zhang long, extending boldly into the sea. Over 1,000 sailboats anchored in the harbor, swaying rhythmically with the waves. Thousands of bare-chested dockworkers toiled under the scorching sun, sweat pouring down as they diligently loaded and unloaded cargo. In the distance, a space of over 1,000 square meters was cordoned off, with throngs of onlookers resembling a mountain sea, gesturing and buzzing with chatter, surpassing the noise of a bustling market. In the center of the open ground, Nakagawa Keifu surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze, casually flicking the blood from his sword. Casting a glance at his opponent, whose breath was fading, he shouted, "Is there anyone else?" The echo of his voice drowned out all discussions. Silence enveloped the scene momentarily before a torrent of curses erupted like a volcanic explosion. Although the spectators could not best him in combat, they found solace in their words. Nakagawa Keifu's expression darkened, and he fell silent. He could not slay them all. His task was paramount. Within 3 days, the dock would belong to their eastern kingdom. And when the concession was established, these lower-tier individuals from the Qin kingdom would be expelled. There was no need to stoop to their level. Resolving this, Nakagawa Keifu crossed his arms and kicked the corpse lying on the ground, declaring, "This body taints the arena." Such desecration sparked another round of outrage. Yet none dared to confront him. At the edge of the shore, atop a 100-meter lighthouse, a youth of around 16 or 17 gazed down at the scene with a slight smile, quite arrogant. "I like it." His strikingly handsome face, defined features, and robust physique exuded a potent masculinity. This was Reynold, who had just returned from the pirate world, now standing at 6 feet tall. He had shed his former frail stature. Through the blood refinement tyrant body, skill enhancement, and rigorous training, he had undergone a remarkable transformation in height and appearance, evolving from ordinary to strikingly handsome, indeed, a testament to the saying that a man changes dramatically as he matures. "It is my turn to take the stage." Reynold lightly leaped from the lighthouse, soaring toward the arena and landing gracefully within it. Chapter 30, Victory Strength, 51 Physique, 51 Agility, 51 Spirit, 55 Navy 6 Styles, Iron Block, Initial Understanding 760510000, Navy 6 Styles, Finger Gun. Initial Understanding 6820100000, Navy 6 Styles, Gale Foot. Initial Understanding 6711100000, Navy 6 Styles, Paper Drawing. Initial Understanding 6850100000, Navy 6 Styles, Shave. Initial Understanding 7965100000, Navy 6 Styles, Moonwalk. Initial Understanding 65811100000. Blood Refinement Tyrant Body, 6th Level, 484,880. 000. Skill of Gluttony, Proficient, 8654100000, Fan Value, 23, 601. These were Reynold's current attributes. In the martial arts of the Qin Kingdom, achieving the Steel Realm rendered one impervious to blades and arrows, with a body of copper and iron. Attaining the Tyrant Realm allowed for the protection of one's essence, ensuring that the energy within would not dissipate, but instead transform into nourishment and true energy. Reaching the Celestial Realm granted the ability to traverse the skies, akin to a deity. Flight was the primary characteristic of this realm. However, its speed could not be compared to that of an aircraft, as it was not only slow but also consumed vast amounts of true energy. Most individuals could not sustain flight for more than half an hour before exhausting their energy. Yet, for the purpose of display and intimidation, its effect was astonishing. This is why the phrase "like a celestial being" emerged, a legacy from generations past. Individuals who reached this realm were exceedingly rare, each one worthy of reverence as a forefather. The Celestial Realm. Nakagawa Keifu's face reflected shock. Although Reynold appeared youthful, he dared not underestimate him. After all, some ancient beings possessed remarkable youthful appearances, making age difficult to discern from one's exterior. Snap, snap, snap. Flashes erupted all around, with several cameras focused on the spectacle. Most were foreign journalists, eager to report the event back home as a major news story. While foreign countries had already embraced television and black-and-white broadcasts, the Qin Kingdom lagged far behind, though newspapers still provided a commendable means of publicity. Renaud stood with his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he maintained his composure. As the saying goes, beauty is justice to win hearts. One must possess a striking and dashing appearance. Nakahara Keifu, how do you wish to meet your demise? Renaud inquired nonchalantly. Your Excellency has already attained the Celestial Realm. Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Nakahara Keifu questioned, uncertainty gnawing at him. He had achieved the status of a great swordsman for 2 decades yet found himself unable to break through. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil in the kingdom of Qian, he sought to engage in a life-and-death battle to transcend into the legendary Sword Saint realm. Alas, his opponent was too weak to awaken his latent potential. Just when he finally encountered a formidable adversary, it turned out to be overwhelmingly so. The Celestial Realm was equivalent to the Sword Saint of the Eastern Kingdom, realms apart in their essence. However, he did not waver. The spirit of the samurai forbade such retreat. Additionally, a fire of combat ignited within him, growing ever more fervent, leading him to contemplate that perhaps this encounter could serve as the key to his breakthrough. You have insulted the people of Qian, and I am but a humble representative of Qian, here to seek guidance in the martial arts of the Eastern Kingdom, Renaud declared, clasping his fists respectfully. In broad daylight, with many eyes upon him, he recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum, as it would aid in winning admiration. Had they been elsewhere, he would have already struck with lethal force. Ha ha, are you afraid, little one? Indeed, our Qian kingdom possesses skilled warriors. Whispers of the audience echoed. I have heard of those who can soar. They are living deities. The deities must be angered now, and the little one is undoubtedly doomed. Finally, someone has come to put him in his place. The port is secure. The spectators buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted. From the Eastern Kingdom, the dual-blade style of Shinto. Nakahara Keifu, I seek your guidance, Nakahara Keifu proclaimed, ceasing further words as he drew his twin blades. From the Qian Kingdom and Bo Province at Donglin City, I, the leader of the Tianxia Guild, Renaud, today only wish to either vanquish you or be vanquished by your blades. Renaud boldly proclaimed his identity, speaking with an audacity aimed at ensuring he would be remembered, for without recognition, how could one cultivate a following? It is unrealistic to idolize a stranger. Following his declaration, he gestured towards his spatial ring, revealing a pair of gloves crafted from sea stone. Such gloves are not uncommon at the naval headquarters, designed specifically for combatants who have yet to master their Haki. As for the potential complications arising from public spatial items, a true powerhouse harbors no fear of others coveting their possessions. Moreover, while spatial artifacts are indeed valuable in this world, they are not so rare as to be found only in the hands of a few. Most formidable individuals possess them. The two stood facing each other, and Nakagawa Kaifuku made the first move, darting around Renaud in a frenzied manner, stirring up clouds of dust as he sought an opportune moment to strike. Renaud stood resolute, his gaze penetrating in all directions, his ears attuned to every whisper of sound, patiently awaiting the moment when Nakagawa Kaibu would unleash his attack. Zephyr remarked that his domineering presence was merely a step away from transcendence, requiring a battle of life and death to achieve that breakthrough. It was his fervent hope that this encounter would present such an opportunity, Renaud mused. Yet, as his focus momentarily wavered, Nakagawa Kaibu seized the moment, launching a powerful kick against the ground that left a massive crater in its wake. Utilizing the force of the recoil, he closed the distance in an instant, his twin blades dancing with a glinting coldness. The dual sword technique, Tiger Fang. The blades struck with the ferocity of sharp fangs, one cleaving downward while the other arced upward, enveloping Renaud in a deadly embrace. With a swift motion of his hands, Renaud shouted, Great Ape Gun. In an instant, a flurry of strikes rained down, each precisely landing on the blade, producing a series of resonant clangs that sent the weapon vibrating. Aimed directly at Nakagawa Kei's head and chest. A seasoned warrior, Nakagawa remained unperturbed, his dual blades forming a protective curtain that thwarted all assaults. The two combatants danced amidst flashing blades and darting forms, entangled in an exhilarating clash. The audience watched in rapt fascination, their breaths audible in the tense atmosphere. Until this moment, no one had ever withstood Nakagawa's ferocious onslaught, as most adversaries fell within mere exchanges. Yet, Renaud not only defended against the assault but also matched him blow for blow, refusing to yield. You must have just transcended to the celestial realm. Although your strength is formidable, your technique is rather ordinary. Nakagawa exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. If this was all there was to it, he believed he could triumph against an opponent of a higher tier. After all, he was a renowned swordsman with over 30 years of experience, rich in combat knowledge, and not necessarily destined for defeat. While it is exceedingly rare for one to prevail against a stronger foe, Nakagawa Kei was no ordinary individual. He was not inferior to others, and if the gifted could achieve such feats, he was certainly capable as well. Renaud remained silent, engrossed in the 6 styles. Myriad insights stirring within him. It dawned on him that the Navy's 6 styles could be wielded in such a manner. The two exchanged blows back and forth, engaging in a fierce battle for half an hour. Nakagawa Keifu, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "If your skills are limited to this, today I, Nakagawa Keifu, shall ascend to a higher level." After accumulating experience for so long, it was time to conclude this encounter. Renault stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. "What do you mean?" Nakagawa Keifu felt a surge of vigilance. "Did you truly think I would engage you in a stalemate?" "I was merely honing my skills," Renault replied. "This time, I shall unleash my true energy." Upon hearing this, Nakagawa Keifu's face turned ashen. He had sensed something amiss during their battle, but had not grasped the full extent of it until now. Renault had been relying solely on his physical prowess, never once employing his true energy in their confrontation. With a swift infusion of true energy into his legs, Renault executed a rapid movement, nearly losing control of his speed. He had only practiced the combination of true energy and the 6 styles in solitude, never revealing it to others for fear that the formidable figures within the pirate world might discern his capabilities. Now, he could finally unleash it without restraint in a real combat situation. His fists, imbued with true energy, struck with the force of an earthquake. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a sonic boom. With a resounding clang, Nakagawa Keifu's dual blades shattered first, followed by a grievous wound penetrating his chest, creating a gaping hole that splattered his innards across the audience, eliciting screams from 100 meters away. Instant annihilation. This was the chasm of disparity. Nakagawa Keifu's consciousness began to wane, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Just then, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, he mustered his spirit, tightly grasping Renault's arm to prevent him from withdrawing, while attempting to pierce Renault's throat with his fingers poised like daggers. "Be careful!" Many in the audience cried out in alarm. At that moment, Renault felt a chilling sensation of impending doom wash over him. A sharp presence loomed above, pressing down upon him. Someone had launched a surprise attack. Chapter 31. And in this dire moment, with his right hand ensnared, Renault was left with a perilous choice, either defend against the lethal strike overhead or intercept Nakagawa Keifu's thrust. Faced with a life and death crisis, something within Renault's mind shattered like glass. In an instant, he saw a massive sword hovering above, wielded by a towering figure descending upon him with a lethal strike. Astonishingly, he awakened the observation Haki. This power, a form of heightened awareness, allowed him to sense the vitality of living beings and the surrounding terrain, potentially culminating in the foresight of future events. Alternatively, it could manifest extraordinary traits, such as telepathy, the ability to hear the voices of all things, or even an enduring hypnosis that alters others' personalities. Yet, in the face of the present threat, the observation Haki was of no avail, for there was no escape. In that critical moment, adrenaline surged through Renault, his skin flushed crimson as his true energy erupted forth. Nakagawa Keifu, already on the brink of death, could not withstand this force and was sent hurtling backward. Renault swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself from the impending blow. With a series of sharp cracks, the sea prism's stone gloves shattered, disintegrating into fragments scattered across the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Renault withdrew, discerning the identity of his assailant, a middle-aged man with golden hair and piercing blue eyes. He bore a distinctive downward curving mustache, sharp as a blade, with a sinister countenance and icy gaze, draped in a lavish crimson robe that exuded an air of nobility. Clutching a colossal sword, as tall as himself and wide as a palm, adorned with a ruby-encrusted hilt, he emanated an enigmatic aura that was unfathomable. "Who are you?" Renault demanded. Attacking during a duel is utterly shameless. The foreigner remained silent, his presence volatile as he wielded the enormous sword with blinding speed, summoning a tempest of sword energy that enveloped Renault entirely. The Renault gloves have succumbed to wear, and a sense of trepidation envelopes me as I find myself unable to withstand the onslaught of sword energy. Once more, I am confronted with the specter of life and death. At this critical juncture, a surge of energy spontaneously coalesces within my being, emerging as my savior, ultimately enveloping my hands in a crimson aura. The initial manifestation of armament Haki intertwines with my true energy, transforming into a vibrant red. The resounding clang of metal reverberates as the armament Haki is shattered, a mere 2 strikes exposing its fragility. Alas, such feeble defenses can scarcely withstand repeated assaults. As Renault's thoughts grew heavy, he promptly invested points into both armament Haki and observation Haki. Armament Haki, initial insight, 1, 000, 010, 000. Mastery 1, 100, 000. Observation Haki. Initial insight 1, 000, 010, 000. Mastery 1, 100, 000. This endeavor consumed a total of 20,000 fan points, a culmination of several months of savings. Now entirely depleted. The mastery of armament Haki was akin to the profound accomplishments that typically require years of dedication for an ordinary individual. In an instant, a layer of crimson substance enveloped Reno's arms, gleaming like metal. He swung his hands in a flurry, continuously deflecting the oncoming sword energy. Yet, the might of the sword energy was formidable, forcing Reno to retreat step by step. The disparity in attributes between the two combatants was considerable. Although skills could compensate to a degree, they could not level the playing field. Had it not been for the assistance of his overwhelming aura, relying solely on his true chi would have led to his swift demise. Reno estimated that the opponent's four-dimensional attributes were at least around 70 points, while he himself barely surpassed 50. In the context of the pirate world's power comparison, he was akin to a newly appointed rear admiral, whereas his adversary was a seasoned vice admiral, nearing the caliber of an elite officer. As attributes progress, enhancements become increasingly challenging, yet every single increment yields immediate and profound effects. For instance, an increase from 51 to 52 may appear as a mere point of improvement, but in terms of strength, it surpasses the cumulative power of an increase from 1 to 10. Thus, the opponent's attributes could be deemed overwhelming. However, the notion of killing him was implausible. If Reno desired to flee, it was uncertain whether his opponent could pursue him effectively. At worst, a simple teleportation could facilitate his escape. Nevertheless, revealing his secret in such a public setting could lead to significant trouble. Basha Gate Cease. A formidable figure charged into the arena, delivering a powerful punch towards the foreigner. The foreigner deflected the blow with his massive sword, thus halting his advance. Basha Gate, what do you mean? Do you intend to slay the hero of Donglin City? The imposing figure inquired. Reno exhaled deeply and looked up, spotting the formidable Lord Xiong Kaishan of Donglin City, who had frequently graced the pages of newspapers. In person, he was even more imposing than his photographs suggested. The foreigner, Bashe Min, sheathed his sword behind him and remarked nonchalantly, I merely wish to spar with this hero of Donglin City, driven by a hunter's excitement. With a dismissive scoff, Reno retorted, Who the hell wants to spar with you? Did you ever consider my opinion? I'd rather spar with your mother. I've noted this incident, and next time, I shall surreptitiously engage you in a duel. My master may also choose to challenge you in secret. Be prepared for our encounters. Bashaman's face flushed with indignation, his hand instinctively returning to the hilt of his sword. It had been years since he had felt such humiliation. Similarly, Xiong Kaishan, with a furrowed brow, acknowledged the audacity of the young man, thinking to himself that he should commend Reno for his courage. Clearing his throat, Xiong Kaishan interjected, Let us put this matter to rest. At our level, we are all individuals of stature. It is unwise to engage in disputes born of pride. Allow me to introduce you. This is Reno, the leader of the World Association in Donglin City, and this is Bashaman Atanbu, the supreme commander of the Far East for the Luochin Empire. Oh, so he is a commander. How refreshing. I have never encountered a commander so devoid of shame. Today has truly opened my eyes, Reno replied with a sarcastic tone. Bashaman's eyes twitched with fury as he took a deep breath, declaring, Reno, I welcome you to spar at any time, as well as your master. With that, he turned and strode away. As the incident wound down, a throng of reporters surged forward, snapping photographs madly, followed by a large audience. Xiong Kaishan took the opportunity to discreetly depart, leaving a message, Reno, do visit the Lord's manor later. Of course, but I have yet to collect my bounty, Reno responded. The thought of the 50,000 gold dragon bounty made Xiong Kaishan grimace in pain as he walked away in silence. Xiong Kaishan was capable of flight. He was, after all, at least a celestial being, adept at concealing his true strength. Reno mused quietly to himself. Unlike the average person who would have discreetly slipped away, he recognized the value of seizing this chance to garner followers. Thus, when the reporters approached for interviews, he engaged with each of them without reservation. Mr. Reno, greetings. I am a reporter from the Gothic Empire Entertainment Station. May I ask, are you the immortal of the Qian Kingdom? Your command of the Qian language is commendable. Reno complimented the foreign reporter before continuing. I can unequivocally state that there are no immortals in this world, even if they existed. They would merely be beings of great power or references to certain realms. And what realm do you belong to? In the Qin Kingdom, we classify our extraordinary beings from lowest to highest as mortal realm, steel realm, tyrant realm, and celestial realm. Beyond that, I cannot say, for I am merely at the celestial realm. Renault elaborated on the characteristics of various realms, tirelessly promoting the martial arts of our nation, aiming to enlighten the common populace. Might I inquire about your perspective on the surprise attack executed by the leader of the Bashamen? I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Would you seek retribution? In our country, there is an ancient saying, repay enmity with virtue, how then to repay virtue? Respond to enmity with righteousness and virtue with virtue. Therefore, retaliation is assured. Renault harbored no pretense regarding his disdain for Bashamen. What more is there to discuss when they have come to take his life? Had he not awakened his formidable aura at a crucial moment, he would have met the same fate as Nakagawa Kafu. I have heard that your association, the Tianxia Society, is a criminal syndicate. Is this true? Nonsense. We, the Tianxia Society, have never engaged in illicit enterprises. It is merely a malicious slander. Greetings, Mr. Renault. We are reporters from the Donglin City Daily. What plans do you have for the bounty of 50,000 gold dragons? I intend to construct roads, install electrical wiring, erect streetlights, establish porridge kitchens, assist the displaced, and build schools, contributing my modest efforts to the prosperity of Donglin City. What are your requirements for a partner? I am merely 14 years old. I have not given it much thought. Good heavens, you are only 14. The crowd gasped. Mr. Renault, you are indeed a prodigious talent of the ages. I have heard that you possess a mysterious master. Is that true? Indeed. My master seeks to eliminate Bashamen with a single strike. Will your master intervene? Probably not. It would be beneath his dignity to engage in a clash of the lesser with the greater, for he is a person of integrity. Chapter 32. The transaction. The interview lasted 2 hours, during which Renault satisfied all the reporters' inquiries before soaring into the skies. He proceeded directly to the Lord's mansion, where Xiong Kaishan had already commenced a self-service banquet in the courtyard. Many high-ranking officials from Donglin City were present, along with several wealthy young ladies casting flirtatious glances. Renault, you have arrived. I expected you sooner, Xiong Kaishan remarked, knowing he had endured 2 hours of press questions. Haha, my apologies for keeping you waiting, Lord. I am rather vain. Must I not take a moment to revel in my triumph over a great adversary? Renault chuckled. Youth is indeed a blessing. Unburdened by the trivialities of life, bold in expression. Where's the harm? I merely seek clarity of thought. A commendable pursuit of clarity. How many live in this murky world without agency? Those who can achieve it are truly rare. For instance, I cannot, having been coerced by a small nation into a duel. Speaking of the land of the rising sun, Nakagawa Kafu is but a feeble foe. Why not effortlessly crush him? It is not that simple. He is weak, yet his master is a formidable entity. He has a master as well? Xiong Kaishan laughed. Do you not also have a mysterious master? Indeed, which implies that his master is quite powerful. Extremely powerful. This time, with the arena established. His master calculated that our nation's transcendence would be preoccupied, and those who might have been free were otherwise occupied. No one would engage in a pointless confrontation with an equal. The land of the rising sun merely desires a port in a city. Such courtesy must be extended. Yet they never anticipated your emergence. Xiong Kaishan mused. This is fate. A trifling nation daring to challenge the heavens will inevitably face divine retribution. Indeed, I am sent by the heavens. So, is the bounty of 50,000 gold dragons ready? Renault inquired. Xiong Kaishan's expression turned uneasy. Ah, well, 50,000 gold dragons is no trifling sum. Allow me to procure it. Hey, you don't intend to renege, do you? You need not worry, for I, as the Lord of Donglin City, would never default. How long will it take? About 1.5 years, give or take. At most 5 months. I need funds for my endeavors in the outer city. You truly intend to develop the outer city? Xiong Kaishan exclaimed, initially thinking Renault was merely jesting. Of course. I am no politician, lacking the intricacies of deceit. Very well, it is settled. However, I must caution you that Sun Qijiwen has already breached our Boizhou border. And the next move will be to invade the state, with Donglin City being the first target. There is merely a checkpoint ahead, and it cannot hold. What is the significance of this warning? I shall surrender, and the properties of your Tianxia Society will undoubtedly be confiscated. To be precise, all criminal enterprises will be seized. What? You are surrendering even before the battle. Is that not overly cowardly? Renault exclaimed in astonishment. This is merely a wise choice of refuge. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Have you not considered becoming the leader yourself? I lack such capability. Donglin City has only 10,000 troops, whereas Sun Chijuan commands 100,000. While the Transcendent may be powerful, it is not the era of one man against 1,000. One can fall to a few thousand bullets, especially when Sun Chijuan's Transcendent forces are even more numerous. I ask you, do you wish to be the leader? If so, I can provide firepower support, Renault declared. He had studied the reputations of various warlords. None were commendable. Although Xiong Kaishan was not exemplary, at least he did not oppress the common people. He simply chose an action, particularly in the outer city, where it was practically a policy of self-survival. You can provide firepower? Indeed, very powerful firepower. Would you like to see it in my Tianxia society? Certainly. Xiong Kaishan was curious about the formidable firepower possessed by the Tianxia society. Could it possibly be acquired through Renault's master? The two immediately took flight, leaving behind bewildered guests. They flew into the central hub of the Tianxia society, where the higher-ups had long awaited the celebration. Upon seeing Renault return with Xiong Kaishan, they immediately came to pay their respects. Lin Yi, fetch a fire god cannon. Renault commanded. Yes. Lin Yi promptly brought over a Gatling gun, and they proceeded to the training grounds, where Luo Jin volunteered to conduct a demonstration. The immense firepower left Xiong Kaishan in shock. What manner of weapon is this? A fire god cannon? Why have I never heard of it? It is a new type of weapon. How does it fare for city defense? Such might could withstand even the dominance of the realm. How many do you possess? Currently, only 10, but they can be procured. 1,000 gold dragons each, including 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Will you take them? Yes, I want 100. What? 100 requires 100,000 gold dragons. Did you not just claim to be short on funds? Installments. Very well, with an interest rate of 10%. Xiong Kaishan grimaced. Kid, are you trying to charge me exorbitant interest? Take it or leave it. There are plenty who would want it, Renault retorted firmly. Eventually, Xiong Kaishan gritted his teeth. Fine, I will take it. Additionally, I have news for you. The former leader of the Jile gang, Hu Qi Dao, has emerged from seclusion. The former leader of the Jile gang. Does the Jile gang still have a former leader? The three major gangs in the inner city, Qinglong, Jile, and Feihu, had all been established for over a century, having fought their way from the outer city into the inner city. Each leader was not to be trifled with. After indulging in power, they focused solely on cultivation, retreating to become esteemed elders. What concern is that to me? Hey, Leader Renault, let us speak plainly. I am aware that your next move is to penetrate the inner city, and the first to be targeted will undoubtedly be the Jile gang. Where did you obtain this information? Children are often easily amused and love to show off. After you finalized your strategy, it became common knowledge within a few months. At the very least, those with some influence are aware. So, the Jile gang is also informed? Since the day you were assassinated and refused to negotiate. The Elysium gang has been poised for battle, yet they have remained in a state of uncertainty regarding the identity of your master, his whereabouts, and his capabilities, which has led them to hold back and await the opportune moment. Undoubtedly, the most significant reason for their hesitation is Hu Qi Dao's seclusion in pursuit of a breakthrough. Renault pondered for a moment. How formidable is the old leader Hu Qi Dao of the Jile gang? 3 days prior, he sent me an invitation to the Tianren banquet, a celebration held upon his ascension to the Tianren realm. Among the 3 elder statesmen of the gangs, he possesses the least exceptional aptitude, while the other 2 have long since attained the Tianren level. Otherwise, how could the city lord tolerate the rampant presence of 3 underworld factions? This old fellow, even after reaching the Tianren realm, refrains from eliminating Nakagawa Kieji, exhibiting a selfishness devoid of humanity. Xiong Kaishan remained speechless. The city lord is already suppressed by Nakagawa Kieji's master, Iwashita Shizai. What hope do others have? Where is Iwashita Shizai now? He returned to his homeland 5 days ago, perhaps sensing that the situation was beyond salvaging. How does his strength compare? Is it on par with the Bashe men? The Bashe men, as the pinnacle of the sacred knights, are equivalent to our own peak Tianren realm and are unrivaled in Donglin City. Renault felt a sense of relief. If Yashinaka Iwasaki returns, I will eliminate him. He had better not come back. I must remind you that the 3 alliances have been in cahoots for a long time. If one side moves, the other 2 will assist. And your realm will be fraught with peril. Do you require my assistance? What are your terms? I merely need a discount on the payment for goods. No need for that. Renault interrupted decisively. I cannot afford it. Please prepare the reward of 10,000 for this month. Xiang Kaishan sighed. You should send someone to the Lord Mayor's residence to hand over the details to my advisor, Ding Jiming. Understood. The two agreed on the particulars. And Renault first delivered 10 Gatling guns, then scheduled the next shipment for a month later, totaling 30 guns, averaging one per day. After seeing off Xiang Kaishan, Renault suddenly recalled something. No, if I switch to a larger spatial artifact, I could save even more time. Chapter 33, An unexpected visitor in the central plains of the Qian Kingdom, in Qingzhou. Thousands of citizens gazed towards the distant city engulfed in billowing smoke and the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, weeping in despair. It's over. Our home is lost. An elderly man lamented. Mayor, look at this newspaper. Someone handed over a tattered old paper. Confused, the village chief accepted it. Wondering why the secretary had directed him to read the newspaper at such a time, was there good news? A photograph occupied half the page, depicting a youthful figure with a radiant countenance, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Clad in fitted attire, he strolled through the streets. A red cloak billowing in the wind, revealing two bold black characters on the back, Tianxia. Below, a detailed account of his exploits followed. Renault, leader of Tianxia society. Age 14, a transcendent being who defeated Nakagawa Kafu, seized the docks, and utilized 50,000 golden dragons to build bridges and roads, shelter the displaced, arrange employment, and promote economic development. Tianxia society welcomes all. Any displaced person shall find refuge. Those who are strong or exceptionally gifted may join Tianxia society and become members, ensuring they will never go hungry. Mayor, we should head to Donglin City and seek refuge in Tianxia society. Our fellow villagers still have a chance at survival. Very well. That is our only course of action. It is a journey of 3,000 li. Let us prepare provisions and hope we can endure. Yes, in the southern border of Qian Kingdom, in Hezhou, the Zhao family, the foremost clan of Xian City, convened today with a multitude of high-ranking officials. At the head, Zhao Zhenghe, the clan leader, surveyed the dozen or so family stewards below and spoke solemnly. The southern barbarians are stirring. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they will strike this month. Hezhou's defenses are lacking in both troops and supplies, making it impossible to withstand the assault. Therefore, I have decided to migrate our clan. The assembly understood the gravity of the situation, with no dissent. Historically, the Zhao family had migrated before, always to avert disaster and preserve the lineage. Clan leader. Amidst the chaos in the central plains, with dozens of warlords clashing, where can we possibly go? One person inquired. To Donglin City, to seek refuge with Tianxia society. Zhao Zhenghe produced a newspaper for all to see. Renault, only 14 years old, has reached the realm of transcendent beings, a phenomenon unseen throughout history. He is likely a reincarnation of a divine or demonic being. Aligning with him now would be a stroke of fortune. Zhao Zhenghe continued. Even if he does not aspire to conquer the world, we may find a reprieve. The motion passed unanimously with no objections. In the central plains, within a secluded cave in a dense forest, over 100 members of the Li Hua sect wore expressions of distress. Due to their misalignment, the warlord they had supported faced defeat, and their Li Hua sect stronghold was reduced to rubble. Fortunately, they had anticipated this outcome, allowing them to escape with their lives. The Li Hua sect was merely a small faction. Without choosing a side amidst the warlord oppression, they would meet death, leaving them with no choice. At this moment, the sect leader, Feng Ziyu, held a newspaper, deep in thought. Father, where shall we go now? His son, Feng Chenglong, inquired. To Donglin City. We will seek out Tianxia society. With this decision, the higher-ups of the Li Hua sect quickly gathered around. Feng Ziyu remarked, our highest inheritance at the Li Hua sect barely reaches the level of dominance, yet Tianxia society possesses the method to transcend. With sufficient contributions, one can exchange for anything. I do not know if this is true, but we must investigate it. If it is genuine, it could be a great opportunity. The sect leader is right. The deputy sect master, Xiao Qi, added, the leader of Tianxia society, Renault, at merely 14 years of age, has achieved the realm of transcendent beings, his talents surpassing both ancient and modern figures. Even the top-ranked Dongfeng Weiming pales in comparison. Aligning with this leader would not disgrace us. Feng Ziyu nodded. Indeed, if Renault does not perish prematurely, he shall become a formidable force. The Li Hua sect shall seek his alliance. Agreed. In the central plains, at the foremost sect, Xinjiang sect, on a peak in the back mountains, a youth with a visage like jade and a commanding presence stood against the wind, holding a newspaper, a slight smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, At 14, he has reached the realm of transcendent beings. I, Dongfang Weiming, who is proclaimed a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, thought myself unrivaled among my peers. I never anticipated such a genius would emerge, a 14-year-old transcendent being, 5 years ahead of me. I must see how he achieved this, whether he is a reincarnation of a divine or demonic entity, or merely possesses extraordinary gifts. In the Western realm, within a sewer of the port city of Salona in the Luoqin Empire, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl of around 10 sat in a specially designed room. Her gaze fixed on an old black-and-white television. The screen displayed the battle between Renault and Nakagawa Kafu at the docks. The scene shifted to an interview with Renault, who spoke with vigor and confidence. Finally, it showcased his hands-on approach, fulfilling promises and achieving remarkable deeds across various locations. Morris, I have made my decision. I must seek out this individual, the girl declared. In the room with her was another person, a man in his 50s or 60s, with a vigorous demeanor and solemn presence. Hearing her words, he responded with resignation. Miss, we should be seeking refuge with your grandfather, Marquis Victor, rather than venturing thousands of miles to the Far East. No, the girl insisted. I am Christina Soren, the last heir of the Soren family. I cannot rely on others. But that is your grandfather. My grandfather is not a good man. In his youth, he killed his comrades for military glory. Those are merely rumors. I even suspect that the downfall of the Soren family was due to his leaked information. Impossible, Morris replied. How could Marquis Victor commit such an act? After my mother passed away, my father ceased all contact with him. Familial ties have long since faded. For the sake of profit, such a possibility cannot be ruled out. Then surely we can go elsewhere? No, we must leave the Luoqin Empire. Otherwise, the numerous noble families will eventually find us. But miss, the Far East is too distant. With many magical beasts in the sea, we may not even reach it and could perish in the ocean instead. Then that shall be my fate. I will perish along with the treasures. Christina, though young, was resolute. As her steward, Morris felt wearied. Yet the Soren family had bestowed a century of kindness upon them, leaving him no choice but to repay it. Gritting his teeth, he said, Very well. I will check the port for ships bound for the Far East. Thank you, Morris. You are my only support. It is my duty, miss. Do not neglect your breathing techniques. Ordinary people cannot seek vengeance. I know. In Donglan City, amidst the resounding crackle of firecrackers, yet another Tianxia supermarket commenced its operations. Lin Yi had personally invited Xiong Kaishan to officiate the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Meanwhile, Renault remained outside the city, overseeing the construction of a shelter for the displaced. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. 3 months prior, Renault had returned to the pirate world, requesting an extended leave from Zephyr, claiming he had attained a profound understanding and desired solitude for cultivation. Subsequently, he traversed Donglan City, engaging in acts of kindness, advising on projects, and occasionally holding press conferences to report on progress. Xiong Kashan, on the other hand, had released the refugees on the front lines, allowing them to flood into the outer city. With the increasing population becoming somewhat unmanageable and the availability of shelters, the city lord's manor had little reason to intervene. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Tianxia seized the opportunity to recruit soldiers, enlisting 5,000 robust individuals from the 30,000 refugees. Following suit, Xiong Kaishan, after resolving to resist Sun Qijuan's forces, recruited 30,000 new soldiers and successfully repelled 3 attacks with Gatling guns, much to the astonishment of Tianxia. In a mere 3 months, Renault's reputation soared, garnering coverage from various parts of the world. His fan base skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing 1 million. In an era devoid of live streaming, amassing such a following was a remarkable feat, akin to traversing a thorny path. However, not all was perfect. Larger spatial artifacts remained elusive, necessitating a temporary halt. One night, Renault returned to the 3rd floor of the library and accessed his attributes: strength, 55 stamina, 56 agility, 54 spirit, 59 naval 6 styles, iron block, entry level 79, 551, 000, naval 6 styles, finger gun, entry level 69, 901, 000, naval 6 styles, gale foot, entry level 67, 611, 000, naval 6 styles, paper drawing, entry level 69, 501, 000, naval 6 styles, shave, entry level 81, 651, 000, naval 6 styles, moonwalk, entry level 67, 811, 000, armament Haki, Entry level 126, 510, 000. Observation Haki. Entry level 67, 810, 000. Blood refinement body. 7th layer 1, 561, 000. Gourmet technique. Minor accomplishment 26, 532. 100. Fan value 1, 265, 022. Recently, his training had become increasingly arduous, and attribute enhancement had slowed. Yet, his fan value had reached an unprecedented 26 million. A veritable treasure trove, ripe for allocation. While augmenting his 4 primary attributes would require a hefty 10,000 per point, it felt extravagantly out of reach. Elevating skills seemed a more judicious choice. Thus, he allocated resources to elevate all 6 styles and Haki to a minor accomplishment, expending over 700,000. Blood refinement body was a mere 40,000 away from reaching a significant milestone, so he decided to expend the remaining resources for a direct upgrade. In an instant, various insights surged within him, encompassing the 6 styles, Haki, and blood refinement body. His body burned with intensity, flesh and blood reconfiguring, vital energy boiling, purging impurities that were incinerated by pure energy and exuded as turbid vapor from his pores. His attributes oscillated, ascending rapidly. The unique crimson energy of blood refinement body radiated outward, casting the entire room in a vivid scarlet hue, an eerie aura that instilled trepidation. This state persisted until dawn, at which point Renault completed his breakthrough, his mind awash with clarity, as though cleansed, his thoughts lucid and his spirit invigorated. The hallmark of the sage realm is an acute awareness of danger, perceiving it without sight or sound, and instinctively evading it. This represents a profound mental fortitude, a sixth sense, rendering those who attain such a state nearly impervious to death, as they can immediately sense any threats to their lives, unless ambushed unexpectedly. The moment a malicious intent arises, those in the sage realm can detect it. This enigmatic state resonated with Renault, seemingly complementing Haki and significantly shortening the time required for mastery. Haki itself is fundamentally a cultivation of willpower. Both armament and observation Haki are inextricably linked to one's resolve. In the original narrative, Crocodile and Moria each faced defeat, one at the hands of Whitebeard, losing an arm and bearing a scar, while the other succumbed to Kaido and retreated into obscurity, playing the reclusive figure. Their failures left them despondent, their will dissipating, rendering them incapable of wielding Haki, ultimately falling to the nascent Luffy. It was only later, during Crocodile's incarceration, that he experienced an epiphany. A shift in mindset allowed him to reclaim his former glory, joining forces with Mihawk to establish the Cross Guild, dominating the New World. As for Conqueror's Haki, it epitomizes the ultimate elevation of will, spirit, and belief, presenting a far greater challenge. Regardless, in the realm of Haki, the strength of one's spirit is indispensable. While the Sage realm enhances this attribute, akin to adding wings to a tiger, this substantial enhancement consumed over 800,000 fan value. Yet his power had undergone a radical transformation. He was now nearly capable of obliterating his former self. With over 400,000 fan values remaining, Renault contemplated whether to further enhance his gourmet technique, a secret art that improved through consumption. Using fan value for this felt wasteful, so he resolved to take a more gradual approach, recognizing the rarity of such resources. His final attributes were as follows: strength, 63 stamina, 65 agility, 62 spirit, 68 naval 6 styles, iron block, minor accomplishment, 11, 000. 000, naval 6 styles, finger gun, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, naval 6 styles, gale foot, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, naval 6 styles, paper drawing, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, naval 6 styles, shave, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, naval 6 styles, moonwalk, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, armament Haki, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, observation Haki, minor accomplishment, 11, 000, 000, blood refinement body, 8th layer, 13, 200, 000, gourmet technique, entry level, 26, 532, 100, fan value, 456, 264 from this day forth. Further enhancement would prove exceedingly challenging, with each attribute requiring a baseline of 1 million fan value, a daunting prospect. It was clear he would not actively pursue increasing his fan value any longer, as the fervor of his admirers had become exhausting. Moreover, his numerous actions had aroused Xiong Kaishan's suspicions, leading him to believe Renault aimed to seize Donglan City. Renault found this suspicion absurd. With an entire world at his disposal, why would he covet a mere city? Whether out of fatigue or a desire to avoid provoking Xiong Kaishan's sensitive nature, Renault resolved to refrain from public appearances unless necessary. He would merely return occasionally to monitor project progress, ensuring he would maintain the goodwill of the populace and accrue reputation. In retrospect, it did give the impression of a covert ambition to usurp Donglan City, hence Xiong Kaishan's doubts. Leader Renault, please come forward. A resonant voice echoed throughout the headquarters of Tianxia. Renault ascended to the balcony of the attic, gazing upwards to behold an elderly figure hovering in midair. Wielding a long spear, his flowing beard lending him an air of grandeur and wisdom. Old man, who are you to visit uninvited? Renault inquired, furrowing his brow as he soared closer. Below, the members of the Heavenly Society looked on with bated breath, their expressions taut with tension. It was evident to even the most naive observer that this encounter did not bode well. The man in flight was assuredly at least of the celestial realm, and their own leader shared the same rank. A defeat could spell the disintegration of the Heavenly Society. Chapter 34. The Three Factions Gather. I am Hu Qidao, the venerable founder of the Gile Gang, and its current supreme elder, here to demand an explanation from the Heavenly Society, he declared. So you are Hu Qidao, Renault responded, eyeing the spear in his grasp. But I thought you were known for wielding a blade? My name may suggest otherwise, but it does not dictate my weapon of choice. Hu Qidao retorted darkly. Such a misnomer. Very well, what grievances do you bring forth? Renault asked. Recently, the Heavenly Society has been persistently seizing our enterprises. I implore you, Renault, to provide clarification, Hu Qidao said with a grave tone. Preposterous. The Heavenly Society is a paragon of rectitude. We would never resort to thievery, Renault vociferously countered. At that moment, a throng of reporters converged, their numbers swelling. The headquarters of the Heavenly Society had long been a focal point for journalists, eager to capture any news pertaining to the organization, particularly concerning Renault. After all, he had become a sensational figure, and any story involving him promised soaring sales and viewership. Nangong Xiangyang, the head of the punishment hall, joined the fray. In deference to your stature, I have refrained from apprehending him. I urge you, Renault, to confront him directly. Hu Qidao insisted. Nangong Xiangyang leaped onto the rooftop, directing his gaze at the two men. I stand with a clear conscience. I merely executed the orders of our leader to vanquish evil, he proclaimed. Having shed the name Tianli, he now revealed his true identity, garnering a fanbase rivaling Renault's. The latter was incensed, having toiled tirelessly to cultivate his following while Nangong garnered admiration simply by showing his face. Indeed, beauty proved to be a formidable ally. At this juncture, Nangong's strength had ascended to an overwhelming level, thanks to the precious blood bestowed upon him by Renault. His power surged unabated, and at this pace. With sufficient blood, he could attain the celestial realm within a year. This formidable prowess imbued him with unshakable confidence, rendering him fearless in the face of malevolence. He even anticipated the return of old foes, eager to ensnare them all. Indeed, Renault affirmed, I hereby decree, those who engage in drug trafficking, force the innocent into prostitution, or exploit gambling shall face no mercy. How many have you dispatched, Nangong? Due to our affiliation with the Gile Gang, I have merely inflicted injuries, Nangong Xiangyang replied. Foolishness. I have made it abundantly clear, I shall not coexist with evil. It matters not if they are affiliated with the Gile Gang, or even the Emperor. Those who commit transgressions shall be dealt with accordingly. Do you comprehend? Yes, I acknowledge my error, Nangong conceded. Hu Qidao's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he bellowed. What do you take the Gile Gang for, Renault? Are you truly prepared to wage war against us? 3 factions? Is that not synonymous with the Gile Gang? When did we change names? Before Hu Qidao could respond, another figure soared through the air, laughing heartily. 3 factions refer to 3 distinct gangs. I am Ye Qing, the supreme elder of the Qinglong Gang, and I demand an explanation from Renault. Ye Qing, a middle-aged man of striking appearance, exuded an aura of authority even in repose, his smile suggesting confidence in his position. You too seek an explanation? Renault frowned. What business do you, a mere transporter, have in this matter? Nangong Xiangyang interjected, Leader. The Qilong Gang engages in more than just rickshaw services, portering, and freight transport. They are also implicated in human trafficking. Human trafficking? Reino echoed, incredulous. Indeed. Many refugees who sought shelter with us were intercepted by the Qinglong gang and sold abroad to toil on railways. Those involved in such labor often meet grim fates, suffering tragically. Elder Nya, is this true? Reino pressed. What concern is it of mine if I offer refuge to the destitute? Nya Qing retorted. Last winter, many perished from the cold. In the Central Plains, cannibalism was rampant. At least I provided them with a means to survive. But you intercepted those who intended to seek refuge with us, Nangong argued. They could have had better lives, yet you dragged them from paradise to hell. Well put. Among these individuals could have been the backbone of our heavenly society, yet you deceived them into foreign lands to toil until death. This is a blatant provocation against us. Reino glared at Nya Qing. Elder Nya, I demand an explanation. At that moment, another figure approached, soaring gracefully through the air. Clad in white robes that billowed in the wind, his silver hair and youthful visage lent him an ethereal quality. Haha, I am Chu Chi-Feng, the supreme elder of the Feihu gang, come to seek retribution. Old man, what is it now? Reino replied, exasperated. It seemed the three factions had conspired to confront him today. We, the Feihu gang, have painstakingly established a nightclub, only to have it seized for a supermarket. This is utterly outrageous, Chu Chi-Feng exclaimed. Reino gazed down at the assembled upper echelons as they emerged in a line and spoke. Leader. That nightclub is not a property of the Flying Tiger gang. It belongs to a legitimate businessman named Hulai. This merchant had long ago signed a sales contract with us, and we had even paid a deposit. However, he mysteriously vanished 3 days ago, and we could not locate him. Subsequently, the Flying Tiger gang forcefully dispatched individuals to take over the establishment, which prompted Brother Luo Jin to reclaim it. Old man, what further justification do you have? First, you resort to murder, and then you seize another's enterprise, and yet you have the audacity to speak here. Leader Renault, do not slander without evidence. Bring Hulai forth, Chu Fengqin commanded, addressing those below. The members of the Flying Tiger gang, having waited patiently, obeyed the order and brought forth a businessman. Are you Hulai? Renault inquired, looking down at the middle-aged man, whose face was bruised and battered. Why yes, it is I. Hulai stammered, his speech impeded by missing teeth. Please, help me. I am but a merchant. Renault had a black line. Find someone who can clearly explain what is going on. I interjected. I am well aware of the situation. Hulai's son was set up by the Bliss gang and lost everything, being held captive. Hulai then attempted to retrieve him, resorting to threats and ultimately exhausting his wealth to secure the release. Unable to pay the construction fees afterward, he was subsequently captured by the Flying Tiger gang. Chu Chi-Feng remarked, as everyone knows, our Flying Tiger gang is in the construction industry. It took us over a year to build that nightclub, consuming vast amounts of manpower, resources, and finances. Yet, Hulai could not settle the final payment and had to mortgage the nightclub to us. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Oh. I beg to differ, Renault countered. It's rather suspicious that trouble arose close to the deadline. It's clear you had this planned from the start. Hulai, you are quite audacious to engage a gang for building. Well, they are indeed a gang, I retorted. Enough of your chatter. The situation is clear. Renault turned to the three elders surrounding him in a triangle. You so-called gangsters are utterly lacking in sophistication, extortion, and theft. Couldn't you come up with something more creative? You've brought shame upon the very notion of a gang. Is the leader of the Renault gang trying to assert dominance? Chu Qingfeng inquired. Enough. Hu Qidao interjected. Why the excessive talk? We, the celestial beings, need not concern ourselves with the opinions of mere mortals. If reporters wish to cover this, let them. We are here to kill. Once Renault is dead, I only require the supermarkets of the Tianxia society. The rest of the industries are yours. Your appetite is insatiable. Hu Qidao. The Tianxia society currently boasts 3 supermarkets in the outer city and 5 in the inner city, each raking in substantial profits. How can they all belong to you? Nya Qing remarked. Many are mimicking the supermarket model now, at least a dozen are opening. And business won't be as lucrative in the future. This model is still untapped outside of Donglin City, and immense potential lies ahead. Chu Qingfeng interjected. Hey, are you all too pleased with yourselves? Discussing the division of my assets in front of me and even analyzing future strategies. My heartfelt thanks to your entire family, Renault snapped. Chapter 35, The Encirclement. Renault, if you wish to live, call forth your master. I am eager to see which esteemed figure has been lurking in the shadows. Hu Qidao taunted. One can only assume he is merely at the celestial realm. Could a sage possibly emerge? Chu Qingfeng chuckled. Renault, your Tianxia society has acted against the will of the people and must face annihilation today. Use whatever tactics you possess, Nie Qing declared. People as hearts? Perhaps you refer to the hearts of your gang? How absurd. Against you few weaklings, there is no need for my master to intervene. If you dare, come face me in the sky, Renault proclaimed as he charged upward, vanishing into the clouds. Planning to flee? Pursue him. Hu Qidao immediately followed suit. Below, the higher-ups of the Tianxia society were filled with anxiety. Brother Nangong, do you think Arno will be all right? Lin Shiner asked with concern. Rest assured, the leader never engages in uncertain ventures. Today's battle will either result in our triumph or our downfall. Defeat would mean the end of the Tianxia society, while victory would establish our dominance, Nangong Xiang stated. Luo Jin, let us commence. Commence what? Luo Jin questioned, puzzled. Mobilize the entire battle hall army to sweep through all the gangs in Donglan City. Right now? Indeed, at once. Go. During this time, numerous small factions and families had sought refuge with the Tianxia society, and Renault thoroughly vetted each one. Those with a decent reputation were accepted, and capable fighters were organized into the battle hall, ultimately forming 20 legions of 1,000 men each. Those deemed unfit or still in training were assigned to other positions. Currently, the total number of people in the Tianxia society, including beggars, exceeded 30,000. As the Tianxia society's forces were mobilized, sunlight illuminated the clouds above, where four figures hovered silently. Renault, you choose not to flee? Nie Qing expressed surprise. Flee? What a joke. You three weaklings couldn't last a minute against me. Renault boasted. Sensing their presence, he discerned their strength to be merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Even his past self could easily defeat one of them, and a prolonged battle against all three would still yield an uncertain outcome. However, today, his power had drastically surged, rendering them insignificant in his eyes. In the distance, many celestial beings observed, all capable of reaching the skies. Joining in, are we? One person flew in. Your hairstyle is truly dreadful, Renault remarked. The newcomer was none other than Iwashida Shizuka, the master of Nakagawa Keifu. After returning to Japan, he had entered seclusion. But upon learning of his disciple's demise and the failure of his country's affairs, he was furious and hastily returned, only to stumble into this battle. Little did he anticipate being criticized for his appearance upon their first meeting, causing his expression to darken. Renault, I am Iwashida Shizuka. Call forth your master. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, spotting several celestial beings among the onlookers, believing one of them must be Renault's master. Even with you, it's still insufficient, Renault replied. Is that so? Another figure silently approached, positioning himself nearby. Basha Gate. The crowd gasped. In terms of strength, Basha Gate was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The strongest in Donglan City, surely he alone could secure a victory over Renault, the onlookers thought. Many glanced at Xiong Kaishan, who gazed skyward, seemingly pondering why the sun was so bright today. Renault, today's fate is sealed. Even your master's arrival cannot save you, Hu Qidao asserted. Xiong Kaishan, will you really stand by and do nothing? A voice thundered. He is, after all, a hero of Donglan City. The crowd turned to see a silver-haired elder glaring fiercely at Xiong Kaishan. Commander Shireen, this matter does not concern you. Please refrain from intervening, Hu Qidao frowned. Shireen. The crowd suddenly realized it was the commander of the Donglan City Army, Shireen. He and Xiong Kaishan held nominally equal authority, yet Xiong Kaishan, as the city lord, controlled soldiers' salaries, making him the de facto leader. Commander Shi, you saw the orders from yesterday. I have been promoted to the position of governor of Boazhou and have the authority to replace the commander, Xiong Kaishan stated. Humph. I do not recognize the orders of power-hungry officials. If you wish to replace me, let us see if you possess the capability to do so, Shireen retorted defiantly. Commander Shi, why do you wish to intervene? Do you have past ties with Renault or his master? Chu Qifeng inquired. I do not know them. Nor do I have any past ties. I simply do not wish to see you bully the weak and gang up against the few, Shireen replied. Interfering in others' affairs comes with a price, Basha Gate coldly warned. The actions of the Tianxia society benefit the nation and the people. Such a hero should not be besieged by petty villains. He then looked towards the others. If you possess any conscience, please lend a hand to leader Renault. However, no one responded, leaving the atmosphere awkward. Shi Yin's expression soured, yet he flew directly towards the battlefield. Commander Shi, thank you for your assistance. I appreciate your intentions. But there is no need for you to come. I will bear this matter alone, Renault interrupted. You fool. Even in the face of death, you still speak boldly. Shireen scolded. Ha ha ha, you underestimate me. With just 2 more, those 5 will last 3 minutes. I could even stand on my head and defecate, Renault proclaimed, pointing at Basha Gate. Hey, have you lost your mind? Iwashida, Shizuka laughed. Then let us start by killing you. As Reno spoke, his figure flickered and shot forth like a bullet from its chamber. The flight of those in the celestial realm was slow, akin to a butterfly, and could not be sustained for long. However, those in the sage realm soared almost as swiftly as eagles, and Reno employed some moonstep techniques, enhancing his speed further. Yanshida Shizai, taken aback, had barely drawn his blade from his waist when Reno was already before him. A crimson fist surged forth, striking directly. With a dual-wielding technique, he attempted to create a water curtain. The crossed blades met the blow but were forcefully overwhelmed. The blades pressed against his chest, shattering along with his sternum. Quite impressive. Reno mused, as he unleashed another punch, unstoppable and overwhelming. Yanshida Shizai, abandoning his broken sword, extended his arm. Once more, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. Everyone, will you not assist me? Yanshida Shizai cried out in terror. The others, stunned, were paralyzed by shock. This speed, this aura, could it be a sage? Fuchido gaped in disbelief. No, it's impossible. How can he be so fast? Just days ago, he was still in the celestial realm. Nieching's expression was one of utter incredulity. I am engaged in legitimate business. I shall withdraw, Chu Qingfeng declared as he turned to flee. Stop. The commander of the Ba Sha men bellowed. Whoever leaves today shall meet their end. Do you think he will spare you? Though he has only just entered the sage realm, I have killed before, we shall encircle him today. The Ba Sha men commander spoke wisely. Reno was vengeful, harboring deep enmity, and would not let them escape. Indeed, I was momentarily frightened and could not think clearly. In that case, Xiong Kaishan, will you not take the field? Chu Qifeng urged. If you stand idly by today, he will not let you off. Xiong Kaishan gritted his teeth. Reno, what if we pretend today's events never occurred? Renault's third strike pierced through the chest of Yamashita Shizuka, casually tossing the lifeless body aside, leaving the unfortunate man from the land of the rising sun with no one to rescue him. Lord Xiong, I had always believed we were partners. Yet it appears you wish for my demise. Renault mused. You have meddled too much. Recently, people speak only of the illustrious Renault, the leader of the world. Unaware of me, Xiong Kaishan, the lord of Donglin City, dare you claim that you do not aspire to supplant me? How utterly laughable. It is akin to a beggar, clutching a meager coin, fearing a wealthy man might rob him. Is this not absurd? Are you likening me to a beggar? Your perspective defines your limitations. Unlike you, my ambitions extend far beyond. If I truly seek to dominate, the title of world sovereign is my aim, not the trifling Donglin City, which I would not accept even as a gift. You merely speak grandiloquently. How will you justify today's events? You wish for my death. Yet I shall not let you escape unscathed. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I shall grant you this. Depart from Donglin City as you desire, for I shall claim it as my own. Renault's words commanded him to leave the city in exile, a decree that weighed heavily on Xiong Kashan, more burdensome than the act of killing him. Yet, as he beheld the lifeless body of Yin Xiaozhizai plummeting through the clouds, his heart wavered. This powerful being, a late-stage celestial, had fallen without the slightest chance to retaliate, vanquished by mere 3 strikes. Xiong Kaishan, do you wish to live as a commoner? The Basha sect asked coldly. Renault, you have forced my hand. Xiong Kaishan finally resolved to soar towards Renault, encircling him alongside Hu Qidao, Nieching, Chu Qingfeng, and the Basha sect. Chapter 36. The battle in the sky. Old man Zhao Jinwu of the Sanha Martial Arts School is here to assist. An elder suddenly entered the fray. He was none other than Zhao Jinwu, the venerable founder of the Sanha Martial Arts School, the largest in Donglin City, who had long since retired. Do not fear, Chief Renault, for I, Ma Xingqian, president of the Gongfu Chamber of Commerce, have arrived. The Gongfu Chamber of Commerce was the most powerful trading organization in Donglin City, possessing the management rights to a dock. Ma Xingqian, do you intend to breach the contract? A foreign celestial inquired angrily. President Kenneth, our agreement has become void following Nakagawa Masafumi's demise. How could there be any breach? Ma Xingqian retorted. Kenneth, the president of the Foreign United Chamber of Commerce, Far East, was a man of opportunism, just as the others had been silent moments ago. Do not presume you are invincible, for you shall soon regret your inaction, Hu Qidao scoffed. I possess a technique known as the heart-shattering palm. Allow me to demonstrate it to Chief Hu, Ma Xingqian declared assertively. And I too shall join. Shireen interjected. Ha ha ha, such a lively gathering. I shall also partake. An elder entered. It was none other than Quan Yuenda, the supreme elder of the Wuliang sect from the nearby Wuliang mountain. Which side do you stand on? Shireen inquired. Naturally, I stand with the heroes of our Qian nation, Quan Yuenda replied, nodding and smiling at Renault. Thank you, Elder Quan. Renault expressed with a respectful gesture. Do we not have the advantage in numbers? Our 9 nations are not lacking. A red-haired foreigner entered the arena, followed closely by 5 companions. Shireen announced them one by one. Darren, the Far East commander of the Featured Empire. Mick, the Far East commander of the Hun's Kingdom. Danny, the Far East commander of the Gothic Empire. Kim, the Far East commander of the Fascist Kingdom. And Miles, the Far East commander of the Shaman Empire. And Keto, the Far East commander of the Babia Kingdom. Humph, with the Basha sect of the Luo-Qin Empire, 7 out of the 9 nations have arrived, Shireen remarked. The remaining 2 nations are absent due to the absence of celestial guardians, someone noted as a figure riding a giant eagle swiftly approached the battlefield. Dongfangxian, the Valley Lord of the Sun and Moon Valley, have you come to join the fray? Hu Qidao queried. I have come to observe our hero Renault. It would be remiss of me not to intervene, he replied. Are you seeking me? Renault asked, puzzled. Indeed. My Sun and Moon Valley wishes to ally with you to jointly explore a mineral deposit. Of course, Renault readily agreed. Aware of the surrounding factions and recognizing the Sun and Moon Valley as a reputable faction worthy of alliance. Observing that some individuals still lingered to watch, Shireen proclaimed. Those who do not choose a side today will face consequences should Chief Renault not take action later. I will not hesitate to intervene. Nieching added, indeed. Those who wish to sit on the fence and reap benefits must face dire repercussions. If you do not choose, we shall commence our assault. With Shireen and Nieching declaring their stance, a few Celestials who had come merely to spectate reluctantly joined the fray, regretting their decision to simply observe. In the end, Renault's side numbered 9, while the foreign coalition amassed 13, totaling 22 Celestials poised in confrontation in the skies. Since we have taken our positions, let the battle commence. Gale steps, Renault declared, launching an immediate attack. With a sweeping kick, he unleashed a strike that extended several hundred meters, cleaving through the sky and tearing apart the clouds. Ordinary strikes appeared blue and measured 1 to 2 meters in width, yet Renault's strike, infused with true energy, transformed into a vibrant red and expanded to several hundred meters, resembling the slash of a true swordsman. The opposing Celestials were taken aback, employing various methods to defend themselves. Yet, Renault, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes from his palms, an unending stream of assaults. Having grasped the Gale steps to a modest degree and combined it with the technique of externalizing true energy, he developed the Gale hands, boasting power akin to sword chi. His feet moved with unparalleled agility, and within a brief moment, he had unleashed over 100 strikes, his true energy pouring forth as if it were limitless. The true energy of a sage is incomparable to that of a celestial, akin to the distinction between wood and steel, causing the opposing Celestials to falter in chaos. 3 foreign Celestials, practitioners of sorcery, found themselves overwhelmed by such incessant physical attacks, their defenses crumbling and lives lost in moments. The remaining adversaries bore various injuries. As the Basha sect charged forward against the onslaught, I will hold back Renault. You all focus on eliminating the others and provide cover. With that, a radiant light emanated from his being, a golden aura shimmering under the sun, creating an energy shield that enveloped him, deflecting Renault's strikes. Renault propelled himself through the void with a powerful kick, generating a thunderous sound that shattered the air, and with the force of reaction, he accelerated instantaneously, darting towards the Basha men like an arrow. Innovatively, he fused the moonwalk with the technique of shaving, creating a new move that felt as though he had installed rocket boosters beneath his feet, temporarily named Moonshave, Self-Sacrifice. Basha men roared, his muscles swelling to an imposing size, waves of energy radiating from him, amplifying his strength manifold. At that moment, Renault's crimson fist surged downward with overwhelming force, his dominance and true energy merging, transforming his might into a fierce red. Basha men, wielding a sword in both hands, executed an upward slash to counter Renault's formidable strike. The air crackled and resonated with sound waves as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each landing hundreds of strikes in an instant. Meanwhile, others were locked in their own fierce battles, each displaying their utmost prowess, a chaotic clash of 8 against 9. plunging the scene into utter disarray. Onlookers below were left agape, as if the heavens were collapsing. Above, the clouds churned, fracturing and shifting in unpredictable patterns. Accompanied by a continuous thunderous roar echoing throughout Donglan City, the skies erupted with lightning, and soon after, the clouds were pierced, revealing several figures within. Before long, following the earlier arrival of the Japanese fighters, 3 more figures plummeted to the ground like meteors, shaking the earth. The bold spectators approached and gazed into the massive crater, where 3 once dominant foreigners lay flattened. What a deserved fate. These Westerners had oppressed us for many years, and now, at last, they had been vanquished by the valiant Reno. It truly brought joy to the heart. The concession should not exist. After this, one wonders if Reno will expel the foreigners, as there are still tens of thousands in Donglan City. It was indeed a celestial clash, a sight to behold. Go, Reno! Vanquish the foreign devils! Someone shouted. Vanquish the foreign devils! Vanquish the foreign devils! The cry echoed, a chorus of supporters swelling in numbers. Reno could distinctly hear the cheers of the masses below, for it was the fervent shout of a million voices. You too, you are devoid of the people's support. Do you hear? Everyone wishes for your demise. With that, Reno unleashed a punch, clashing once more against the colossal sword. Ba Sha Min's original attributes were likely close to 70 points, and with the inexplicable technique of self-sacrifice enhancing his power and physique, he was not unlike Reno in strength. The Reno's dimensionality falls short of 70. Yet with the infusion of genuine energy, it has nearly breached the significant threshold of 71 points. Nevertheless, achieving victory remains somewhat challenging. The extraordinary focuses of the East and West diverge, and one's realm does not encompass all. Professional rivalries can even allow the inferior to triumph over the superior. The Knights Templar, renowned for their strength and physical prowess, augmented by certain divine arts to compensate for their shortcomings, are indeed formidable opponents. In a fleeting moment, Renault found it challenging to secure victory. 3 minutes for Renault, remarked the cold voice from the bazaar gate. A sardonic echo of Renault's earlier proclamation to vanquish them in mere minutes. Reynolds' expression darkened. Very well. Next time, I shall find a place to stand on my head and relieve myself, but you certainly won't be able to witness it. I wonder how long your secret technique can endure. It is sufficient to bring about your demise. The two engaged in another fierce clash, their swords flashing and fists striking with a chilling brilliance, their blows resonating like thunder, their movements as swift as lightning. On the other side, the extraordinaries suffered grievous losses, with bodies occasionally plummeting, blood staining the heavens. Many were bewildered, unsure how the situation had escalated to such dire straits, having merely come to observe. Chapter 37. After the battle in a high place, the upper echelons of the Blissful Gang, Azure Dragon Gang, and Flying Tiger Gang gathered, their faces marked by astonishment. Reynolds' cultivation speed was truly astonishing, undoubtedly a reincarnation of a deity or demon. Shang Wanqing was utterly shocked, recalling that their last encounter had resulted in a stalemate. Now, a mere finger from him could spell his demise. Let us depart, Lu Zhixiong decisively commanded. Left protector, right protector, gather the gang's assets. We shall leave Boizhou. What? Huang Jie exclaimed in surprise. Leader, the outcome remains uncertain. We need not discuss it further, just follow my orders. It will be too late once the victor is determined. Lu Zhixiong interrupted. If the former leader's faction prevails, we can return later. Very well. The members of the Blissful Gang hastily departed. The Azure Dragon Gang and Flying Tiger Gang, without a word, retreated in silent accord. On another rooftop, Dongfang Wuming of the Xinjiang sect, the foremost on the Qian Kingdom's talents list, had been observing the events in Donglan City for some time. Watching the fierce battle in the sky, he murmured, "It is because he is a reincarnation of a deity or demon that he possesses such strength. In terms of innate talent, he surely cannot surpass me." He would never concede that anyone's cultivation talent could exceed his own, though he acknowledged that those ancient beings who had reincarnated were a different matter entirely. In the skies above, the battle raged on. After a span of 10 minutes, the divine techniques of the Ba Sha men faded, leaving behind debilitating after-effects that rendered them weak and precarious. Hu Qidao made a swift decision to abandon the assault on Shi and joined Reynolds and the Ba Sha men in combat, wielding his spear like a dragon. Elusive and formidable, under diminished pressure, Shi began to press the attack on her opponent. At this moment, more than half of those wishing to escape had made their intentions known, while the majority of the remaining combatants were merely biding their time, subtly withdrawing from the fray, hinting at a desire to flee. With morale collapsing, although the boss shaman could still barely hold their ground, defeat was imminent. And the three gangs, along with the foreigners, promptly scattered like birds and beasts. You shall not escape. Renault endured a fierce slash from the sword of the Bersha, and within a month, he propelled himself before Hu Qidao. Startled by the sudden appearance, Hu Qidao unleashed a flurry of finger strikes, merging his true energy with these strikes. Their power was unparalleled. A single jab unleashed a shockwave akin to cannon fire. Hu Qidao, possessing only the rudimentary strength of a novice in the celestial realm, was swiftly pierced through the chest by a single finger strike, leaving his insides obliterated as he plummeted through the clouds with a wretched scream. Reno felt a dull ache in his back. Despite his imposing defense, he nearly faltered. Turning around, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. You struck with such glee just now, you two fools, with a total of 3 slashes. Come back. Reno, you shall live to regret this. A great calamity approaches, and only my master can descend from the heavens to save the souls of the world. Opposing my master, the sun god Vanos, will surely lead to dire consequences. Spare me your words. Our divine beings from the kingdom of Qin far outnumber you. Saving the world is not your Western deity's prerogative. Prepare to meet your end. With a single punch, the Ba Sha men had no strength left to resist, blood spewing from their mouths as they staggered backward. Reno, you are a heretic. Think wisely, he said, producing a scroll, which he tore apart, vanishing in a flash of light. What in the world? Reno stood frozen. A teleportation scroll? In the next instant, his frustration boiled over. After enduring the Ba Shaman's divine techniques, they had managed to escape. In his fury, he unleashed his wrath upon those around him. Like a tiger among sheep, Reno commenced a ruthless slaughter, moving with such swiftness that ordinary celestial beings stood no chance of escape. Reno, listen. This is a misunderstanding. Chu Qingfeng pleaded, I am willing to withdraw from Donglin City and live in obscurity from now on. Had I known it would come to this, why did you not simply concede at the outset? Who in this world is afforded such fortune upon losing? Without a hint of mercy, Renault struck with a single blow, extinguishing the life of Chu Qingfeng and casually confiscating his spatial bracelet. He then pursued Nie Qing, delivering a fatal punch amidst the latter's pleas for mercy. The rest met a similar fate, each falling under Renault's might, illustrating the stark reality of taking lives with the ease of slaughtering chickens. Finally, he stood before Xiong Kaishan. Xiong Kaishan, for the sake of our past acquaintance, withstand 3 punches. Should you survive, I shall let you go. Renault, spare my life, and I shall flee East Lin City, seeking refuge overseas, Xiong Kaishan implored, his voice tinged with fear. Yet, such cowardice belied any intention of ending his life. Renault dismissed his pleas, stating unequivocally, 3 punches are what I offer. Brace yourself. With utmost focus, Xiong Kaishan exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself. Yet he was still pierced through the chest by 2 of Renault's strikes. The disparity in their abilities was glaring, akin to the effortless dominance of a yellow ape over a supernova and insurmountable barrier. In the end, only 2 foreign dignitaries remained, Commander Danny of the Gothic Empire in the Far East and Commander Miles of the Sharman Empire. They utilized teleportation scrolls to escape, akin to fleeing through a gate, while the others succumbed to the relentless assault of the crowd. In the realm of Renault, survival has favored 6 individuals: Renault, Shireen, Zhao Jinwu, Ma Xingqian, Quan Yuenda, and Dong Fangxian, while 3 have perished. In the celestial realm, where power reigns supreme, the loss of life is a rare occurrence. Yet today, calamity has struck repeatedly, sending shockwaves across the land. Subsequently, Renault was naturally elected as the city lord and took residence in the lord's mansion. The family of Xiong Kaishan was granted leniency by Renault and sent to the concession, soon to depart for distant lands. Upon assuming his role as city lord, Renault's foremost challenge was not the turmoil of the gangs or the chaos in Donglin City, nor was it the acceptance of various gang enterprises to restore order, or negotiations with the Sun and Moon Valley regarding the development of a massive iron mine in Boizhou. Rather, it was a message from the envoy of the Northern Sunqi Army. Lord Renault, when will you pledge allegiance to our forces? Inquired Wu Xingxian, the envoy, standing tall in the Grand Hall. I recall 2 months ago when you were thoroughly chastised and fled in disgrace. Do you now possess the audacity to approach me with such inquiries, thinking me easy prey? Renault replied sternly. Lord Xiong promised us he would surrender the city. The envoy countered. And yet, conflict ensued. Lord Xiong's fickleness is the mark of a petty man. The leader of the Lei gang is astute and should be aware of the current situation. Our army's willingness to take control of Boisjou is the only path to prevent further devastation, Wu insisted. There is no need for self-praise. The Sun Chi army is known for its ruthless tactics. Do you think I lack information? Even if Boisjou were to be ceded to the southern Baiji, it would never be given to you. While neither side is virtuous, at least the Baiji is somewhat preferable, Renault retorted. Leader Lei, I have heard of your benevolence towards your people, yet your insatiable thirst for power, disregarding the plight of Boisjou's citizens, does not align with your character. Moreover, the Baiji is but a decaying remnant, unable to endure for long. Do not misplace your allegiances. The consequences could be dire. Should you have any conditions, feel free to state them, and we shall endeavor to accommodate. Are you aware of the origin of the fire god cannons that sent you fleeing just 2 months ago? Renault inquired. Where did they come from? Wu Xingxian asked urgently, knowing they had sought the source of the weapons for 2 months without success, his heart racing with uncertainty. Acquiring such formidable weaponry would bolster the Sun Chi army's ambitions greatly. It was I who supplied them to Xiong Kaishan. The source shall remain undisclosed. Hundreds of cannons have been positioned along the borders. If you possess the courage, come forth and tell Sun Chi that I have ascended to the realm of the sage. Do not force my hand, Renault stated ominously. What? The sage realm, which appears once in a millennium? Wu Xingxian exclaimed in shock. How could this happen so swiftly? I recently heard that you had only just entered the celestial realm. Truth will soon be revealed. Now depart. Renault waved dismissively. Wu Xingxian fled in haste. The celestial beings present stood in formation as Renault addressed them. Fellow compatriots of Donglin City, I believe we must unite as one to resist external threats. What are your thoughts? What does Lord Renault imply? Ma Xingqian inquired. Repel the warlords, expel the foreigners, reclaim the concession and dock, and redistribute the benefits, Renault asserted. That is indeed the way, the crowd echoed. Were it not for the allure of profit, they would have departed long ago. Then I shall delineate the distribution. Renault pondered for a moment. I shall take 7 docks. The remaining 5 will be divided among you, 1 for each. Is that agreeable? There were no objections. As for the properties left by the extraordinary ones, I shall retain ownership, but you shall receive a 10% share of the profits. Again, no one voiced discontent, as they would earn money without labor. In terms of real estate, I will claim 70%. The remaining 30% will be evenly divided among you. Is that acceptable? Once more, the response was affirmative. This battle primarily relied on Renault's efforts. Thus it was only just that he received the lion's share. Regarding the concession, the rights of residence for the foreigners would be revoked. Should they wish to remain, they must pay rent. For that is how they treated the original owners in years past, Renault continued. The assembly listened quietly, their interest piqued as this matter seemed to concern them. The concession would undoubtedly remain with Donglin City and would not be shared with them, but some shops could be sold to them at a reduced price. By the way, Commander Shur, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to open a shop as well? Shireen, being a military personnel dispatched by the court, had already profited handsomely from managing a dock. To open a shop would require recruiting staff and investing effort, and Renault feared she might become overextended. I require none of that. 1 dock suffices. If Lord Renault does not mind, I am willing to continue guarding the border for Donglin City. It would be my honor. Renault replied. Can your family reside here? They cannot. By regulation, a general cannot bring family on campaigns. Given the current state of the court, such rules are obsolete. With turmoil rampant in the outside world, it would be prudent for Commander Shur to bring her family back, Renault suggested. I had the same intention, she confirmed. Lord Renault, in the past, hundreds of foreign warships lined the port, and a single barrage wrought havoc, leading to the acquisition of the concession. I fear they may act out of desperation, Ma Xingqian remarked. Such a notion is misguided, Zhao Zhenwu interjected. While it is true that Xiong Kaishan was coerced into leasing the territory due to the warships, the primary reason was the overwhelming presence of celestial beings. Donglin City could not withstand them, leading to our capitulation. But now the situation is different. Many celestial beings have fallen, and with you, Lord Renault, a rare sage presence. They would be remiss to approach. Oh, it seems my sage status is indeed quite exceptional, Renault mused. You are too modest, Lord Renault, as the saying goes. Sages appear once in a millennium, while celestial beings govern the cosmos, highlighting the rarity of attaining the sage realm, Quan Yuanda remarked, stroking his beard. Is this realm my pinnacle? Renault inquired once more, wishing to clarify among such seasoned individuals. It is rare to have so many venerable beings present. Thus it is wise to seek clarity. It is said that beyond the sage realm lies another level, known as the harmony with the Tao, yet it remains a mere legend. Unseen by mortal eyes, Quan Yuanda explained. To reach this state is to align oneself with the Tao, wielding the power of universal laws. Capable of moving mountains and filling seas, a true immortal. I had no idea such a realm existed, Renault reflected, recalling that the devil fruit seemed akin to a form of rule over power. At that moment, a hurried member of the Tianxia society burst into the hall. Leader, trouble has arisen. The leader of the Sheyan Hall has been slain. Renault furrowed his brow. Sheyan has been killed. Who did it? The city's Chaoxia gang leader, Zhu Huayan, escaped after committing murder, and the leader Nangong is currently in pursuit. At that moment, another individual rushed in to report. Leader, Dazue has been shot dead by the gang. What? Renault slammed the table, a wave of sorrow washing over him. The death of Sheyan did not cause him any pain. He was merely a figurehead, a pawn in a show. Dazue, however, was different. He was a friend of many years. Both had ascended to their positions out of necessity. Dazue needed no introduction, as he was Renault's superior by right of his considerable standing. Sheyan, on the other hand, was the first leader to surrender and possessed a modicum of managerial skill. To demonstrate his fairness, Renault had opted to elevate Sheyan to a leadership role as a means of gaining credibility, the proverbial spending a fortune to buy a bone. Ultimately, it mattered little whom he chose, as the subsequent leaders were equally inept. Yet, in recent times, many talented individuals had joined their ranks, capable of easily replacing Sheyan and the others. Renault chose not to replace them. Firstly, to avoid disheartening others, and secondly, because each faction operates collectively, making it challenging for any significant errors to arise. However, this decision appears to have backfired, as those lacking virtue and talent occupy prominent positions and will inevitably suffer the consequences. As the influence of the heavenly society expands, their own strength proves inadequate to command their subordinates, rendering them susceptible to assassination. In essence, power is the crux of all matters. Despite their diligent training, mastering the intricacies of the scholarly arts and meridian acupoints demands time, and their progress is painfully slow, unable to keep pace with the rapid expansion of the heavenly society, thus remaining distant from the blood refinement necessary for supreme strength. Otherwise, had they only gained entry into this realm, Renault could have provided them with vital essence, propelling their prowess to extraordinary heights. Yet, plans often falter amidst change, leading to untimely demise. Gentlemen, it is time to cleanse our ranks of these nefarious individuals and assist the city lord in purging the tainted factions of Donglan City. Such trivial matters hardly require the city lord's intervention. Dongfang Xian declared, leave it to us. We shall ensure that Donglan City returns to a state of tranquility by tomorrow. Indeed, I shall promptly mobilize the troops into the city. It is merely a minor affliction. Shireen strode forth. As night fell, the cacophony of gunfire and battle cries subsided into silence. The foreign warships, as Zhao Zhenwu had foretold, fled in haste, while all gang affiliations within the city were eradicated. Renault issued strict orders to abolish the protection fee system, resulting in a surge of public support. He diligently attended to various affairs until the early hours of the morning. With the headquarters relocated to the Lord's Manor, the former base of the Heavenly Society in the outer city transformed into a war hall. Personnel adjustments were made. Announcements were published for public reassurance, shops were seized, assistance for the displaced was organized, notifications were dispatched to the foreigners, and high-ranking military officials were received, among other tasks. Ultimately, personnel appointments were finalized, with a new information hall master named Zhao Zhenghe assuming the role, as his contributions were deemed sufficient. This individual hailed from a martial arts lineage in the borderlands and had recently entered the realm of dominance, having served as clan leader for decades with exceptional management skills. Upon his arrival, he exchanged substantial amounts of golden dragons and martial arts scriptures for contributions, securing the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Information Hall. His promotion at this juncture was entirely justified. The Personnel Hall was entrusted to Feng Ziyu, the leader of the Lihua sect. Of course, at this point, the Lihua sect no longer existed. He was solely the Personnel Hall Master of the Heavenly Society, possessing late-stage dominance capable of intimidating the wicked. In the conference hall, the major hall masters were assembled, each accompanied by a team of over 100 individuals managing affairs. The following day, they would be allocated to their respective departments. Today was reserved for overarching coordination and special arrangements. Yet, at that moment, Renault felt a shiver coursing through him, a sensation akin to having a gun pressed against his temple. What was happening? Alarmed, Renault exclaimed, a premonition of danger has struck me. It indicates that a formidable enemy approaches. I am not their match at present. I must take my leave. You may choose to surrender, and I shall return. What? The crowd gasped in shock. After finally achieving stability, they were now faced with a powerful adversary. Leader, what is the matter? Who is it? Lenny inquired. I do not know, Renault replied. Those who reach the Sage Realm possess a sixth sense, perceiving danger without sight or sound, although I am unaware of the specifics. A chilling aura of death surrounds me, as if a gun is aimed at my forehead, and in the next moment, I may meet my end. Therefore, I must depart. Remember, do not resist, await my return. After hastily concluding his words, Renault swiftly departed. He first arrived at an underground treasury within the Lord's mansion, where he meticulously stowed away all valuables into a spatial artifact that adorned his neck. This exquisite piece, resembling a necklace, was crafted from gold and embellished with shimmering sapphires, captivating in its brilliance. Its dimensions were akin to that of a basketball court, ample enough to accommodate a small vessel. Such a remarkable artifact was understandably sourced from Beggar. As the most prosperous port city in the Qian Kingdom, it was entirely reasonable for Beggar, having reigned for several decades, to possess a valuable spatial item. Once he had secured the treasures, Renault sought a dimly lit, inconspicuous corner, discreetly placed the necklace in his mouth, and then transported himself to the pirate realm. The choice of this location, rather than his bedroom, was motivated by a desire to avoid being ambushed upon his return. In merely a few minutes, the air grew heavy with an overwhelming presence that descended from the heavens, immobilizing all in its wake. It felt as though an invisible gaze swept over everyone, lingering for several moments before vanishing. The crowd gasped for breath, rendered mute by the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 39. Defeating the pirate world. Renault, you little rascal. Do you even know how to return? Zephyr exclaimed, grasping Renault by the collar with a hint of exasperation. You've been in seclusion for 3 months. Do you realize that the elite training class, also known as the officer training camp, encompasses not only combat, but also naval warfare, logistics, geography, and meteorology? Do you have any idea how much you've fallen behind in your studies? Instructor, I did mention that I was in seclusion to break through. I accidentally lost track of time, Renault replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. 3 months without returning was indeed excessive. So, you were in seclusion, were you? Very well. Let us have a sparring match. If you can endure for 10 minutes under my hand, I shall let you off. Otherwise, you will spend 3 days in the darkroom, Zephyr declared. 3 months prior, Zephyr had defeated Renault in less than a minute, and it was clear that he intended to teach Renault a lesson this time. 10 minutes, Renault exclaimed in shock. Humph, come at me, Zephyr sneered. Renault gritted his teeth and followed Zephyr towards the training ground. The surrounding classmates reveled in schadenfreude, forming a formidable circle to observe. Antonio crossed his arms, intrigued to see how much progress Renault had made, and whether the title of prodigy truly suited him. Raynor glanced at his fan count, which had once again surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. The spread of fame is swift. Within a day of becoming the city lord, he was already well known, cherished by the populace, and supported by the masses, thus attracting a legion of admirers. Zephyr, known as the Iron Fist, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary mastery over observation Haki, compelling Raynor to rise to the occasion. Resolute in his determination, Raynor summoned the strength to elevate his Haki to a new level, transforming it into Haki, mastery of fire, 110 million. Suddenly, an intangible aura surged from within him, radiating outward and enhancing his four-dimensional attributes. Haki represents the potential of one's physique. While its enhancement is modest during one's weaker years, the transformation he experienced now was nothing short of revolutionary. Renault's attributes immediately transformed. Strength, 71, stamina, 72, agility, 73, spirit, 77. The 6 forms of the Navy: iron block, minor mastery, 11 million. Finger pistol, minor mastery, 11 million. Gale kick, minor mastery, 11 million. Paper drawing, minor mastery, 11 million. Shave, minor mastery, 11 million. Moonwalk, minor mastery, 11 million. Armament Haki, mastery, 110 million. Observation Haki, minor mastery, 11 million. Blood refinement body, 8-fold, 253, 2 million. Great eating technique, minor mastery, 27, 432, 1 million. Fan value, 153, 489. He has officially entered the 7180 stage, nearly equivalent to a Navy elite vice admiral or a standard cadre among the 4 emperors. Various realizations surged within Renault's mind, filling him with joy. Today he learned that enhancing Haki could elevate his overall attributes. Upon reaching mastery, the difference was astounding. What was once mere proficiency and application had now transformed into a qualitative leap, akin to a mortal breaking into the realm of steel, fundamentally altering his essence. "Hey kid, you're quite spirited." Sensing the fluctuations of energy, Zephyr nodded in appreciation. "It seems you haven't been slacking for the past 3 months. "Of course, instructor. Today, let me bring you down." Renault, brimming with confidence, circulated his vital energy throughout his body. A visible crimson aura enveloped him, with his arms shrouded in red Haki. Zephyr paused. "Red? Your Haki is rather peculiar. Power born from the breakthrough of bloodlines. Come on, instructor." Renault refrained from elaborating further and executed a shave, darting forward. Zephyr's fist, as dark as ink, surged with overwhelming momentum. Boom. The two fists collided in midair, unleashing a shockwave. The air crackled as the energies clashed, swirling like a tempest. "Armament Haki, when did you learn this?" Zephyr inquired, astonished. "I possess many more skills. Just watch this move." In an intense exchange of hundreds of punches from afar, they closed in for close combat. Bang! Zephyr's mechanical arm blocked a straight punch, revealing cracks upon impact. "What? Internal damage, flowing cherry," Zephyr exclaimed. "Where did you learn flowing cherry?" "Self-realization," Renault replied. Flowing cherry, in essence, refers to striking an enemy from a distance. A rare application of Haki. While the Navy headquarters has recorded it, acquiring such knowledge requires military merit, and it is not easily disseminated. In the main world, however, it is commonplace. Many Steel Realm manuals contain references to it. For instance, Nangong Xianyang's ultimate technique, Burning Industry Palm, involves infusing vital energy into a person, causing their internal organs to scorch to death. The external application of Haki operates similarly, with subtle differences from the external release of vital energy. At this moment, Renault seamlessly fused Haki with vital energy, exponentially increasing his power, firmly entering the 8190 stage, placing him among the 7 warlords and the vice-emperors at a 3-star level. Zephyr, in his prime, would have had a combat power exceeding 91 but below 95, yet now, due to age and ailments, along with the loss of an arm, he had dwindled to around 91, barely at the threshold of a general, though he still held the advantage over Renault. Achieving victory would not be feasible in the short term, as both fighters unleashed their full potential. The fierce clash of Haki propelled them from the ground to the sky and back, creating a continuous cacophony. The training ground, capable of accommodating 30,000 spectators, was soon riddled with craters. Onlookers gazed in astonishment, gradually drawing the attention of higher-ups from the Navy headquarters. "This kid's strength is skyrocketing," Garp remarked, astonished, momentarily forgetting the donut he held. "His mastery of the 6 forms and Haki is impressive. How did he cultivate these skills?" Sengoku questioned, equally incredulous. "Renault is a child I've watched grow up. There is no doubt about his reliability," Garp responded, taking a bite of his donut. Akainu appeared, asserting, "Such talent cannot be wasted on espionage." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "Then we must nurture him vigorously and add him to the list of generals." The consensus among the senior officials was unanimous. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed as Zephyr was struck from the sky into the ground, creating a massive crater. "Not good. Zephyr is having an asthma attack," Crane exclaimed, alarmed. A figure darted away, one of Zephyr's ardent admirers, Ein, a user of the reversal fruit, who produced a breathing apparatus, securing it over Zephyr's mouth and nose as he gasped for air. Renault stood awkwardly to the side. "I apologize, instructor." After several moments, Zephyr finally rose, patting Renault on the shoulder with a sense of reassurance. "Renault, you have triumphed. Splendidly done." The instructor jested. "Had it not been for your ailment, I could have endured for only a few more minutes. Renault, in matters of combat, there is little more I can impart to you. Yet you must remember to avoid complacency. There are many formidable individuals upon the vast seas. Indeed, instructor, you must also keep pace with your cultural studies. As a future admiral, while omnipotence is not a requirement, certain fundamental knowledge of the seas is indispensable." Understood. Zephyr regarded Renault as a prospective admiral, a sentiment Renault shared without a hint of modesty. According to his aspirations, following the war on the summit, it was only reasonable that he would replace Green Bull. As a member of the Navy headquarters, it was inconceivable for an outsider like Green Bull to usurp his position, unless he proved inferior in strength. Much like Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, where strength dictated the outcome, leaving no room for grievances. Chapter 40. Dominance. The battle unfolded in such a manner that the elite class students were nearly left agape. At that moment, several high-ranking officials approached. Renault, a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Crane, serving as the Chief of Staff at the Navy headquarters. Greetings, Vice Admiral Crane. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Renault promptly shook hands with her, not daring to be remiss. Vice Admiral Crane was the intellect behind many of the Navy's strategies, her decisions widely respected, making her an indispensable figure at headquarters with whom one must cultivate a good relationship. I am Sengoku. Greetings, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I am Sakazuki. Hello, Admiral Akainu. Renault. I have heard you uphold the justice of order. What is your perspective on my justice? Akainu inquired. The two perspectives on justice bore some resemblance, prompting Akainu to seek clarification. I concur with your justice 90%, Renault replied. Akainu's expression turned stern. Do you disagree with my stance that justice may inadvertently affect the innocent? Indeed, excess is counterproductive. Extremism is not beneficial, Renault replied candidly. What if pirates threaten the lives of civilians, demanding that we lay down our arms and become easy prey? Akainu similarly rejected Renault's view of compassion. Reynolds replied, even if it means killing innocents. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and Akainu interjected, that is not what you just stated. I meant to address the collateral damage to the innocent. It is certainly not an option to simply wait idly by. For instance, if we identify a group of pirates in a town surrounded by civilians, we should not launch a direct assault, but rather wait for the pirates to depart or lure them out before taking action. Justice can be subtle, but it must never compromise. Such eloquence and unwavering conviction, exclaimed Sengoku. Akainu, I believe Reynolds speaks with merit. Your notion of justice is excessively rigid. Akainu fell into silence. However, the principles of justice he had adhered to for so long were not easily swayed, and he replied non-committally, Reynolds' sense of justice is indeed commendable. I look forward to your performance. I shall not disappoint you. Young Reynolds, why is your Haki red? Puka asked casually while munching on a donut. Because I awakened a unique bloodline, which not only altered my Haki, but also propelled my strength into a state of explosive growth. I am immensely grateful to Vice Admiral Garp for continuously providing me with the vital blood of Sea Kings for my training. Haha. I look forward to seeing you charge toward the ranks of Admiral. Admirals are not easily defeated. Speaking of which, I am quite interested in Vice Admiral Garp's Iron Fist. Might you impart some of your knowledge? Of course. My Iron Fist is unmatched across the seas. You have a discerning eye, young one. Garp laughed heartily. Come. I shall teach you the Iron Fist. Very well, Master Garp. Reynolds responded enthusiastically, following closely behind. The others were left speechless, finding the situation rather chaotic. In under 10 minutes, Garp brought Reynolds to a coastal area strewn with derelict warships, many of which appeared to be in disrepair. From today onward, do not rely on Haki. Instead, strike the warships with your fists. The day you manage to create a hole is when you can consider yourself to have made initial progress, Garp instructed. The infamous warship punching bag from the original text came to life. It was indeed a notion only Garp could conceive. Understood, Reynolds replied, immediately engaging the warships. His physique was already remarkably robust, and with the blood refinement technique as a celestial level skill, the effects of body tempering were exceptional. Even without Haki, his punch created an immediate hole. It is worth noting that the exterior of the warship was steel, impervious to the blades of ordinary individuals. Garp nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Is your physical body truly this strong? Indeed, my strength surged after awakening my bloodline. Of course, the blood of Sea Kings has greatly aided me, and I owe my thanks to you, Master. What an impressive bloodline. Suddenly struck by an idea, he laughed heartily. As my disciple, you are certainly extraordinary. I shall continue to teach you how to refine your Haki. Refining Haki. Indeed, this is an advanced application of Haki, and few achieve mastery. The principle lies in infusing Haki into the bones, forging Haki bones. Please impart your teachings. Your bones are now strong enough to endure this process. Watch closely, Garp said, extending a fist enveloped in swirling black Haki. Do you see clearly now? I can see nothing coherent, Reynolds thought, bemused by Garp's rugged teaching style. How does the internal process operate? Reynolds inquired. Let me demonstrate again, Garp stated. Is there no specific method? You little fool. Did I not just teach you the method? Garp's eyes narrowed, his iron fist itching for action. Understood, Reynolds hastily responded. Good, as long as you understand. Make sure to practice diligently. You must persist for at least 2 hours a day. With that, Garp picked his nose and gradually walked away, leaving Reynolds alone, bewildered in the wind. Then I shall give it a try. He infused Haki into his fist bones, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him as if someone were hammering his hand. No wonder so few achieve mastery. Who would endure such agony for years just to harden their fists? One might as well develop their devil fruit abilities in Haki instead. What if I use true energy? Reynolds pondered, immediately attempting to permeate his bones with true energy, delving deeper bit by bit. Although there was some discomfort, it was far less than that caused by Haki. Perhaps bones were more receptive to the infusion of true energy. Haki bone refining typically reached a 2-hour daily limit for an average person. Yet, true energy bone refining could be sustained for at least 10 hours, a 5-fold difference. I must find time to return to the Lord's Manor. The library contains many tomes that might yield a technique for bone refining. Thus, he practiced for 3 days with minimal progress. At this rate, it would take him nearly a decade to master the Iron Fist, while Garp had accomplished it in under 3 years. Today, a thought crossed Reynolds' mind, and he returned to the main world. A sense of urgency surged within him once more, but this time it felt different. Previously, it was as though a gun was pointed at his head. Now, it felt as if someone was aiming from several dozen meters away. Although the danger remained, there was at least room for evasion. There was no immediate threat of death. A mere thought could facilitate his escape, so Reynolds bravely lingered. Emerging from the basement, he arrived at the Lord's Hall. Along the way, someone spotted him and joyfully rushed over. "My lord, you have returned." Renaud recalled this individual, one of the 5 secretaries of the Lord's Manor, named Kong Sha, who had also attended the meeting a few days prior. "What is the current situation?" Renaud inquired. "After your departure, a formidable presence descended upon us, though they did not reveal themselves. It seemed they utilized the legendary divine consciousness to probe the Lord's Manor before vanishing." Divine consciousness? Renaud exclaimed in astonishment. This technique was exceedingly rare, comparable to celestial-level methodologies, and once mastered, it possessed effects akin to observation Haki, if not superior. Has this person returned in the past 3 days? No, Kong Sha shook his head. Summon all the senior officials for a meeting. I shall first proceed to the Scripture Pavilion. Understood. Chapter 41. Harmonization Realm. The Scripture Pavilion had long since been relocated, and Renaud made his way towards it within the Lord's Manor. The area was heavily guarded, with sentinels positioned every 10 steps and watchmen every 5. Furthermore, 3 formidable masters of the dominant realm were stationed there. These 3, leaders of sects allied with the Heavenly Society, preferred to avoid trivial matters and devoted themselves entirely to their cultivation, hence their assignment to this location. "Lord." The 3 individuals saluted. "Very well. I shall inspect the 3rd floor," Renaud replied. "Yes, sir." On the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion resided the most prestigious tomes, accessible only to those who had attained at least the Earth level. Currently, there were 7 celestial-level texts, 1 technique, and 6 skills, with the technique being blood refinement body and the martial skills provided by various sections. Celestial-level methodologies were rare in the world, yet some ancient sects might still possess 1 or 2 martial skills. In contrast, the Earth-level methodologies were more abundant, numbering 37 in total. Renaud bypassed the earthly level, directing his gaze towards the celestial tier. What lay before him was not the original text, but rather a table of contents and an introduction. To acquire the secret manual, one must possess contribution points and submit a report, as well as arrange for a specific training chamber for comprehension. This practice is commonplace among most sects, which Renaud directly appropriated. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a copy of the thousand-handed Tathagata technique. This celestial martial art refines the bones and muscles throughout the body. When perfected, one moves as lightly as a feather and strikes with the swiftness of lightning. Remarkable. If the effects prove true, it would indeed belittle the martial arts of the main world, mused Renaud. Speaking of which, the land of flowers in the pirate world seems to be a realm devoted to martial arts. He wondered what their martial practices were like. With such thoughts, he descended further below to request the Guardian to present the copy of the thousand-handed Tathagata technique. At that moment, Kong Sha approached to report that all had arrived. Renaud entered the Grand Hall, where hundreds had gathered. "Greetings, Lord of the City." No need for formalities. Renaud took his seat at the head of the table. "I may not have much time, so let us address the urgent matters at hand." Lin Yi, the first to step forward as the Lord's Secretary, who was well acquainted with various affairs, spoke. Currently, There are overlapping jurisdictions, such as the Criminal Court of the Heavenly Society and the Department of Justice of Donglan City, the War Hall and the Military Department, the Police Bureau and the Patrol Team, etc. Last time, the Lord of the Southern Palace and the Minister of Justice nearly came to blows over a case. Oh, what case was it? Reynolds inquired with curiosity. Minister of Justice. Sure Wunla stepped forward. Report to the Lord. It involves a murder case. I believe it should be handled with discretion. But the Lord of the Southern Palace insisted on a death sentence. I have reason to suspect he wishes to practice his skills on the offender, thus developing a penchant for killing. Sure Wunla, an imposing figure with a scholarly demeanor, stood resolutely at that moment. Nonsense, retorted Nan Gongxiangyang. This man deserved his fate. Furthermore, I have long ceased to require human blood for my cultivation. You are slandering me. Indeed, the essence of ordinary individuals holds little effect for you now. I can believe that. Now, tell me about the case, Reynolds said. Yes, the offender is a foreigner who vehemently opposed our policies, claiming ownership of his residence and asserting that we had no right to evict him. Was he indeed the owner? Reynolds asked. After the establishment of the concession, many foreigners crossed the seas to conduct business or settle down. Some were directly assigned properties, while others purchased them at their own expense. The two situations cannot be treated the same, or it would tarnish the official image. Although he purchased it, he only paid 1 golden dragon, Nangong Xiangyang replied. 1 golden dragon for a house in the city center of Donglin? Surely that is a steal, Reynolds exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I thought so as well. The original owner approached me to reclaim it, and we attempted mediation, but the foreigner adamantly refused, initially demanding 1,000 golden dragons and eventually settling at 500. However, even 500 golden dragons was beyond the original owner's means, leading to a deadlock. The following day, the original owner's family was murdered. Preposterous. What mercy could be afforded to such a person? Minister Sure, do you have anything to say? Reynolds declared in anger. Though the original owner's family was slain, they had forcibly entered the premises and attempted to coerce a sale. According to the laws of Qian country, those who intrude without cause may be treated as thieves. Therefore, the foreigner was acting in self-defense and could only be charged with excessive defense, Sure Wunla stated. The original owner's family included 2 children, an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old, who were also murdered. Is this also deemed self-defense? Nangong Xiangyang retorted angrily. This is clearly premeditated murder. I suspect you have accepted bribes from the foreigner, which is why you ruled in his favor. Lord of the Southern Palace, I assure you that I am merely acting in accordance with the law and have absolutely not accepted any bribes. Slap. Renault struck the armrest of his chair and addressed Minister Sure. This position does not suit you. I urge you to resign. Sure Wunla was affiliated with Xiongkaishan, and his continued presence posed a potential risk. Initially, Renault had believed this individual to possess a commendable reputation suitable for service. However, it has now become evident that he is either a hypocrite or a pedant, both of which displeased Renault greatly. Sure Wunla took his leave without further ado, respectfully clasping his fists as he exited. Police Chief Yao Chao also announced his resignation. One individual stepped forward, stating his departure. Commander Sima Wu of the Northern Gate of Donglin also resigned. Another officer in military attire followed suit. Commander Zhou Bang of the Southern Gate of Donglin also requested to resign, as did Inspector Du He of the docks. In an instant, over a dozen individuals from either the Steel Realm or the Overbearing Realm sought to resign. Renault let out a cold snort. Was this a palace coup? A fear of retribution in the autumn, or mere defiance? Indeed, he had usurped his position, but what of it? The Qian kingdom had long been a mere facade. Nowadays, power lay with those who wielded might. Otherwise, the warlords would have been quelled long ago. If you wish to resign, so be it. I have investigated Sure Wunla. He may depart. As for the rest of you, you shall first be confined in prison until it is verified that you bear no criminal record before you can leave. Renault declared. The individuals from the Renault faction promptly approached to apprehend, applying pressure to the vital points and restraining with handcuffs. Lord Lei, you cannot do this. We are innocent. Lord Lei, I implore you to show mercy. Lord Lei, I must report. The scene descended into chaos, yet Renault remained unmoved. These individuals should have been dealt with 3 days prior. At that time, their escape was paramount, leaving no opportunity for action. Now, it was time to rectify the situation. Several among them had irrefutable evidence linking them to the underworld, and thus, a thorough investigation was warranted. In recent days, Nangong Xiangyang had refrained from taking action, fearing the unrest it might provoke in Donglan City. With Renault now in command, there was certainty in the outcome. "Ha, young man, I have found you." A man in a gray robe entered, laughing heartily. He was an elderly figure, his face wrinkled with age spots, standing less than 5 feet tall, hunched over, with only a few decayed teeth remaining. Yet, his voice resonated with vigor, emanating an inexplicable aura of danger, surrounded by tendrils of black smoke, suggesting he was no ordinary being. A sense of foreboding surged within Renault. He recognized that his instincts were warning him of imminent peril emanating from this individual. "Senior, how should I address you?" Renault inquired calmly, mentally prepared for a potential escape. "I am a divine being. You may call me Lord of Death," the elder replied. "If you are a divine being, then I am the creator," Renault retorted without hesitation. "Hey, young man, lacking reverence for the divine will bring misfortune. I am at the pinnacle of this world, my power akin to that of the gods," the elder asserted. "Pinnacle?" Renault exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, in Western terms. I am akin to a demigod or a fifth-tier extraordinary being," the elder explained leisurely, assuming Renault was familiar with Western traditions. Chapter 42, Battle Within the Grand Hall. Silence enveloped the crowd, fear gripping their hearts. However, seeing Renault's calm demeanor provided them with a modicum of relief. "To my knowledge, individuals of the Sage Realm are exceedingly rare in this world. I did not anticipate the existence of those at the pinnacle. May I inquire about a few matters?" Renault asked. "Certainly," the elder replied, observing Renault with keen interest, as if he were examining a peculiar specimen. "How many individuals exist at the pinnacle in this world?" "In the Qin Kingdom, fewer than 5. Globally, fewer than 50, the elder responded. 50 is indeed a considerable number, Renault remarked. Reflecting inwardly, this elder gave off a vibe comparable to an ordinary warlord, suggesting that the strongest in this world were roughly at the level of a vice-emperor. It seemed that the power dynamics in the world of One Piece were indeed somewhat elevated. Youth, individuals at the pinnacle can live for 2,000 years. With a millennia-s accumulation, there are only 50. Do you consider that many? The elder queried. Each of those is a sovereign in their own right, whose mere footsteps can cause the world to tremble thrice. May I ask, how many exist in the Sage Realm? Nangong Xianyang interjected, unable to contain himself. I have heard that one appears once every millennium. Is that true? A mere exaggeration. About 10 emerge every century. However, most who reach the Sage Realm set sail in search of higher-tier spiritual herbs or enter prolonged seclusion. Thus few encounter them in the mundane world, the elder explained. In the Qin Kingdom, there should still be dozens remaining. What is your name, esteemed elder, and what brings you here? Lin Yi inquired. My name has long been forgotten. Abroad, I am called the Lord of Death, and you may refer to me as such as well. As for my purpose, young Renault, I have taken an interest in your body. Surrender it to me. What? The crowd gasped, realizing the ominous intent of the newcomer. Yet, Renault remained remarkably composed. Already aware that no good would come of this, what does the elder intend to do with my body? He asked. Soul transfer. My lifespan is nearing its end. And you, most likely a reincarnation of a divine being, suit my needs perfectly. Assist me in living another life, the elder declared. Renault remained non-committal and shifted the conversation, inquiring, in the midst of the turmoil in Qian Nation, have none of the elders stepped forward? With their strength and prestige, surely a few words could resolve the conflict? Youth, this is the principle of the celestial order. When the population exceeds the land's capacity, war becomes a means of consumption. This has been the way since antiquity. To prematurely end such strife is to act against the heavens, and it would surely invite calamity. I know not what path you tread, but it seems to me akin to standing idly by in the face of death. You would be of more use than a mere village chief, living so long. You are nothing but a societal blight, better off buried sooner than later. You truly dare to speak so? Do you presume to be a savior with your mere sage realm? In the past, there were a few who pursued the path of the sage and sought to save the masses, meddling in affairs that did not concern them. And they all met a grim fate. When land is scarce, one ought to cultivate it. When the population is too great, reform is necessary to distribute resources equitably. There are countless solutions, yet to incite war is the most inhumane act of all. Youth. Every individual harbors desires. Even an emperor cannot reign over all. The decline of imperial authority reflects the emperor's inadequacy. Perhaps a new ruler would fare better. Such worldly matters require not further discussion. Are you prepared to offer your body? How shall I offer it? Empty your mind and resist not. The elder spoke with delight. As long as you comply, I shall preserve your soul. He believed Renault had surrendered. I still maintain that you heartless old wretches should have been buried long ago, Renault retorted. Thus, you refuse? The elder asked ominously. Come then, old man, let us battle upon the sea, that I may gauge the strength of the sage realm. Renault ascended slowly, soaring from the window into the distance. Youth, how audacious! I intended to spare your soul, but since you failed to appreciate my offer, I shall consume it instead. The elder followed closely. Above the ocean, beneath the clouds, the two stood facing one another. Youth, do you know how I earned the title of the Grim Reaper? The elder brandished a black sword. Its blade wide as a palm and approximately 1.5 meters in length, with irregular black flames dancing along its surface. Is it due to this sword? Renault inquired. Certainly not. A mere sword cannot embody my renown. 300 years ago, I single-handedly annihilated a small nation in the West, resulting in 500,000 souls perishing without exception, all consumed to enhance my power. Henceforth, I was bestowed the title of the Grim Reaper. A fiend like you ought not to exist in this world, Renault replied coldly. To have lived for 2 millennia is indeed a misfortune for all living beings. Ordinary sages may live merely 2,000 years, but I have refined souls to extend my lifespan. I am now over 2,500 years old. What do you mean by sharing this with me? Renault was not in a hurry to engage in battle, for his fan value had been steadily increasing. Upon his arrival, he had already amassed over 800,000 fans, and now it was nearing 900,000. Once he surpassed the 1 million mark, his observation Haki would reach an unparalleled mastery, and his strength would undoubtedly surge. Having roamed the world for 2,500 years, countless so-called righteous individuals who sought his demise had perished at his hands. In this realm, he was nearly invincible. Should you choose to ally with him, he would be willing to provide you with another body and take you as his disciple, imparting the secrets to longevity. You are unattractive in appearance, yet possess lofty aspirations. A merciless killer wishes to take a virtuous youth like me as a disciple? If I agree, I fear my ancestors' graves might explode. The old man's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. You have squandered your final opportunity. I shall send you to hell. With that, the two's auras erupted. One fiery red, the other as dark as ink, clashing in the air, unleashing invisible waves of energy. The next moment, their collision was akin to a meteor striking the earth, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout Eastern Lin City. The populace was astounded, uncertain of what had transpired, and they all looked towards the horizon. In the distant sky above the sea, two figures were locked in fierce combat, their dark and crimson energy waves visible to the naked eye. The booming sounds emanated from that very location. At that moment, the city's broadcast system crackled to life. Citizens, please remain calm. I am Lord Pu Lin, here to explain the situation in the distance. A formidable foe, claiming to be the god of death, has launched an attack. Lord Renault is currently engaged in battle. The intruder is an ancient being at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. This battle is exceedingly arduous for Lord Renault. All we can do is pray and extend our blessings. In Eastern Lin City, I recognize no leader but Lord Renault. A citizen shouted hoarsely. Indeed, we only acknowledge Lord Renault. We shall rise and fall with Lord Renault. Go, Lord Renault. The crowd surged with fervor, their shouts echoing like thunder. Since Renault took control of Eastern Lin City, he abolished protection fees, safeguarded the weak, eradicated malevolent forces, sought justice for the masses, and established shelters. Each of these actions was aimed at the welfare of the people. Although they could not see him in person, they could feel his heart. For centuries, such a benevolent lord had never graced the city. He was truly one of a kind and thus held in the highest esteem. Chapter 43, Battle Against the Demon in the Surrounding Skies. Numerous celestial beings received the news and observed from afar, some even pulling out telescopes. President Ma. Won't this provoke dissatisfaction? At their level, they must be quite sensitive to their surroundings, Zhao Zhenwu remarked. President Ma Xingchen was unconcerned. This is not just us. At least hundreds of thousands are watching them. That is true, Zhao Zhenwu said, producing a military-grade telescope. Commander Shi, who do you think will prevail? Jian Yuanda inquired. Lord Renault has never faced defeat. His decision to remain and fight this time indicates he possesses a certain level of confidence, Shi replied. But what if Lord Renault were to lose? How shall we proceed? In the face of such a powerful adversary, surrender may be our only recourse, Dongfang Xian interjected. Your sect and the Ryu Valley cannot escape this fate, but I can simply leave. I refuse to align with those who would harm Lord Renault, Shireen declared resolutely. The group fell silent, each lost in their thoughts, their focus on the battle. In the distance, Renault's fury surged forth as his true energy and dominance erupted, pouring every ounce of strength into his fists and feet. What arcane method is this? How can you withstand my death energy? The old man exclaimed in astonishment, having lived for 2,500 years. He had never encountered or heard of such a technique. Death energy was a power of the highest order, yet it was being countered barehanded. What does it matter to you? Renault retorted. You show no respect for your elders. Once I tire of this game, I shall show you what despair truly means. With a resounding crash, the two clashed once more, creating distance between them. With a wave of his hand, the old man conjured a series of black holes around him. The black holes spiraled ominously, as though they could absorb a person's very soul, exuding an eerie aura. I have not only mastered the martial arts of the Qian kingdom, but have also ascended to the level of an extraordinary summoner. When I achieved great mastery, I descended into hell and forged contracts with demons, bending them to my will. In my time, I obliterated a nation, largely thanks to their power. Otherwise, I could not have done so swiftly. And what of it? Whether you are a demon or a deity, all who oppose me shall perish, Renault declared, his aura radiating with dominance. You speak boastfully. Come forth, demons of hell. As the old man shouted, numerous demonic claws emerged from the black holes. The claws were black and crimson, resembling beasts, pulling themselves from the void. Sinister heads surfaced, followed by their bodies. Each demon stood over 10 meters tall, with goat-like heads and crocodilian tails, armored in scales, hovering in the air. Upon their emergence, their eyes fixed hungrily upon Eastern Lin City, their intent clear. These were the most formidable demons of hell, the Flotta clan, known as the Berserk War Demons, each of them at the 5th tier. It took me a century to subdue 15 of them. How do you feel now, young one? The old man mocked. They appear quite foolish, Renault replied. Foolish? Human, your mind is now mine. One of the demons interjected. CHRGU, can we feast upon that city? Another demon inquired. The old man scowled. Do not call me CHRGU. Refer to me as the god of death. Ha. CHRGU. So your true name is CHRGU. No wonder you are too ashamed to say it. Renault ridiculed mercilessly. CHRGU's face darkened further, having come from a rural background. This name had followed him for decades. Even when he was once an emperor, he had attempted to change it, but the demons of hell could see through true names, rendering any attempt at disguise futile. CHRGU, according to the contract, what is this time's offering? Is that city to be our sacrifice? Another demon posed the question. Indeed. Capture this young man, and the souls of that city will belong to you. Remember, I demand an intact body. Minor damage is acceptable. But life must be preserved, the old man instructed. Ah, so you have found a new vessel. Meanwhile, Renault was preparing to teleport away. He could contend with 1. But against 16, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Even if the demons were somewhat weaker, their sheer numbers made victory impossible. Glancing at his fan value, he was pleasantly surprised. 61 million, having surged by over 700,000 in a short time. He could hear the cheers from the distance. Astonished by the public's unwavering support, without hesitation, he added this to his observation Haki, elevating it to unparalleled mastery. In an instant, his aura exploded forth, creating ripples as his 4-dimensional attributes soared close to the 80-point threshold. His original attributes were as follows: strength, 71, physique, 72, agility, 73, spirit, 77. Now, they stood at strength, 77, physique, 78, agility, 78, spirit, 80. With the enhancement of his true energy, he had undoubtedly entered the sub-imperial tier. Oh, this young man seems to have grown stronger, CHRG mused. You have forced me to unleash my full power. Prepare to meet your end. In a flash, Renault teleported beside a demon, delivering a punch that struck like a phantom against its skull. A crisp sound of shattering bone reverberated as the demon was sent soaring hundreds of meters, plummeting into the sea. With a dent on one side of its forehead, and its eyes rolled back, likely suffering from a concussion, if not worse. Impressive, and yet it still lives. Renault marveled. Charging toward another demon. Kill him. This demon roared, meeting Renault's advance with its claws. A resounding clash ensued as claw met fist, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the air. The demon was pushed back several meters, incredulous, questioning, is its physical form stronger than mine? At that moment, Renault found himself besieged, his armed Haki enveloping him, his fists ablaze with an overwhelming aura, fighting with frenzied intensity. The thunderous sounds of their combat echoed across the heavens, reminiscent of an unending series of explosions. Chu-Urgu, taken aback for a moment, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly splendid. Such a physique is worthy of this deity." Observers from a distance were left in awe, first by the terrifying aura of the demon, and then by Renault's ability to withstand the onslaught of so many formidable foes without faltering, a spectacle that defied belief. The battle raged on, with Chu-Urgu occasionally darting into the fray to deliver a strike. Renault, having honed his skills to perfection, awakened the ability to foresee the future. Despite being besieged, he remained unflustered. As life and death clashed, his latent potential surged, allowing him to effortlessly employ various combat techniques, growing stronger with each encounter. The demon, deemed to be of the 5th tier, was at most at the level of an elite general, possibly rated as such due to a physical prowess that reached the 5th tier. However, in terms of physical capability, Renault surpassed him, and many inexplicable spells were neutralized by his overwhelming presence, leaving only close combat. Ironically, close combat was Renault's forte, resulting in a complete suppression of the demon. 3 hours later, the battle remained inconclusive, and Chu-Urgu's face turned pale as a sheet. "Renault, I shall spare you today." "Chu-Urgu, hold on a moment longer," shouted a demon. "The human Renault is on the brink of collapse." "Nonsense. Your entire family is the one on the brink," Renault roared, pursuing the demon and quickly turning him into a battered mess. Chu-Urgu produced a vial of blue potion, his expression one of anguish, before gulping it down. "At most, I can last another half hour." "So that's it," Renault suddenly comprehended. "Urgu, you summon demons using mental energy to sustain them. Otherwise, they would return to hell, correct? And what if it is?" With his intentions laid bare, Chu-Urgu did not shy away. "Killing you will suffice." "Then let us see," Renault replied, and the fierce battle reignited. In the world of One Piece, although martial arts cannot extend one's lifespan, they possess a remarkable attribute: durability. With battles lasting several days and nights being quite commonplace, Renault inherited this characteristic, exuding an overwhelming aura as it unleashed its full power, capable of enduring a relentless onslaught for an entire day and night. Chapter 44, The Coming of the Apocalypse. Half an hour later, Renault, still brimming with vitality, has triumphed over 5 formidable adversaries, leaving 9 others, each bearing wounds. Thanks to his extraordinary ability to foresee the future, he moves with unparalleled agility, sustaining only minor injuries. In a decisive moment, Chu-Urgu enveloped himself in a shroud of darkness and vanished from sight. "What is this method again?" Renault, filled with fury, unleashed his observation Haki and swiftly detected Chu-Urgu's presence 10 kilometers away. Nowhere to escape, Renault, resolute in his direction, propelled himself forth like an arrow, darting ahead with remarkable speed. Though his observation skills did not rival Enel's vast perception that enveloped the sea, he possessed a range of 20 kilometers. If Chu-Urgu could only teleport 10 kilometers, he would remain firmly within Renault's sight. At that moment, black holes began to materialize behind the demons, drawn back into the abyss by an overwhelming force. However, through Renault's perception, only 12 black holes were visible, 3 fewer than anticipated. Had 3 demons perished? Without hesitation, Renault summoned his energy and shouted, "Linny, send someone to the seabed to retrieve the bodies. There should be 3 demons." His voice resonated throughout Donglan City, heralding his victory and igniting a cacophony of joyous exclamations. "Understood, Lord City Master." Lin Yi's voice crackled through the broadcast, infused with palpable excitement. "City Master Renault is truly astonishing," exclaimed Ma Xingqian in awe. "Has he reached such heights so swiftly?" Dongfang Xian pondered, recognizing Renault as a reincarnation of a divine being. "Indeed, such rapid advancement is inexplicable otherwise," Chu Yuanda remarked. "If this is the case, should we beseech him for insights into his divine techniques?" "First, prove your loyalty," Shireen replied. "Lord City Master Renault is not one to casually impart his methods to outsiders." "Very well, upon Lord City Master's return, I shall merge the Wuliang sect into the City Lord's estate," he declared. A mere sect, initially established to seek resources, had stagnated for decades. Its existence was inconsequential. The pursuit of the ultimate path remained the singular, unwavering aspiration. Chu-Urgu, in a state of panic, never envisioned being pursued like a dog. With nowhere to turn, he was mentally exhausted, his potions depleted. His teleportation ability had dwindled from an initial 10 kilometers to less than 1, and further attempts would render him incapable. Ergo, do you not possess a teleportation scroll? Reno inquired, perplexed by Chu Ergo's lack of this common item from the Basha sect, which typically allowed for considerable distance travel. Internally, Chu Ergo was deeply frustrated. He indeed had teleportation scrolls, but they required mental energy to activate. The moment of teleportation demanded a significant draw on his mental faculties, essentially enabling him to wield another's skills without mastery. However, with Reno's relentless pursuit, he barely recovered from his potions before needing to teleport again, further depleting his mental reserves. This cycle left no room for opportunity. Forcing such a large-scale teleportation now would only invite backlash, worsening his predicament. Naturally, he withheld this truth, deflecting, "How about we call it a day? To concede after defeat? You are over 2,500 years old. How could you be so naive?" Reno retorted, "I possess many secrets that I could share with you." "I have no interest," Reno flatly refused. Chu Ergo posed a significant threat. Should he ever unleash the demons in Reno's absence, Donglin's city would be lost. This was his stronghold, the very cradle of his following. Although currently each individual contributed only a modicum of fan value, as long as he survived, there would be subsequent generations, an unceasing stream, accumulating over time until he ultimately surpasses the four emperors and stands above him. Chu Ergo, as a formidable adversary, represented a grave risk. He must be eliminated promptly to prevent future calamities. "Reno, do you not know that the world is destined for destruction in a few years? All living beings will perish unless they take refuge in certain hidden places." "Is that so?" Reno responded non-committally, clearly skeptical. "I am aware of such a refuge. If you allow me to leave, I shall reveal its location." "I am far more interested in ending your life," Reno countered. "Do not push me, or you will deeply regret it. Use whatever means you wish. This is your doing." With that, Chu Ergo was enveloped in a burst of dark energy, charging towards Reno instead of fleeing. Reno unleashed a powerful punch, causing Chu Ergo to explode in a thunderous blast, reducing him to mere ashes. Such resoluteness? Reno was taken aback, not anticipating Chu Ergo's unwavering determination. As the echoes of the explosion faded, a gray light surged toward Reno's forehead with an almost imperceptible speed. "This is bad," Reno exclaimed in alarm. He dispelled his armed color and turned his focus inward, delving into his mindscape. "Ha ha ha, Reno, I have entered." In the vast emptiness of the sea of consciousness, Chu Ergu's soul appeared colossal, laughing heartily as he soared toward the sole source of light. The central luminescence was none other than Reno's own soul, which, at that moment, infused with awareness, opened its eyes wide. In an instant of thought, it too transformed into a massive entity, even larger than Chu Ergu by a significant margin. Chu Ergu's laughter abruptly ceased, trembling as he spoke. "Reno, how can your mental strength be so formidable?" "Because I am the reincarnation of a deity." Reno jested. "You truly are the reincarnation of a deity." "I do not die in vain," Chu Ergu retorted defiantly. "You still call yourself a god? Perish." Reno's soul struck down with a force akin to an adult chastising a child. "No, I refuse to accept this," Chu Ergu protested, desperately resisting even as he endured the onslaught. Fighting in enemy territory was inherently challenging, compounded by the suppression of his soul power by the rules of reincarnation. Thus, to successfully seize control, the opponent must relinquish their guard and wholeheartedly accept the invasion. Only then would the odds of success be favorable. Any form of resistance would lead to complications unless the opposing soul was significantly weaker. The likelihood of overpowering Reno's formidable soul was already slim. However, having cultivated for 2,500 years, Chu Ergu believed he might still have a chance, which prompted his reckless act of desperation. Yet, in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. With Reno's immense soul power, even complete surrender would not guarantee success, especially with the constant replenishment of energy from Reno's mindscape. This battle was undoubtedly a loss for him. He yearned to escape, but found himself cornered with no means of retreat. Ultimately, he roared, "Even in death, I shall not grant you your desires." With that, he self-destructed his soul, sending shockwaves through Reno's mindscape, causing his head to throb painfully. Fragments of memories flowed from the remnants of the shattered soul, which Reno absorbed, feeling his spirit surge slightly in strength. So that is how it is. Reno comprehended that if Chu Ergu did not self-destruct, his spiritual power could have increased by at least 30%. However, at present, it was but a mere fraction. Hardly worth mentioning. The same applied to memories, had there been no self-detonation, and instead a peaceful absorption. He could have acquired Chu Ergu's memories spanning 2,500 years. Yet now, he possessed only a scant few fragmented memories from recent years. An hour later, Suspended silently above the sea, Reno suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. The world was indeed facing its apocalypse. Through Chu Urgu's memories, he learned that every 10,000 years, celestial bodies converge, merging two worlds into one. The other realm was known as the Crimson Mist World, teeming with countless monsters, devoid of reason, and immensely powerful. During this convergence, the current world, the Eight Desolation Realm, would be permeated by the Crimson Mist, enveloping the globe. The monsters would then invade the Eight Desolation Realm, incessantly devouring all living beings. This cataclysmic event would persist for a century until the celestial bodies passed each other by. Currently, in the boundless seas of the Eight Desolation Realm, in the far southern regions, weather anomalies had already manifested. The auroras transformed into a crimson glow, as if blood were spilling across the land. According to Chu Urgu's deductions combined with historical records, the end would arrive within 5 years at most, bringing forth immense suffering, with no one able to escape. Chapter 45. The Council East Lynn City. As Reno gradually soared through the sky, the air was filled with piercing screams and jubilant cheers. Long live Lord Reno! Long live Lord Reno! Long live Lord Reno! Reno smiled and waved at those below. Were it not for the fear of being deemed ostentatious, he would have liked to soar above Donglin City for a moment before returning. The surge in his fan base was simply irresistible. Upon landing at the Lord's mansion, he found hundreds of people awaiting his arrival. Surrounded by admirers, Reno ascended to the Grand Hall and took his elevated seat. Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed, seizing the moment with the assembly gathered, I hereby announce a significant resolution. Observing the crowd lean in with rapt attention, Reno continued, I aim to terminate the ongoing turmoil and unify the realm. The hall fell into a brief silence before erupting into fervent excitement. Wonderful. The Lord's decision is exceedingly sagacious. This has long been our aspiration. After a prolonged wait, we have finally reached this day. Among the crowd, some were exhilarated while others pondered deeply. Yet the majority wore expressions of elation. First, we must address the issue of overlapping positions, Reno stated. Since we have resolved to engage in this quest, the realm will be dissolved as of today, and from now on, only Donglin City shall exist. As for the institutional framework, the ancient system of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries is, in fact, quite refined and merely requires slight modifications for implementation. Now I appoint you, Lenny, to take note. Yes, Lenny responded, producing pen and paper. First, we shall establish a cabinet. In my absence, the cabinet will manage affairs, with Lin Yi as the chief minister, and the additional members being Shirin, Ho Qing, Feng Ziyu, and Zhao Zhanghe. As for the 6 ministries, Reno was still in deep contemplation when Quan Yuanda suddenly interjected, Lord Reno, I have a matter to discuss. Oh, what is it, Master Quan? Reno inquired. The entire Wuliang sect has unanimously resolved to join the Lord's mansion. We kindly request your acceptance. Reno had yet to respond when Dongfang Xian interjected. Our Day Moon Valley is similarly inclined. The Gongfu Merchant Association is willing to serve Lord Reno diligently. Ma Xingchen added. The Sana Martial Arts Hall shall henceforth devote itself wholeheartedly to Lord Reno. Please do not take offense. Zhao Zhenwu chimed in with laughter. Ha ha ha. It is a pleasure to have you all join me in Donglin City. Your strengths will surely intimidate the unruly. Reno replied. Then I must impose upon you the positions of the 6 ministers. Not at all, not at all. The 4 of them responded with polite insistence. Ma Xingchen. Given your expertise in finance, you shall be appointed Minister of Revenue. As for the Gongfu Merchant Association, you may manage it as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Reno was careful not to overextend himself by attempting to absorb the entire merchant association at once, leaving room for negotiation. This situation mirrored the past when Mijou supported Liu Bei, who could not invest everything at once but rather chose to invest incrementally. If Liu Bei were to falter, Mijou could withdraw at any moment. The family's investment was not a reckless gamble. It required prudent foresight. The current scenario was no different. Should a powerful adversary arise to threaten Reno, Ma Xingchen would at least have an escape route. Forcing him to surrender the merchant association prematurely would breed resentment and potentially lead to clandestine preparations for his own safety. Thus, it was wiser to allow him to invest at his discretion, for as long as he remained undefeated, betrayal was unlikely. Shirin, you shall continue to oversee the military as Minister of War. Reno continued with his appointments. Zhao Zhenwu, you will lead the city's garrison, ensuring order and security. Yes. The 2 affirmed. Dongfang Xian, I know your forging skills are renowned. You shall be Minister of Works, managing our equipment. I shall obey, Dongfang Xian replied. Quan Yuanda. You will serve as Minister of Rights and handle diplomatic affairs. Nangang Xiangyang. You will be Minister of Justice. Ho Chung, Minister of History. Renault selected several capable individuals from among the hundreds present, ensuring that those with merit and strength were appointed, and concluded, you may promote any talented individuals from your sex. Our primary objective now is to facilitate smooth operations and take control of Guozhou. Boss. Someone called out. What about me? Luo Jin pointed to himself, his face marked by urgency. Luo Jin, how could I forget you? However, your strength is too weak. Holding a high position while lacking capability is a recipe for disaster. Akin to the fate of the large-mouthed and cross-eyed. That is not a sight I wish to witness. Therefore, you shall first serve as the commander of the City Lord's Guard. Renault inquired, by the way, have you begun your training in the blood refinement dominance technique? The elders have already commenced their studies, but aside from Negong Xiangyang, no one has made any progress, Luo Jin replied. We possess the blood of the Sea King. Yet it remains untapped. The heavenly grade technique was easy for me to grasp, but I did not realize it would seem like an inscrutable tome to others. For instance, Lin Shiner, whom I personally taught, has yet to make any headway. It was only 3 days ago that she managed to stabilize her breath. Luo Jin continued, however, without the blood essence, my cultivation speed is exceedingly slow. I attempted to purchase medicinal herbs from the apothecary king, but he demanded exorbitant prices. One blood essence pill costs 100 gold dragons, making it impossible for me to acquire more than a few. Oh, the apothecary king. Who might that be? Renault asked, unfamiliar with the famed figure in Donglan City, eliciting surprise among the gathered crowd. Surely you jest, boss. The world-renowned apothecary king, Xu Shiwuyo. And you do not know him? Luo Jin exclaimed in disbelief. Of course not. I do not rely on potions for my cultivation. So who is this person daring to extort us? Renault retorted. Ahem, if I may interject, Shireen said, the apothecary's prices have always been consistent. He is not extorting us. He has resided in Donglan City for 50 years and has always offered fair prices. Oh, so it is that the cultivation medicines have always been this expensive? Renault inquired. There are no inexpensive entry-level medicines, Quan Yuanda stated, since ancient times. Wise sages have scraped the earth bare, leaving little for us descendants. Each major sect grows its own spiritual herbs. But the cultivation period for such herbs often spans decades or even centuries. Rarity drives the price skyward. Indeed, Dongfang Xian added, we in Day Moon Valley typically use common herbs for our training, which yield minimal advancement for the extraordinary. This leads many to brave the endless sea in search of spiritual herbs, yet only a fraction return, Ma Xingchen remarked. In ancient times, the extraordinary were as numerous as fish crossing a river, but now the steel realm is elusive, and the dominance realm is revered. Even the celestial realm is becoming a legend. As the second largest city in the Qian Kingdom, Donglan City boasted but a handful of celestial realm practitioners. One can only imagine the state of affairs elsewhere. Only a fraction returns. The endless sea, is that perilous? Ho Chung asked in astonishment. It's not merely the weather and magical beasts. The true danger lies in the rampant piracy and treasure hunting, making the endless sea a chaotic and lawless territory. Oh, I see. Renault pondered for a moment. Please provide me with a detailed catalog of spiritual herbs. I may be able to procure them in bulk. Bulk? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Lord, how do you intend to acquire a large quantity of spiritual herbs? Linny inquired, curiosity piqued, though they were uncertain of the truth. The crowd awaited his answer with eager anticipation. This matter is not yet settled. Let us speak of it later. For now, simply provide me with the catalog. Additionally, Xiangyang, I possess ample magical beast blood. In the future, refrain from using human blood for cultivation, lest you be labeled as a fiend, tarnishing your noble image. Yes. Negong Xiangyang responded, invigorated. Boss, I desire some magical beast blood as well, Luo Jin added. I will place the magical beast blood in the contribution building. Be sure to preserve it. The price shall be 1,000 contributions per barrel, Renault declared. 1,000 contributions equates to 1,000 silver eagles, or about 28 gold dragons. How remarkably affordable! Negong Xiangyang exclaimed with delight. Within the grand hall, many wore expressions of excitement and contemplation. The blood refinement dominance was a heavenly grade technique requiring no pills for assistance. As long as there was sufficient blood essence, one could break through to the sage realm, making it the most formidable technique in the city lord's estate. Previously, few had pursued it due to the scarcity of blood essence, but with ample magical beast blood, other techniques would pale in comparison. to require no spiritual herbs or breakthrough pills, and to acquire a large barrel of magical beast blood for just 28 gold dragons. Such an opportunity was unprecedented. If not now, when would they seize this chance? Chapter 46. The apothecary King Renault waved his hand, silencing the cacophony. He then proceeded with the discussion. As the saying goes, governing a vast nation is akin to cooking a delicate fish. Although I may be unparalleled in the world, immediate unification is unattainable without effective governance. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Therefore, your current task is to ensure the smooth transmission of decrees and to be well versed in your roles. First, govern the entire Bo province, establishing stability before addressing the surrounding warlords. I have heard that the forces at Qingshui Pass to the south are secretly colluding with the forces of Baiji. Minister Shi, is this true? Shirin replied, indeed, the general stationed at Huayagwan to the north is named Shirtang, my nephew, and there should be no issues there. However, the general at Qingshui Pass, Jin Yuqing, is actually the brother-in-law of Xiong Kaishan and has extensive ties with the gang in Donglin City. I suspect that many contraband items have previously passed through his hands, but I lack evidence and am thus powerless. How can such a person remain here after my ascendance? Renault pondered. Donglin City has 3 strategic passes located to the north, west, and south. Among them, the western Jinshan City has only a few trade routes and is effectively isolated by mountains, making it easily defensible yet difficult to assault. It is a place where one man can hold the fort against 1,000. Only a fool would attempt to attack Bo province from there. The southern and northern passes, Qingshui Pass and Huayagwan, are different. Breaching these would lead to a clear path, necessitating a strong military presence. Although you ordered Xiong Kaishan's family to flee by sea, Jin Yuqing is not technically family. He is merely a relative, Shirin noted. Perhaps that is why he harbors a sense of invincibility and remains. It is merely an attachment born from prolonged power. Lin Yi remarked, if he truly intended to defect, he would have come to pay his respects to the city lord long ago. Now, in secret communication with Baiji, who knows when he might betray us. Renault felt a heavy responsibility for the presence of such a malignant element. Upon taking residence in the city lord's manor, he had already fled, and now, amidst warfare, he had yet to untangle the affairs of Donglin City, let alone the borders. Bo province comprises 3 counties, 7 cities, 15 towns, and over 100 villages. Merely rearranging personnel and appointments would require considerable time, making it impossible to seize control of the entire province overnight. What is Jin Yuqing's strength? Renault inquired. At the pinnacle of dominion, he is merely a step away from breaking through, Shirin replied. Zhao Zhenwu, you shall go and capture this individual along with his subordinates. Xiangyang, meticulously gather evidence. If the situation is dire, execute them in the marketplace, Renault commanded coldly. Understood. Both men responded. As for the appointments of various county magistrates, city lords, and town heads, the cabinet will deliberate autonomously. All welfare policies must be effectively implemented. Is there anything else? City lord. Is it known whether that old wretch has perished? Lin Yi asked cautiously. He has been reduced to ashes, Renault responded. Truly worthy of the city lord. City lord. Are you truly the reincarnation of a deity? Ho Qing could not help but inquire. This question had long circulated in the world outside, and many were curious. But only those close to him, like Ho Qing, dared to ask. Renault had already conceived his answer, declaring, I am the celestial warrior, who perished during the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons a millennium ago. The title of celestial warrior alone evokes the image of a deity who commands the art of combat, which explains the remarkable evolution of his prowess. Indeed, the atmosphere was one of exuberance and fervor. Renault gazed quietly, observing that the people of this world firmly believed in the existence of gods and demons, their faith unwavering. Given this reality, why not embrace the local customs and indulge in their fantasies? Moreover, it could prove advantageous for garnering followers. What harm is there in weaving a benevolent falsehood? At that moment, news arrived that the body of the demon had been retrieved. Renault led the crowd outside to behold the spectacle. 3 demon corpses, each towering at 10 meters, were slowly transported along the street by dozens of carts. The townsfolk watched with wide, curious eyes, engaging in animated discussions. Some foreigners exclaimed in astonishment. Upon reaching the fountain square in front of the Lord's mansion, the corpses came to a halt, awaiting further action. Lord, these demons of the harmonious path are treasures in themselves. Their bones, claws, and sinews can be forged into exquisite artifacts. It would be prudent to allow me to craft a few spiritual weapons from them. suggested Dongfang Xiandao. Is their blood usable? Inquired Luo Jin. The three demons had concave skulls, victims of shattered brains, yet their bodies bore no wounds, and their blood remained intact. At that moment, an elderly man approached with purposeful strides, clasping his hands in salute. I am Shi Wuyo, honored to meet you, my lord. Oh, so you are the renowned apothecary of the realm? Renaud observed him with keen interest. Shi Wuyo, with his long white beard cascading to his chest, possessed a youthful visage and a vigorous spirit, standing tall. From his aura, it was evident he was of the celestial realm. Indeed, I am he, though I do not presume to claim the title of the world's foremost. Such accolades are mere flattery, he replied. Are you here to seek my allegiance? Not at all. I merely wish to negotiate a transaction with you, my lord. What sort of transaction? I wish to purchase one of the demon corpses. I implore you to part with it. What price are you willing to offer? 10 opportunities to strike, Shi Wuyo declared, his expression one of pride. Renaud inquired. What does it mean to seize an opportunity? Alchemy, came the response. In other words, if you assist me in concocting 10 potions, I shall reward you with a demon of the harmonization realm. Is that the essence of it? It can indeed be understood in that manner. Renaud, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Su Wuyo, have you elevated your own significance to an absurd degree? To demand a precious corpse after merely refining 10 pills. How audacious of you. This, my lord, seems quite reasonable, interjected Shireen. Does this truly qualify as reasonable? Renaud responded with astonishment. Perhaps the lord is unaware that, aside from the rarity of spiritual medicines, spiritual alchemists are equally scarce. Many esteemed sects can only nurture 1 or 2 proficient alchemists due to the immense quantity of spiritual herbs required for practice. Elder Su is not only a spiritual alchemist but also a pill king, which denotes his ability to concoct 4th-tier extraordinary elixirs. On this matter, I confess my ignorance. Renaud admitted. Shireen elaborated. A spiritual alchemist of the 1st tier can refine spirit herbs suitable for the steel realm. The 2nd tier can concoct those for the dominance realm, earning the title of spiritual alchemist master. The 3rd tier is capable of refining elixirs for the celestial realm, known as spiritual alchemist grandmasters. The 4th tier can produce elixirs for the sage realm, earning the title of pill king, while the 5th tier can refine those for the harmonization realm, referred to as pill deity. Currently, within the borders of the Qian kingdom, a pill deity has not been seen for millennia, and there are fewer than 5 pill kings. Elder Sun ranks first, with a success rate of 2 to 3 out of 10 furnaces. Typically, when they are called upon, their fees begin at a minimum of 10,000 gold, and one must endure a waiting period of several years. Renaud was left speechless. With a mere success rate of 20 to 30%, it astonishingly ranked first. And people are expected to queue for years, more precious than the giant panda. Indeed, the old saying holds true, rarity enhances value. I, the old man, can grant the Lord the privilege to cut in line, allowing him to seek my alchemical expertise at any time, limited to 10 attempts. Su Wuyo stated, however. It must be conducted according to the rules. For each attempt, 3 materials are required, with any excess belonging to me, and I shall bear the losses of any failures. Look at how arrogant you are. Renaud cursed under his breath. I shall also offer you a condition, if you pledge your allegiance to me. What harm is there in gifting you a corpse? Impossible. Su Wuyo resolutely refused. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and solitude, and I detest constraints. If that is the case, then let it be. Renaud was acutely aware that persuading others to align with him was a rather unrealistic endeavor. Wealth, power, prestige, respect, and formidable strength who would willingly choose to subordinate themselves if placed in his position. Chapter 47, The Great Accomplishment of the Thousand-Handed Budolini. Present. The announcement was made, proclaiming that a demonic auction would be held in Donglin City a month hence. As you command, replied the city lord. The old man, Shi Wu, looked astonished. Do you truly not desire the 10 opportunities to refine medicine I offer? Since attaining the title of Medicine King, he had been pursued by many, with even the former city lord, Xiong Kaishan, humbly seeking his assistance. His requests had never been denied until now, when they were met with indifference. No need. Keep them for yourself. Dongfang Xian, at your service. You may take 1 corpse for your research. Do as you wish. The remaining 2 will be auctioned in a month. Thank you, city lord. Dongfang Xian beamed with joy. Boss, can the blood of the demons be used for cultivation? Luo Jin inquired once more. The blood of demons harbors a potent aura of corruption. It can only be refined into poison pills, not used for cultivation, Shi Wu clarified for Luo Jin. Oh, I see. Such a pity, It is indeed blood from the Dao integration realm. Luo Jin expressed slight disappointment. Pathetic. The beast blood from the contribution tower is not sufficient for your needs? Be gone. Renaud chided lightly. Understood. Linny. I wish to establish a hospital to provide free medical care for the populace. You shall choose the location. Renaud instructed further. Another free service. Linny hesitated for a moment before resolutely saying, City Lord, if this continues, we will face bankruptcy. The shelter provides free food and lodging. And now countless refugees are arriving, exceeding 100,000. We can hardly keep up with the tents, not to mention the consumption of clothing and food, costing at least several hundred gold dragons daily. Did I not instruct you to employ labor in lieu of aid? Surely, this inexpensive workforce can be utilized? But there are over 1 million people. There simply aren't enough tasks to occupy them all. Nonsense. First, plan the outer city, demolish the old houses, and transform all the dirt roads into cement paths. Second, install streetlights to make Donglin City a city that never sleeps. Third, learn from foreign nations to construct a sewer system large enough for free movement within. Fourth, assist the impoverished in repairing their homes, particularly the dilapidated structures in the slums, which merely require refurbishment to be livable. Fifth, erect a city wall in the outer city, reaching a height of 100 meters. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. City Lord, did you say 100 meters? Zhao Zhenghe questioned, unable to believe his ears. Indeed, 100 meters. The reason shall be disclosed later. For now, you need not know too much to avoid straying from your duties, Renaud responded. The crowd pondered in silence, refraining from further inquiries. If that were the case, then indeed, over 1 million people could be engaged. Linny remarked, the expenses alone for purchasing materials would amount to a staggering sum. Did we not seize considerable assets from various gangs? Surely we have some savings? Ah, it seems those were emptied by you last time, City Lord, Zhao Zhenghe murmured. Ah, I had forgotten. I shall return it shortly. By the way, Zhao Zhenghe, at your service. The cabinet matters are few. Each day, deliberate on major issues. And use the remaining time for other tasks. Yes, what shall I do? The Imperial Guard shall oversee the officials and gather information from across the realm. Assemble your own personnel. I shall allocate funds for you. Your first task is to locate my biological parents. Your biological parents? May I inquire where they might be? I do not know. I was sold to human traffickers when I was 5. I still remember crying to the point of exhaustion, only to be struck twice by the trafficker and fainting on the spot. Ah, that is indeed unfortunate, Zhao Zhenghe replied, unsure how to continue. I once harbored great resentment towards them, but reflecting now, with 3 children in the household, my parents could hardly provide for us and had no choice but to sell one. Perhaps by selling me, they could ensure the survival of the others and alleviate some burden. I no longer blame them. Finding them and caring for them in their old age is my duty, for they gave me life and nurtured me for 5 years. City Lord, you are the epitome of filial piety. I am ashamed to compare myself. Enough flattery. This task is entrusted to you. I only recall waking up on a river called Sancha River, where I later encountered water bandits, and the traffickers were all slain, leaving us children to fend for ourselves. Sancha River, understood. Very well, Feng Ziyu, at your service. You shall oversee the city's construction projects. Yes, Renaud, in a state of discontent, returned directly to the Lord's mansion. In the ensuing month, Donglin City underwent a transformation of remarkable proportions. With millions of people fervently engaged in labor, various roads were constructed day and night. Many old buildings were demolished, and under Renaud's insistence, all were replaced with 10-story urban residential complexes. Fortunately, cement was already available. Otherwise, such lofty structures could not have been sustained. Had it not been for contemporary technology, the foundations could not have been driven too deeply, and buildings of several dozen stories could have been erected. Simultaneously, underground drainage systems were being excavated, and the plan for a 100-meter city wall sparked considerable controversy upon publication, leading to a flurry of public discourse. Opinions varied widely. Some deemed it extravagant. Others labeled it a waste, while some claimed the Lord's mansion had lost its sanity. In any case, in the kingdom of Qian, freedom of speech prevailed, with so-called renowned scholars pontificating in newspapers. Of course, support was abundant. Renaud's prestige in Donglin City was at its zenith, granting him the authority to enact any measure he deemed necessary. The introduction of free education, free healthcare, free housing repairs, and free shelter for the displaced garnered overwhelming public support, not to mention the various welfare programs that followed. For instance, The establishment of a labor bureau to arrange employment for the unemployed was met with enthusiasm. Regulations were instituted to mandate weekends off, with a cap on working hours not exceeding 8 per day. People's committees were formed in every district, allowing grievances to be directly addressed, ensuring that complaints would reach the highest echelons of power. The trade of narcotics was strictly prohibited, with offenders facing immediate execution. Additionally, brothels operated on a voluntary basis, with coercion leading to severe penalties, including a minimum sentence of 10 years, potentially culminating in death. Gambling establishments were barred from charging exorbitant interest rates, with maximum rates aligning with those of banks. The head tax, forced labor, and tolls were abolished. Finally, the tax reform known as land tax consolidation directly challenged the landowners, aristocracy, and noble classes. The downfall of the Kingdom of Qin primarily stemmed from land consolidation, which ignited class conflicts of a fierce nature. Coupled with governmental corruption, draconian policies, and rampant graft, the central authority lost control over the provinces, leading to various peasant uprisings and opportunistic factions seizing power. This ultimately devolved into a chaotic struggle for dominance, rendering the emperor a mere puppet under military warlords, with the nation itself disintegrating. The land tax consolidation aimed to impose taxes on the wealthiest landowners, who traditionally enjoyed exemptions due to state privileges. The immediate backlash was palpable, and Renault's decisive measures resulted in a ruthless crackdown, leading to a veritable river of blood. In Boizhou, such radical changes could be implemented. Elsewhere, rulers would have faced fatal repercussions long ago. Historical precedents abound, with emperors of the Ming dynasty meeting untimely ends. Over the course of the month, Renault diligently studied the thousand-handed Buddha technique, progressing to an advanced level with surprising ease. The requisite fan points for mastery were as follows: 100 points for basic understanding, 1,000 for notable achievement, 10,000 for profound competence, and 100,000 for unparalleled mastery. Beyond this threshold, further advancement became unattainable, culminating in a total expenditure of slightly over 110,000 points. In an instant, his bones resonated with a cracking sound. His physique strengthened by 10% while his agility increased by 20%, significantly enhancing his striking speed. The pinnacle of celestial martial arts was deemed a definitive limit, leading to the conclusion that techniques below this level were unlikely to transcend into the realm of sages. It was no wonder that various sects clamored for celestial techniques, even instigating sectarian wars. Regrettably, Garp's bone fist did not constitute a martial arts technique and could not be directly enhanced, requiring painstaking refinement. However, the completion of the thousand-handed Buddha technique proved immensely beneficial, accelerating the refinement of his bone fist at an astonishing rate. In just a month, he approached the half-fist stage, with the next month promising the potential for full mastery. Chapter 48. The wholesale of spiritual herbs in the world of One Piece. Renault remained industrious, frequently traversing back to attend to various matters. Initially, he sought Garp's counsel on the ultimate secrets of the 6 styles, life restoration. Undeterred, he pestered Sengoku to acquire the application manual for Conqueror's Haki, facing a barrage of criticism for his lofty aspirations, as he had yet to master the basic form of Haki. The final task involved locating the branch of the World Economic News Agency at the Navy headquarters, where he requested a special issue, only to be met with rejection. Undaunted, he raised the offer to 100 million berries, prompting Morgans to personally negotiate via a transponder snail, ultimately securing approval. Thus, over the course of nearly a month, the news of the One Piece world experienced a significant surge, culminating in the release of a complimentary special issue titled Herbal Compendium. Spanning over 20 pages, each featured 10 herbs, accompanied by images and detailed descriptions of their characteristics, growth environments, and bounty rewards. The announcement sent ripples throughout the pirate world, igniting fervor among commoners, treasure hunters, adventurers, and even bounty hunters. After all, seeking herbs was far safer than hunting pirates, and the rewards were substantial, with the lowest bounty set at 100,000 berries and the highest soaring to an astonishing 100 million berries. Locating just one herb could lead to a life of financial freedom. Consequently, a new profession emerged, the herbal hunter. While the longevity of this vocation remained uncertain, hinging on the news agency's ability to source herbs, the current low barriers to entry reinvigorated hope in many impoverished lives, potentially rescuing countless families. In the council hall of Donglan City, Renault sat alongside his cabinet members. "My lord, we are bankrupt," Lenny stated grimly. "Unless we secure a loan, we will have to either delay wages or halt construction." I inquired about loans. Feng Ziyu interjected, stroking his goatee. Foreign banks charge exorbitant interest rates of 50%, akin to usury. Domestically, there is only one bank, Fengwei Bank, owned by the influential Zhang family of the Central Plains. They harbor no goodwill towards us and have outright rejected our request. Renault, unfazed, chuckled. It appears that this formidable weapon, the imposition of taxes, has quite the impact. Even the Central Plains are aware of it. The crowd remained silent. Their gazes fixed upon him. After all, the primary reason for their financial woes lay with Renault, who had claimed 80% of the treasury's wealth this month, a staggering sum of 300,000 gold dragons. Typically, the annual tax revenue of Donglin City amounts to merely 10 to 20,000 gold dragons. The recent confiscation of funds from numerous gangs, along with the wealth of rebellious noble families, had largely found its way into Renault's possession. What are you all looking at? He questioned. Do you think I would line my own pockets? Such a sum is of no use to me. With a wave of his hand, Renault produced a multitude of jade boxes from the ground. What is this? Shireen inquired, catching a whiff of the fragrant herbs, and her intuition began to stir. Excitedly, she seized one of the boxes and opened it, exclaiming, 3,000 years of blood jade ginseng. The others immediately joined in, their astonishment resonating throughout the hall. A millennium-old blood lotus. 5,000 years of tricolor grass. Good heavens, 10,000-year-old crimson spirit bamboo. Could it be? The milk of the earth still harbors such treasures. This is indeed an ancient divine artifact, the Mingxin Wendaiguo. As various boxes were opened, the fragrant aroma of the herbs filled the grand hall, and the crowd was flushed with excitement. How about that? Was the expenditure worthwhile? This is merely 10%. The remaining 90% is on its way. Now we only lack a spiritual pharmacist, Renault declared. He had coveted the profession of a spiritual pharmacist, but alas, it was merely a method of concocting potions, not a skill or technique that could be enhanced. Only 10%. The crowd was aglow with enthusiasm, unanimously declaring it was immensely valuable. We currently possess only 3 spiritual pharmacists, 2 first-tier and 1 second-tier master. I wonder how much spiritual herb would be required to cultivate one to the 4th-tier apothecary. Should we seek assistance from Shiwuyo? Ho Chung inquired. No, that old man can go to hell. He became an apothecary through a mere accumulation of spiritual herbs. I refuse to believe that others, with unlimited spiritual herbs to practice with, cannot attain apothecary status. Furthermore, we might as well take advantage of this auction to sell some high-tier spiritual herbs and raise some funds. Are we really going to sell them? Zhao Jinghe lamented, clutching the Mingxin Wendaiguo with reluctance. If you are hesitant, then consume it, Renault suggested. Ah, the crowd gasped in disbelief. What is the matter? Zhao Zhenghe exclaimed excitedly. City Lord, this is a 5th-tier spiritual herb, capable of refining Tao-compliant elixirs. Although no one can refine it at present, isn't it too extravagant to consume it directly? Not at all. I possess an abundance of spiritual herbs. Anyone in need should take what they require. Elevating one's strength is our foremost priority, Renault waved dismissively. Then, I shall not be polite, Zhao Zhenghe said, tucking the jade box into his embrace. You shameless individual. Feng Ziyu cursed inwardly, her eyes gleaming as she stealthily stowed the milk of the earth into her sleeve. Shireen also did not hold back, claiming 2 rare fruits for herself. Linny and Ho Cheng, lacking in experience, were momentarily at a loss for what to take, deciding to wait, as there was no rush. City Lord, where did you procure these spiritual herbs? Ho Cheng asked. Renault, with an air of mystery, remarked, I have a friend who is a herbalist, from whom I procured it. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further, pondering that this herbalist might indeed be an enigmatic figure. Matters concerning the supernatural are best left unexamined by mere mortals. Monkey, I entrust the spiritual herbs to your care for the time being. Linny, how is the preparation for the auction progressing? Renault inquired. Linny, appearing quite at ease, responded, currently, everything is proceeding smoothly. Tomorrow's auction will undoubtedly be the largest in the history of the Qian Kingdom, featuring an astounding 1,000 items for bidding, which may take a month or 2 to complete. Such a multitude. Are all of them rare treasures? Indeed. Only items valued at over 100 gold dragons are eligible for auction. My team has meticulously vetted each piece, ensuring they are all exceptional. We are currently deliberating whether to increase our commission. Renault pondered for a moment and declared, let us not raise the commission, let it remain at 5. We must establish our reputation, disregarding these trifling gains. If we hold the event annually, it will ensure a steady stream of income. Understanding. He prompted the others to share their thoughts. Given the rare attendance of so many, it would be a pity not to seize this opportunity to create a stir. Renault shifted the conversation. Create a stir. The group exchanged glances. A moment of silence ensued, and then Shireen spoke up. I have an idea. Why not take this chance to persuade some warlords to surrender? Indeed, that is a commendable notion. Our region of Boisjou is now relatively stable. It is time for external expansion, Renault concurred. Then, I shall take charge of this matter. Many warlords have come in person. We should invite them for discussions. Remember, we must win them over with virtue. I shall do my utmost, Shireen replied, slightly hesitant. Of course, virtue also encompasses martial virtue. Do you understand? Renault added. Understood. Shireen sighed in relief. If their martial virtue exceeds ours, they may approach me at any time. Understood. Chapter 49. Donglin City, I have a thought as well. Cultivating spiritual alchemists is challenging. The 3 alchemists in Donglin City were originally from Kaishan and cannot be relied upon for loyalty. Their qualifications are mediocre. It would be better to abandon them and host another alchemy competition, Ho Chung proposed. We could then recruit the top 10 for our use. Excellent. Indeed. Compared to those with extraordinary talent, the mediocre would only waste more spiritual herbs. Let it be as you suggest. You shall oversee the alchemy competition. Understood. Since we are organizing an alchemy competition, why not also hold a martial arts contest? Renault proposed, suggesting the recruitment of strong individuals for official positions. Anticipating many would be willing. Feng Golao, I entrust this to you. Yes. Feng Ziyu replied. By the way, I have a substantial amount of magical beast blood. Monkey, take this to Elder Yu, Renault said, producing a storage ring. This spatial ring, inherited from Chu Ergu, was slightly smaller than Xiong Kaishan's necklace space and served as an adequate means of transport. In the pirate world, while requesting the news agency to collect herbs, Renault also placed an advertisement to purchase the blood of sea kings. 1 barrel for 100,000 berries, a rather high price. Generally, a small sea king could yield around 10 barrels of heart blood, worth $1 million. Medium-sized ones could provide dozens, and the larger giants would yield even more, making one wealthy with just a single kill. Thus, many fearless pirates and bounty hunters flocked to hunt sea kings, with countless perishing in the attempt. However, as the news agency had a global reach, by the time the blood reached the Navy headquarters, much of its energy had dissipated, becoming waste. Even worse, there were many fakes, blood not from sea kings, but entirely counterfeit. Furious, Renault berated Morgans through the transponder snail, refusing to cover the costs. As for later identification, it was no longer Renault's concern. In the world of One Piece, with myriad abilities, Morgans, as the most powerful intelligence organization, should have means to resolve this issue. Ho Chung took the ring, infused it with true energy, and was astonished upon scanning it. So much. There were a total of 10,000 barrels, each worth half a golden dragon, making it 5,000 golden dragons. However, due to poor preservation, some had severely depleted energy. Fortunately, the spatial tool maintained a vacuum. Preserving it better than a freezer, it could last several years. Upon exchange, contributions would be adjusted according to energy levels. Understood, Ho Chung said. I will inform Elder Yu. The contributor of the exchange building, known as Elder Yu, was over 280 years old and nearing his end. A peak expert in the dominance realm. He had been a grand elder of a sect that had allied with them. Theoretically, one could live up to 300 years in the dominance realm, but in practice, it was challenging. As mortals often remark on the brevity of life, many succumb at 70 or 80, with those perishing at 50 or 60 being numerous as well. Elder Yu now spent his days basking in the sun outside the exchange building, fulfilling his duty of guarding. The exchange of items was managed by a dedicated team, requiring no personal involvement from him, a true embodiment of retirement. City Lord, this magical beast blood is remarkably inexpensive. What tier is it? About tier 1 or 2, Renault replied. Sea kings vary in strength, some being formidable while others are weak. Since reaching the celestial realm, the potency of sea king blood had diminished for him, and after attaining the sage realm, it had become utterly ineffective. Presently, only the few intelligent sea kings surrounding Fishman Island might still hold some value. From this, it could be inferred that most sea kings are at the steel or dominance levels. A barrel of tier 1 magical beast blood starts at least 100 golden dragons externally. While the city lord acquires it for merely half a golden dragon, that's a 200-fold profit. Zhao Zheng had calculated in astonishment. Tier 2 blood could yield 5 times more, resulting in profits of over 1,000 times. Feng Ziyu chimed in. Seeing the joy on the faces of the others, Renault cautioned, do not be overly optimistic. The supply of magical beast blood is not infinite. If possible, avoid selling it. Only do so when truly financially strapped. Sea kings, being colossal, generally inhabit windless zones and consume a vast quantity of marine life, making it improbable for them to travel in herds. Given the current situation, they could even face endangerment. Motivated by monetary gain, intelligent species might unleash unprecedented actions, with countless species driven to extinction in the past as proof. The five acknowledged, indicating their understanding. Inside the city lord's residence, the six continued their discussions, deliberating on the appropriateness of official appointments, whether someone deserved a promotion based on merit, revisions to the city planning, the reliability of the new general stationed at Qing Shui Pass after the death of Jinyu City, and whether to continue purchasing the fire god cannons, of which there were already over 1,000. A series of pressing issues awaited the cabinet's resolution. Outside, the entirety of Donglin City was vibrant, bustling with life. A festive atmosphere enveloped the city, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, children laughing and playing, car horns blaring, pedestrians chatting, and street performers entertaining. The streets were alive with throngs of people and vehicles, a spectacle of prosperity and beauty rarely seen in a century. Meng Changxi strolled down the street, dazzled by the sights. Her younger sister, Meng Yao, bounced around excitedly, frequently stopping to buy snacks from the stalls. Well, that is Fairy Changxi. Someone recognized her. Fifth on the Qian Kingdom's talents list, a rare alchemical prodigy of the century, she has arrived. Beside her was her sister, Meng Yao, only 15, yet already strikingly beautiful. In a few years, she too will be a fairy. Their Mirror Moon Pavilion is renowned for its elixirs. They are likely attending this auction to sell their pills. Perhaps even the flesh and blood of the realm of harmony demons could be refined into elixirs. Come, let us go meet them. Sister, you've attracted a swarm of admirers. They're coming over. Mengyu said, somewhat gleefully. What do you mean again? Perhaps they are seeking you. Meng Changxi retorted playfully. I'm still young, unlike you. Suitors are practically trampling down the mountain gates for you, Meng Yao teased. At that moment, as a group of young heroes approached, Meng Changxi hailed a rickshaw, and the sisters hopped in, urging the driver to hurry. Seeing two fragrant beauties, the driver was instantly invigorated and shouted, hold on tight. As he sprinted forward to the dock, I've heard they build a massive open-air auction there, Meng Yao said. Yes. It was just completed this month and can accommodate 20,000 people, truly enormous. The coachman inquired, are you ladies also attending the auction? Indeed. My master has already purchased tickets and even sent some items for auction, Meng Yao replied. That is quite impressive. The standards of this auction are quite high. Only items valued above 100 golden dragons are permitted, the coachman remarked. Of course, our Jingle Pavilion is the foremost alchemical sect in the world. Meng Yao's sister interjected. Why are you pinching me? Speak less. No one thinks you are mute, Meng Yao's sister retorted. Humph, I know. By the way, dear coachman, could you tell us about Lord Reinu of Donglin City? Meng Yao asked again. The coachman spoke with reverence. Lord Reinu is a reincarnation of a divine being, known as the Saint of Battle. In his past life, he perished while protecting humanity from a great demon, and now he has been reborn. We have finally awaited the return of this saint. Is that so? Meng Yao queried. I have only heard that he is a divine reincarnation and called the Saint of Battle, but did he really perish with the demon? Indeed. I am from Donglin and know the details well. This was stated by Master Lin Yi, the coachman affirmed. How remarkable. No wonder he has enacted so many laws for the country and its people, Meng Yao expressed with awe. Indeed, with the arrival of a saint, the turmoil will soon cease. You ladies might consider aligning yourselves with Lord Reinu to secure a prominent future, the coachman suggested. Alas, I have a family, otherwise I would wish to enlist myself. Yes, we will consider it. By the way, what is happening over there? It seems quite lively. That is our Donglin City's marketplace, where one can purchase anything. I've heard they are selling weapons, elixirs, and martial arts manuals, the coachman replied. Shall we go in and take a look, sister? Don't be foolish. With so many people, how long will it take to squeeze in? Let us first inspect the auction venue. Very well. At the Donglin City port. In a now desolate area adjacent to the square, towering platforms had been erected in concentric circles, resembling an ancient stadium without a sunshade, entirely open air. Time was of the essence, so they prioritized essential constructions. There were no walls, yet 8 paths were guarded by soldiers, preventing any unruly intrusions. The venue accommodated 20,000 seats, with a vast central area akin to a football field. A stage was set up, and a group of technicians busily adjusted the equipment, microphones, speakers, lighting, and more. The auction was set to commence the following day, with 3 sessions daily, morning, noon, and night. Due to the overwhelming number of items to be sold, everyone chose to auction their treasures here for several reasons. First, Lord Rainu, as a divine reincarnation and formidable being, would never resort to robbery, for that would lead to his disgrace. Second, his reputation is akin to that of a living saint, and he would not engage in underhanded dealings. Third, Donglan City is known for its martial virtue and safety. Lastly, amidst the chaos of the world, with no secure channels for selling treasures, many rare items had been hidden, making this opportunity truly exceptional. Thus, treasures from all corners of the world flowed towards the Donglan City auction, resulting in an unprecedented event. Additionally, the sheer number of powerful individuals and wealthy patrons gathered here made it a prime opportunity for selling, leaving no reason to delay unless one wished to retain their possessions. The port was brimming with people today, and the Ming sisters, intrigued, wandered around the outskirts of the auction venue before heading directly towards the square's acrobatic performances. Just as they were engrossed in the spectacle, distant cannon fire echoed like thunder across the sea. The crowd erupted into chaos, and those brave enough climbed to higher ground to observe, discovering 5 large ships engaged in a fierce battle, one fleeing while for pursuit. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the 4 ships were flying pirate flags. This is unacceptable. With the grand event approaching, to be besieged by pirates is a disgrace to Donglan City. Immediately, naval vessels were dispatched, charging into the fray with fierce determination. However, the pirates did not retreat. Instead, a flash of swordlight struck, and one naval ship was split in 2. In the training grounds of the Lord's mansion, Raina was engrossed in studying the technique of life restoration. Once mastered, it would significantly enhance his stamina, allowing him to fight tirelessly for days on end. The technique proved challenging, and he had yet to make substantial progress. But he felt close to a breakthrough. At that moment, he glanced at his current attributes: strength, 78 physique, 78 agility, 79 spirit, 80 the 6 styles of the Navy, iron block, minor success, 116-1000, finger gun, minor success, 135-1000, storm leg, minor success, 157-1000, paper drawing, minor success, 134-1000, shave, minor success, 179-1000, moonwalk, minor success, 165-1000, armament Haki, mastery, 354-1000, observation Haki, mastery, 461-1000, blood refining body, 8th level, 145-320, great eating technique, mastery, completed, 1000, hand to Thagata technique, completed, fan value, 1, 854, 255. His fan value had approached 2 million, nearly reaching its peak. The 7 cities of Bo Prefecture were mostly small towns, with Donglan City housing the majority of the population. With over 10 million people in total, approximately 5 million fan values were generated from Donglan City alone. A staggering conversion rate, indicating his immense popularity among the populace. Where is that cannon fire coming from? Reynolds, filled with astonishment and rising fury, felt his fleeting inspiration abruptly interrupted. He swiftly followed the sound, propelling himself towards the harbor. In the distance, he beheld a warship cleaved in twain, igniting his rage. With fervent gestures, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes, each akin to a razor's edge, slicing through the air. From the pirate ship, a figure soared aloft, wielding a sword that danced with lethal energy, countering Reynolds's force and producing explosive sounds akin to firecrackers. At that moment, Reynolds discerned the flag aboard the vessel, pirates. The terms pirate and sea thief are synonymous, differing merely in the weight of their connotation. The anime One Piece originated from a past life in the land of Little Days, where the language lacked nuance, rendering pirate and sea thief as one indistinguishable term. Translated into the Summer Nation, it posed a dilemma. Initially rendered as Pirate King, it was later altered to Voyage King as the protagonists resembled adventurers more than marauders. However, the term Voyage King eventually proved too benign, misaligning with the overarching theme, leading to its final establishment as Pirate King. In the present day of the Qian Nation, the language flourishes as it did in the Summer Nation of yore. Pirate is simply pirate, devoid of any awkward translations. The towering figure of the airborne pirate, adorned with red hair and beard, exuded a formidable presence, wielding a large curved blade while uttering a string of incomprehensible words. "System, I wish to learn this language," Reynolds silently implored. "Would you like to spend 10,000 fan points to learn Phalaic? What nonsense! The Qian language costs merely 1,000, yet this Phalaic demands tenfold. Are you attempting to inflate the price due to my ample fan points?" The system clarified that Phalaic is the principal language of 15 Western nations. Resigned, Reynolds acquiesced and proceeded to learn. "My lord, I have no intention of being your adversary. Please do not interfere in this matter," the pirate continued, addressing him. Renault reflected for a moment, recalling that the pirate had seemingly introduced himself, mentioning some bey and king. Feeling rather disinclined to ponder further, Renault promptly responded in Felai. "In the waters of my eastern city, you have sunk my eastern city warships and slain my soldiers, all while inadvertently opposing me. Today, I desire only to either slay you or be slain by you." Chapter 51. The Land of Hope. Why must you, a mere mortal, concern yourself with such matters? I can offer my apologies. If apologies were of any worth, what need would there be for the police? Let death come. In a fleeting moment, Renaud dashed before the red-haired pirate. The pirate, taken aback, raised his curved blade in defense. In the next instant, the weapon shattered, and a piercing blow struck his chest. Staring in disbelief at the arm embedded within his torso, the red-haired pirate could hardly comprehend the reality. A demigod. For a century, as a fourth-tier extraordinary being, he had traversed the seas, convinced of his invincibility. He had assumed that even if someone surpassed him, it would be by a negligible margin. Yet here, in this distant eastern land, existed a demigod. "Ah, so this is what you Westerners call a demigod at the 5th tier. How fitting." Renaud withdrew his arm. The red-haired pirate, though not yet dead, attempted to retrieve a potion for salvation, but with his internal organs scattered, he realized survival was unlikely, his face paling to ashen gray. "Do you have any final words?" Renaud inquired casually, deftly removing a ring from the pirate's finger. "Hope, it now belongs to you." The pirate replied before plunging into the sea, sinking directly to the depths. At that moment, the celestial beings of Donglan City arrived, and Renaud commanded, "Exterminate all pirates. The ship shall return to the harbor." "Understood." The celestial beings responded in unison. Renaud retracted his spatial ring and shifted his gaze to the merchant vessel under pursuit. Lightly descending onto the deck, a foreign man, weighing approximately 300 pounds, cautiously approached and spoke in an archaic dialect. "My lord, I am Robert, a steward of the Far East Trading Company. It is an honor to meet you. You dare come here after I have slain Kenneth and the higher-ups of the Far East Trading Company?" "What?" Robert exclaimed in shock and trepidation. "I came directly from the west, unaware of the circumstances here. What is your purpose for coming?" "To sell some Western specialties and transport passengers." "Is that all?" Renaud's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. "A fourth-tier extraordinary being pursues you for the sake of these so-called Western specialties, and yet you have evaded capture? They can fly." After all, as beads of sweat formed on Robert's forehead and he struggled to respond, another figure approached from behind. "It is because of me." This individual stood at least 2 meters tall, clad in armor and bearing a great sword. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his countenance weathered yet resolute. From his aura, he was undoubtedly a 4th tier, equivalent to the Sage Realm. "I am Dominic, the leader of the Hope Church and the Knights of the Holy Temple. It is a pleasure to meet you," the newcomer said, placing his hand over his heart in greeting. "You must be a person of significance in the West. What brings you here?" "I seek hope." "Speak plainly, without the cryptic mystique." The Hope Church was obliterated by the Sun God sect. At the moment of its demise, the High Priest, along with 5 cardinals, predicted the impending cataclysm through the last remnants of their lifespans. "Hope lies in the East, hence my arrival." "Your predictions are remarkably accurate. To foresee my coming shows some skill," Renaud commended. "Ah, hope is not what you think," Dominic replied awkwardly. "What do you mean? Am I not Hope?" Renaud inquired, equally perplexed. The High Priest, nearing the end of his life, prophesied the existence of a young girl, and I have followed that revelation, ultimately locating her half a month ago. "And what of the pirate?" "He is a notorious pirate king, having heard rumors and also searching for the girl. We have clashed several times, yet neither has emerged victorious. Bring the girl forth. I wish to see her." Renaud expressed his curiosity about the one who was deemed the hope of the prophecy. Before long, a composed foreign girl, around 10 years old, with golden hair and blue eyes, resembling a porcelain doll, approached and bowed gracefully. "I am Christina Soren, the sole heir of the Soren family." "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Renaud." "There's no need for formality. What brings you to the Far East?" I have come to seek you, my lord. To seek me? Renault was astonished. A young girl had traveled such a distance to find him? Indeed, my lord. Your strength is formidable, your potential boundless. And your reputation for benevolence has spread across the world. Entrusting hope to you is my decision and the best choice. Christina stated earnestly. What then? Do you define as hope? This, Christina replied, presenting a delicate box to Renault. Renault took the object and opened it. Inside lay a golden key, palm-sized, adorned with enigmatic engravings that emanated an aura of mystery. Could this key represent hope? Indeed, it is the second key to the land of hope. But what is the land of hope? This is a message my father brought back, and I, too, am not entirely certain. Christina recounted, about 6 months ago, my father discovered an ancient relic, within which lingered the spirit of an ancient being, revealing tales of apocalyptic calamities in the land of hope, ultimately bestowing upon my father a key before fading away. Upon his return, my father devoted much time to research, concluding that the second key could not be utilized to access the land of hope without first unlocking the initial layer. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the news leaked, and numerous powerful nobles conspired to obliterate my family in their quest to seize the key. With her eyes reddening, Christina continued, my father sensed the impending danger, entrusted the key to my care, and instructed the steward to whisk me away to safety, thus allowing us to evade catastrophe. Very well, I shall accept the key. You will reside in Donglin City from now on, and first, you must learn the language, as lacking proficiency in the Qian language may prove inconvenient. Thank you, Lord Renault. I shall endeavor to study earnestly. Renault cast another glance at Dominic and said, your prowess is commendable. Would you consider serving under my banner? Where hope resides, I shall be ready to serve you. Dominic once again placed a hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect, for it seemed that, at this moment, hope truly resided with Renault. Excellent. Besides your combat skills, do you possess any other talents? Renault inquired. I have some insights regarding naval warfare, Dominic replied. Splendid. Renault exclaimed with delight. We are in dire need of a naval commander. The Eastern Navy shall be entrusted to you. I shall obey your command, Dominic affirmed. At that moment, the distant cries ceased. The pirates had been vanquished, and Shir-een returned to report. Minister Shir, this is Dominic, the newly appointed naval commander. And as the Minister of War, he shall fall under your jurisdiction. Minister Shir, I extend my greetings to you, Lord Dominic, Shir-een said, clasping his fists in salute. Dominic, unfamiliar with the language of Qian, followed local customs and returned the gesture, displaying a visage of innocence. Renault sighed, well, Dominique, from now on, you shall accompany Christina to school to learn the refined language. Indeed, having resolved the pirate incident, he left the trivial matters to his subordinates and leisurely drifted back to the port, welcomed by the cheers of the populace. Meng Changshi observed Renault, gliding through the air like a languid snail, waving with a beaming smile, her expression peculiar. Sister, it seems that Lord Renault enjoys being in the limelight, Meng Yao remarked. Do not speak nonsense. Meng Changshi hastily covered her sister's mouth. He is a harmonious realm practitioner. He might hear us. Just then, Renault glanced down and caught sight of the Meng sisters, his demeanor slightly awkward as he swiftly departed. It seems he has heard us, Meng Changshi lamented. It should be fine, right? Meng Yao expressed her concern. With Lord Renault's magnanimity, it will surely be fine, but we certainly do not leave a favorable impression. Meng Changshi retorted indignantly, you really do talk too much. Meng Yao stuck out her tongue playfully. Well, I can always apologize next time. Chapter 52. The auction begins upon returning to the Lord's manor. Renault mumbled to himself. Was it so obvious? My lord, someone requests an audience. A herald reported at that moment. Oh, who is it? A certain Hibuki, claiming to be the sect master of the True Yang sect. Hibuki? That name carries some weight. Take them to the main hall. Yes, the True Yang sect, the foremost sect in the realm, was well known to Renault, though he was unsure of their purpose. Striding into the great hall, he found Lin Yi in attendance, along with 7 others, all donned in the distinctive robes of the True Yang sect. Upon Renault's arrival, they hastily bowed in respect. Sect Master Hibuki pays his respects to Lord Renault. Elder Zhao Yu of the True Yang sect pays his respects to Lord Renault. Qi Jiuli from the Spirit Artifact Hall pays his respects to Lord Renault. Zhu Yue of the Spirit Medicine Hall pays his respects to Lord Renault. Ing Ming from the Battle Tactics Hall pays his respects to Lord Renault. Disciple Dongfang Weiming pays his respects to Lord Renault. Disciple Fang Kiki pays his respects to Lord Renault. Renault clasped his fist in a gesture of respect and took his seat at the head of the table. What brings you all here? Are you aware of the ancient secrets? Why not share your inquiries? What ancient secrets? It pertains to the cataclysmic calamity foretold since antiquity. It is said that every few millennia, a cataclysm descends upon the earth, leading to the extinction of all living beings, the desolation of Floroth, and the turmoil of the heavens. The world becomes rife with disaster. You speak of the convergence of celestial bodies, the merging of realms, do you not? Indeed. The city lord is knowledgeable. However, my understanding is limited. Please, enlighten me with what you know. According to the ancient text of my true son's sect, during such celestial convergence, another realm known as the Red Mist World emerges, teeming with innumerable monsters of unfathomable strength, capable even of slaying deities and demons. They feast upon living beings and detest the world beyond the red mist. In previous calamities, a few survived by hiding beneath the earth, clinging to hope. Yet, even then, they were discovered in the vast majority. Might you possess a more effective means of evasion? I do not. As the city lord, I can only confront the challenges as they arise. Do you think I built these towering walls for mere aesthetics? Yet the high walls appear insufficient to repel the encroaching red mist. In ancient times, there were attempts to do so, but there remain 3 sanctuaries that can offer refuge from the calamity. I have come today to disclose the information regarding these sanctuaries held by my true son's sect. Oh, 3 sanctuaries? Indeed, some refer to them as the Lands of Hope, the Peach Blossom Grove, and the Secret Realms. The survival of humanity in ancient times was largely due to the protection afforded by these sanctuaries. It seems we are speaking of the same places as Christina, Renault pondered. Please, share what you know. Another elder from my true son's sect returned recently from the Endless Sea. He reported that in the extreme southern lands, a spatial rift has emerged, with wisps of red mist seeping through. This is an omen, barring unforeseen circumstances, within 3 to 5 years. The red mist shall engulf the entire world. Without locating the sanctuaries, no one shall escape the impending doom. The sanctuaries, hidden by our forebears in ancient times, can only be accessed with a key, and my true son's sect happens to possess one that we are willing to offer to the city lord. What a generous offer, he said, stepping forward to reveal a box, which, upon opening, contained a purple key. Renault produced his own golden key for comparison. The materials differ, yet the forms bear some resemblance. What a surprise. The city lord possesses a key as well, though it seems it does not belong to the same sanctuary. 2 keys for 2 different sanctuaries? Your key cannot grant direct access to the sanctuary, can it? Correct. There are 5 purple golden keys in total, and only when they are gathered can the sanctuary be unlocked. 5. How cumbersome. It is far simpler in foreign lands, where 3 keys suffice. You did not come merely to present the key today, did you? Renault inquired, retracting the purple golden key. Naturally, we have come to seek refuge, to request protection. The city lord, being the reincarnation of a legendary warrior, has single-handedly defeated numerous masters of the Tao realm, securing his position as the strongest in the world. If anyone is to survive this disaster, it is likely to be by the city lord's side. We humbly beseech you to grant us shelter. As he spoke, he bowed deeply in deference. Please, accept our plea for refuge, echoed the other 6 members of the true son's sect in unison. Ha! I could not wish for more. Renault laughed heartily. Indeed, only with the impending apocalypse would the foremost sect in the world seek his protection. What followed was mutual joy. Renault assigned them duties and called back the upper echelons of the eastern city for a celebratory feast, fostering camaraderie amidst the clinking of cups. The true son sect, with its 20,000 disciples, would gradually relocate to eastern city. This represented a formidable force, 6 sages, including He Buki, Zhao Yu, Zhu Yuwei, Ing Ming, Qi Jiuli, and the elder Dongfang Wuming, who stood on the verge of achieving Tao unity and was simultaneously the granduncle of Dongfang Weiming. With over 50 beings of the celestial realm, any of them could dominate a territory. As for the dominant realm, the steel mirror was even more numerous, counting in the thousands. During the banquet, Zhao Yu proposed that they designate the True Sun Sect's Mountain Gate as a sanctuary against the impending calamity. Renault resolutely declined, for he could not bear to forsake the populace. His refusal was driven by compassion and conviction, as well as the loyalty of his admirers. He would never abandon the myriad souls of Donglan City unless absolutely necessary. The following day, an unprecedentedly grand auction took place at the Donglan Arena by the seaside. As the name suggests, the Donglan Arena is a venue for contests, where not only auctions but also martial arts tournaments and alchemy competitions are held. Once the news of this dual event was announced, it sparked a tremendous uproar, igniting fervent discussions among the citizens. As the sun reached its zenith, the arena was filled to capacity, with a cacophony of buzzing conversations merging into a collective murmur. Renault arrived fashionably late, soaring above the heads of the crowd, and took her seat in the esteemed center position. The applause erupted like thunder, and cheers resounded endlessly. Renault raised his hand to quell the clamor. Without further ado, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. A stunning beauty, poised and graceful, approached the central auction stage, her expression tense and her cheeks flushed. Addressing the microphone, she introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Ming Changxi, the auctioneer for this event." Gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. "Wow, it is the celestial Changxi. She is the auctioneer." Some wondered aloud. Has Mingjing Pavilion allied with the City Lord's mansion? The whispers continued. What alliance? It is a subservience. It is said that the Xinjiang sect was the first to pledge allegiance to the City Lord yesterday at noon, followed by several sects, with Mingjing Pavilion merely being one among many. Oh my! The City Lord of Donglin is already unmatched in the world. Who can stand against him now? Another added, "Today, Commander Shireen is negotiating with various warlords. It seems unification of the realm is imminent." Indeed, ending this chaos sooner would benefit everyone. Ming Changxi gritted her teeth in silence, taken aback by the City Lord's grudges. It was merely a comment on his penchant for showmanship that had thrust her into this spotlight. She recalled the previous night when her master brought her to pledge allegiance to Renault. Upon seeing her, Renault had smiled slightly and remarked, "You are quite beautiful, suited for the limelight. Thus, you shall be the auctioneer tomorrow." Meng Yao, reveling in the ensuing turmoil, cheered from the sidelines, infuriating Ming Changxi. "It was your mischief that caused this trouble, yet I am the one who must bear the brunt of it, while you take delight in my plight. How utterly absurd." Chapter 53. Back to the pirate world now, let us present the first item for auction, from the Western Hell Realm. A corpse of a demon in the Harmonious Path Realm, starting at a base price of 100 gold dragons. Ming Changxi steadied her emotions, stepping into her role as auctioneer. The crowd was unprepared for such a formidable item, and they erupted in excitement. "I bid 1,000 gold dragons. I bid 2,000. 3,000. Enough with the dilly-dallying. I bid 10,000 gold dragons. 15,000. 20,000. 30,000. As the bidding reached 30,000, no one dared to raise their offer. A sum of 30,000 gold dragons was no trivial amount. Previously, the annual tax revenue of the Qian Kingdom was merely a few 100,000. Any higher bids? This esteemed elder bids 30,000 gold dragons. Ming Changxi's delicate voice rang out. 30,000 gold dragons once, 30,000 gold dragons twice. Just as she was about to strike the gavel, a voice shouted, 31,000. Humph. It appears to be Elder Qiu Wujie of the Extreme Demon Sect. How dare you, a practitioner of dark arts, attend the auction? Aren't you afraid of the City Lord's wrath? Fear not, esteemed wanderer. The City Lord's announcement was quite clear. Regardless of righteousness or wickedness, all are welcome to participate. And the character of City Lord Renault is beyond reproach. Humph. 35,000. 40,000. Elder Qiu gritted his teeth. 42,000. 45,000. At this moment, Elder Qiu found himself financially strained and turned to Renault, clasping his fists in salute. "City Lord, the Extreme Demon Sect practices vile arts. If they obtain the demon's corpse, they will undoubtedly cultivate formidable villains. I implore you to reconsider." "Why should I care?" Renault replied nonchalantly. "If they cause chaos, I will eliminate them with a mere gesture." Aha. What the City Lord says is true. Although we of the Extreme Demon Sect practice dark arts, we have our principles. We will never harm the innocent, as all major sects can attest. Indeed, you do not slay civilians. You only target martial artists, draining their blood and refining their bones, concocting elixirs from their brains. What have you not done? One person retorted through gritted teeth. Enough. Let us continue the auction. Such matters are for you to resolve beyond Donglin City. Renault commanded. Uninterested in the affairs of the martial world, Renault was no saint. The conflict between righteousness and wickedness had existed since time immemorial. He would intervene only against outright evil. Otherwise, he would not be burdened by those who did not trouble his supporters or hidden fans. The crowd fell silent, and Ming Changxi resumed. "This esteemed elder bids 45,000 gold dragons. 45,000 gold dragons once. 50,000, interjected a blue-skinned individual. This figure, with fins on either side of his head and a fearsome visage, was a rare member of the Jiao clan, a demon race, who had somehow learned of the auction. Such a trifling demon dares to bid for the corpse? 60,000. Elder Chiu raised his offer. 70,000. The Jiao member countered. 80,000. Elder Chiu responded. 100,000. The Jiao member declared. Elder Chiu gasped, realizing he lacked the funds. This esteemed Jiao elder bids 100,000 gold dragons. Any higher offers? 100,000 gold dragons once. 100,000 gold dragons twice. 100,000 gold dragons thrice. Clang. Sold. Many human onlookers glared discontentedly at the Jiao member as he proceeded backstage to finalize the transaction, their gazes filled with animosity. Renault stroked his chin, pondering the wealth of those creatures dwelling beneath the sea. Should he consider robbing them? Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. Such endeavors would consume too much time and energy. Locating them alone would require considerable effort, and it would be far more lucrative to engage in trading spiritual herbs between realms. He hadn't anticipated the abundance of spiritual herbs in the world of One Piece. It seemed that the medical system in that universe predominantly favored Western medicine, with herbal remedies being seldom utilized, leaving behind such a plethora of spiritual herbs. Perhaps he could cultivate a few herbalists in the world of One Piece. The main world was on the brink of apocalypse. It was possible that one day, everyone could perish, thus a contingency plan was necessary. His own path to power was becoming increasingly arduous. At the 8,190 stage, enhancing a single attribute demanded a staggering 100 million fan points. Relying on fan points for advancement was utterly impractical. He might need to resort to elixirs in the future. With that resolution, he began to mentally scout for potential candidates. Meanwhile, the auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. The next item up for bid was the millennial-old spiritual herb, the Juyu fruit. Dream Changshi was taken aback when she first glimpsed the list. What? The long-lost Juyu fruit, and it's a millennium old? To think such a thing still exists in this world. I'll take it for 1,000 gold dragons. 1,000 gold dragons for a millennium-old Juyu fruit? You must be joking. I'll offer 5,000. The third item was the millennium-old spiritual herb, Blood Bodhi. Dream Changshi continued to preside over the auction. Good heavens. Another millennium-old herb. I bid 10,000 gold dragons. 12,000. 2 hours later, all 20 scheduled items were sold. The morning auction concluded, and the second round would commence at 1 in the afternoon. Dream Changshi, parched and fatigued, descended from the stage, casually glancing at the central platform. She noticed Renault observing her with a bemused expression, prompting her to roll her eyes before hastily departing. Perhaps Renault's amiable demeanor and good reputation instilled a sense of ease in her. After all, they were now allies. And a minor display of discontent should pose no issue. This girl is quite intriguing, if she remains unmarried in a few years. Perhaps I shall take her as a wife, Renault chuckled softly. Having safeguarded the auction, Renault had no intention of attending another. Once was sufficient to establish his presence and demonstrate his regard for the event. He need not attend every auction. With ample manpower at his disposal, over a dozen in the Sage realm, he was confident in maintaining order. He returned directly to the city lord's mansion, continuing his contemplation of life restoration. 10 days later, Renault burst into laughter, having finally glimpsed a path forward. He began enhancing his abilities, starting with an investment of 100,000 and achieving a significant breakthrough at 1 million, culminating in a total expenditure of 111 million. Streams of information flooded into him, ultimately coalescing into his own experience. At this point, he could exert control over every hair, organ, blood vessel, and sinew within his body, maximizing his offensive capabilities. Previously, he could unleash 80% of his physical strength with a single punch. Now, he could achieve a full 100%. Where he would expend 80% of his stamina in a day's battle, he now required merely 1 or 2%. His energy was unified, contained, and concealed. Reminiscent of the sovereign realm, but even more refined. However, his four-dimensional attributes had only increased by a fraction, barely noticeable. With the enhancement of his powers, every increment became increasingly challenging. It was akin to a spring reaching its limit. Each slight compression demanded exponentially more effort. I have nearly reached my bottleneck. Once the training session concludes, I shall pursue the fruits. Renault mused. In the next moment, he announced his seclusion, delegating all trivial matters to his subordinates. The recent auction was conservatively expected to yield millions of gold dragons, sufficient to construct a new eastern city. With funds secured, other concerns were trivial. With a thought, he returned to the world of One Piece, retrieving the spatial necklace from his mouth. He fed it to the telephone beetle by the window, pocketing it before stepping out of his quarters. Buzz, buzz. After taking only a few steps, the telephone beetle rang. Upon answering, its appearance morphed into that of Morgan's, the Birdman. He roared, "Renault, why have you been unreachable? The herbs and heartblood are all at the Navy headquarters. You now owe me 9 billion berries in principal and 900 million in commission. When will you repay me? You're not planning to run away, are you?" Chapter 54, On Stage. Hey, Morgans, do you understand the concept of vision? To accomplish great things, one must not be plagued by suspicion. A mere 100 billion berries? I could scrape that from my teeth, and doubling it would be no issue. Renault, I hope you're not merely boasting. First, settle this 100 billion with me. My news agency is on the brink of bankruptcy. Don't fret. I'm on my way now. Keep collecting. Do not pause. What? You still want herbs and heartblood? I'm open to all offers. All right, but you must pay me first. I cannot front the costs this time. You need to at least secure 200 billion. Not a problem. Huh? You say it's not a problem? Of course. Vision. Vision, do you understand? 200 billion is as easy as picking my nose. Morgan seemed momentarily stunned, then after a brief silence, remarked, "Your expression reminds me of Garp." Haha. You think so too? Renault, I'm being serious. I am too. Just wait for the funds. Where will you procure such a sum? Am I supposed to divulge that I've discovered an ancient treasure trove? An ancient treasure? Where? Already plundered clean. Telling you would be pointless. I'm merely seeking a hair. Not a single hair left. How ruthless. In this world, one must be ruthless to stand firm. As they exchanged pleasantries, Renault exited the military camp. As a commander in training, Renault was well known within the headquarters. After all, fewer than 10 individuals had emerged from the commander's cultivation ranks in over 20 years. He navigated smoothly to the Navy's news agency branch. Upon seeing Renault, the head, Sam, appeared to have shed a tremendous weight. "Your Excellency Renault, you've finally arrived. Enough with the pleasantries. Where's the cargo? Follow me." Renault followed Sam to a vacant plot behind them. Astonished, he gazed at the small hill before him. It was a staggering sight, at least 50 to 60,000 barrels. Calculating based on 20 barrels of heart's blood per Sea King, that meant the slaughter of 2,500 Sea Kings, an act of sheer brutality. One could only wonder how many lives had been lost to achieve such a grim result. Beside it stood another mound, entirely filled with jade boxes. This was at Renault's behest, as jade possesses the ability to preserve spiritual energy. The mere extraction of jade could spawn an entirely new industry. A total of 56,325 barrels and 26,540 medicinal herbs, Sam stated with precision. "I am quite satisfied," Renault nodded, waving his hands as barrels of essence and jade boxes promptly vanished in unison. In less than 10 minutes, everything was secured within his spatial necklace. The power of this devil fruit was truly remarkable. Despite having witnessed it numerous times, Sam remained in awe. Upon returning to the branch, Sam rubbed his hands together. "So, Lord Renault, the president mentioned you would provide 3 billion? Indeed, please tally it up," Renault replied, producing a vast pile of gold from his space. Previously, he had calculated that one gold dragon was roughly equivalent to 190,000 belly. Based on 200,000, 3 billion belly would amount to 150,000 gold dragons. For his current status, this was inconsequential. "There is more than enough here. Please count it yourselves. And keep the excess as a token of appreciation for your hard work," Renault generously offered. He was indifferent to trifling gains, focusing instead on the prospect of long-term collaboration. The news agency had established acquisition points worldwide, meticulously planning transportation and managing disturbances. The effort was immense, and a small concession was hardly significant. Problems solvable by money were not problems at all. In the main world, at the northern boundary of Eastland City, in the capital city of Dan Mountain, Sun Chi and the high-ranking officials gazed blankly at the sky. 3 formidable beings descended, led by Hibuki, the master of the True Yang sect. The other 2, those celestial beings, were equally renowned and not to be underestimated. Sun Chi, surrender. Lord Renault aims to unify the world and end the chaos. You have no chance, Hibuki declared. Clenching his teeth, Sun Chi retorted, "No, I refuse to accept this. Kill them." With a wave of his hand, Hibuki and his companions were surrounded. Among them were long guns and cannons, not to mention a sage and 5 celestial beings. This was the entirety of Sun Chi's military might. Otherwise, he would not harbor ambitions of world domination. Hibuki remained calm, addressing the sage, Sun Shinko. "So it is you. Master He, why must you lower yourself? I cannot fathom it. Even if that person is a reincarnation of a deity or demon, the true Yang sect is not weak. What would you gain from serving under him? I merely wish to survive, Sun Shinkong. A great calamity approaches, and no one will be spared. Only Lord Renault offers a glimmer of hope. Sun Shinkong was taken aback. Impossible. That is merely a legend. I once thought the same, Hibuki interrupted. But enough of idle chatter. Surrender or perish. There is a vast chasm between sages. Do not force my hand. Every ounce of strength is a boon to humanity. I wish not to slay you, but I hope you recognize the reality of the situation. Then let me test the strength of the world's foremost sect leader. Sun Shinkong replied defiantly. In an instant, the two sides clashed, and within a minute, Sun Shinkong lay bleeding on the ground. Is the disparity truly so vast? Sun Shinkong's face turned ashen. What do you think? Hibuki replied nonchalantly. Attack. Sun Chi bellowed. Gunfire erupted, yet it failed to breach the trio's protective aura. With a mere flick of their hands, they severely injured the 5 celestial beings, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to Sun Chi. Despite being a celestial being, he could not withstand even a single strike from Hibuki. We are willing to surrender. Acknowledging the disparity, the 5 celestial beings capitulated. While Sun Shinkong closed his eyes with a wry smile. I shall not kill you. I have stated that every ounce of strength is a boon to humanity. Except for those like Sun Chi, who are blinded by ambition. Thank you. Sun Shinkong bowed. Secure the troops. Soon, someone will come to take over the northern boundary. I understand, he replied. The sages from East Lin City mobilized almost entirely, persuading the various warlords to surrender. Wherever they went. 8 or 9 out of 10 would capitulate immediately, many yielding in East Lin City, while others like Sun Chi met swift execution. The warlords were largely backed by celestial beings, and as they surrendered, East Lin City's strength swelled like a sponge. The number of sages quickly surpassed 20. Sweeping through with unstoppable force, unification of the world was imminent. Within a mere 6 months, the world was unified, and reforms were enacted, suppressing countless landlords and gentry amidst rivers of blood. In the world of One Piece, an elite class graduation ceremony was underway. On the platform, Zifa delivered a speech, extolling the virtues of combating evil, eradicating pirates, and safeguarding world peace, very formulaic rhetoric. Below, the elite class members sat attentively, with nearly all high-ranking naval officers present. The external news agency had set up live broadcasts, transmitting to branches worldwide and displaying them in bustling squares, a customary practice. This was done to soothe the hearts of the global populace, assuring them that the Navy had produced new recruits to join the fight against evil, instilling a sense of security. Simultaneously, it showcased the Navy's resolve and commitment to eradicate malevolence. Now, let us welcome the chief of the 29th Elite Training Camp, Lieutenant Renault, to the stage for a speech. Zifa, expressionless, finished reading the speech and turned to leave the stage. After 20 such events, anyone would become numb to the routine. At 15 years of age, Renault stood 2 meters tall, his muscles well-defined, exuding an aura of masculinity. Upon taking the stage, he promptly discarded his speech, stating, I believe that speeches should not be formulaic, but should convey one's true thoughts. The naval officers were taken aback. This young man seemed intent on stirring up trouble. Chapter 55, the speech, however, with the live broadcast already underway, retreating would damage their dignity. They could only listen until he finished. The Navy is a sacred profession, one that embodies the spirit of self-sacrifice for justice, a vocation dedicated to maintaining world peace, where individuals step forward time and again. I am deeply proud of this. Yet, the Navy's reputation today leaves much to be desired. The root of this issue lies in the numerous atrocities committed under the orders of the world government, which has eroded the trust of the people. As a governing body that has ruled the world for 800 years, why does the government repeatedly act with such impunity, recklessly slaughtering the innocent? In essence, it is merely to uphold their oppressive regime, fearing being overthrown or replaced. Take the O'Hara incident, for instance. What crime did a group of scholars commit? They merely sought the truth of history, yet the entire island was annihilated, a truly heinous act. In this incident, the Navy played the role of the executioner, leading many to question their sense of justice, leaving them adrift without direction. Akin to a ship lost in fog on the vast sea. From the lowest ranks to the highest admirals, doubts clouded their understanding of justice, leaving them uncertain of their place. At this juncture, Renault cast his gaze towards Qingji, who appeared grave, listening intently. This was a lost admiral after the battle at Marineford. He had failed to seize the position of Fleet Admiral from Akaino, becoming a wanderer of the seas, ultimately serving as the 10th ship captain under Blackbeard. A descent into moral decay. He even fought to the death against his former master, Garp, resulting in Garp's capture, a tragic and lamentable outcome. So, what has led the world government to act with such arrogance? Renault continued, it is power, corrupted power, unrestrained power. They have become the architects of the law, yet stand apart from it, proclaiming themselves as celestial dragons, the aristocrats of the world, in an attempt to elevate their own status. However, they have forgotten who bestowed upon them such power. It is the populace, the common people of the world. Without their support, they are merely a troupe of jesters playing at governance. Consequently, in a bid to avoid becoming the jesters themselves, they impose a regime of oppression. Wielding military might against the virtuous, they exploit and drain the populace, instituting exorbitant taxes under the guise of celestial wealth, leading to a life of hardship and poverty for many. This has indirectly fostered a yearning for piracy among countless individuals, distorting their values and glorifying the life of a pirate. The era of great pirates was not initiated by Roger. He was merely a catalyst. The true cause lies in the exploitation, oppression, and enslavement of the world's populace by the celestial dragons. Thus, all malevolence is attributed to them and the world government. A pin drop could be heard in the stunned silence, as the crowd was taken aback by Reno's audacity to speak such words. This audacious lad, does he court death? Sengoku was astonished. Haha. Well said, Reno, Garp concurred, taking a bite of a rice cracker. You rascal, stealing my snacks again. No. What I mean is that Reno's reckless words may bring us trouble. Is he attempting to ignite an anti-government era, much like Roger did with the Age of Pirates? How terrifying this young man is, remarked Kazara lazily. Every word he speaks is a gem. Akaina wore a serious expression, while Tsuru furrowed her brow in contemplation. Renault continued, stating, as a member of the Navy, the sword of the world government, we possess no decision-making power. We are powerless, after all. The funding does not rest in our hands. However, I firmly believe that there is still hope for the world government, provided it embarks on the path of order, governing through the rule of law, establishing regulations that can be upheld and adhered to. It can still rise from the ashes, transforming into something entirely new. As long as one principle is upheld, the celestial dragons must be held accountable for their crimes just as commoners are. Antonio murmured in astonishment. At first, it seemed merely a ploy for attention, but upon reflection, it resonated deeply, especially given Renault's current standing. His words were nothing short of deafening. The audience, captivated by Renault's address, were astounded by the audacity of this chief from the Navy training camp, who dared to openly condemn the celestial dragons, proclaiming that they should face the same penalties as ordinary citizens for their transgressions. An exhilarating fervor swept through the crowd, prompting some to raise their fists and chant in unison, the celestial dragons must face the same penalties as commoners. As the momentum surged, this declaration echoed throughout the world. Among the graduating class, the enthusiasm was similarly palpable, with students fervently shouting, the celestial dragons must face the same penalties as commoners. This chant reverberated with relentless vigor. Kapu raised a sunbae, exclaiming, the celestial dragons must face the same penalties as commoners. Kapu, you rascal, behave yourself. Sengoku groaned, feeling exasperated. The incessant buzzing of the transponder snail filled the air, yet no one answered the calls. The phones of the high-ranking Navy officials were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, several masked CP0 agents attempted to ascend the stage, only to be thwarted by Zifa. Renault, filled with fervor, delivered a resounding speech. Only by achieving this can the Dragon Lords feel apprehensive, adhere to regulations, and refrain from reckless and malevolent acts. Thus, the world shall attain order and peace. Furthermore, taxation should be levied based on the nation's wealth disparities, ensuring the well-being and happiness of the populace. Pirates shall inevitably self-destruct under the new order, for no one would willingly abandon a prosperous life to pursue piracy. With the emergence of new thieves stifled and the demise of the old, the vision of a world devoid of crime shall ultimately be realized. Even if a few remain, they would be inconsequential, easily subdued by our Navy. Fellow comrades of the Navy, remember this. Justice has never waned. It merely lies dormant for a time. In this moment, hold steadfast to your resolve. Do not waver. Do not despair. Do not relent, nor shall you grow complacent. Justice shall endure forever. Thus, we embody justice. For Renault proclaimed, my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. The crowd erupted once more, the Navy shouting in unison, reaffirming their convictions. The youthful gaze of Qingji gradually dispelled confusion, his determination and fierceness returning to his eyes. A menacing aura enveloped the Kainu, who yearned to vanquish pirates immediately. Gazara shed his languor, murmuring, "Are my heart and actions truly for justice?" "Enough, you troublesome fool, Garp," Sengoku roared. It was clear Renault had gone too far this time. Suru remarked, "The application for the devil fruit requested from the government is unlikely to pass, and even the promotion of admirals may be rescinded." Chapter 56, The Establishment of a Nation. As Renault descended from the podium, Zephyr's gaze was laden with complexity. "Take care of yourself, kid." "I will, Teacher Zephyr." At that moment, Zhang Guo was occupied with a phone call, leaving him oblivious to the surrounding events. Zephyr declared the ceremony concluded, and the banquet commenced, eliciting an uproar of cheers. Garp, munching on senbei, obstructed the path of several CP0 agents. "Hey, this is the Navy headquarters. You have come to the wrong place. We are ordered to escort Lieutenant Renault." "I vehemently oppose this. Admiral Garp, please do not make this difficult for us. It is far away as you can. Do you wish to experience the might of my iron fist?" Garp brandished his fist, as large as a cauldron. The CP0 agents exchanged glances, ultimately retreating in resignation. Renault greeted several trainees, his heart brimming with excitement as his fan base surged, achieving his primary objective. How many inhabitants reside in the world of pirates? To ascertain this, one must first contemplate the vastness of the pirate realm. In the original work, Marco stated that the world comprises not merely a few dozen islands. In contrast, our previous world contained just over 50,000 islands, a staggering disparity. Although our former world also included continents, even if those were fragmented into islands, it would be far from reaching the figure of 20 million, especially considering that the pirate world also encompasses the Red Line. The specifics remain unclear in the original text, but it is undoubtedly larger than our past world. As for the population, a conservative estimate suggests it exceeds 10 billion. Renault's speech did not reach the eyes of the entire world. It was only broadcasted in countries with news agencies. Nevertheless, the viewership comfortably surpassed 1 million. And subsequent news reports would undoubtedly lead to a surge in fan engagement. It was time to reclaim his throne. With this thought, Renault bid farewell to Sengoku and prepared to depart. "Brat, are you finally afraid?" Sengoku inquired. "I am not afraid. I merely sense a breakthrough is imminent," Renault replied. Sengoku sensed carefully. "Indeed, there is a surge of energy brewing within you. It appears to be Conqueror's Haki." "Yes, I feel as though my Conqueror's Haki is on the verge of awakening." "Very well, you may leave. I shall cover for you." "Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Prepare yourself. You may be sent to the G5 base." "G5 base? What is wrong with that?" Renault feigned ignorance. "That place is a den of naval scum, where those guilty of heinous acts, oppressing the innocent, engaging in corruption, and conducting illicit businesses, are sent once their crimes are confirmed. Why not imprison them and impel down?" Utilization of waste. The G5 base is situated in the first half of the New World, where pirates abound like locusts. The military presence is severely inadequate, making it the most perilous base of all. Generally, naval officers avoid it, leaving only those who have committed serious offenses to be dispatched there. They can escape, can't they? Escape? Do you think the New World is a paradise? It is the territory of the four emperors, rife with lawlessness, slaughter, and chaos. Where could they flee? There is only one exit, which is Fishman Island, or the G1 base adjacent to it. We maintain surveillance at the exit, making any attempt to sneak back impossible. One could traverse the comm belt to reach the West Sea or North Sea. Renault continued to argue. "Brat, do you genuinely not comprehend, or are you merely pretending? Without a record pointer, one cannot even locate the comm belt, let alone escape through it. Moreover, the comm belt is the lair of sea kings. Even the formidable Garp would retreat in their presence. Do not presume that there are no powerful individuals among the sea kings. Speaking of which, your endeavor to collect heart blood has incited a global frenzy of sea king hunts, angering their rulers, who have dispatched several to devour sea vessels. Preliminary estimates suggest that millions have perished due to your actions, which can hardly be deemed just. It is no wonder that the supply of heart blood has diminished so significantly. I understand now. I shall inform Birdman to cease collections immediately." Shifting the topic, Renault remarked. "The Navy at G5 could potentially join the ranks of the pirates under the four emperors, couldn't they? The four emperors would never place their trust in former Navy personnel, who would likely become fodder, meeting a swift demise. Such occurrences have transpired many times, leading to a reluctance among many to venture there. That is true. At least in G5 base, there is a semblance of freedom and a place to seek refuge. However, I remain indifferent. As long as I can strike at pirates, I would be willing to enter the latter half of the new world dominated by the four emperors. As long as you understand, you may leave. Very well. Renault mused, anticipating that Sengoku would soon face the wrath of the Gorosei. After exchanging farewells with other high-ranking naval officers, Renault returned to his quarters. With a thought, he returned to the main world. In the main world, at Eastling City. After more than half a year of construction, it had become a formidable fortress. Towering walls reaching a height of 100 meters had arisen, encircling a city stretching 50 kilometers, with half of the project now completed. Following the expansion of Eastling City, its population swiftly exceeded 10 million. As the new capital, various influential figures eagerly settled here in search of business or political opportunities. With the establishment of the new nation, there was a pressing need for a multitude of officials to govern, and Renault welcomed all who possessed managerial capabilities, making it remarkably easy for them to secure positions of authority. Consequently, the elite flocked to the city, bringing their families along. Today marked the grand ceremony of the new emperor's ascension, to be held at the Eastling Arena. The 20,000 seats were filled to capacity. Yet the protagonist had yet to make an appearance. It was only at midday that Renault finally arrived, whereupon a majestic symphony of bells and drums resonated, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. In a resplendent yellow dragon robe, Rainer impatiently conducted the celestial sacrifices, morning greetings, and proclamations to the world. At last, he arrived at the momentous declaration of the national title, bestowing honors upon his ministers. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, Rainer proclaimed, "Today, I hereby declare the name of the nation to be you, which signifies carefree. May peace reign across the realm, and may the citizens live without worry, with abundance each year. Long live the kingdom of you. Long live our emperor." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their voices echoing like a tidal wave. Outside the arena, the populace was equally exhilarated, joining in the jubilant chants. In a mere 6 months, the kingdom of you had not only unified the land but had also initiated unprecedented reforms, bringing an end to the turmoil that had plagued the realm, transforming the lives of the common folk for the better. The people's affection for Rainer was heartfelt, and they had wholeheartedly embraced this new nation, fostering a profound sense of belonging. Subsequently, Rainer, armed with pre-prepared documents for appointments, proceeded to confer titles and rewards. First, he honored the sages and martial artists, bestowing upon them governorships in various provinces to quell dissent and safeguard the territories. Next, he appointed those of the celestial realm as deputies in the same regions. The cabinet remained unchanged, preserving its original composition. With the impending apocalypse drawing near and the city walls only half constructed, Rainer had no time for the frivolities of power struggles. He was inherently low in ambition. Had it not been for his followers and his commitment to justice, he would not have engaged in the competition for supremacy. Thus, he chose to distance himself from the more troublesome high-ranking individuals to avoid chaos in the court, provided that the governors did not alter national policies or engage in duplicity. Rainer was willing to tolerate them, confident in his strength to quell any rebellion swiftly. Chapter 57. The Invincible. Having concluded the exhausting coronation ceremony, Rainer returned to the Lord's residence. Some subordinates had suggested he reside in the former imperial palace, but he was reluctant to relocate. Firstly, with the end of days approaching and the city walls only partially completed, abandoning the site was not an option. The former palace was situated inland, and the logistics of transporting building materials would require navigating canals and using vehicles, consuming resources far exceeding those needed for Donglan City. Such an endeavor would be a wasteful undertaking, detrimental to the people. Secondly, he had grown accustomed to Donglan City and had no desire for a massive relocation of his household. Thirdly, in the event of dire circumstances, he might seek refuge by the sea, ideally with the populace. Remaining inland would leave little opportunity for escape. With these three considerations in mind, the location of the capital was of little consequence. Wherever he was, that place would be deemed the capital. In the grand hall, the cabinet members gathered once more. "Oh, Linny, have you ascended to the celestial realm?" "Indeed, I achieved a breakthrough just 3 days ago. The blood refinement technique is truly remarkable. As long as one has sufficient blood essence, there are no bottlenecks," Linny exclaimed joyfully. "Such formidable celestial techniques. No wonder the 7 Absolutes sect faced obliteration," Ho Chung remarked with awe. "Yet, it depends on the availability of blood essence," Feng Ziyu interjected, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Without blood essence, the cultivation speed may even be inferior to that of yellow tier techniques. It is precisely due to the continuous supply of high-quality blood essence that one can progress so rapidly. Indeed, Zhao Jinghe marveled. According to ancient texts, the magical beasts of antiquity were not so easily vanquished. The blood essence would amount to perhaps 1 or 2 barrels, and practitioners of similar techniques would merely make do with it for months. We, on the other hand, are immersed in it for cultivation. Comparing the two is akin to contrasting fireflies with the blazing sun. This technique is indeed well suited. The assembly was curious about the source of Rainer's abundant blood essence but refrained from inquiring, falling into a momentary silence, seemingly awaiting Rainer's explanation. However, Rainer remained composed, sipping his cola without any intention of speaking. Shireen broke the stalemate. In discussing this, it appears that using human blood for cultivation may lead to mental disturbances, resulting in a bloodthirsty nature. Nangong Xiangyang, driven by vengeance, annihilated 11 sects and slaughtered 30,000, exhibiting signs of madness. He shall be confined for 6 months and have 10 years' salary deducted. Should it happen again, his martial arts will be forfeited, Rainer declared resolutely. Nangong Xiangyang has indeed gone too far. Many were innocent victims, Rainer expressed with frustration. Lindy, Luo Jin, and others had sought revenge solely against their enemies, avoiding harm to innocents. Yet Nangong Xiangyang seemed intent on escalating the death toll, dragging the conflict from 7 sects to 11, a clear case of seeking trouble. His hatred clouding his judgment. The old officials will notify him shortly, Shireen acknowledged. Is my ship ready? Rainer inquired again. It is nearing completion and currently undergoing internal renovations, Feng Ziyu replied. Moreover, the cola technology is astonishing. The Ministry of Works, led by Dongfang Xian, suggests utilizing it for vehicle manufacturing and artillery, even acquiring foreign airship technology to adapt into cola engines for our own airships. The cola technology, reminiscent of the methods employed by Franchi on the flagship Endless Sunshine, had repeatedly saved the protagonist from perilous situations. A single barrel of cola could unleash tremendous energy, propelling the colossal Endless Sunshine thousands of meters into the air without damage to the vessel, indicating that the technology had reached a high level of maturity. Renault, having expended 200 billion Bailey to acquire this technology and the cola formula from Franchi through Morgans, entrusted the research to the Ministry of Industry for installation onto his vessels. Although he possessed the ability to fly, it could not be considered a feasible routine operation. The unpredictable weather along the Great Sea route was exceedingly taxing on his vital energy, and prolonged exertion could lead to its depletion, rendering him vulnerable in the face of formidable adversaries. Moreover, it was certain that he would eventually have subordinates, thus making it imperative for the ships to be adequately equipped. Do as you see fit, he remarked, and additionally, the cola production line should be scaled up for market release. With that, he prepared to depart, embodying the demeanor of a dismissive overseer. Your Majesty, your parents have been located, Zhao Zhenghe called out. Renault once again took his seat and inquired, pray tell. Your parents ventured to the southern state 5 years ago, traversing a distance of 3,000 miles, ultimately settling in a secluded valley, living a reclusive existence. Are they in good health? They are well, and moreover, they have been blessed with a son and a daughter. However, your elder brother sadly passed away during their exile. Reynolds sighed. Each person has their fate. Back then, despite having some skills that could have saved him from being sold, he still could not escape disaster. Where are they now? They are already at the Lord's Manor. Well, let us go and take a look. Yes, you may continue your discussions. With a word of caution, Reynolds followed Zhao Zhenghe to the back courtyard of the Lord's Manor. There, 4 individuals awaited him, his biological parents, Lei Xian and Zhang Suihua, along with his 5-year-old younger brother, Lei Yi, and 3-year-old sister, Lei Xiaohua. Beside them were Lin Shiner and Christina, who were keeping them company. Lin Shiner, now 12, was petite and delicate, a true beauty in the making. Christina, also aged 12, had developed into a graceful figure, likely due to her foreign lineage. The two had been living in the Lord's Manor, and as Reynolds remained silent, no one urged them to leave, treating them almost like concubines. Perhaps they harbored the same sentiment, as they had never mentioned departing from the manor. You are Yunua? Upon seeing the giant clad in a dragon robe approach, Zhang Suihua timidly inquired. It is I. Zhang Suihua immediately broke into tears. I'm sorry, Nuar. Mother did not mean to sell you. I know. Reynolds replied with an expressionless face. You have shown no compassion, yet I cannot be ungrateful. It is my obligation to support you, so please settle in peace. Though he offered forgiveness, a sense of estrangement lingered, rendering it impossible for him to directly call her mother. The family was in dire straits back then. I'm sorry. Lei Xian lamented, his eyes bloodshot. At just over 30, he already bore the signs of aging. Observing his parents, who appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, Reynolds sighed, I do not blame you. Take care of your health. This is your brother, Lei Yi, and your sister, Lei Xiaohua. Zhang Cuihua wiped her tears as she introduced them. Second brother, Lei Xiaohua called out in a sweet voice. Second brother, Lei Yi echoed cautiously. Yes. Study hard and come help me when you grow up, Reynolds said, affectionately placing a hand on each of their heads in a gesture of endearment. Yes. We will strive to do our best, Lei nodded earnestly. That will be all. Reynolds waved his hand and turned to leave. His feelings for his parents were rather distant, requiring time to nurture. Regardless, he intended to bring them over, whether out of a sense of justice or guilt. He could not simply become emperor while allowing his parents to suffer in poverty. With one concern alleviated, Reynolds swiftly made his way to the dockyard to inspect his ship. The Invincible. It was an enormous vessel, measuring 300 meters in length, 70 meters in width, and 150 meters in height, spanning 10 decks, akin to an aircraft carrier. Unmatched in the present world. However, in the realm of One Piece, it paled in comparison to Moria's terrifying three-masted ship, the Golden Emperor's Zoro, and the mechanized turtle ship from the island of mechanization, rendering it rather insignificant. Nonetheless, under normal circumstances, it was more than sufficient. Capable of accommodating 6,000 to 7,000 people when cramped, with a full capacity of 5,000. Comfortable arrangements could be made for 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. The construction of this colossal vessel took a nationwide effort of skilled artisans, coupled with some extraordinary abilities, over 6 months. Another ship was already in preparation. Not only was it Reynolds' transport, but it also served as a means of escape in case of a confrontation with the red mist creatures. Hence, the more ships, the better, and the construction would continue indefinitely. After inspecting the ship, Reynolds returned to his quarters to review his attributes: strength, 80 physique, 80 agility, 80 mentality, 80 naval 6 styles, iron block, slightly accomplished, 520, 0001, 000, naval 6 styles, finger gun, slightly accomplished, 480, 0001, 000, naval 6 styles, gale kick, slightly accomplished, 620, 0001, 000, naval 6 styles, paper drawing, slightly accomplished, 680, 0001, 000, naval 6 styles, shave, slightly accomplished, 710, 0001, 000, naval 6 styles, moonwalk, slightly accomplished, 630, 0001, 000, armament Haki, mastered, 3, 600, 00010, 000, observation Haki, mastered, 6, 500, 00010, 000, blood refinement body, 8th level, 240, 000, 320, 000, great eating technique, mastered, completed, 1,000 hands of Tathagata technique, completed, 9 techniques and 18 methods, completed, fan value, 7. 520, 000 Chapter 58. Invitation from Zephyr. What a significant bottleneck. Must I truly accumulate 100 million fan points for an upgrade? Reynolds sighed. All 4 attributes had stagnated at 80 points for several months. He had practiced the 9 techniques and 18 methods. A set of Earth-grade techniques that did not conflict with blood refinement body, along with 18 external techniques similar to the 1,000 hands of Tathagata. However, the progress was minimal. He felt hardly any increase in strength. It was akin to an 80-level character battling a level 1 monster, yielding no experience. Unless he acquired a heavenly-grade technique. Perhaps there would be some utility. However, heavenly-grade techniques are intertwined with the concept of Tao, making it impossible to practice multiple styles simultaneously. The so-called singular path makes finding 2 compatible heavenly-grade techniques akin to climbing the heavens. Furthermore, in this era, heavenly-grade techniques are merely legendary across the entire nation. Only 3 exist, and none can be practiced concurrently. To continue his advancement, there were only 2 options. One was to persist in breaking through blood refinement body. And upon reaching the 9th level, he could sense the Tao's intent. The Tao's intent resides within the original text of the techniques, which can only be perceived when mastery is attained. This is precisely why heavenly-grade techniques incite sect wars instead of mere replication. Currently, The original texts of Blood Refinement Body lay in Reynolds' hands, yet without reaching completion, he cannot sense the Tao's intent, rendering it temporarily useless. However, after the 8th level, the essence of blood is rendered ineffective. He could only employ rare 4th-tier spiritual herbs for cultivation, significantly increasing the difficulty. Achieving completion would take no less than a decade or two. Thus, Reynolds contemplated whether to directly use fan points for an upgrade, requiring only 3 million to suffice. However, he preferred to invest his fan points elsewhere, particularly in enhancing his Haki. Once Haki is mastered, it would exponentially increase his strength. What more could happen if he reached the next level? Moreover, the enhancement of Haki provides immediate results, unlike techniques that require personal comprehension. This is precisely why Reynolds has been saving fan points rather than utilizing them. Soon, it should be approaching. The population of country exceeds 120 million. After the establishment of the nation, his fan base will surge again. As the One Piece world absorbs the essence of my speeches, it too will enter a phase of explosive growth. 1 million is just within reach. He would continue to wait. Having made up his mind, he placed the spatial necklace in his mouth and focused on entering the world of One Piece. A night passed without incident. The next day, while enjoying breakfast, Zephyr sat down opposite him. Reynolds, your assignment has come through. Is a G5 base? After negotiations at the higher levels, you have 2 options, Zephyr stated. Oh, what are the 2? The first option is to go to G5 base as a deputy officer, with a promotion of at least the rank of major. The second is to go to G14 base and join the Blade team. G14, the Blade. Renault recalled that in the original work, Kobe had joined the Blade and become a guerrilla fighter. The Blade, in essence, comprised sailors who had tendered their resignations, operating independently of superior orders and enjoying the freedom to act as they pleased. However, the Navy would not be held accountable for their actions. And if their disturbances escalated too significantly, they could be dismissed from service at any moment, Zephyr elucidated. Renault chuckled, that suits me perfectly. I shall head to G14. The G14 base is situated in the final stretch of the New World, nestled amidst the forces of the 4 emperors. It typically operates in secrecy, shrouded in peril, with the constant threat of discovery and annihilation. Over the decades, it has changed its location 7 times. Are you certain you wish to proceed there? In contrast, the G5 base lies in the earlier part of the New World, adjacent to G1, offering immediate support and a guarantee of safety. I recommend you consider G5, where you can earn some merit, and we will arrange for your return. No, I value my freedom of movement more, Renault replied. The G14 base aligns perfectly with my modus operandi. Upon entering the Blade, you will merely ascend 1 rank to lieutenant, and you will still be surrounded by superiors. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can act at your own discretion, Zephyr cautioned. I simply want to take orders, Renault retorted. You young rascal. You truly are a thorn in the side, Zephyr exclaimed. So, shall I prepare for your departure after the meal? Wait for Garp. He will escort you over Mariewa. I am not so finicky. I can manage on my own. Just provide me with the navigation coordinates for the G14 base. You think Garp is idle, don't you? There are many celestial dragons who wish to see you dead. Garp is here to protect you. I am not so easily slain, and besides, I wish to form my own crew and must first visit other places. To assemble a crew, you will need at least a ship. I can assist you in securing one. Unnecessary, I shall construct it myself. I have no interest in a small vessel. Zephyr silently took a few bites of meat. I almost forgot. You are quite the affluent individual. There are rumors circulating that you have discovered an ancient treasure containing billions in berries. Is there any truth to that? The headquarters is well aware of Renault's extensive acquisition of medicinal herbs and heart blood, linking it to his unique bloodline, which reportedly enhances his power. In fact, many new professions have emerged due to Renault, such as Sea King hunters, gem gatherers, herbalists, and intelligence collectives, which have flourished in commerce and the economy alike. It is said that Renault has already spent over 100 billion, yet remains extravagantly wealthy, as if his fortune knows no bounds, leaving many in awe. That seems about right, Renault replied nonchalantly. Zephyr's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly several hundred billion? Indeed, I am now left with nothing but my wealth. If you require assistance, Zephyr-sensei, I shall offer my support without charge. No need for that. At my age, I have little use for money. Zephyr-sensei, one must not lose their fighting spirit. Your family's vengeance remains unpaid, as does the revenge for your students, and the grievance for your severed arm is likewise unresolved. It is not yet time to lay down and surrender. Zephyr's gaze sharpened. Renault, My family was slain by pirates. The pirates have already been dealt with. How then can I seek retribution? Do you truly believe it was the pirates who killed them? This is the Navy headquarters. Entry requires passing through the gate of justice. And the headquarters is fortified beyond measure, no less than impelled down, with numerous high-ranking officials residing here. How then did the pirates infiltrate and accurately locate your family to commit such an atrocity? Zifa's expression grew rigid, and he ceased eating. Surely, you have deduced the truth yourself, yet are reluctant to confront it, Renault stated. Indeed, it was the world government. As for the reason, it is likely that your overly kind nature or your excessive sense of justice obstructed the government's orders, compelling you into resignation. That is merely your conjecture, Zifa said, his eyes reddening. What can I do? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If it were I, and my family was murdered, I would take a piece of flesh from my enemy, even at the cost of my own life. Zifa fell into a long silence. Renault, the world government is vast. Having ruled the world for 8 centuries, its power exceeds your imagination. Overthrowing the world government is no simple task. At the very least, I have made an effort. I would die without regret, unlike certain individuals who cower and accept their fate. With a resounding clap, Zifa slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Are you referring to me?" Surrounding individuals turned their attention, and Zifa's ardent admirers, Ein and Benz, hurried over, standing beside Zifa, casting furious glares at Renault. Renault replied leisurely, "Indeed, it is you, Teacher Zifa." Zifa gritted his teeth. "Do you believe I could strike you down?" Renault rose to his feet, extending a hand towards Teacher Zephyr. "Do not linger any longer, dear mentor. Step forth with courage to avenge your wife and child, and confront your innermost self. A life of complacency is unworthy of a true man. Join my team, and together we shall reshape the world, ignite the remaining years of your life, and illuminate the entire realm. For the sake of others and yourself, be prepared to risk your very existence." Chapter 59, Thai Refining Essence Pill. Renault. This is your ultimate goal. Will you allow me to board your ship? Zephyr did not extend his hand in return. Yes, Renault boldly affirmed. Although I suffer from asthma, I will not easily become someone as subordinate. Teacher Zephyr, I can cure your asthma, and I can restore you to your peak strength. Renault, do not boast. The Navy headquarters has many skilled doctors, yet none would dare make such a guarantee. I dare. If I fail, you may do as you please. Teacher, please trust Renault just this once, Ian urged. Asthma was Zephyr's eternal affliction, had it not been for an attack years ago. He would not have been defeated by Whitebeard II, resulting in the loss of many students, with only 2 surviving, and himself losing his right arm. Very well. I accept your offer. If you can cure my asthma, I will join your ship as a fighter. Zephyr grasped Renault's hand, sealing their fates together. Haha, good. Teacher Zephyr, await my news. Tomorrow, I shall concoct the medicine. Benzi grasped the crux of the matter. So, Renault, you have been able to cure him all along, but chose not to? Well, the medicine is quite expensive. If you're not one of us, I hesitate to part with over 10 billion berries, Renault replied. Over 10 billion berries. The two were astonished. Otherwise, if it were easily made, I wouldn't be so stingy. As for the actual cost, Renault was unaware, but it was a matter concerning the Grand World's alchemists. The reason for not producing it sooner was undoubtedly to await a higher price. Otherwise, how could one profit from recruiting a vice admiral? With Zephyr on board, Ian and Benzi, his 2 ardent admirers, would surely follow, thus making a most astute decision. Renault, on behalf of the teacher, I thank you, Ian said hastily, fearful that Zephyr might refuse. No need for such formality. We shall all be comrades henceforth. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join my ship. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Wherever the teacher is, there I shall be. I have no other demands, Ian replied. Neither do I. Benzi chimed in. Truly, they were devoted fans, Renault mused. Renault, what are your plans? Zephyr hesitated for a moment before accepting the offer of the over 10 billion berries asthma medicine, resuming his meal. My ship will likely be ready in about 10 to 15 days. At that time, I will come to collect you. In the meantime, I will seek out a certain individual. Who do you intend to capture? Caesar Clown, the one from the science class? Zephyr inquired. Yes, that individual is currently researching the technology for recovering devil fruits. I require this technology, which will allow us to reclaim some fruits from pirates for our own. That is a sound idea, but Caesar has already fled and is currently untraceable. Can you locate him? I have a rough idea. I will try my luck. And then what? Will you roam the seas to combat pirates? Zephyr's question was pointed. My intention is to recruit soldiers, bolster our strength, and ultimately unify the New World, establishing it as our base to counterattack the world government, Renault stated. Do you have any additions? As long as there is a plan, I support you, future captain, Zephyr declared. We concur, Ian and Binzi added. Indeed, after Renault's speech, the three were thoroughly convinced, and conspiring for a grand cause was a commendable choice. Naturally, the four spoke cautiously, ensuring no one nearby overheard them, lest there be spies from the world government present. After finishing their meal, Renault returned to his dormitory, transmitting to the grand world. Your Majesty, you have awakened. An elderly eunuch greeted at the door. Who are you? I am Tianxue, serving under the command of the Prime Minister to attend to your Majesty. Master Tian, please summon the head of the Alchemy Pavilion. Yes, I shall do so immediately. In less than 10 minutes, the head of the U Kingdom's Alchemy Pavilion, Kaifinjiu, hurriedly arrived. Kaifinjiu, with a youthful appearance despite being nearly a century old, bore the signs of age only faintly due to the longevity bestowed by the celestial realm. Your Majesty, you called for me? Kaifinjiu bowed respectfully. Indeed, I wish to inquire if there exists a pill to treat severe asthma. Many indeed, Kaifinjiu replied. There are the Refining Essence Pill, Spirit-Invoking Pill, Vitality Cultivation Pill, True Yang Pill, 9 Transformation Spirit Serpent Pill, Tai Refining Essence Pill, among others, at least a dozen options. Asthma is, in essence, a type of bronchial inflammation. As long as one undergoes marrow cleansing and strengthens the immunity of the internal organs, it can be cured without medication. Which is the best option? In the world of One Piece, there were no specific cures for asthma, but in the Grand World, Renault knew it was easily treatable, hence his bold promise. The Tai Refining Essence Pill can extend life by 50 years and possesses marrow cleansing properties. Curing asthma is merely a bonus. A common person consuming one would instantly regain their youth. The former emperor and empress consumed it last night, and the effects were remarkable. What is the cost? It is incalculable, if one must insist, at least 100,000 golden dragons, mainly due to materials. Without the 10 or so ancient spiritual herbs provided by your Majesty, it could not be refined. 100,000 golden dragons, which translates to nearly 190 billion berries. I claimed it would cost over 10 billion. And yet I understated the price. Excellent. Are there any ready-made ones available? Last time, I refined 5 at once, and 3 remain. Give me all that are left. By the way, you mentioned 100,000 golden dragons refers to a single batch? Indeed. Is there an issue? No, just hand them over. With a flick of her wrist, Kaifinjiu produced 3 jade vials. Such precious items were always kept close. In a sense, she constituted a half-alchemist repository. As she devoted herself to cultivation, she rarely ventured out, residing near the city lord's residence, thus untroubled by potential ambushes. By the way, your Majesty, have there been fewer herbs recently? Is there some unforeseen event? Kaifinjiu inquired. The decrease in herbs is quite normal. I nearly depleted my friend's years of stock. And new growth has yet to emerge, Renault explained. In fact, in just a short span of 6 months, the safe areas in the pirate world had been thoroughly harvested by herbalists, leaving only perilous locations that few dared to approach, thereby diminishing the supply of herbs. Additionally, there will be no more essence blood. Please pass the word along. Understood. Now, you may leave. The minister bowed and retreated. Rainer ventured into the backyard to engage in light-hearted conversation with his parents and play with his younger siblings. He also inquired about the training progress of Lin Sheener and Christina. Both were cultivating the blood refinement body technique and had successfully entered the dominance realm with ample vital blood support. Christina had long abandoned her previous breathing method, which was merely at the mystic level in the Kingdom of Qian. That evening, another cabinet meeting was convened to address various national affairs. The night passed without incident, and at the break of dawn the following day, Rainer returned to the pirate world, heading straight for Zephyr's residence. Upon opening the door, Zephyr was taken aback. Rainer, why are you here so early? Of course, I am here to deliver medicine to my future Admiral, Rainer replied, producing a jade vial. Already? Zephyr took the vial and uncorked it, and an enchanting fragrance wafted forth, instantly invigorating his spirit. Just consume it, Rainer urged. Zephyr complied without hesitation, placing it in his mouth, where it dissolved into a warm liquid without the need for chewing. Chapter 60. Rejuvenation. The warmth surged through his abdomen, radiating to his limbs, enveloping him in a sensation akin to basking in a hot spring. This continued for several minutes as dark yellow substances began to ooze from his pores, revitalizing his spirit and demeanor. At nearly 70 years of age, Zephyr visibly transformed, his wrinkles vanishing, skin tightening, and his previously dull purple hair regaining its luster, while his aura steadily intensified. "This feels extraordinary," Zephyr exclaimed joyously. "Master, you should take a bath first. The effects will last for 3 to 4 hours, Raynor advised. Zephyr, noticing the sticky residue on his body, shuddered at the thought. After bidding Zephyr farewell, Raynor made his way to Garp's residence. Garp too had yet to rise, stirred from his slumber by Raynor's knocking. Irritated, he growled, "You brat, unless you have something of great importance to say, I shall unleash my iron fist of love upon you." "Garp-sensei, I have but one thing to say. You are far too old," Raynor replied nonchalantly. "Look at you. Your hair and beard are completely white. You are a quintessential old man." Garp's fury erupted instantly, roused from sleep only to be insulted about his age. He roared, "Iron fist of love." Boom. The air shattered under the force of the blow, and Raynor experienced the true essence of worldly power. That punch felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. He hastily retreated, aware that although he had also mastered the iron fist, he was outmatched. To avoid injury, he had no choice but to evade. "I can restore your youth," Raynor quickly interjected. "Huh?" Garp's fist halted just millimeters from Raynor's forehead, the force ruffling Raynor's hair. "Restore my youth, you brat? Are you referring to Ein's ability? That is of no use. The time reversal fruit merely enhances abilities but does not revert one to their youthful vigor or lifespan. It's merely an illusion. Moreover, with my Haki, such rule-based abilities are of little consequence to me. Of course, it is not a fruit ability, but rather a medicinal remedy. Consume this Tai refined marrow pill, which can extend your life by 50 years, effectively achieving a rejuvenating effect." Raynor presented the jade vial. "What is this Tai refined marrow pill?" Garp asked, perplexed as he accepted it. "It is a concoction of my own making, master. Please, take it." Without hesitation, Garp swallowed it, fully trusting Raynor. Moments later, Garp's wrinkles vanished. His white hair transformed back to black, and his visage resembled that of a man in his 30s, with an aura as profound as an abyss. In that moment, he appeared even more formidable than in his youth, armed with unparalleled combat experience, a peak physique, and overwhelming Haki, making him a force to be reckoned with. "Master, I have one remaining Tai refined marrow pill. If anyone in the Navy desires it, they must trade an upper-tier devil fruit in exchange. I must take my leave now, but I shall return within 10 days, Raynor declared before soaring into the sky. Garp remained in a state of astonishment. 3 hours later, in the Navy headquarters conference room, when the youthful Garp entered, Sengoku nearly had his eyes pop out. You are Garp's illegitimate son. You look just like him in his youth." Hawk, Akainu Kizaru, and Akiji were equally astonished. "Haha, as expected, the old rascal Sengoku cannot even recognize me." Garp chuckled as he approached Sengoku, skillfully opening a drawer to retrieve some snacks. "You thief, Garp," Sengoku instinctively scolded before halting in disbelief. "Is that really you, Garp?" With a crunch, Garp bit into a snack, dissatisfied. This brand could be better. "Don't buy this brand again. Impossible. That aura. This is not the enhancement of a devil fruit ability. How did you become young?" Sengoku was left dumbfounded, too preoccupied to address Garp's snack theft. At that moment, Zephyr entered the room, equally youthful and radiating a terrifying energy. The group was once again taken aback. "Hey, Zephyr. You have also regained your youth?" Garp greeted. "Garp, come over for a spar," Zephyr challenged. "Haha, that is precisely my intention." "Garp, Zephyr, what on earth is going on?" Sengoku could no longer contain his curiosity. "How did you both become young? If given the chance, who wouldn't wish to be young again?" Hawk observed keenly, his eyes gleaming. "It was Raynor," Zephyr revealed. "He is an exceptionally powerful physician. I never anticipated that he could concoct a rejuvenating potion. Not only did it cure my ailments, but it also revitalized my body. Indeed, the young brat claimed it could extend life by 50 years. I can now live for another 50 years. Haha. Garp laughed heartily. "I could take on 3 Sengokus now." "Garp, you arrogant fool. Don't get carried away. I could take off half your hand." Sengoku retorted. "Where's Raynor? He should be here with us, sharing such a miraculous remedy." Sengoku pressed eagerly. "Raynor has flown off, stating he will return within 10 days. He may be off searching for some strange herbs again," Garp explained. "Oh. He asked me to tell you all that anyone wanting this miraculous potion must trade an upper-tier devil fruit for it. What? How outrageous. He is treating us differently." Sengoku slammed the table in fury. "Sengoku, this medicine costs 100 billion berries to produce. Raynor's relationship with you is not that close," Zephyr interjected. 100 billion. How terrifying, Kazara remarked. However, 100 billion for 50 years of life? The celestial dragons might fight over it. Sengoku, I am here to resign today, Zephyr announced. Resign? Indeed. I have promised Raynor that I will join his crew. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, choosing not to dissuade him this time. Have you made up your mind? I have. I have lived my life in a daze. It is time to take action. I shall avenge my wife and child. Even if it means opposing the entire world, I will not hesitate to shatter to pieces. Raynor's words are indeed quite persuasive, but he speaks the truth. I approve of this decision. Thank you, Sengoku. I am no longer young either. Akainu, at 50, stated. However, I cannot obtain an upper-tier devil fruit. I have a suggestion for you all. Why not seize a celestial dragon's devil fruit? Garp proposed. You scoundrel, Garp. What kind of absurd suggestion is that? Sengoku scolded. Hawk seemed to ponder. Perhaps it is worth a try. What? Hawk, are you out of your mind? Sengoku exclaimed in surprise. I didn't say to steal. We could trade. 50 years of life for 2 upper-tier devil fruits is not unreasonable, is it? Oh. The eyes of the group lit up with excitement. Too excessive. The languid Akiji perked up, saying under the scrutiny of everyone, 3 for a trade seems more appropriate. For fruits, as suggested by Akainu, we have 5 individuals here. Remarked Kizaru. 5 fruits would be ideal. Hey, don't go too far. Obtaining high-ranking devil fruits is no easy feat, Sengoku interjected. Let us settle for 2. We can take our time. 2 should suffice for their search for a while. That makes sense, Kizaru responded. Let them see the results first. Only then will they scramble to seek them out, and we can raise the price later. The group unanimously agreed, exchanging knowing smiles. Chapter 61, Ace World Government, Mariewa. Room of the 5 Elders. Reynolds poses a significant threat with his dangerously radical ideas and impressive oratory skills. He must be dealt with, declared Marcus Maz Saint. The Navy's High Command is currently shielding him, making it challenging, Jagor Luke a Satan Saint added. Let us deploy the Knights of God, suggested Izambaron V. Nashru Saint. Cradling his sword. Agreed. We will act once Reynolds leaves the Navy headquarters, nodded Shepherd X. Pita Saint. I'll make the arrangements. Topman Vachli Saint said as he rose to depart. New World, Moby Dick Old Man. An intriguing individual has appeared, Marco said, holding a newspaper. Oh? Whitebeard took the paper, scrutinizing it for a moment before laughing. This young lad's perspective is truly astonishing. The celestial dragons will not tolerate him for equating their crimes with those of commoners. Marco remarked. Once he finds himself in dire straits, we shall extend an invitation to him, Father. Gwahaha, certainly. I have a fondness for this boy, Whitebeard replied. New World. Red Force red-haired Shanks observed the paper with keen interest. Navy yes new star, Reynolds. I hope he survives, he mused. First Mate Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. What a daring young lad. Chef Lucky Roo chewed on a piece of meat. He is quite formidable. Should we recruit him? Someone of his caliber would not accept subservience. Shanks stated. When he is in trouble, I shall attempt to extend an invitation. New World. Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Mother. The Navy has produced a rebellious one. Mother, this Navy officer seems worth pursuing. His views align with ours, Katakuri commented. No. I despise the Navy and the order it represents. Let us not forget we are pirates. Katakuri acknowledged. Understood. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima Captain. A new star in the Navy has emerged, garnering popularity rivaling that of the former 3 admirals. An aide presented a newspaper. Kaido guzzled his drink, his cheeks flushed. Oh, really? A new Navy star? Let me see. After a moment, he declared, this boy must be eliminated upon sight. We cannot allow him to grow. Understood. Grand Line. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Balyadaigo, one of the founders, Emporio Ivankov, exclaimed, Reynolds is an exceptional young man. His ideals align perfectly with our revolutionary vision. Dragon. Let us invite him to join us. Dragon set down the newspaper, pondering for a moment. I will seek him out, however, he likely has his own aspirations. He is in peril. Though his speech did not explicitly call for the overthrow of the world government and the celestial dragons, it was rife with criticism. The celestial dragons will not let him go unpunished. We must rescue him, Ivankov insisted. I will go, interjected Bartholomew Kuma, another founder. In the first half of the Grand Line, Ace, newly endowed with the Maramara Nomi abilities, smashed a warship with a single punch, laughing, next target, Sabaody Archipelago. The members of the Spade Pirates responded enthusiastically. Marine Headquarters Marineford, located very close to Sabaody Archipelago, could be reached in under an hour by Kizaru-S speed. Renault spent approximately 5 hours flying into the archipelago. The Shambadi Islands are composed of numerous towering trees, with the ground formed by their roots, from which bubbles emerge due to the tree's respiration. The species is known as the Yalki mangrove, the largest tree in the world. The archipelago consists of 79 Yalki mangroves, each tree serving as an island, upon which towns are established. For ease of remembrance, they have been assigned numbers ranging from 1 to 79. Renault decided to dine at a restaurant first before visiting Shaki's bar to meet the enigmatic Pluto, Raleigh. Shaki's bar is located at number 13, and Renault flew directly from the sky. The entire archipelago of Shambadi was adorned with bubbles, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, as these bubbles were remarkably sturdy, with many people utilizing them as luggage or modes of transportation. Renault descended from the heavens, an occurrence not deemed extraordinary, and thus went unnoticed. He found a restaurant and indulged in a sumptuous feast, observing the surrounding patrons in astonishment. He continued his gluttonous endeavor, with plates accumulating around him in staggering heaps. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived outside, led by none other than Ace. "Hey, Captain, there's a Navy officer, judging by his insignia. He appears to be a lieutenant," remarked the ship's doctor, Mescud Dias. "A mere lieutenant daring to venture out alone? He truly has no fear. Does he not realize this is a crucial route for pirates heading to the New World?" interjected the crew member, Michael. "I detest the Navy. They are an eyesore. Let us cast him away," added crew member Scar, echoing the sentiments of the majority of the Black Spade pirates, who numbered 8 in total and largely agreed on expelling the Navy officer. "Hey now, you lot, brazenly discussing how to toss me aside. Do you not regard me at all?" Renault wiped his greasy mouth and turned to face the newcomers, noticing Ace pause momentarily. At that instant, he recalled that it was the year 1517 in the sea calendar, and the 17-year-old Ace had just set sail, though he had not anticipated his arrival would be so swift. "Very well, for the sake of old Carp, I shall let you be." Renault resumed his feast. "Carp? You know that old man Carp?" Ace exclaimed in astonishment. "Ace, Carp is your grandfather. Show him some respect when you speak of him," Renault replied. "You little brat. Who do you think you are, so arrogant? State your name," Ace retorted, buoyed by his newfound devil fruit powers, entirely dismissing Renault, as he was already contemplating challenging the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Renault, with a resigned shake of his head, stood up. "It seems that only by teaching you a lesson can we enjoy our meal in peace. You little rascal, how audacious. Indeed, it is time to send you flying. Step back, I shall handle this." The members of the Spade Pirates clamored in response. Shave. Bang. 1. With a swift kick, Renault sent one flying. 2. A punch dispatched another. 3 or 4. A sweeping leg sent 2 more hurtling away. Do not become complacent. Ace, witnessing his companion's utter inability to retaliate, ignited with flames. Fire fist. Boom. The 2 fists collided, and Ace was sent flying several meters. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. You haven't even mastered Haki, and yet you aspire to enter the New World. Are you merely seeking your demise? Renault continued to dispatch each member of the Spade Pirates, leaving them sprawled upon the ground. "In light of Captain Carp's reputation, be gone. First, learn Haki. Otherwise, when you enter the New World, you shall be nothing but small fry." He returned to his seat to eat and drink. Ace, however, did not leave. Instead, he took a seat across from Renault and began to eat. "I have heard from the old man about Haki, this mysterious power that can strike down Logia users. It appears to be true. Can you teach me?" Perhaps it was Renault's reference to Carp as teacher that made Ace feel secure enough to voice his request. "Teach you?" Renault's gaze turned peculiar. "You wish for a Navy officer to impart to a pirate the clandestine secret of Haki? Is there not a flaw in your reasoning? Why not seek Carp? The old man has always insisted I build a solid foundation and has never taught me this. Now that our positions have changed, it feels inappropriate to ask him." Renault gestured to his military uniform. "Am I not a member of the Navy? I recognize you, Renault, the rising star of the Navy. A government dissident, a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons. The world claims you won't survive a month. You are not a pirate now, but you will soon be, if you manage to endure," Ace remarked. At that moment, Dias produced a newspaper and compared it. "Indeed, it is you. Ace, I can teach you. Come aboard my ship. I'm sorry, but I aspire to become the Pirate King. I cannot board another's vessel." "You, the Pirate King?" "To be frank, with my strength, I barely reach the level of the 7 warlords. Encountering one of the 4 emperors in the New World would result in a severe defeat. And as for you, a few of their subordinates could easily end your life." Are the four emperors truly that formidable? Ace inquired, astonished. He had already sensed Renault's immense power, realizing he could not contend with it. Yet he was surprised to learn that Renault was merely at the level of a 7 warlord. At that moment, Ace had not yet fully developed his abilities. His strength was limited. In a year or two, he would defeat a 7 warlord and gain immense renown. Only then would Ace truly step onto the stage of the powerful. Chapter 62. Punk Hazard, you should comprehend my current predicament. There is no time to instruct you unless you stay by my side, Renault stated. Then I shall wait until I enter the new world and capture a pirate skilled in Haki to learn from. Surely not every Haki user is that strong. Ace looked at Renault, awaiting his response. Your idea has merit, but there exists a better option. What is it? Seek out the Dark King Rayleigh for your tutelage. The right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, Rayleigh, Dice exclaimed, astonished. Ace fell silent. You know he will teach you, and with utmost dedication, Renault continued. How do you know this? Did the old man tell you? Do not underestimate my channels of information. Master Garp would never disclose such matters to me. Hey, what riddle are you two unraveling? Dice asked, utterly bewildered. Renault paid no heed and continued. Rayleigh is right here, on island number 13. Ace felt a surge of emotion and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, I have no desire to entangle myself with them. That belongs to the previous generation. I shall become the Pirate King on my own. Very well, as you wish. Renault ceased to offer further counsel. Prior to the impending war, Ace's journey of empowerment unfolded seamlessly, rendering additional interference unnecessary. However, I caution you, refrain from taking the lives of the Navy. Many of them are merely striving to earn a living, with parents and children at home eagerly awaiting their return. Renault's gaze sharpened. Otherwise, even if you are the grandson of Garp, I shall not spare you. Ace appeared to feel a pang of guilt and nodded. I understand. Then, allow me to treat for this meal. Indulge yourselves, Renault declared. Instantly, the members of the Spade Pirates erupted in cheers. Glasses clinked as they conversed jovially, cherishing their farewells. Renault inquired about the directions from his boss and made his way directly to the shakedown bar, owned by Haki. The establishment was exceedingly small and rudimentary. Furnished only with sofas, round tables, stools, a counter, and a refrigerator, its area scarcely exceeding 20 square meters. Haki managed the bar alone, charging exorbitantly high prices that often incited brawls. As the former Amazon Lily Queen and the erstwhile captain of the Kuja Pirates, with past affiliations aboard the rock ship, her prowess was indisputable. Those who dared to cause trouble found themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, with Rayleigh's assistance, her position was as steadfast as a mountain. Their relationship occupied a space somewhere between that of spouses and lovers, as they cohabited harmoniously. At this moment, the duo was engaged in a mixed double act, dragging a group of pirates toward the entrance, having thoroughly relieved them of their berries. Greetings to you all. Renault called out from the doorway. Is that you, young Renault? Haki responded, casually releasing her grip on the pirate in her grasp, a smile gracing her lips. What brings you here, young man? I seek to procure information and locate an individual, Renault replied, turning his gaze toward Rayleigh. Greetings, Senior Rayleigh. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Lieutenant Renault of the Navy, having recently graduated from the Navy Elite Training Camp. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, displayed a bitter smile upon his face. Am I truly unable to escape this fate? I have been retired for quite some time. Please do not misunderstand, Senior Rayleigh. I have no intention of capturing you, for I cannot even hope to do so. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you and your wife to join me on my vessel. Both Rayleigh and his companion regarded him with suspicion. Young man, we are merely retired pirates, incapable of engaging in battle any longer, Summerchi remarked. We have no desire to join the Navy. I do not belong to the Navy, but rather lead my own personal team known as the Sharp Blades, operating with guerrilla tactics and the freedom to act as we please. My apologies, Summerchi added, showing little interest in further discussion. I can restore your youth. Do you not wish to have a son or daughter? Raynor proposed. Indeed, the power of fruits is formidable, yet much of it is illusory. To defy destiny is beyond human capability, Rayleigh countered. No, what I offer is not a devil fruit, but rather a potion. One dose can extend your life by 50 years and rejuvenate your very essence, making your strength surpass that of your prime. Both individuals regarded him with skepticism. They were not Garp or Zephyr. They could not readily believe the words of the Navy, especially when they sounded so preposterous. Very well, consider my offer. I shall return in 10 days. During this time, please pay attention to Garp and Zephyr, They have consumed this potion, and the truth will be evident. Now, allow me to purchase a piece of information. Senior Summerchi, could you tell me the whereabouts of Edward Weevil? I indeed possess that information for 500 million berries. What? Senior Summerchi, are you attempting to rob me? Otherwise, do you believe I established this tavern for mere convenience? It is a means to facilitate my endeavors. Raynor silently scoffed. Very well, the matter of money is no concern. Just provide me with the accurate location, he declared, tossing a large pouch of gold coins. Summerchi smiled as he accepted the coins. Indeed, young Raynor, you are quite the affluent individual. Please hold on for a moment. Renault was at a loss for words. Could it be that his discovery of the ancient treasure had already been conclusively settled? Soon, Haki emerged, handing over a note. Neither of them considered inviting Renault inside for a drink. Instead, they ushered him away as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Renault was indeed ambitious, Haki remarked. Indeed. He is a person of significant undertakings, and being near him is rather perilous. What if the medicine is genuine? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Rayleigh finally spoke. Let us live once more to cast the celestial dragons from their pedestal, an aspiration that Roger and I have long held but never realized. I shall investigate the whereabouts of Garp and Zifa. Haki offered no further words, choosing instead to lend her support through action. In the distance, Raynor walked while retrieving his transponder snail. Master Zifa, I have news regarding Edward Weevil. Where? Zifa's anger surged. Renault spoke of an island along a great maritime route. The information was 3 days old, and its current status remains uncertain. Nevertheless, even if he has departed, there will surely be traces left behind. I shall take it upon myself to hunt him down. Zephyr, in a flurry of urgency, hung up the phone. Renault subtly assesses the strength of Zephyr, believing that defeating 2 of Weevil would be more than sufficient. The moniker Iron Fist is not merely a title. It signifies a formidable character who once competed with the likes of Roger, the Whitebeard, and is regarded in the same breath as the eminent Garp. His power is evident. Now restored to his peak condition, having purged all hidden injuries, his strength has ascended to an even greater level, making him capable of contending even against 3 foes. After all, Weevil merely possesses the level of a warlord of the sea, which pales in comparison to an Admiral's prowess. In the next moment, Renault soars into the sky, heading towards the red line. In the ancient times of the One Piece world, a significant tectonic upheaval occurred, causing the land to rise and form the red line, a massive landmass that encircles the globe. Towering at 10,000 meters, the red line divides the world in 2. And with the great currents of the Grand Line, it further segments the seas into the 4 cardinal directions. Theoretically, the red line should be devoid of life. At such an altitude, temperatures plummet to sub-zero degrees, and speculation in past forums suggests that the possibility of a mountain bandit king thriving there is exceedingly slim. The frigid climate renders agriculture and plant life impossible, leading to a scarcity of food and the extinction of animal life, which results in a lack of population. Rather than struggling to survive at such heights, one might as well seek an island in the sea to inhabit. However, this is under normal circumstances. The One Piece world, however, is anything but ordinary. If celestial dragons can thrive at 10,000 meters, it is due to the support from the ground. Yet the existence of sky islands and their inhabitants defies explanation. Thus, absolutes do not exist, and only by venturing forth can one truly ascertain the situation, perhaps even discovering potential allies along the way. Ultimately, fate took an unexpected turn as Renault flew for a considerable distance across the red line, only to be met with desolation. It could be attributed to his proximity to Mariewa, as no one lingered there. In any case, Renault found himself devoid of any signs of civilization, prompting him to retrieve the punk hazard record pointer he had prepared in advance and fly straight ahead. Chapter 63. The Great Battle Against the Don Quixote Family. Caesar Clown, the founder of the scientific team Inio MADS, was formerly a member of the MADS research team in the World Government's Scientific Division. He had collaborated with the world's most illustrious scientist, Vegapunk, who was 5 centuries ahead in technological advancements, ranking second in the scientific division and earning the title of supreme authority on weapons of mass destruction. During his tenure, he secretly engaged in research on biochemical weapons, leading to a catastrophic explosion that resulted in significant casualties and severe losses for the government, ultimately leading to his arrest. Concealing his abilities as a natural-type gas fruit user, he seized the opportunity to escape, later returning to Punk Hazard for clandestine research, with a bounty of 300 million berries placed upon his head. Shortly thereafter, he entered into a secret collaboration with the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as Heavenly Demon, to develop the artificial devil fruit, Smile, utilizing the raw material known as SAD, and securing funding from the Emperor Charlotte Linlin to conduct giantification experiments. Realizing the futility of giantification, he half-heartedly continued, diverting funds to a life of debauchery, making him highly detestable. Punk Hazard, also referred to as the Bank Hazard, was originally a research base for the scientific division. Following the explosion caused by Caesar's creation of biochemical weapons, a plethora of corrosive substances was released from the island, rendering it uninhabitable. After the Marineford War, Akiji and Akainu engaged in a fierce battle here for 10 days and nights, vying for the position of Marine Admiral, which resulted in the island becoming a realm of fire and water, permanently altering its climate. At present, the island's climate remains unchanged, yet it is filled with toxic gases. After circling several times, Renault finally located a secure entrance. This is the only research facility on Frozen Island that remained unscathed in the original narrative, later occupied by Caesar. Renault did not immediately plunge into the fray, but instead returned to the primary world. He spent 2 consecutive days soaring over the ocean, enduring harsh weather conditions such as hail, storms, freezing rain, and tornadoes. Had it not been for the restorative elixir of true energy, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. After all, battling the forces of nature is no small feat, even for one of his caliber, and he found himself greatly beleaguered. At this moment, both his mind and body were exceedingly fatigued, his true energy completely depleted. The research facility was fraught with complexities, and he wished to avoid any missteps. It was prudent to replenish his true energy first. Tian Shui summoned Xiao Fengwei. Yes, upon the arrival of Renault, he promptly issued his orders. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Fengyu appeared, inquiring, "Your Majesty, did you summon me?" Renault responded, "The efficacy of the Tai Lien Sui Dan is remarkably potent. How many more batches can you concoct?" Xiao Fengyu replied, "With the current materials, I can produce at most 3 more batches, though I cannot guarantee success, as this is a 5th-tier spiritual medicine equivalent to a harmonization realm elixir. The last time, we gathered 15 renowned alchemists from the Qin Kingdom, and after 5 attempts, we barely succeeded once. A success rate of 20% is quite commendable. If we have succeeded once, there is potential for a second success. It is imperative that we continue the refinement." Renault acknowledged, "Understood. I shall summon the necessary personnel immediately." He added, "If any difficulties arise, consult Linny." "Yes, Your Majesty." Renault silently recuperated for a day before returning to Punk Hazard. The gate was firmly shut, and Renault had no intention of entering through conventional means. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch to the door. Boom. The ground trembled as the steel gate buckled significantly. Boom. Another tremor echoed as a breach was created in the door. Inside, alarms blared, and numerous individuals clad in yellow protective gear emerged, armed with firearms. These were pirates, transformed into research subjects after being captured and confined in the bank's restricted zone. Later, Caesar rescued them, and they became his subordinates. Their demise was of no consequence. Renault's arms turned crimson as he charged into the fray amidst a hail of bullets, striking and kicking with unrelenting ferocity, swiftly carving a path through the chaos. The air was filled with the continuous wails of the wounded. "Navy, do not be so arrogant." A hand intercepted Renault's assault, and where their forces collided, a fierce wind erupted. "Oh, Laoji." Recognizing the newcomer, Renault paused momentarily, surprised to see one of Doflamingo's subordinates here so soon, indicating that the two had already formed an alliance. Intriguing, the Red Hawk. Is this not the brash little imp who boasted just days ago? What was his name again? Navy's new star, Renault, Doflamingo remarked, clad in his signature pink coat and sunglasses, surveying the scene from a height with a nonchalant demeanor. "ZZZT. Navy star, have you come here to meet your demise?" Caesar, adorned with horns, appeared beside Doflamingo, his expression lecherous and a sinister grin plastered on his face. "This is troublesome," Renault thought to himself, realizing that his first encounter with a warlord was unfolding here. Alongside Doflamingo stood 3 formidable officers, Pica, Diamante, and Virgo, each possessing substantial prowess. Then let each one be dealt with. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Renault's eyes as his hands transformed into shadows, executing the 1,000-hand Guanyin technique to its utmost, as if several additional hands had manifested. Lao Ji's eyes widened in horror. He desperately parried a couple of blows but was ultimately struck squarely in the chest, hurtling backward for dozens of meters. This punch bore no restraint from Renault. However, Lao Ji remained alive, merely spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries, temporarily incapacitated. Navy, perish. Diamante descended from above, swinging his sword with lethal intent. The formidable Renault executed a powerful maneuver, engaging with sheer strength, and descended with agility, his fingers piercing through the air like a torrential downpour. The incessant clashing of blades echoed resoundingly. I shall join. The sharp sound of Pika pierced through the commotion. As a wielder of the stone fruit, he had merged with the very earth, manifesting as a colossal giant over 100 meters tall, emerging within the subterranean expanse. Fortunately, the research facility was immensely vast, accommodating his presence with ease. His fists, several meters in size, descended with a booming gust, exuding an overwhelming force. As the fist of Reno clashed with the sword, a powerful kick thwarted the stone-like strike. The force surged forth, shattering the stone arm inch by inch over several meters. Was this the aura of the flowing cherry blossom? Virgo exclaimed in surprise as he joined the fray. Virgo, an undercover agent for the Don Quixote family, had ascended the ranks of the Navy to the position of Vice Admiral, ultimately becoming the commander of the G5 base. His mastery of the 6 styles far surpassed that of Reno. With his presence, the pressure on Reno intensified dramatically. Virgo's strength was second only to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Although not on par with the 7 warlords, he had certainly reached the level of a Navy elite Vice Admiral, holding a definitive second position within their family. Virgo, after all these years in the Navy, do you not possess even a shred of justice in your heart? Reno inquired while fending off the trio's assault. Justice? What is that? Can it be consumed? Virgo retorted sharply. The Navy is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons. Can one feel pride in being a dog? I see now that I have been naive. You are beyond redemption. Then let death be your fate. With a sudden surge of energy, Renault's aura erupted, vibrant and crimson as blood, instantly elevating his prowess to an entirely new level. The resounding clash of combat reverberated throughout the subterranean realm. The adage prolonged battles inevitably lead to defeat rang true, seizing the opportunity as Diamante leaned back. Renault thrust himself into Diamante's embrace, delivering a piercing jab aimed directly at his heart. Diamante was paralyzed with terror, realizing that if struck, his demise was certain. Fortunately, a thick thread, seemingly conjured from the ether, appeared just in time, intercepting the lethal blow. Reno missed his strike, retreating swiftly, and with a single leap, he unleashed a shockwave beneath his feet. In an instant, he appeared before Doflamingo, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his cheek. Doflamingo, unwilling to back down, retaliated with a flying kick of his own, their legs colliding with a resounding roar. Where they met, a fierce and tyrannical impact produced crackling sparks of electricity. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins. In the next moment, Reno suddenly felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, causing his movements to slow significantly. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 64. Breakthrough Conqueror's Haki. Reno was taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming suppressive effect of the Conqueror's Haki. His own Haki, still a fraction short of awakening, now felt the pressure bearing down upon him, stirring signs of an impending explosion, yet remaining dormant for an extended period. Reno, brimming with true energy, unleashed his fist with the might of mountains, engaging in a fierce battle against Don Quixote da Flamingo. Waves of energy rippled outward, causing walls to crumble and stones to shatter in their wake. The absence of Conqueror's Haki did not equate to defeat. Even the 3 admirals of the Navy, lacking this powerful ability, could not be deemed weak. Indeed, when faced with the 4 emperors, their strength was somewhat diminished due to the absence of this crucial skill, a fact that could not be overlooked. However, Doflamingo was not one of the 4 emperors, and without the restraint of Conqueror's Haki, the latter's dominance was merely suppressive. Reno, utilizing his true energy in conjunction with Haki, managed to hold his ground. Impressive strength for a mere brat, Doflamingo remarked with surprise, acknowledging the lieutenant's formidable prowess that allowed him to venture into this perilous domain alone. At that moment, Virgo joined the fray, converting the battle into a 2-on-1 scenario, putting immense strain on Reno. He found himself repeatedly struck and hurled against the walls, creating deep craters upon impact. Damn it, at this rate, I will lose. In reality, his attributes had yet to reach the caliber of the 7 warlords. A one-on-one confrontation remained uncertain, and now he faced 2, 3, or even more adversaries. Holding on for this long was already pushing his limits. Thoughts of escape flitted through his mind. When and how could he flee? Should he teleport or make a run for it? Seizing an opportune moment to create distance, he glanced at his fan value, 9.6 million, with an additional 360,000 proficiency points. He was merely 40,000 points away from upgrading his armament Haki. Suddenly, Reno felt a surge of determination, realizing that accumulating 40,000 fan points would not take long. Noticing Reno's shift from aggressive confrontation to evasive maneuvers, Doflamingo began to doubt. Reno, before your reinforcements arrive, you will surely perish. There is no need for testing. I have no reinforcements, Reno replied candidly. Is that so? Doflamingo was incredulous. How could one without allies endure such a prolonged engagement? Merely waiting for exhaustion to lead to demise? Birdcage. With a swift motion, threads shot forth, enveloping the battlefield in a confining net, rendering Reno akin to a bird trapped in a cage. Regardless of the presence of allies, Doflamingo aimed to isolate the battlefield first. These threads were exceptionally resilient. More so than steel. In the original narrative, even Zoro could not sever them with his sword, showcasing the formidable power of an awakened devil fruit. Spider's nest. Puncturing line. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo unleashed one technique after another. As Reno dodged and maneuvered, he maximized the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara technique, manifesting multiple arms of true energy that appeared as if they were flesh and blood, striking with relentless ferocity. In an instant, hundreds of arms surged forth from his back, delivering blows with fists, palms, and fingers as he fought valiantly against 4 opponents. Yet, a prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. The ground trembled violently. Half-moon funeral. Diamante slashed through the air, successfully landing a surprise attack directly on Reno's back. The clash rang out with a metallic resonance. Reynolds felt a dull ache in his innards, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. At that moment, a hand emerged from the ground, grasping the fallen Reynolds with a firm grip. Boom. The palm exploded, and crimson energy enveloped Reynolds, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. It is still too early. Come again. Reynolds displayed no signs of fear, his fan value standing at 9,620,000. Reynolds, the Navy is not suited for you. Join my family, invited Don Quixote Doflamingo. Nonsense. You, a schemer and traitor, think to collaborate with me? Reynolds retorted vehemently. Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with rage. I will tear you to shreds. The fierce battle raged on, with 4 opponents relentlessly attacking. Reno found himself beleaguered, battered and bruised, his body a canvas of wounds. After half an hour, he was drenched in blood, his vital energy nearly depleted. Reno, what is your objective? Doflamingo inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice. It was peculiar for a Navy officer to engage in such a desperate battle unless he were utterly irrational. One would have anticipated a retreat long ago. Yet, Reno appeared resolute, unwilling to yield. My aim is quite straightforward. To dismantle your factory, Reno replied, concealing the truth. Very well, you may meet your demise, Doflamingo retorted, no longer inclined to converse. He unleashed his full arsenal, unleashing threads that ensnared the ground and walls in a deadly embrace. Each filament shot forth with the velocity of a bullet leaving the chamber. A sanguine hole appeared on Reno, gradually expanding with the passage of time. Despite the dire circumstances, he remained unscathed. Thanks to the restoration of life and the infusion of vital energy, his fan base soared to an impressive 9.63 million. At that moment, Lao Ji, having received a brief treatment from Caesar, rose once more, his physique expanding at a discernible rate, transforming from a frail elder into a muscular giant. In a flash, he surged forward to join the fray, invoking the G's mark. Meanwhile, Reno found himself blocking a thread aimed at his forehead with one foot, parrying Diamante's strike with one hand, while engaging Virgo with a finger thrust from the other. An opening lay wide before him, defenseless and exposed, as Lao Ji's attack struck him from the side, propelling him several meters away. A resounding crash echoed as an imposing wall arose behind him, with earthen spikes raining down like a tempest. Reno exerted every ounce of his strength, fortifying his back and charging forward, causing a cascade of shattered stones to erupt. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, his aura intensified rather than diminished, with strands of vital energy igniting like flames, enveloping him in a crimson hue. The mastery of his Haki transcended to its zenith, breaking through the formidable barrier of 81 points in all 4 dimensions. His attributes now stood as follows: Strength, 81. Stamina, 81. Agility, 81. Spirit, 81. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. Yet, this singular difference marked an insurmountable chasm. At the 7180 stage, he was merely an elite admiral, whereas at the 8190 stage, he ascended to the level of the 7 warlords, the 3 calamities, and the vice-emperor. Realms that were worlds apart. It was akin to a cat evolving into a tiger, forever distinguishing itself as a different species altogether. Renault felt as though something within him had shattered, bringing an unparalleled sense of euphoria. From this moment on, he was but a step away from the pinnacle of the ocean. Yet, this step still seemed somewhat unattainable. In the grand tapestry of the world, excluding the enigmatic celestial dragons, there were merely a handful of individuals, no more than a dozen, who had reached the imperial level over the course of several decades. Likewise, the ranks of the warlords of the sea, which numbered only in the dozens, reflected the same scarcity. It is evident that becoming a formidable warrior necessitates innate talent. Mere dedication to training does not guarantee advancement. Just as Don Quixote da Flamingo found himself stagnated at the level of the warlords for decades, despite his ambitions to ascend to the ranks of the four emperors. Similarly, within the Navy, many elite vice admirals find themselves unable to progress further. Notable examples include Momonosuke and Tantata, who, despite being on the cusp of admiralcy, were thwarted by Fujitora and Green Bull, thus missing out on the prestigious position. This illustrates that breaking through to the ranks of the warlords of the sea is no simple feat, and reaching the imperial level is akin to scaling a mountain. A surge of power coursed through him. Doflamingo was taken aback. Lao Ji glanced at his own hand. Questioning the very essence of existence, had his strike inadvertently aided the enemy in their breakthrough? Renault emerged slowly from the ruins, proclaiming, "Now, pirates, it is time for the second round." Shave. A fleeting shadow darted by, and before Rao Ji could react, a fist struck his chest with the force of a crushing mountain, rendering him utterly defenseless. Already grievously wounded, he suffered another blow, even more potent than the last, shattering his heart. With a harrowing scream, he was propelled backward, his mouth spewing forth a torrent of internal organs. With a single strike, Raynor not only employed the flowing cherry blossom technique, but also channeled every ounce of his true energy, resulting in Rao Ji's immediate demise after just a few gasps. Rao. Don Quixote da Flamingo seethed with rage. "You have slain my family. I shall see you dead." "Such nonsense," Raynor retorted nonchalantly. "As if it weren't you who was besieging me just moments ago." In the next instant, the fierce battle reignited. Chapter 65. The search for sleepy ancient town. The thunderous sounds of combat echoed deafeningly, causing the entire underground research facility to tremble. The might and swiftness of Reno have been enhanced by no less than 30%, and he fights with fervor. After battling for half a day, Diamante ultimately succumbs. When one engages in mere tickling while the other strikes with devastating force, how can one sustain the bout? Within mere moments, Diamante withdraws from the fray, utilizing the powers of the flare fruit from a distance, intermittently transforming the ground beneath Reno's feet into a flag, rendering him unsteady. However, under such precautions, these efforts prove largely ineffectual, bordering on superfluous. Next comes Pika, who joins the fray in his true form, his armor cracking in numerous places, and the color of his Haki dimming. Virgo, possessing commendable stamina, manages to persist, though his hands tremble, and he is severely fatigued. Observing Reno's growing confidence in battle, and witnessing him attempt several surprise assaults on Diamante, with Doflamingo intervening each time, he gradually feels the weight of his limitations. Should this continue, Diamante would undoubtedly meet his demise. Thus, he resolutely commands, "Pika, evacuate everyone." Pika acknowledges the order, activating his abilities as the ground shifts dramatically, revealing numerous passages and levels. Reynolds charged directly at Caesar, seizing him before he could escape, and then struck with a powerful blow, clearing a path. The thunderous noise persisted for a considerable duration as Reynolds lifted Caesar into the air. Outside, a 3-layered birdcage obstructed any pursuit. "Reynolds, I will pay you. Spare me." Caesar's face turned ashen. "I have no interest in money. I have never touched it," Reynolds replied nonchalantly. He was not in a hurry to leave, for his objective had already been achieved. Upon returning to the ground, a surge of true energy flowed into Caesar's body. "Do you feel that cool sensation enveloping your heart?" Reynolds inquired. Caesar's face turned a sickly green. "Reynolds, what is this?" "It is one of my abilities. With a mere thought, I can ignite this energy, and in that moment, your heart will be reduced to ashes." "Reynolds, the bounty of 300 million berries is of little significance. Release me, and I will act as your informant, ensuring your continuous success. I am not seeking accolades. From this day forth, you shall work for me." "Ah, is there a problem?" A murderous glint appeared in Reynolds' eyes. "And no problem, it's just that my research requires substantial funding. You need not worry about finances. I am left with nothing but money." "Then, what are you researching?" "The technology to reclaim devil fruits, the creation of artificial devil fruits." and the technique for objects to consume devil fruits. Focus on conquering these 3 technologies for me. No issue. Caesar believed that with funding and a location, it mattered little whom he was researching for. Do not involve me in biological weaponry, or I shall sever your leg. Understood. I shall refrain from that for now. Now, take me to relocate the machinery. Under Caesar's guidance, Renault nearly emptied the entire research facility of its equipment. Naturally, he discovered the pink dragon fruit, an artificial azure dragon fruit primarily crafted from Kaido's bloodline factor by Vegapunk. Due to its incorrect coloration, Vegapunk deemed it a failed product and discarded it, only to be found and consumed by Momonosuke years later. Renault cannot possibly consume the pink dragon fruit, as its potential remains uncertain, and the awakening of unknown abilities poses too great a risk. Even if one were to partake in a devil fruit, it must not be artificial. Ultimately, he acquires Caesar's life card, leaving behind a phone number and instructing Caesar to journey to Sabaody Archipelago, where he will await him at the knock-up stream bar. Caesar, possessing his own vessel and accompanied by a few pirate subordinates, set sail with a lackluster enthusiasm. Renault took the initiative to return to the main world first. After a day of rest, he returned to the world of One Piece. After 2 days of flying intermittently, he finally arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. This back and forth took about 7 or 8 days. In Shaki's bar, Rayleigh was absent, leaving Shaki to manage the establishment alone, which was devoid of patrons. "Shaki, how are you considering things?" Renault asked as he took a seat at the bar. Shaki's gaze was complex. "Renault, the news about Garp and Zephyr regaining their youth has indeed stirred the world." "It is true. So what?" Renault inquired. "We could join, but not at this moment. Only when you have your own territory will we come over. The life of adventure at sea no longer suits us. We have lost the fervor of our youth." "All right. I welcome your joining. I will eventually have my territory. I am currently gathering materials for that rejuvenating potion. Once it is concocted, I will deliver it to you. Just wait for me," Renault assured. The saying goes, one must guard against the hearts of others. With no shadow to be found, he was reluctant to be the first to produce the potion, as Renault refused to be the fool in this scenario. Even for him, the Tai refining marrow pill was an exceedingly precious elixir that could not be easily dispensed. "I have news for you. Zephyr has defected," Shaki stated. "What?" Renault exclaimed in astonishment. "Why? According to my teacher, he would resign from his position as a commander and then join the sword, still considered a Navy officer. It wouldn't amount to defection, would it? Because the world government did not approve, he defected outright, taking 10 warships and 3,000 soldiers with him," Shaki explained. "He is now classified as a pirate by the world government, with a bounty of 3 billion. "Only 3 billion? How insulting," Shaki remarked, exasperated. "Is this really the time to discuss the bounty? Teacher Zephyr promised me he would be my deputy. Perhaps it is for the best that he has defected." "Where is he now?" Renault asked. "He should be looking for Weevil now. I have more news for you." "What?" "Garp struck a celestial dragon just 2 days ago, in Block 1 of the Sabaody Archipelago." "What? Is the old man really that impulsive?" Shaki responded, speechless. "It seems he acted on your behalf." For me?" Renault pondered. "It is said that the celestial dragons dispatched the Knights of God to ambush you, but Garp intervened, ultimately engaging in a 3-way battle against 2 admirals, resulting in a stalemate. The news agency broadcasted the event live, reaching audiences worldwide, including the young Garp. And then, Garp initially held the upper hand, shattering the prevailing rumor that peak combatants cannot fight 2 at once. Had the battle continued, it is likely Garp would have emerged victorious, his power astonishing. How did it conclude? Kizaru arrived and halted the conflict, and Garp was taken away by Sengoku. Then it's nothing to worry about. Those 2 are sworn brothers. Following this, the news of Garp and Zephyr regaining their youth has sent shockwaves throughout the world. Many are inquiring about the reason, and soon, your miraculous elixir will become widely known. "That matters little," Renault shrugged. "I heard that this miraculous elixir could be exchanged for 2 upper-tier devil fruits." "Ah, where did you hear that?" "It came from the Navy headquarters." "Now I see," Renault mused. Realizing that the Navy might be attempting to deceive the celestial dragons or perhaps use their wealth to procure their own medicine, he nodded and added, "That is essentially accurate. Even for the celestial dragons, as long as they offer me devil fruits, I would be willing to sell. Aren't you afraid of aiding the enemy? 2 upper-tier devil fruits in exchange for a young celestial dragon is quite a bargain. And if it were the Gorsei?" Renault's gaze was piercing. "Those who oppose me, regardless of age, shall meet their demise." Such audacity. "Renault, your path is fraught with difficulties. I sincerely hope for your success." "I will succeed. By the way, I am seeking information about a place called Sleep Ancient Town. Might you have any news, Senior Shiachi? Chapter 66, Celestial Dragons, The New World, The Moby Dick Father. Father. Marco rushed over, brandishing a newspaper. Miraculous medicine, there is miraculous medicine. The elderly Whitebeard, tethered to an 4, sighed, I've told you, I am merely an aging man. There is no remedy for me. No, Father, look at Garp and Zephyr. Whitebeard, perplexed, took the newspaper and was astounded to see 2 robust, vibrant figures staring back at him. What is this? Are these 2 indeed Garp and Zephyr? Yes, it's them. They've regained their youth. What extraordinary discovery has the world government made? It's a potion, a miraculous medicine, invented by the new marine star, Renault. He has been acquiring herbs worldwide. And those who doubted him now realize he has created such a magnificent remedy. He is an exceptionally powerful pharmacologist. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, gazing at the newspaper. 2 high-ranking devil fruits in exchange for 1 potion? Marco, we possess no high-ranking devil fruits. If we don't have them, we should seize or purchase them. If Father consumes this potion, he can regain his youth, becoming invincible and continue to dominate the new world for decades. Father, I believe Marco is correct. 2 mere devil fruits for the chance to regain youth is an incredible bargain, Diamond Jozu remarked. I shall inquire further, Vista said. Gulalala. Then I shall leave it to you, my sons. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He was weary of being tethered to an 4, unable to indulge in alcohol. It was truly tormenting. His sons responded in unison. World Government, Mariewa, the 5 Elders Conference Room. This Renault is indeed a master pharmacologist, having concocted such a potion. Jaegor Lucia Satan was utterly astonished. Though it may not rival the immortality procedure, the experience of rejuvenation must be exquisite, remarked Marcus Mass. The more marvelous he is, the greater the threat he poses to us, Izambalin V. Nashorus stated, still clutching his sword, speaking in a calm tone. This individual must be captured alive. Should he remain at large, he could instigate significant upheaval. Shepherd X, Peter nodded. Zephyr defected for him. Garp was injured while defending him, and Sengoku along with the 3 admirals protect him. This man is exceptionally perilous, even more so than Dragon, Topman Vachali declared. Deploy the Knights of God for a covert capture, Jaegor Lucia Satan commanded. The assembly agreed. As for exchanging for the fruits, that was not under consideration. Why pay when one can obtain freely? At this moment, numerous age powerhouses around the world harbored an intense longing for this rejuvenation potion. They were either regional overlords, high-ranking officials, or even monarchs. If the powerful craved it so, one could only imagine the desires of ordinary nobles. The world was in a frenzy for Renault's potion, as various factions mobilized in search of high-ranking devil fruits. The price of these fruits surged tenfold. For while the fruits had a price, youth was invaluable. Currently, Renault was strolling the streets. While Shachi mentioned she would activate her information channels to gather news about Sleep Ancient Town and advised Renault to wait. Thus, Renault wandered along shopping street number 30, purchasing some clothing and enjoying sumptuous meals, contemplating the possibility of finding a hotel for the night if matters did not unfold favorably. This was Sabaody Archipelago, a premier hub of prosperity in the Grand Line. Since he was there, it would be a pity not to explore. As for the military orders, he had chosen to disregard them, for he had his own plans. Suddenly, the phone snail rang, and Renault answered. Zephyr, have you completed your task? Renault. It may take me some time to find you. Weevil is no longer where he used to be, and I must locate him. No problem, I can wait. I have matters to attend to as well. Then it's settled. Zephyr promptly hung up. This old man, now that he has grown stronger, does he feel it beneath him to serve as my subordinate? Renault mused. Since the communication had commenced, Renault decided to call Garp. Hello, kid. Someone is out to kill you, be cautious. I'm currently under Sengoku's watch, and I can't help you. Garp's voice came through. Damn Garp. Had it not been for me, you would already be impelled down. Sengoku, fuming, took the phone. Renault, when are you returning? The devil fruit is ready. What? So soon? Renault exclaimed in surprise. This old scoundrel intercepted CP9 supplies. He's now quite wealthy, Garp remarked. Damn Garp, don't get carried away. I merely took possession before applying. What fruit is it? Renault inquired curiously. Paramecia type, door fruit, Sengoku replied. Excellent, I'll be there shortly. Renault hung up, eager to acquire the door fruit. This was an immensely powerful spatial fruit. With it, his carrying capacity would know no limits, barring physical exhaustion. Of course, it was not for consumption, but rather for merging with items. With this thought, he dialed Caesar to inquire about his whereabouts. receiving a response that he would need 3 more days. At that moment, the street ahead fell eerily silent, and the crowd on either side knelt to the ground. 2 celestial dragons approached, riding on enormous slaves. The slaves bore collars, their expressions vacant, with bloodstains marking their hands and knees, evidence of their injuries. Encountering scum right outside is truly unfortunate. Renault muttered under his breath, turning to leave. Just a few steps later, the wail of an infant pierced the silence. How annoying. Then came the sound of a gunshot, abruptly silencing the cries. No, my child, he was merely hungry. Why? Why must you be so cruel? A woman cried out in despair. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the woman fell silent. Reynolds stood rigidly, slowly turning around. In the distance, 2 corpses, one large and one small, lay sprawled in a pool of blood. These lowly wretches truly seek their own demise, remarked one celestial dragon. Indeed. Daring to disturb our shopping pleasure, added another celestial dragon. Both celestial dragons brandished firearms, the smoke still curling from the barrels. As he advanced, Reynolds appeared distinctly independent. Navy. Kneel before me, shouted one celestial dragon, aiming his gun at Reynolds. This is Lieutenant Reynolds, a rising star in the Navy. Someone recognized him. Reynolds proclaimed that celestial dragons should be held to the same laws as commoners, and now, these 2 celestial dragons have indeed committed a crime. But they are celestial dragons. Reynolds is merely speaking out of turn. Isn't the Navy notorious for deceiving the populace? Quite right, presenting a facade of righteousness while secretly bowing to the celestial dragons. He certainly would not dare to enforce the law. They are merely tricking us. The murmurs of the crowd incessantly filled the air. Reno was consumed by a seething rage, not directed at the populace, but rather towards the 2 celestial dragons. These were the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons, who acted with impunity, committing wanton slaughter and regarding human lives as mere fodder. Bang! A bullet hurtled towards his face. Renault gently tilted his head aside, a lethal glint illuminating his eyes. I, Lieutenant Renault of the Navy, in the name of justice, shall pass judgment upon you today, death. Chapter 67, Execution. Shave. Renault's figure flickered as he swiftly approached the celestial dragons, seizing one by each arm and forcefully casting them to the ground. The celestial dragons, devoid of any martial prowess, cried out in agony. Damn the Navy, you are doomed. One of them shouted. The Navy is merely our lapdog. How dare you treat me this way? I shall have you executed in the most excruciating manner. The other bellowed. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene. Renault turned to see a reporter from a news agency and waved his hand. The reporter, unsure of the situation, approached timidly. Lieutenant Renault, I can refrain from publishing. He stammered. That's not what I meant. Call the Birdman. I want the execution of the celestial dragons broadcast live to the entire world, Renault instructed. What? The reporter's eyes sparkled with shock as he immediately pulled out his phone book. President, big news, big news. Bobby, what is this big news that has you so excited? Morgans inquired. It's Renault. Lieutenant Renault has requested a global live broadcast of the execution of the celestial dragons, Bobby replied. What? That kid has lost his mind. Morgans exclaimed in disbelief. I'm not insane. Renault's voice interjected from the side. Execute the celestial dragons, ha ha ha. Who cares? This is indeed big news. Bobby. Activate the live broadcast phone book. I want to connect with all the global branches immediately, Morgan said, exhilarated. Meanwhile, Renault approached the 2 celestial dragons. Kneel before me. What? Damn it, how dare you make us kneel, you insolent. With a deft flick of his fingers, Renault punctured a hole in the opponent's calf. He then turned to another individual, coldly commanding, kneel properly. The celestial dragon, trembling with fear, dared not resist and obediently knelt, stammering, Are you truly going to execute us? Reynolds, with a stoic expression, drew a tang knife from the spatial necklace. Each of these blades, crafted by the most esteemed blacksmiths of the primary world, was comparable to the finest creations of the 21st tier, and he possessed thousands of them, ready to distribute among his recruits. At that moment, the phone bug activated, and the live broadcast commenced. Across the globe, in bustling streets, a colossal screen emerged. On the screen, 2 celestial dragons, adorned with bubble helmets, knelt in submission, while the formidable Reynolds, renowned for his notoriety, stood poised with a knife behind them, seemingly prepared to execute a grim fate. Renault addressed the camera, declaring, Today, in the name of justice, I, Renault, execute the celestial dragons. What? Is it possible? Executing the celestial dragons. A madman. How dare he? Gasps of astonishment echoed around the globe. On Nine Snake Island, a colossal screen rose, capturing the moment. Amazon, a renowned nation, could not overlook this event, dispatching female reporters to gather news. At this moment, the Empress of Amazon, Boa Hancock, was captivated. Does he truly dare? This young man. Is he prepared to oppose the entire world? The aged face of Gurolios was filled with astonishment. As a former crew member of Rox, she seemed to witness a righteous incarnation of Rox himself. The same audacity, the same ambitious spirit, and he possessed the means to unleash a world-altering youth-rejuvenating elixir. It was evident that in the future, he would pose an even greater threat to the world government than Rox ever did. In Mariewa, a prosperous district was also broadcasting live, with the celestial dragons in an uproar. How dare he execute one of us? He must face the death penalty. Renault must die. We demand he surrenders the formula for the rejuvenation drug. What were the 5 elders doing, allowing such an affront? The 5 elders were in disarray, hastily contacting Sengoku to express their outrage. Sengoku promptly dispatched the swiftest marine, Kizaru, to intervene, if he could arrive in time. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, high-ranking officers were engrossed in the live broadcast. The public execution of a celestial dragon was a delight to behold, a spectacle unseen in centuries. Renault had accomplished what they dared not even contemplate. Garp, picking his nose, burst into laughter. Renault, splendid work. Garp, shut your mouth. Sengoku retorted angrily. What a monumental act. Akiji's gaze sharpened, dismissing his usual indolence. His sense of justice is even more unyielding than mine. At that moment, Akina felt a flicker of admiration. At least he would not dare to kill a celestial dragon. On the Grand Line, in the kingdom of Lucia, a square was abuzz with discussion. Dragon remarked, "This young man is extraordinarily daring." Indeed, Ivankov replied. Dragon remained non-committal. Regardless, he is our ally. Kuma will rescue him. What an impressive individual. I look forward to his joining us, Sabo noted. He will not join us. His will is resolute, his thoughts pure, and he follows his own path, Dragon asserted. Let us see. After all, Uncle Kuma will locate him soon. The world was abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, Renault continued, I have stated that celestial dragons are accountable for their crimes just as commoners are. This is my belief and my justice. Justice must not be trampled upon, and faith must not be betrayed. Today, these 2 celestial dragons, before my very eyes, shot an innocent infant and the child's mother. Their crimes are grievous, and by my judgment, they shall face the death penalty. No, you cannot kill us. We are celestial dragons, the aristocrats of the world. Descendants of the 20 kings who saved the world 800 years ago, the wounded celestial dragon exclaimed in horror. Renault, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, the truth from 8 centuries past can be discerned from your reluctance to disclose a century of blank history. It reveals that the world's aristocracy is merely a facade of deception. I offer you wealth and the devil fruit. At last, one of the unscathed celestial dragons could no longer contain himself and rose to flee. With a swift thrust, Renault pierced his knee. No, you mustn't do this. The celestial dragon wept. I beg you, spare my life. How undignified. As a noble, one ought to uphold the dignity of their status. My blade is swift. Kneel properly. No. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and 2 heads tumbled to the ground, blood gushing 3 feet from the severed necks. Subsequently, the headless corpses slowly collapsed, blood spreading across the ground. With the enhancement of the Conqueror's Haki, drenched in blood yet untouched, a cacophony of footsteps resounded as the navy of the Shambordi archipelago arrived belatedly. Reynolds, you are under arrest, declared a naval admiral. Hundreds of soldiers aimed their firearms at Reynolds. In that moment, a certain constraint within him shattered, and an invisible force emanated from his core, spreading outward. Those in its path, including Navy personnel and civilians alike, fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back. The Conqueror's Haki. At this instant, he had finally awakened the Conqueror's Haki. He then softly uttered a statement that sent shivers down the spines of the celestial dragons. It turns out that killing a celestial dragon can awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Regardless of the veracity of this claim, if anyone chose to believe it, the celestial dragons would find themselves in grave peril. For an external force had suddenly emerged in the resistance against the world government. After all, he had not spoken falsehoods. He had indeed awakened the Conqueror's Haki after slaying a celestial dragon. Subsequently, should anyone else employ the same method to awaken, it would become an established fact. Chapter 68. The yellow ape blocks the way. The Conqueror's Haki is the ultimate sublimation of will, spirit, and belief. Few have achieved it. Reynolds, with his past as a member of the Navy, always felt that he was missing something, unable to break through. Yet today, he had executed the celestial dragons, who were feared by all, transcending mortal bounds like a deity above the world. Instantly, he shattered the shackles of his heart, breaking free from the fetters of belief, and solidified his righteous resolve. With unparalleled spirit, he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, a glimpse into the realm. 100,000. Damn. Reynolds was speechless. Starting at 100,000, would he ever have the joy of leveling up? Fortunately, his fan value surged beyond 100,000, allowing him to invest points and ascend to the next tier, 11 million. Opposite him, the Naval Admiral stood firm, unfazed by the upheaval, and with a stern expression, declared, "Reynolds, you are the source of all evil." With that, he executed a rapid movement, aiming a strike toward Reynolds' face. "You must be the lackey of the celestial dragons." Reynolds retorted, retaliating with a punch. The Admiral was sent staggering back several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath him. "You possess such strength." "My power far exceeds your imagination," Reynolds replied, initiating the binding Haki technique. He had learned the method long ago from the warring states and had mastered it thoroughly. Applying it now felt second nature. He then countered, "Receive my punch." The Admiral, focusing intently, crossed his arms to defend. Boom, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The Naval Admiral was propelled backward, crashing through one building after another. Only after demolishing several structures did he finally land in an open area, his arms grotesquely twisted. His chest slightly caved in, and his eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. At that moment, two figures charged in from the left and right. Reno unleashed the thousand-hand Tathagata technique, swiftly engaging in a flurry of strikes. Upon discerning the identities of his adversaries, he recognized them as two masked spies. "Reno, surrender yourself," one of them declared. "Is that all you have?" Reno scoffed, acknowledging that while the duo possessed commendable strength, they merely reached the level of elite generals. In contrast, he harnessed his overwhelming dominance and true energy, pressing forth towards the Vice-Emperor tier. The crimson aura coiled around his fists, intermittently igniting with flashes of lightning. In the next instant, the three figures collided with explosive intensity. Renault, in a 1-against-2 confrontation, relentlessly pushed his adversaries back. "Damn it, this is truly the end." "Jack, it's all your fault, you wretched fool, drinking instead of safeguarding the celestial dragons," exclaimed a spy. "John, spare me. You agreed to it as well. Who could have predicted such a calamity? Who would dare to slay celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago?" retorted another. "Hey, you're in quite a predicament," Renault interjected. "Shut up. It's your fault," John shot back. "You certainly won't make it back. Join me," Renault urged. "As long as we capture you, everything will be fine," Jack added. "Indeed. The formula for the rejuvenation potion is far more valuable than 2 celestial dragons. Capturing you could redeem us," John remarked. "Pfft, what are you dreaming about? To capture me, you'll need at least 2 admirals," Renault scoffed. Jack and John exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "If I were you, I would arrange for my family's safety and then flee," Renault continued. The two seemed slightly swayed, but at that moment, a group of masked individuals charged towards them, roughly numbering around 20. "Is this the entirety of the Sabaody spies?" Renault gasped. "I am Black Hawk, the head of CP0 on Sabaody Island. Now heed my command. Capture Renault alive," a spy proclaimed loudly. "Understood." The remaining spies responded in unison, joining the fray. "Haha. Excellent. Come at me." Renault's fighting spirit ignited. Crimson flames enveloped him as he unleashed his full power. The thunderous sounds of battle echoed throughout the district, with buildings, streets, and public facilities suffering collateral damage. Among these spies was the strongest of CP0, nearly as formidable as a warlord, while the others ranged from vice admirals to elite vice admirals. Faced with the onslaught, Renault not only held his ground but also seized the opportunity to master the art of domination, leaving the spies questioning their very existence. Here and there, individuals were sent flying, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Minutes later, Renault's heightened sense of danger surged, prompting him to take flight. "No more fighting. Perhaps we shall meet again." He targeted a direction, unleashing rapid moon slashes, his heels creating sonic booms as he vanished in an instant. This battle, broadcasted live to the world, showcased Renault's extraordinary martial prowess, causing his fanbase to surge once more. Amidst the vast ocean, Renault was intercepted by an individual. "Old Huang, after our acquaintance. You wouldn't dare come to capture me, would you?" Renault pondered. Could the threat stem from Kizaru? Just how formidable is Kizaru? Their essay saying online from my previous life, "When the salary is right, even the 4 emperors can be defeated," referring to Kizaru. Although merely a jest, it underscores Kizaru's immense strength when serious. How terrifying indeed, Renault, Kizaru remarked in a half-hearted tone. Old Huang, let us get to the point, if there is nothing. Step aside. I need to make my escape, Renault replied, exasperated. The fleet admiral inquires, is the medicine prepared? Kizaru inquired. Renault's eyes sparkled with excitement. There happened to be one stock left, the Moria fruit. The yellow ape, seemingly producing a fruit from thin air. Tossed it over. Here you go. Renault took over and tossed a jade bottle. The yellow ape's eyes flickered with turmoil. How vexing it is. Should I indulge in self-interest? After all, I am already in my 50s. That is not my concern. Renault retracted the door fruit and remarked, as for being deceived, that is unlikely. After all, he is the fleet admiral and a general, and it is inconceivable that he would compromise his integrity for a single fruit. Therefore, I too desire one. Renault spread his hands and said, I possess only a single item in stock, and there are no more available. Furthermore, what do you propose in exchange? I would prefer to defer the transaction for now. Renault's gaze was peculiar. Relying on trickery is hardly a commendable habit. So, are you unwilling to lend a hand? Observing Kizaru's stance, it seemed he was poised to strike. Hey, old Huang, spare me some dignity. I assure you, I truly have nothing left. I have faith in you. So might you show me the formula? I shall procure the materials myself. What nonsense are you thinking? Renault retorted bluntly. In that case, there is no other option. Truth be told, I have long noticed the necklace around your neck. It must be a spatial artifact combined with the devil fruit. Why not gift it to me? If you intend to rob me, just say so. Indeed, I do wish to rob you, Kizaru replied candidly, leaving Renault utterly speechless. A dignified admiral of the Navy, resorting to robbery in broad daylight. How shameless. What is dignity? Can it be eaten? Kizaru inquired before suddenly flashing before him. Have you ever been kicked by light? Could you not use that line? Every fanfiction employs it. Renault countered with a kick. Boom. The clash of their feet sent forth a tempest of electricity, resulting in a moment of equal might. How terrifying. Renault, you are surpassing me. Stop lying and perish. Renault unleashed his full power, his hands becoming phantoms, fingers darting like arrows through a forest. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. The yellow ape navigated the flurry with ease, exclaiming how terrifying it was, yet it seemed as though he were merely a sparring partner. After several minutes, Renault, out of breath, asked, Old Huang, what do you truly intend? It became clear to him that the yellow ape had no intention of robbery. I merely wish to test your prowess. Now, you should be able to escape. Yes? Escape? The Knights of God have dispatched a high-ranking officer to find you. Do strive to survive, Renault. The yellow ape replied before turning to leave. Paulusolino. Renault called out the yellow ape's true name. The yellow ape paused. In the future, should my words come to fruition, will you offer your assistance? The yellow ape pondered for a moment. I am merely a laborer. With that, he vanished in a flash of light. What does that mean? Renault was left bewildered. Was it a matter of payment being settled, or a refusal to engage? His vague words were frustrating. Renault felt disheartened, unable to discern whether the yellow ape was an undercover agent for the government, a spy for the Revolutionary Army, or simply a naval officer idling away his time. Well, let the boat find its way when it reaches the bridge. That evening, he resolved to seek out Haki to inquire about the location of sleepy ancient town. Chapter 69. A surge in strength as night fell, Renault returned from the main world. Having changed his attire and adorned himself with a dragon mask, swaggering into Shaki's bar. Welcome. What would you like to drink? Haki greeted him. It is I. Oh, Renault, how bold you are. Haki exclaimed in surprise. Have you found the location of sleepy ancient town? Here it is. This is the record pointer. Renault received a map and examined it briefly. He noted that the destination lay in the latter half of the New World, quite distant, requiring at least 10 days to half a month of flight, and a round trip would take a minimum of 1 month. Thus, he temporarily abandoned the notion of searching. A remarkably efficient service, I must ask, how much does it cost? Free of charge, consider it a token of goodwill from a future leader. Then I am most grateful. I shall take my leave. Wait, what is it? A guest wishes to meet you. If you agree, proceed to Area 33, Soap Bubble Park. Who is it? Bartholomew Kuma. Understood. I shall go meet him. Please await my news. Wishing you great success. At Soap Bubble Park, an enchanting spectacle of shimmering soap bubbles filled the air, illuminated by ethereal lights, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Countless individuals gathered here, including lovers, families, and groups of friends. Kuma sat quietly at an outdoor CAF his towering figure easily noticeable, and Renault spotted him at once. Taking a seat opposite Kuma, he inquired, "You sought me for a purpose?" Kuma's gaze flickered. "Greetings, Judge." "Judge? That is how people refer to you. Tomorrow, depending on the bounty released, it may become a nickname. Not an unpleasant one," Renault nodded. "I am Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a member of the Revolutionary Army. Our leader, Dragon, wishes to meet you." Had it not been for Renault, Kuma would never have disclosed his affiliation with the Revolutionary Army, for those who have slain celestial dragons could never be aligned with the world government. "I am aware. And I also know about your adopted daughter's illness." "You know Bonnie?" Kuma replied, astonished. Bonnie, the infamous jewelry Bonnie, one of the later pirate supernovas, known for her gluttony. She made her debut at the tender age of 10, having injected herself with the essence of the ripe fruit, allowing her to manipulate time, thus altering her age and appearance to masquerade as 24. "I am also aware that she suffers from Amber-Leet syndrome, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, I can cure it." "Can you truly cure it?" Kuma's tone became urgent. "We shall see, but I have heard of your arrangement with the elders, wherein your own transformation by Vegapunk serves as the condition for treating Bonnie's ailment. Indeed, that is the nature of our contract." "How foolish. This is exceedingly selfish of you. Have you considered Bonnie's wishes? To cure your own condition at the cost of losing her most cherished family member, can she bear such a burden? Do you wish for her to live a life steeped in regret, longing, and suffering?" "I apologize. I have sought numerous doctors, all of whom were powerless. I had no alternatives. Now you do. Hand her over to me," Renault insisted, with an entire extraordinary world backing him. He feared not the challenge of curing a mere affliction. Kuma fell silent for a moment. "Bonnie has been undergoing treatment for 2 years. And what of it? Do you wish to maintain your integrity with the elders, unwilling to breach the contract? Very well, I understand. I shall retrieve her." The thought of Bonnie suffering was unbearable for Kuma. "Let us proceed thus. Mark me, once you find her, deliver her directly to my side. As for Dragon, I am not inclined to meet him at present. There is little of substance to discuss. However, do leave a contact number, and should the opportunity arise, we may converse. Now, if you would be so kind, please assist me in transporting to the Kingdom of Goa in the East Blue." "As you wish." Kuma rose, handing Renault a slip of paper with a contact number, then executed a swift motion, causing Renault to vanish instantaneously. Kuma possessed the powers of the pawpaw fruit, enabling him to manifest pads resembling bear paws on his palms, capable of repelling anything they touched, including various attacks. Moreover, he could form air bubbles shaped like his paws, enveloping individuals within them, and with a forceful impact, propel them to predetermined locations. Ultimately, he had also developed the ability to transfer pain and fatigue, ejecting them from others to accept them himself or inflict them upon someone else, resulting in multiplied damage. His offensive capabilities were equally formidable, with shockwaves generated from compressed air rivaling the power of explosives. This was an exceptionally potent devil fruit. Years ago, it had been positioned alongside Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, which was seized by Big Mom, prompting Kuma to decisively consume the pawpaw fruit, thereby saving hundreds during the incident at God Valley. Renault soared through the sky with the velocity of a bullet, his body enveloped in a thin protective layer that shielded him from the biting cold winds. In the original narrative, Luffy journeyed from Sabaody Archipelago for 2 days and nights to reach Amazon Lily, which is situated in the calm belt of the Grand Line's midsection. The Kingdom of Goa, Luffy's homeland, lies even further away, requiring at least an additional 2 days of flight. Renault soared silently through the sky, as the sun rose and set, and the moon waned and waxed. In the midst of this, he retrieved roasted meat from his necklace, munching contentedly while assessing his current attributes: strength, 81, stamina, 81, agility, 81, spirit, 81. Naval 6 techniques: iron block, slightly accomplished, 550, 0001, 000, Naval 6 techniques: finger gun, slightly accomplished, 520, 0001, 000, Naval 6 techniques: storm kick, slightly accomplished, 660, 0001, 000, Naval 6 techniques: paper drawing, slightly accomplished, 710, 0001, 000, Naval 6 techniques: shave, slightly accomplished, 730, 0001, 000, Naval 6 techniques: moonwalk, slightly accomplished, 660. 0001, 000, 000. Armament Haki, Pinnacle 65, 421, 000, 000. Observation Haki, Mastered 6, 800, 000, 000. Conqueror's Haki, Proficient 21, 000, 000. Blood Refinement Body, 8th Level 2, 632, 000. Fan Value, 6, 580, 000. Renault has directly concealed the complete mastery of techniques, thereby ceasing to display extraordinary skills such as the Great Food Technique and the Thousand-Handed Tathagata Method. Meanwhile, the fan value has once again reached an impressive 6.58 million. Without hesitation, he first invested in the Conqueror's Haki, achieving a modest level of proficiency, and subsequently expended approximately 3 million to elevate the slow-paced blood refinement body to the 9th level. After reaching this pinnacle, it indeed showed no further room for growth, indicating perfection. To achieve unity with the Tao, it is essential to comprehend the original visualization diagram. At this moment, Renault decided to take a bold step, investing in all 6 styles to reach their utmost peak. After this series of actions, his mind was filled with